I'm crying. It's so cute. Okay, in between. Okay. I like the way we look. I don't think, do we get any new? This is cute. We'll do that. We don't, those are all the same. Those are all the same. Ooh. Plain, jewels, pattern, plain. We'll do jewel. Headscarf, no. This is nice that they have all this. Oh my god, they have so many options too. Okay, none. Nail length. We'll do long nails. We'll do... We'll do plain. Nose ring. Oh, yes. Okay. We're gonna do that, because that's what I have. Ding, ding, ding. I have one of those. I want long nails. We'll just do plain. Okay. Done. Love. We're gonna put up to love now. I think we love him. Ready? Yes. Both? Okay. Oh, he's got glasses again? We're gonna do no glasses. I like Cove no glasses. And his hair? Oh my god, there's so many options. Oh my god. Oh my god, I don't even know what to do. Oh, he has earrings now? Wait, hold on. Oh my god, earrings. What? Oh! I like that. We're gonna do this hair though. I like this. This is the most like him. It's been him. Okay, his shirt. 3, 2. I like that one. I like this one. Oh, but I also like this. Ah, I don't know. We'll just keep it as this. Fuck it. Ooh. You got that shit on though. We're going to the green ones. Yeah, we'll do this. We'll do this. Left wrist. Not that. Right wrist. We'll do that. Necklace. We'll keep his necklace. Okay. Change page. Keep that. Keep his stuff. Dude, this PJ shirt sucks, but whatever. We'll just do those. Change page. Swimsuit. Let's look at the ones. Look at the blue blubbers. Okay, change. Aww. I like that. Keep. Change page. Okay, done. What? Cold? Wait, what does this mean? Hold on. Cove, cold, our life. What does that mean? Let's see. I gotta look this up. Hold on. Okay. We're gonna keep this as it is. I don't want to fuck with this because this was based off of like our stuff, right? So we're gonna leave it. Sporty and whoop, I'll move this to mix. Since you're romantically interested in Cove and are old enough to start being physically affectionate more seriously, you can choose what initiative level he has throughout the step. Making sure the player experiences what they want is important in our life, but always putting your choice first can potentially make a relationship feel one-sided. So we added some flexibility in how it works. Low initiative means that Cove will occasionally ask to touch the MC, and in those situations, there will always be an opportunity to say yes or no. For example, he won't simply lean over and kiss the MC as a greeting or in an emotional moment. Every piece of physical interaction will be either initiated or approved by the player before it happens. Middle initiative means that there will be certain times when Cove requests to touch the MC, many chances to initiate affection on your own, and also he will pretty regularly give affection automatically. One example would be giving the MC a kiss because he's happy or emotional about something. In other situations, you can choose not to make the first move in order to give Cove the space to be the one to act afterwards. Overall, the love interest can get romantic, but the player agency will take priority. High initiative includes everything middle does, but it also means the player agency will be reduced to agree in favor of having Cove be physically affection even more frequently with less prompting. Instead of all the major affection-giving situations being led by a choice menu for you to decide on, some will instead be replaced by Cove acting automatically. This level is only recommended if you're very comfortable with physical affection and prefer to simply see it happen rather than always holding the reins in. However, this level is mostly relevant if Cove ends up as your official boyfriend at some point. Situations where high-level initiative makes a difference tend to come up in scenes that are exclusive to being in a relationship. The parts that are not included in the middle initiative, which will be seen whether you are dating or not. Once you pick your level, it can't be changed partway through a step. The only choice comes up at the very beginning of a story selection. I'm gonna do high because I love physical affection. We hope you enjoy it, whatever. We're gonna do high. Okay. The start of classes ended the relaxed, free days of summer. It didn't take long for you to get back into the swing of the school year routine. Schedules and homework became the new normal. Derek wasn't around nearly as much. With school and after-school activities, there weren't many opportunities for him to take a trip out to your neighborhood. Sometimes you'd hear that he was at a training camp or something like that, but you weren't always sure what he was up to. But you still kept in touch over the phone as best you could. The Jeremy kid did disappear after the summer, and no one ever heard from him again. Where he went or where he might be up to was a mystery. You saw more of Miranda around. Since you had hung out with her on her birthday, she had opened up to you. The two of you talked regularly. She was the same towards Cove. After a while, all three of you developed a real friendship together. More summers came and went like the waves on the shore coming in and out. In your second year of high school, someone new started to visit Sunset Bird, a sunny girl named Terry Brooke. She was a friend of Cove, made due to them both being ocean obsessed. Terry was more than glad to befriend you too. Someone close to Cove was to be a good company, she felt. You were pleased to get along with her as well. Funnily enough, Terry was also extremely tight with Miranda, whom she had known for even longer than Cove. The four of you were able to create a small friend circle. I hope there's not any jealousy moments in this, because I will cry. As for your home life, the Shrimpos also had developments. Changing laws and public perception countrywide made it possible for your moms to openly wear their wedding rings without questions. Aww. Though they had a wedding years ago, it was only recently that the union was officially recognized everywhere in the U.S. That was a good day, to say the least. As Elizabeth came into her own and stopped being quite as irritable, she'd no longer worried about perceived childness as she grew up for real. She didn't even mind being called Lizzie again, although most people used Liz. She eventually graduated high school and moved out to attend college in another state. It was a lot for you to adjust to your older sister being gone. Liz never let you forget her role in your life, though, and kept in touch. Cole's relationship with his family improved over the years. Kairos visited several times after that summer, and things became easier between the two. He was also closer with his dad than ever before. You knew they talked more and helped prevent a lot of friction before it could start. However, Cove grew into someone no one would call social. He kept to himself usually. He cared for the few connections he did have, but didn't reach outside of them. Cove's interests had shifted from when he was younger. He still enjoyed athletic activities on occasion, but now he gave more studies and vendors as well. Things had shifted between you and Cove, but in a way that most couldn't see. After all this time, he wasn't just your neighbor. He wasn't only your friend or even a guy you were interested in. You were in love with him. You loved Cove. You know that fact for certain. There was no one else you had those feelings for. It was strange to look back on it all. The future faded into your present, and then it was simply the past. Even the most fundamental parts of your life couldn't last forever. You felt that most poignantly the day you were inevitably graduated high school. It was wait, whoa. We graduated high school? It was over, and you would not be going back ever again. From now on, what came next was your choice. You would be directing your own life. Oh my god, I didn't know we were there. That was where you were currently. The summer after school had ended, the first summer of true freedom. What used to be a reprieve from the typical was now going to be your first step into adulthood. No, I'm not ready. I'm not ready to be an adult. One fine summer morning, you took in what had become a very special scene, the whole family having a meal together. Oh, she looks so pretty. Your big sister Liz still hadn't lived at home full time for a couple years, but she had arrived last week to spend the season here since it was off semester for her. She wanted to make sure she was in town because you had now graduated high school, so who knew how much rarer these moments would become in the future. You watched on as Liz laughed good-naturedly over a comment Mom made. Her Elizabeth-only mindset had only been a phase. Nearly any nickname was welcome at this point in her life. Strangely, even though she moved away, you'd lately felt closer to her than you had in a long time. You idly scooped up more of your breakfast and chewed absent-mindedly. You generally ate whatever. And the meal you had reflected that. It included just about everything your mom's made, though you often made your own food nowadays. Benny, we graduated high school! We're going into adulthood now. We graduated high school, so I'm assuming we're 18? This is insanity. She's in college. This is Liz. She's in college now. And the meal you had reflected that. It included just about everything your moms had made, though you often made your own food nowadays. With Liz around, though, your parents made even more options than usual. Your sister had been vegetarian for a while, and they wanted to make sure she had choices too. Aww. Wait, our moms are getting older! You can see on their faces that they're getting older. Mom! Did they show any of high school? No, they didn't. They didn't show any of high school. We just skipped from being 13 to after high school now. Conversation had gone on idly without you fully taking in the words until your ears were piqued when Ma started on a bit of town gossip. And that's how I heard the news. All right. Now stop burying the lead and tell us, what is the so-called news? Ma giggled as she cast a look across the table, satisfied that she had everyone's attention. Well, it turns out the Donalds won't be renting out the condo up the street as per Sunset Bird tradition for the first time in what must be nearly 2 decades. A chorus of gasp and shocked expressions were had all around. After the initial shock, your eyebrows pinched. Mom may consider them by name, but you and Lizzie always viewed them exclusively as the mean old couple who would always yell at anyone under 25 who crossed their paths. Your mom continued on with the story, spreading strawberry jam over a piece of toast as she did so. They decided not to taking big trips anymore. Friends and family will be visiting them at their home. That's nice for them, then. Have a good summer, mean grandparents with no grandkids away from us. My thoughts exactly, Liz. Be nice, kids. You don't want to end up like them, do you? You and your sister cracked a smile at the joke. Well. At least they won't be here to yell at my children anymore. And that blunt comment got laughter from all three of you. Engrossed in conversation once more, you continued to chat with your family until the meal was over. What is this? Okay, so we're officially in step 3. There are 4 steps, by the way, so as it went, once the food was eaten, the cleanup had to be done. Liz took the role of washing the dishes and passed them to you for drying and putting away. You had a set of cups in front of you that needed to go to the top shelf of the cabinet. I'm gonna say we're still short. You were short. That was simply your lot in life. You'd always been vertically challenged. You feel great. I'm fine with my height. I'm a bit short. Liz shook you out of your internal musing by starting up an impromptu conversation. She seemed to be voicing the thoughts that had been buzzing around in her own head. I have to say, but going back from another semester this fall is pretty intimidating. You'd think after the first year or two I'd have a handle on things, but no. You stole a glance at her, still placing cups in the proper place. I guess it's only fair. My first round was pretty general classes, and year one of my architecture major was the basics. Now it feels serious. I have to actually know some things. The laugh she gave was flippantly airy, but the way she scrubbed at the plate held more force than necessary. I know you can handle it. How sweet of you to believe in me. Thanks. Your older sister's mouth quirked into a small smile. It'll be one way or another. Oh, and I'm not trying to scare you away from college. It's that, if that's even your plan. What is going on with that anyways? Ooh. You had kind of a general idea. You answered the question as much as you were able and willing to. Liz's smile grew more reassuring as you did. You made it through 12 years of full-time education already. You've got plenty going for you. Sometimes it's still hard to believe your public schooling experience was over. In the end, you graduated top of your class. I sorted through with high marks. And you were satisfied. And you were gonna miss it. I miss it. It would have been a familiar and fulfilling part of your life. Liz picked up the silence her question ended up creating. She decided it was time to make a closing statement on the topic.
You're a good girl.
Do what's best for you, and we'll be here to back it up. Thanks, Liz. At that, Liz happily passed the final dish your way. She waved a soapy-soaked hand as a farewell and moved on to her next class for the cleanup job. You refocused on getting the last pieces put away where they belonged. You eventually moved on to a new chore, but that was interrupted by the sound of your cell phone. One of my favorite songs. You casually picked it up from the table where you had placed it earlier. This phone was a couple years old at this point, having been a 16th birthday gift from your parents. They decided which model to get, but you got to pick the color. Was black. And it had a charm attached to it, which was, I want it to be a dolphin. Is there a dolphin? A dolphin keychain. Yes! Yes! That's so cute. Yes. You were pleased when you finally had a prominent place to use the gift. The screen lit up as you gave the little device a swipe with one finger. You were informed by a caller ID that it was Lee. You weren't surprised. Despite having busier and busier lives and not living in the same town, you still had a good relationship with your cousin at the same age. Especially once the miracle of the both of you having your own phones actually happened. She got hers first, though. Tapping at the accept button, you answered her call. A familiar, bubbly voice came through right after. I'm excited to see what she's going to look like.
Hi.
Aww, oh, our phone! It's so cute! I love this. Hey, Tara. Hiya. I trust I'm not interrupting anything major? Only some cleaning around the house. Oh, then you're welcome for my call. A distraction from what must have been desperately needed. Yes, thank you, my dear cousin.
Pleasure.
She giggled, and you could hear the jangling of the jewelry she must be wearing. Nothing amazing is happening for me either. I'm bored and felt like chatting. My morning shift ended, so I'm free for the rest of the day. Woo! That's good. You were off from your part-time job today. Like you, Lee had started dipping her toes into the workforce as of late. It made keeping in touch frequently even more complicated, but you both managed. What about you? It's been pretty normal. That's you then. So, how's Mr. Cove Wedding doing? There was a teasing bent to her tone. She was never willing to let up on what was going on between the two of you. But the name was incredibly familiar to your ears. Cove, your next-door neighbor for the past decade at this point. But he was far more than just someone who lived on the same street. You vividly remember the summer you expressed your feelings for each other at little 13-year-olds. I think we started dating years ago. I would have, yeah. You officially started dating years ago. But didn't want to talk about that at this point in your life. And you were in love with him. Are you even surviving without the boy being 10 feet away at all times? Or is everything right with the world again and he's back? No, Lee, he isn't here. Just like he wasn't here yesterday, or the last time you asked, or the time before that.
Sorry.
Oh, my bad. Can you blame me? Doesn't it seem like he should have made his grand return already? Plus, I want to visit soon, and he needs to be there, too. You could understand where she was coming from. This was certainly outside the norm. For the past couple months, and the last few weeks especially, Cove had been going to his mom's place in Nevada. The two of you still regularly stayed in contact over texts and calls, but still, your man began to drift back in time to all the prior trips he'd taken to visit her. Almost every year he had to go away for a while, but then he'd be back. Oh. Wait, I'm tearing up. It upset you. Your younger self worried about him leaving for good. Your mom's helped you ship out care packages to him and his mom. It was always full of really great stuff. He sent you regular letters in return. That's how it was in the past, but lately he's been trying to see her as much as he could before taking long trips to another state became too impractical to do. His part-time work could become full-time soon, or he could be moving somewhere else for school. Cove hadn't actually been entirely clear what his plans were after graduation. Cove was hesitant to speak on that, even with you. It couldn't be avoided forever, though. You both knew that.
Well,
Maybe we should switch up to a non-Cove related topic. Sounds like a plan. Wait, did I say I was dating him for a while? I just gotta make sure. Yeah, let me just... Sorry,
sorry.
I'm anxious I didn't make a choice, so I'm just gonna like redo the choices just to make sure.
Well,
There we go. Sounds like a plan. The rest of the conversation rolled on. Not much longer though. Lee had to go and needed to finish your responsibilities around the house. The both of you exchanged goodbyes, then you went back to what you'd been working on before the call came in. As you wrapped up the last of your chores, you were approached by Liz wearing a cheeky smile. I've got Mom's keys. Want to get out of this tiny town to do some shopping in a real city? That sounds great.
good.
I'm driving. She could do what she wanted. Go get your wallet and anything else. We're going now. With a nod, you made a quick detour to collect your stuff from your bedroom. You had money you saved up from all the part-time work you'd done, as well as gifts you'd received. After making sure you both were fully prepared for the long haul, to the largest city in the surrounding area, you buckled into the car. It was a smooth ride there, with light conversation about what shops to stop at and the radio blasting. Liz controlled what was played, but she made sure to pick songs she knew you liked. It was something the two of you had done for each other. The trip there breezed by, and in what felt like no time, you had gone from cruising down the road to cruising through the mall. Liz had her interests to check out, and you yours. You got into new things since you'd grown up. You like going to the beach and looking for seashells, and you wrote things, and you spent time on arts. I like drawing, and you like to play games, video games, and you like to read fiction novels. And that was everything major that came to mind. When turning a corner down a new length of the mall, your eyes caught on a little gift store. Your friends and family had recently given you many presents for graduating high school. You had a gift of your own ready to give to Cove when the chance came. It was something you had known you wanted to do, and you were looking forward to seeing his reaction. Wait. No. I think I would have already had something picked out. It was something you had known you wanted to do, and you were looking forward to seeing his reaction. Graduation may have already come and gone, but Cove wasn't really around, so you had to wait. I'm sad, I miss Cove. Eventually the mall was explored in full, with every shop of note being checked over. Rather than going home, you decided to walk over to some smaller stores nearby. Liz had many thoughts on that topic. Honestly, malls are not a bastion of society. Even if smaller stores require extra distance, the brands are so much more. Then your sister abruptly stopped speaking and walking right in the middle of the path. It was a good thing no one was behind her, and she seemed to entirely shut off for a moment. Liz? The attempt to catch her focus was unsuccessful. Something else had all of her focus. Before you could puzzle out what might be happening, she began to mumble out the corner of her mouth. Terra, don't draw attention, but look. What? With a harp whisper and a subtle jerk of her head, she urged you once more.
Hey.
Look! You followed her gaze as best as you could to a large bunch of colorful teens strolling down the same path, okay? You faced back to your sister with a confused expression and an unspoken question. What were you supposed to be seeing there? Terra, doesn't one of them seem familiar? She was practically bouncing at this point, so you looked over the group over again, and this time you saw what she was seeing. Oh, I forget his name! But it's the... No way! I forget his name, but it's the boy from the very first part! Among the collection of strangers was brown hair, gray eyes, and lots of freckles. Shiloh! That's Shiloh! Our Shiloh from when we were kids! Yep, that's definitely him. I can't believe it. He's honestly just there. That's hilarious. That's incredible. Oh, but how do we talk to him? We'd have to pull him away from all those other people, and what if I'm wrong? Your mouth opened to reply, but she cut it off with her own answer to the question. I've got it. I'll shout the name Shiloh, and we can act like it wasn't us. If he responds to it, he'll know without a doubt it's him. Terra, keep an eye out and see if he looks. Please, can't you just try talking to him normally? Likely without even hearing what you had to say, Liz put on her plan into action. Shiloh! She loudly projected the word across the way and then put on an act of casualness, turning her head away from the scene while brushing at the skirt of her dress. In a supremely awkward moment, you could only stand there as attention in the air shifted to the two of you, thanks to your sister's shout. I hate this! No! No! I don't do well. But of the many startled bystanders who became alerted by your presence, one of them was the boy. From a distance, his large eyes met yours. He looked... A wide grin took over Liz's face. She pushed the brim of her sun hat up and away from her face, while switching back around to greet her own friend directly. Shiloh! Waving, she stepped a bit closer to express her intention to meet without really closing the gap. She wanted him to come to her. Who was presumed to be Shiloh looked surprised at the call-out. He stole a quick glance at the crowd he was with and hesitantly glanced back your way. He was trying to double-check something. Liz remained steadfast with her gaze trained on him, and ultimately he broke away from the rest of them. After a light-footed jog across the brick path, the young man pleasantly presented himself in front of Liz and you.
Hi.
I like your hat. Just that simple greeting had Liz giggling. Hello. I'm not sure if you remember this, but I'm Lizzie, and that's Tara. We were all friends when we were little kids. His already wide eyes grew even larger, their gaze darting between you and Liz. His previously chipper demeanor faded into something delicate. I'm really sorry, but I think you have the wrong person. You could tell not being instantly recognized was going to make this exchange more of a challenge, but still, Liz was undeterred. It was a long time ago. You were really young. I get why you feel like that. However, I'm positive I'm right. You're exactly the same. That face, the freckles, how genially you try to face things. You're even still wearing a hat. Instinctively, you come up to its headwear with creased brows, not making the connection on why the hat meant something to her.
Okay.
We knew each other, okay? An uneasy smile settled on him as sounds followed Lizzie's speech. This is so embarrassing. He was picking his next words carefully. And then the quiet was obliterated by a new voice bursting into conversation. Shiloh? What are you doing? The rest of the group already left. A field trip is not a vacation. We're on a schedule. Startled, your head whip snapped towards the path. A distinctly unhappy individual with piercing magenta eyes, dark brown skin, and sharp jaw stormed your way. He carried a cloud of authority with him, despite looking like he wasn't even 18 yet. I didn't mean to ditch. Shiloh, whose name was now officially confirmed, gestured with a hand to add the explanation of his absence as the stranger watched impatiently. They thought they recognized me as someone they knew, but it was a tiny misunderstanding. Liz theoretically, as well as literally, put her foot down at that, stomping in frustration and getting more childish the longer she was around her childhood companion. We do know you! Shiloh merely shrunk in on himself. The tone he spoke with was pained. Sorry. You honestly couldn't tell if he was apologizing for the upset feelings of your sister or the palpable dissatisfaction of his new acquaintance. That itself was very Shiloh-like. Oh, you know him, is that it? The stranger spoke in a dismissively scoffing tone, as if the words sounded so absurd to him it was almost amusing. Almost. But the sternness of his demeanor quickly reinstated itself. Well, do you know me? I'll tell you. I'm someone who had been forced against his will to be aware of what's going on in Shiloh's ridiculous personal life for a year. If you two had any importance in his general day-to-day existence, it would have come up by now. Don't bother trying to exaggerate any trivial connection you might have. It's not good enough. He's with us, and you'll survive without him. Now stop loitering in the road. It's rude.
Excuse me?
We're the rude ones. The high-strung ranting got an audible gasp from Shiloh, who finally started to speak up again in defense. Nate, that's really mean. It's also true. We're leaving. With that declaration, the unofficially introduced Nate indignantly spun on his heels and walked speedily towards where the group went, completely confident that Shiloh would follow behind. Oh, people can sure have bad attitudes, huh? Why can't they just try to get along? It's not hard. Don't worry, though. I bet you won't have to deal with him again. And I'm sorry I can't stay to talk to you, but I hope you have a really nice life.
Bye.
Oh, Shiloh. And that was it. His parting words given, Shiloh left the two of you behind to catch up with his own life while he had to go live. Liz watched his exit, stunned, only to frown when it hit her that he was really gone as quickly as he appeared. It happened so fast that you hadn't even been able to get a word in. She sighed, all the energy she built up releasing with a breath. I could have told him his last name was Fields, his birthday is October 30th, and that would have proved it too, but no. She still remembers that? I'm sorry, Liz. You felt so bad for your big sister. He had been such a close friend in her early years, and their union was completely ruined. Do you want to go catch up with him? Liz merely shook her head, pushing off childish thoughts. I think we can leave it here. Thanks. He's in the middle of a high school field trip, and it was already enough being able to see him. There's something reassuring about witnessing firsthand that he's still out there, enjoying his own part of the world. Though, if given the chance, I could have definitely had a few words with him about the company he's got. She laughed, but you could tell there wasn't much humor to it. She was mad at that guy, even if she was happy to let Shiloh go. Maybe they're only with each other because of the trip, and it's not usually how things are. We can only hope the same for him as he did for us. Have a nice life, Shiloh. We'll miss you. Liz smiled at you. It had the self-confidence knew so well from her. I want to cry about that, honestly. Come on, little baby sister. Let's finish our trip. Yeah. No matter how either of you really felt about the occurrence, it was something you simply had to accept. People just disappear and reappear in the most unexpected ways. So you enjoyed what remained of your outing until it was time to return home. By the time you arrived back, the sun was already beginning to set. You arched your back. What am I saying? You arched your back as you stretched your arms towards the ceiling. It had been a good day. It had enough activity to cover an entire week. Liz tried to hide a yawn behind her hands. You weren't the only one feeling worn out. I'll be heading up to your room. The guest room, since mine stopped being available as soon as I was out the door. Her tone was light. She had quite a lot to say on the subject when you'd first taken over her bigger room after she left for college, but there had been many trips back home for her since then. The room hadn't been hers for years. It had been more of a running joke that she continued to bring the topic up to this day. Thank you for being so gracious about giving it up. I had no choice. A small laugh was shared between you and your older sister. You better believe you'll be back in the guest room when you've got your own place, and we're both in town for a visit. We can take turns. You'll have Thanksgiving and I'll get Christmas. What a reasonable and mature suggestion. I'll think about accepting it. She flashed her familiar grin and couldn't help but feel glad she was back around, even if it was temporary. With that, she plodded off to the spare room. You were ready to do the same. Moving into a new space was your first opportunity to decorate from scratch. Oh! We get to decorate our room? Oh, this is so exciting! Okay, blue, green, purple, or yellow. Ooh. It's between green and yellow. I like yellow. I like this benchy thing. Okay, extras. We'll do that. Window. Yeah. Left, back, lights. Oh, we're doing the lights. We're doing the lights for sure. Left, right, right. We're gonna get rid of that. Cute! Look at our room! How cute! Done. You were really satisfied with the feel of your tiny part of the world. As your thoughts drifted, you tried to bite down another yawn. It was no good. Your bed was now lodged in your mind, and all you could think about was collapsing onto it. You trudged up the stairs to your room. It's so cute. I love this. I'm saving that. Save. Cute. Stepping inside, you closed the door behind you, blocking the rest of the house. When you turned back around, you realized you were not alone in there. Comfortably perched. Is it Cove? Is it Cove? He's back! Yay! Cove! Huh? Surprise! Oh, it's so cute! I'm like kicking my feet back and forth! His tone was easy and relaxed. It certainly... Wait, what was the other one? How are you here? His tone was easy and relaxed. It certainly was a surprise. You hadn't expected him to be within the state, never mind your own house. He hadn't answered how he had suddenly just appeared back in Sunset Bird. Though, to be fair, he had been so astounded there hadn't been much of an opportunity to chat with you. Thankfully, Cove was only waiting for a good moment to start and began to explain. Oh, his voice is so different now. I got in about 15 minutes ago. No one was home, so I figured I'd come in the usual way. The window. A small smile had formed on his face. You were still staring at him, unable to blink in case he disappeared. You could still barely believe that he was really here, merely feet away from you. I left my bags in your backyard. I hope that's alright. I like how he just got back and his first thing was come to my house. That was when you truly understood. Cove had come straight to you upon getting back into town. You were his first port of call, taking precedence above all else. Even though you hadn't been in when he called, Cove had ensured that he'd see you at the earliest opportunity rather than allowing his plans to change. You ran to Cove. Every second away from him was a moment too long. As you approached, Cove quickly hopped from the windowsill to meet you. I missed you. You jumped into his arms. As you reached out towards him, in motion, your attention was clear. Cove opened up his stance and... Actually, I want to kiss him. I missed you. You kissed him. He instinctively began to close his eyes as your face leaned in closer to his. I think it's funny. Should we juke him out? You did it on the forehead. What about on the nose? Aw. Cheek? Aw. Lips. He met you partway, and the two of you shared a gentle greeting kiss. Then you stepped back a bit. Cove rubbed the side of his head and furtively glanced about. Though he couldn't help getting a little nervous still, he was beaming. I missed you too. He is so cute! If he hadn't said it outright, you would have gotten the message from his body language. Cove was grinning widely, his raised cheeks burying his eyes, which gleamed like hidden gems. But he looked at you as if you were the most exciting treasure of all. Oh, that's cute. How was the trip? Cove's brow creased as he considered your question. He leaned in and kissed you again. Okay. After a long moment, he broke the kiss and tilted his face back just enough to speak, but not so much that your forehead stopped touching. I hate it. Let's never be apart again, okay? Okay. He said that absolutely as a joke, an exaggeration. Something that wasn't a real request, of course, and yet, despite all of it, it felt real. Your heart hammered in your chest. Your head swam, cast adrift on a tide of thoughts and adrenaline. Cove smiled, as if offering a silent apology for his sudden onslaught of tenderness, but he let the words proudly hang in the air all the same. Cove told you about how his trip back had gone. Soon you'd even recovered enough to actually listen. His mom was doing really well. She had a project in the works that she was thrilled about. As a result, Cove was going to be sticking around since her birth for the time being. Things were settled, as much as they ever could be. With Cove back once more, you felt ease. Cove stretched his arms out over his head and his eyes on the window and the world beyond. The sun had set while you had been busy reuniting.
Well,
I should probably get my stuff and see Dad. He glanced over to you with a familiar, expectant look. Want to come with me? Well, absolutely. You know I do.
cool.
Aww. Cove began to head to your bedroom door. You insisted on a piggyback ride. It was just a normal thing in your relationship. After the first time, absolutely. Cove, he paused, turning to face you. I'm not planning on walking there. Cove shook his head, the smile on his face implying that it was you and your senses he was questioning, not the request. He'd come to expect the latter, even if he didn't get why it had such appeal for you.
All right.
Okay. He crouched low so you could hop on his back. Cove had many inches on you in height, so getting on his back for rides had been a challenge over the years. It sometimes ended with one or both of you sprawled over the floor. At this point, he knew exactly how far he needed to bend down. This understanding and your extensive practice made it relatively easy for you to climb aboard the Cove Express now. As you straightened up with poise, accustomed to balancing someone over his shoulders, Cove carried you down the stairs. You had to duck down a couple times, the ceiling grazing over your elevated head. Still, you safely reached the ground floor of your house. The door is going to be in the way. Get off here so I can open it up. He bent down to let you slide off his back. Seeing things from your usual height was disorientating after getting accustomed to looking down at everything. In all the excitement of Cove's return, you hadn't even remembered the gift you'd prepared for him when you got back. It would be best to give it to him now before you left your house. Can you wait here for a little while? I've got something for you. Cove tilted his head, intrigued.
Really?
You nodded with some eagerness, trying to imagine how you'd react when you actually saw it. Oh, shit. The gift you'd chosen hadn't been something you could buy. It was... Oh, the orange shell. You quickly went to your room to collect the shell, knowing exactly where to find it. It had been housed in the same box since you were a little kid. After all, taking great care, you extricated it from this case. Though it had been a long time since you had taken it out, the grooves were as familiar as your fingertips, to your fingertips as the opening line to your favorite song. Oh, okay. I want to do this, but I also want to see the other one, so... Oh, dolphin shaped. Oh. These are all so cute. Okay, I'm gonna give him the orange shell because I've been meaning to that. Cove had admired the shell ever since he first saw it, declaring it to be the best of all your treasures. Despite that, he never accepted your offers to take it. You hoped that might change tonight. You closed your hands around the shell, not wanting Cove to see it until you were ready, and headed downstairs. When you were back in front of Cove, you cautiously lifted your arm up. He looked on curiously as you unfurled your fingers to show him the gift. I know you don't want to take it from me, but what I want is for you to have it. Cove stared down at the familiar shell nestled in your palm. His mouth parted, but though no words came out. He drew his eyes up to meet yours silently and found the answer to whatever question he couldn't speak. He put his hand over yours and broke the silence. Okay. It was as quiet as a whisper. His fingers were as gentle as his words, brushing against your palm as he took the shell from your grasp. He cradled it carefully against his chest and smiled at you, his eyes bright. I'll keep it forever. Cove reverentially laid the gift safely on the counter, but didn't turn back to face you once he had ensured it was secure. Though his face was angled away, you caught his eyelashes fluttering as if batting away tears. His throat bobbed as he swallowed, bubbling emotions. You know that Cove could be sentimental. The gift and all the memories and feelings tied up in it seemed to have taken a toll on him. It's gonna make me tear up. When he began to sniffle, you felt the need to reach out. Cove? I can't. Terra, I just don't know what to do. He forcefully scrubbed at his eyes like he was trying to push the tears that had threatened to spill back in. Oh, Cove, it's okay. Do you need to cry? No. No, look at him. Nevertheless, tears had begun to spill down his cheeks. Even as he wiped them away, more took their place.
Bye.
Thank you. His voice quavered as he spoke. Cove reached out, and you gladly stepped forward to meet him. He laid his warm hands against your cheeks and brought his lips to you. Oh, you're kissing me again. You kissed Cove until the need for air finally won out. Head spinning, you were glad of the security of Cove's hands. Even after your lips had parted, Cove remained close, his hands still framing your face. Don't worry about it. Cove let out a steady breath. It was far removed from the shaky gasp that had accompanied his sniffles. The tears had dried. His eyes were a little red, but open and at peace once again. He smiled, fully recovered from the emotion that overcome him. You're really seriously too nice to me. You smiled back. I don't think there's such a thing as too nice when it comes to you. Cove brushed his hand against the pale ghost of a scar on his arm. He was at a loss of what to do now. The clock ticked away, counting the seconds of silence. Once you had a chance to settle your thoughts, you figured you'd tell Cove the intriguing news. I meant to tell you earlier, I saw Shiloh today.
Huh?
Shiloh? Cove repeated the name, his expression blank. From when we were kids? Cove pondered for a moment, then he snapped his fingers. Oh, he was the freckly boy from the first summer, right? The one who moved? I met a guy named Shiloh. He looked just like the Shiloh we knew, plus however many years. But he didn't remember me and just left. Cove frowned. That's, I don't know. Too bad I missed it, though you knew him better than I did. That was definitely true. Not only had Cove known Shiloh for a shorter period of time, but he and Shiloh had never quite gotten along. Not that they were enemies either, just kids who were only ever together because the other people they both knew. I wonder what Shiloh up to these days. I don't have any idea. He didn't say much. Oh well. That was everything you had on the news items, so you moved on to the next big update. Also, you know the mean old neighbors, the ones who would always yell at us? He cringed, recalling those particular memories of back in the day was not pleasant, even for someone as nostalgic as him. Yeah? They're not coming. They didn't rent the condo this summer. Cove's jaw dropped. You didn't blame him. The elderly couple had been an institution for as far back as you can remember, long predating Cove's arrival. Even now, as a teenager, you found your neck pricking as you walked by their condo, half expecting a scolding for breathing the wrong way in the vicinity of their vacation home. It was strange to think of that coming to an end. Wow. Cove blinked, clearly struggling with the idea in the same way you had. I didn't see that coming. People being gone, people coming back. Feels like I missed a lot. This has been a busy summer already. Well, you haven't missed the fireflies. They haven't shown up yet. Well, that's something, and we better not get left behind. There's still stuff to do. He nodded. As soon as you left your house, Cove bent down to let you climb back onto his back for the last part of the journey. It seemed that no sooner had the night begun that it was already at an end, and the dawn of a new day was upon you. The next morning, your belly was full of breakfast, and you were in a pleasant mood. You hoped the rest of the day followed suit. Later, you were meeting up with your friends, Cove, Miranda, and Terry, to go into town. It was all on short notice, but that was because everyone was just so excited that Cove was finally back home. Having a nice daydream? You blinked, pushing all your thoughts away, and returned to reality. Your mom was watching you with a teasing smile. So what's on the agenda today? I'm meeting up with some people. Well, I hope you and your friends have fun. Don't get in too much trouble. She winked at you. You knew both your moms wanted you to enjoy every bit of the summer before all the big changes started. I'll try. But before you go gallivanting around the town, could you bring the mail in? I'm finishing up putting the dishes away over here. All right. Thanks very much. Oh, dude, I like the change in his outfit. Also, he looks good with his hair down like that. Love it. As soon as you were outside your front door, you couldn't help but see Cove and his dad standing in the road. They noticed you too. Hey there, Terra. Cove smiled lightly and waved. When you began making your way over, he added, Hi. I don't feel like we should probably kiss him in front of his dad, but I'm gonna see what happens if we do it anyways. He kissed him. The lips. Okay, we're gonna do it there. Cove welcomed you as you stepped closer. You cupped the side of his face with one hand, staring into his eyes, and went up on your tiptoes, leaning in. He met you halfway, placing a hand on your lower back, and brought you in even closer. It was quicker than you wanted it to be, especially now that you had gotten lost in the moment. Your hand slid from his cheek to his chest when you parted. His lips pulled into a satisfied smile, and he looked at you with stars in his eyes. You noticed Mr. Holden was taking in the scene of you and Cove with a self-satisfied smile. Cove followed your line of sight and shot his dad an unimpressed look. For a moment, Mr. Holden seemed like he had a thought dancing on the tip of his tongue, but he decided to keep it to himself.
So,
what are you up to today? As far as I know, nothing too much. Me and Cove are meeting some friends in town later. Sounds like a plan to me. Yawning, Mr. Holden stretched his arms over his head. My boy and I have just been waiting around to see what the new neighbors are like. It was definitely his idea. I don't know how you're not interested in this. It's big news. Besides, it'd only be polite to greet the new folk in town. Well, anyone has to be better than the last tenants. I don't know. That house could be cursed, and we could keep getting ones that are progressively worse. He cracked a cheeky grin at his own joke. You could tell Mr. Holden was looking at the empty house, thinking about the nightmare that was the last tenants. He chuckled, turning to Cove. That would be horrible. Knock on wood. Mr. Holden took one more glance at the current vacant building and sighed dramatically. When he turned back to you and Cove, his whole body seemed deflated. There's no sign of them. I still need to head over to work soon. Cove gave his dad a reassuring pat on the back. Okay, I promise to keep an eye out. I can text you if anything happens. Really?
Of course.
I mean, only until I have to meet up with Terry and Miranda. Would that still work? With a wide grin breaking out on his face, Mr. Holden looked absolutely thrilled to have his nosiness enabled. That works. He moved to firmly place both hands over Cove's shoulders, fixing his child with a firm stare. Son, you are my true ally in this world. Mr. Holden stood up straighter, letting Cove go. He looked reinvigorated. Okay, with that settled, I'm going to make some money. That always been one thing I do best. Mr. Holden headed off to the garage with a big wave goodbye. Cove smiled the whole time while you both watched his dad leave. You really liked Mr. Holden. You had for a long time. As soon as he was out of sight, Cove sighed lightly. Well, actually, I'm gonna go back. I would say he's probably one of my favorite people, right? He always tried his best and was honestly just great. As soon as he was out of sight, Cove sighed lightly. Are you okay?
Yeah.
Just not looking forward to waiting. Guess I'll be hanging around the street a while. Why don't I stay to see the new neighbor and keep you company? Curiosity about the new tenant was getting the better of you, and you figured that the wait wouldn't be too much longer, and besides, you just couldn't leave the Cove. Really? Of course, I like keeping you company, remember? He stared at you a moment, smiling softly and thinking about his response.
Me too.
I like that too. Cove put his hands on your shoulders. His thumbs absentmindedly moved in a soothing circle. The look in his eyes was much firmer. He was serious. Terra, you're my true ally in this world. That got a fair amount of chuckles from you. He grinned, the stoicism fading into amusement.
Thank you.
I knew you'd stay for me. I can't help myself. Yeah? Well, good then. I don't know what I would do without you. The smile on his face reached his eyes, and it made you feel electric. And then he let go of you. Cove stepped over to his front porch steps, lazily taking a seat and leaning back on his arms. Our watch begins. Nodding agreement, you joined Cove on the front porch steps. You both sat there in a comfortable familiarity as you settled in for the waiting game on the new tenants. The neighborhood was quiet, and you sighed contentedly, closing your eyes and feeling the light breeze. The only sound you could hear was the familiar jingle of Cove's wind chime. After all these years, it was still there, adorning the entrance outcropping of his house. Eventually, you both perked up at the sound of a car. A taxi followed the noise, turning onto your street. Cove's eyebrows raised at the sight, and he sat up straight on the stoop.
Oh?
That has to be them, right? Yeah, it's gotta be. Now that they were here, you couldn't help but feel just a bit curious. You wondered what kind of person would be living in a neighborhood for the summer. The taxi pulled to a stop as you expected in front of the now empty condo. It was on the same side of the street as your house, a few buildings further up. Without getting to his feet, Cove tried leaning and tilting his head to get a view of the passenger's door as it opened. The single occupant exited the cab. Huh? You could feel that Cove was you could feel what Cove was in that moment. After the last renters, this new visitor was definitely not exactly what you'd expected. Ew. He seems like a doucher. I'm not gonna judge, but he seems like a doucher. It was a young man, had to be close to your own age. He was dressed fully in an eclectic black and white and gray outfit. Even his side-swooping hair matched the scheme. The only other pop of color was from something that could easily be fashioned into submission, a pair of dark brown eyes, which you caught when you looked over at his audience. Hello, folks. Who might you be? Were the neighbors? A smile already prominent on his face curled further. It was cocky, I knew it, but you didn't get the impression it meant something adverse. Hallelujah. You and Cove shared a familiar look with one another, bewildered even further. The color-coordinated man left it there, however, and with a firm click, he shut the door of his ride. Then he turned his back to you to retrieve a large, unsurprisingly black suitcase from the trunk. Continuing on his own with his own business, he strolled forward and lightly tapped the driver's side window with his knuckles, asking for them to roll it down. When it opened, he leaned down and rested his arm on the edge. You assumed he was thanking the driver for getting him there, considering he slipped them a tip during the brief chat. They shook hands, and then he pushed himself away from the taxi with both arms, giving the driver room to leave. The taxi pulled away, rolling carefully down the road and out of sight around a corner. The new renter had officially arrived. He left his suitcase on the ground, out of the way of the street, and sauntered over your way with the confidence of someone who had been invited to join. Cove finally stood up to greet this person, and you followed suit.
Excellent.
Oh, I like the voice. I'm Baxter Ward. Baxter. It's excellent to meet you, neighbors. You were standing on the side he was approaching from. When Baxter got close enough, he offered his hand to you first. You shook it. Baxter gripped your hand firmly to give a satisfying shake. Hi, Baxter. I'm Terra. Hey, Terra. I'm quite keen on getting to know you better this summer. We could be good friends. From your other side, Cove made a sudden sputtering noise. And you are? He lifted his hand out to Cove next. Cove instead crossed his arms to express his rejection of that idea. Dude, Cove just doesn't fuck with people. Still eyeing Baxter carefully. I'm Cove. Baxter's whole demeanor lit up for unknown reasons. His eyes shone as he studied Cove a moment.
Really?
Wait. Is that a nickname or your real name? It's just my name. Cove spoke mildly, having given that explanation many times in the past, but it clearly charmed Baxter all the same. He tossed his head to one side with a laugh. Your parents knew exactly what they were doing. I can't imagine a more fitting name for the face I'm seeing. Cove. That's gorgeous. What? It's really not. Hey, only I get to fluster him. He's taken. Hey, only I get to fluster him. I'm just gonna say he's taken. That's disappointing, but not surprising. I'm guessing he's yours. Yes! he was like ready to say that.
Yes.
Terra is my girlfriend.
I get it.
And that's crushing, but makes sense. I got here too late, obviously. Though really, I didn't mean to intrude on anything you have. Part of me is like, what if I don't say anything? Do we get jealousy? Hold on. I gotta look up. Is there any jealous Cove moments are alive? Let's see. Okay. There's not really, so I'm just gonna say he's taken.
Yes. I get it.
I'm patently against stepping on anyone's toes. He chuckled to himself. It seemed like there was some extra meaning hidden there in his words. He noticed that Cove raised an eyebrow, picking up on that too. Baxter didn't even open his eyes to see your faces to know that he had some filling to do. He stood up straighter, striking a slight pose with the position of his feet. I'm a ballroom dancer, hence the phrasing. Oh, I don't know much about dancing, but that's pretty cool. It's not hard once you get the basics down. Cove didn't look convinced at all. Baxter took that as a cue to keep talking.
Wow.
He grinned in a way that rapidly became familiar to you. If either of you are ever looking for a partner, I'm available. I'll pass. Cove peeked at you, smiling softly. You felt his familiar touch as he squeezed your hand for a moment.
Sorry.
There's only one person I'd want to dance with. Sorry. It's so cute. I can accept that. Exactly. Cove is the guy I'd dance with. Baxter smiled and nodded understandingly, letting the subject go. After that, there was a lull in conversation, and Cove attempted to fill it.
So...
What made you decide on Sunset Bird? Yes, well, my parents rented a condo, so I had a place to stay while I'm off for a semester from college and not living in the dorms. There was a playful glint in Baxter's eyes as he continued.
Honestly.
Ideally, they wanted to send me somewhere that wasn't too exciting, but lucky for me, they picked the wrong street, considering the two of you live here. I feel like he's going to stir up some shit. Baxter then preemptively lifted his hands up in front of his chest, giving the gesture for meaning no harm. It's nice not to be the only one my age around the neighborhood for an entire summer, nothing more. That was a story that you heard before, same one as when Lonely Cove and his dad moved in all those years ago. Cove wasn't relating still. You could have phrased it like that in the first place. I don't feel the need to keep words of praise to myself, but they're not romantic come-ons. I can see that you two are very much a committed pair. I'd like to be friends if we can, but that's all. It's okay. I don't know. I'll keep it in check. Shifting his weight from his other foot to his other foot, Baxter tried to move forward.
So...
Which condo is yours? How long have you been living there together? Oh, no. Cove sputtered again, and unintentionally a laugh escaped you.
That's...
We're both neighbors, but we live in different houses with our parents. As if second nature, the two of you pointed to your homes, the buildings directly across the street from each other. Baxter's eyebrows raised at that. Your neighbors who started dating? What a couple of lovebirds. You're the backbone of romantic society. Honestly, I hope you never break up. If you can make it work, there might be a chance for the rest of us. You know Cove well enough to tell there was a little bit of amusement in his expression, but he sighed in exasperation. After that, you had no doubts about his claims of being complimentary. You shook your head at it. Too much again? Kind of. Well, if either of you are free, I'd be thrilled to hang out this summer, but we can save the schedule talk for later. I should get my things inside. He gave a small nod of the head and flashed you both a dazzling smile.
Goodbye.
For today. Cove simply waved goodbye. Bye, Baxter. See you. Baxter then turned on his heels and strode back to his suitcase, picking it up and bringing it to his condo. You and Cove were silent as Baxter unlocked the door and disappeared in the house. With him coming out of the scene, Cove let out a long breath.
Well...
I don't know how I'm going to explain that guy to my dad. You burst into a fit of laughter trying to imagine the conversation. At least the job is done. We saw the neighbor, and now we can go meet up with Terry and Miranda. Yeah, we should get going. You gave Baxter's condo one last glance over your shoulder. You weren't sure how to feel. Honestly, you didn't know how it would ever come to a conclusion about him. Baxter was just so different. Turning your attention back to Cove, you pushed all thoughts of Baxter aside. You both started making your way towards town. You took his arm. Smiling at him, you hooked your arm around his. Cove hummed happily in response. A little while later, you and Cove reached a main street in town. All of a sudden, you stopped walking. What's wrong? I think I heard my phone. You dug your cell phone out and looked at it with a satisfied grin. There was a new message. But before you could read it, you were distracted by a small amused noise from Cove. His head had slightly tilted to the side as he carefully looked at your old keychain. I can't believe you still have that. Of course I do. You meant it. The intensity of your words had Cove blushing and looking away from you. For a moment, you were both at a loss for more words. You were sucked into remembering that day he bought it for you. Cove is the one who spoke up again.
It's nice.
I'm actually glad you like it. He took the keychain. He looked from the keychain to you. His smile reached his eyes. It makes me happy, seeing you care about it and everything. And that makes me happy. Smiling, you refocused on the task at hand. You opened the new text from Miranda, and all you saw was, I can see you. Immediately from where you stood, you started swiveling your head around. You couldn't spot Miranda anywhere, but she did send you more messages. I saw you holding Cove's arm. It's scandalous. Really, Randy? Haha, come on. The message was sent, and you were back to looking around, scanning for any signs of movement and familiar faces, but they were still invisible. Cove looked at you carefully, raising a brow. You grabbed onto Cove again, wanting to show Miranda how scandalous you could be. At once, you hooked your arms around his neck, still holding your phone, and brought him even closer. He blushed and gave you a look mixed with amusement and confusion. Seriously, Terra, what did the message even say? Before you could even begin explaining anything to Cove, you both snapped your attention to the yelling from across the street. And there you saw Miranda and Terry coming out from behind the backside wall of the grocery store. They both started waving wildly to draw even more attention to themselves. Oh. With your friend's grand entrance made, Cove seemed to realize the joke. He smiled with a sigh, and you let him go for the moment, chuckling. Cove took a step in their direction and grinned and waited for them to get closer. Laughing and arm in arm, the girls stopped over only to look both ways and then rush across the empty street.
Hi.
Oh, Miranda grew up to be so cute. Hi, I hope you weren't waiting too long.
Hey, buddies.
Oh, Terry's cute. Hi. How did you appear out of nowhere like that? They started giggling again. Terry glanced at Miranda, wondering what their story should be. It was magic. Gesturing in a vaguely whimsical manner. Hey! Stop it. Sorry, my cat is acting up. Whimsical manner, Terry went along with your decision. And magicians never reveal their secrets. Ooh, that's fair. Terry then closed the distance between her and Cove and crushed him in a painfully tight hug. You're finally here. It's been so long. What took you? He did his best to eke out a reply with his chest being compressed.
Sorry.
Eventually, she let him go. Terry looked at him with a beaming smile, but Cove was distracted, rubbing his arms. Standing there, Miranda shifted her weight to her other hip. She watched Cove patiently with a bashful smile. Welcome back. Thanks. It finally felt official. Everyone was together in one place. From here, you weren't sure how often you would have another afternoon like this again. They didn't either. Cove? Terry poked Cove square in the chest. You're gonna have to get me your schedule by this time yesterday.
No way.
Not really possible, Terry, but I can say as soon as I know. So far, work hasn't said anything, but I can tell you I'm busy with Orca activities. When Cove wasn't at his part-time job or pursuing his athletic and academic interests, he volunteered with the Ocean Restoration California affiliation, Orca. The group focused on cleaning up beaches and removing pollution from the ocean. Cove always loved the sea. It didn't surprise you one bit when he started getting involved with them. You were an Orca member and introduced Cove to it. Their big smash event for the year is coming up, right, isn't it? Yeah, there's not that much more to do before then, but I'm kind of looking forward to the fundraising push. Hopefully we can pull it off. If anyone can do it, it's you two. And even if it goes really bad, it'll still look good on college application at least. That's true. Hey, guess what else? We don't have to stand here to say stuff. Let's go. I would like a meal now. Perking up, Cove nodded in agreement. Yeah, for sure. I'm so happy. We're dating Cove now, which feels so weird. Because, like, our biggest issue has been trying to date Cove. And now we're dating Cove. So that means that there's going to be new issues coming up. I'm assuming we're going to have some sort of issue with college and that kind of stuff. Because we just graduated. And I feel like... Yeah, okay. The four of you headed into town, happily chatting the whole way. The only decision... The breakup is going to be rough. Don't say that! 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 Don't say that. We're not breaking up. The only decision left to make... That's my theory anyways? No, I refuse. The only decision left to make was where exactly to stop and eat. If we break up with Cove, I'm gonna cry. I've gotten so attached. The rest of the afternoon and evening passed by in a blink of an eye. When night fell, it was time to head home, and you parted ways with Miranda and Terry. You and Cove reached your neighborhood without event. It was late enough that your out-of-the-way street was dark and silent. I need to piss, but bed rotting. Go piss. Cove is giving you a piggyback. I think the piggyback rides are going to be our thing. It was a long day out and about. You appreciated that you could rely on him to make things more comfortable for you. You tighten your grip on Cove and turn your head ever so slightly, peering at his face out of the corner of your eyes. You wonder why he felt so distant to you. It was out of character. For a while, Cove silently stared ahead and left you alone with your own thoughts. It surprised you when you didn't hear his voice. When you did hear his voice all of a sudden, he still wouldn't look at you. It feels weird coming back to the neighborhood and trying to get into things like they're the same. And they're not. They've changed. They're still changing. Oh, no, I'm gonna cry. Your mouth felt uncomfortably dry all of a sudden. It was true. The things that had kept the people you knew together were starting to disappear. Each person had their own priorities and their own past now that it wasn't set for them. You thought about your own immediate future. You had been considering more and more, and the ideas were starting to settle in your head. You hoped... Fuck, dude. I think probably school part-time. To go to school part-time. And to work full-time. And that was the basics. For your career, you thought you'd work online. And start your own business. For your education, you thought you'd attend a community college. Yeah, I'll do that. And take online classes. That was all. And for that, you wanted to... Oh, I don't know. Shit. Oh, God. Oh, God. I'm sweating. No. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. No. Oh, 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 no. I don't know what to do. Oh no. Oh no. No. When I went to college, I went out of state for college. Oh no. I don't know what to do. Shit. I don't know what to do. Oh, I'm so conflicted. I really like this town and the beach. Love isn't real. Shut up. I guess travel around to different... No, like his mom? No, I can't say that. I'm gonna go with stay local. The beach is right here, and we're part of that thing, so I'm gonna say stay local. It'd all be happening so soon. You'd started to prepare for what was coming. And the relationship, and yourself. Sorry, don't do that. Just don't say that either. You'd only spoken about this with your family and those you were close to, like Cove. Might take you up on that. Don't do that. Now you wondered what Cove had in mind. You'd heard him consider some things for his future, but it was never anything you would have counted as a real plan. Cove stopped in the middle of the street. He sighed and put you down. You both were outside of your houses. Cove looked at the ground for a moment. His mouth trembled, trying to settle on the right words to say. So, are you still thinking about working and stuff in Sunset Bird? Yeah. Cove closed his eyes and nodded while he composed his thoughts. He looked at you when he lifted his head. I decided on something. Well, kind of. He smiled slightly and rubbed his arms, and then his expression grew more serious. I'm not going to decide on a school or a career. Not this summer. I'm going to stay here, at least in Sunset Bird. I'll probably move out of my dad's place. I'll keep working my job, keep doing my volunteer stuff and everything else.
I don't know.
Maybe I'll know what I want for myself by fall, or next year, or maybe I'll never have a plan. Life will continue on with whatever's happening. With whatever's happening. I'm not going to crush myself trying to have everything figured out by a timeline that someone else has set. I just can't do that. Can't do it. Honestly, I wish I had this maturity when I came out of high school. His brow furrowed and his tone was tense. It was clear how much expectations were weighing on him. I guess it'll be me and you right here for a while longer. Whew. His eyes were glossy. You weren't going to be separated, and that meant a very great deal to him. Your plan sounds very you. You were glad that the two of you would be in Sunset Bird together. Elated, you smiled. Cove looked relieved that you were happy with this turn of events. I think that if we would have been apart, I think I would have had a tummy ache of the worst variety. I think I would have cried. I'll see you tomorrow, Terra. I'll see you. Night. He pulled you into an unexpected hug. It knocked the breath out of you, yet couldn't have been more reassuring feeling. You returned his embrace and stayed that way for as long as you could.
Good night.
He finally let go, giving you another smile. Eat sweet chili Doritos. Fuck, I would fuck up some sweet chili Doritos right now, honestly. Then Cove started walking away, but you remained there frozen in the middle of the street. You watched him and wondered, how many more times will he be able to say that he'll see you tomorrow? Fuck, that my heart, dude! I can't handle this right now, I'm gonna fucking cry! You hope for countless more times. Finally, you turned towards your house. You vowed to yourself that you would make the most of every moment you had this summer. Whew, okay. Now we're finally actually into step 3. Oh yeah. This is gonna hurt. I have a feeling. Some of these are scary to me, not gonna lie. I don't know how I feel about some of these. Let's see. Oh, this is Baxter. Okay. Alright. Fuck. What should we do? I feel like we'll do something happy, right? Some of these have to be happy, right? Boating's gotta be happy. So let's do boating. Because I feel like nothing sad's gonna happen on the boating trip, right? I hope this isn't moments before disaster, because we'll cry. I realized that I'm like hella in the middle. Let me move over a little bit. Right here. There we go. Alright. There we go. You perched at the kitchen island, whiling away the minutes until your sister joined you downstairs. There was quite an adventure planned today. Lee was coming down near the Sunset Bird area as part of what she called a little trip. I miss giant ShrimpoTerra. I'm still big sized. It's just the actual here. I don't know what that is. Just, see? I'm still big sized. I don't want to be too big. Block the frickin' paths. Okay. Apparently she thought how nice it would be to go on a private boat trip this summer to celebrate graduation and everything. What might have been an idle dream for most people turned into reality in Lee's hands. You'd been invited along for the ride by your best cousin. Fuck it, take up the entire stream? No, I'm taking up like half the screen right now. pretty mellow about it. Having not done something like this before, you weren't quite sure what to expect, so you were taking it in stride rather than going in with any great expectations or nagging concerns. You weren't the only one who had been heading out on the trip. Liz was coming, of course. Your moms had been invited, but hadn't been able to find the time to squeeze it in. And so the trip would involve the kids of the family, a term that had stuck despite all three of you being adults now. Mom would have joked about cramping your style, but there was apparently plenty of room on the ship. Lee had been more than happy for you and Liz to bring other friends along if you wanted. I gotta bring Cove. But the trip out to Sunset Bird, then even further out to where Lee and the boat would be, just wasn't feasible for most people. Not many folks lived close by. There was naturally one person around who would always be there for the ride, Cove. You were just about to meet up with him outside. Nice. Lee had been glad that you told her he'd been able to come along today. Just as you were thinking about your cousin and her plans for the day ahead, your phone sprang to life. Glancing at the display, you saw that it was an incoming call from Lee herself. You answered it without pause. Hey.
Hi.
She dove straight into the topic, the trip meetup. You could hear the thrill of excitement in her voice. I'm here now, and everything is all set. All you've got to do is show up and we'll be off. Woo! She spoke quickly, animated by anticipation. Hooray! You didn't have the same level of enthusiasm as Lee, though that would be hard, seeing as she was as buzzed as if she'd won the lottery, but you were pleasant enough. Great, can't wait to see you. Liz and Cove are definitely still on board, too, right? Yup. Wonderful. There's still a bit of time before you're due to set off. Is there anyone you want to extend a last-minute invite to? No need to keep the guest list sparse now. It's not like we'll be bumping into anyone else to join in when we're out in the middle of the ocean. Oh, wait, can we set Lee and Baxter up? Ooh. Should we invite Baxter? Kind of feels like we should invite him, right? Benny, should we invite Baxter? Yes or no? What if him and Lee hit it off? Helnar? What do you mean Helnar? Only Cove? But I feel like he could add what if he adds something? What if we miss out on a bunch of content? Only Cove? Are you sure? Only Cove? Are you sure? Are you sure? That's true. Should we invite him? Okay, one last thing. Invite or not? Bring the twerp? Crazy. Okay, there's a new guy around. I think you might like him. Ooh, you better invite him then. Alright, I'll do it. No idea if he'll be free, but I can try.
Talk to you later.
I'll let you go. I have to if I want to see you here in the flesh. She uttered the last words dramatically, making them sound more like a threat than a statement. Laughing, you shook your head. Lee chuckled down the phone. Bye, Lee. Bye. Now that your attention was free, you looked over to the stairs to see if Liz had emerged yet, but there was still no sign of her. You figured you might as well go out and see if Cove was ready in the meantime. Besides, you needed to stop by Baxter's place to invite him along. Liz would catch up, you were sure. You sent her a text on the updated plan. You grabbed your phone one more time to let her know where you'd gone. With that, you hopped off the chair and headed out of the door. Hi, Nicholas. A sunny day greeted you. Shielding your eyes with a hand, you admired the sky. It looked like good weather for heading out on the water. That was something. You heard your name called and turned automatically. Cove was the source of the call. He was standing halfway between his own house and yours. He waved at you as he walked over. You ran over and threw your arms around him. You tore across the street and pounced on him, wrapping him tightly into a hug. The winded gasp you knocked out of him turned into a chuckle halfway. Hi. Hi, Cove. Ready to go? Cove nodded easily, blinking languidly in the sunlight. Cove glanced away, chewing his lip with consternation. Is it really okay for me to come? Of course. You don't even have to ask, right? Cove rubbed the back of his neck, frowning as if trying to work it out for himself. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. This is a really ritzy trip, and Lee's your cousin, not mine.
I mean...
The two of us, me and Lee, are friends, maybe, but it's not like we've ever hung out on our own. I'm kind of worried I'm going to be out of place. Cove, you're so difficult. She wants you there, I promise. Okay, you're right. Cove managed a small smile. The worry hadn't lifted from his rigid shoulders, but you could tell that he was attempting to project a little more confidence. I'm gonna go, don't worry. Good. You were satisfied with that. And I meant to tell you, I'm going to be inviting Baxter too. I've got to check if he's in now before we run out of time.
Huh?
Really? Cove was stunned. He hadn't been prepared for any extra surprises. He shook it off, however. Alright, it's not like this isn't already going to be awkward for me. He was joking, mostly. I'll wait for you here. Okay, Cove, I'll see you in a bit. He strolled over to the condo Baxter was staying in and rang the doorbell. Hitting the button had you recall the last time Liz, dared you once before to ring this very bell and ding-dong ditch the mean old people residing here. You hadn't been up to the challenge, especially seeing how upset they'd made Cove for no reason whatsoever. It hadn't been a tactical retreat, you told yourself now. It had been a tactical retreat, you told yourself now. There was no winning with people like that. Before old memories could claim you, Jesus, I already can't speak and we've only been here for 20 minutes. The door slid open. Baxter looked out, his head tilted in interest.
Nice to see you.
Terra, what? I don't like the way he speaks. What a nice surprise. He folded his arms over his chest, leaning casually against the doorframe. Is there something I can do for you? So the thing is, we're going on a sort of trip now. You could come if you want to. His eyes widened only briefly before resting back to his usual languorous expression. I don't even know that word. It was either an impressive show of restraint or Baxter's life involved more impromptu boat trips than yours, perhaps both.
I can do that.
I'd love to. So you didn't have plans already? That's great. To your surprise, Baxter's mouth curled into a little smirk. My schedule is always open for an improved itinerary. I'm flexible, remember? Oh. He was not only agreeing to come on the trip, but apparently canceling some other plan in order to make it happen. Baxter was certainly something. Thanks for keeping me in mind. I think this is going to be fun. He slipped outside. After securing the door behind you, he swept out an arm and indicated for you to lead the way. The first stop was to collect Cove. He was waiting, as promised, where you'd left him.
Good afternoon.
Cove, good to see you. Hi. There was still no sign of Liz. You took the opportunity to bring Baxter up to date on the plan for the day. He took in your words with interest. Only a minute or two more passed before the door to your house finally opened. Liz framed it like a portrait. Unlike you, she had no need to shield her eyes with a hand in order to protect them from the sun's bright rays, as her hat was performing the job admirably. Spotting you, she headed straight over. She's so pretty now. I mean, she was pretty before, but like she's like so like mature now. She looks beautiful. She smiled warmly at you and Cove as she approached. Her attention then promptly turned to the group's new addition. It's nice to see you again, Baxter. His eyes closed as he bowed his head in a nod ever so slightly. And the same to you. Living on the same street had given Liz and Baxter the opportunity to get to know each other over the course of the summer. Though she'd spent less time with him than you had, you'd anticipated that she wouldn't object to him tagging along on the trip. I asked him to join us today. Just as you expected, Liz didn't have much of a reaction to the change of plans. She merely raised her brow. Oh, I feel like you and Lee will become fast friends, Baxter. You laughed, having thought the same thing yourself. Baxter smiled politely. With that, your little group piled into the car. It had been decided in advance that you'd all be heading over in Cove's car. Then you set off for the journey down the coast to where you'd be meeting Lee. You wound down the California shoreline with sparkling ocean waters on one side and craggy cliffs on the other. The world blurred by until eventually you made it safely to the large harbor. It was a far grander scale than the one near Mr. Holden's shop. Boats 2, 3, even 5 times larger could fit. Liz took charge from there, calling up your cousin to guide you to the rest of the way. Lee did her best to explain where precisely the boat was docked. After stream, you want to see a clip of something I had to deal with? Sure, you can send it to me and I'll look at it later. Given that she was doing it without seeing where you were, and that it was an area she had only slightly familiar with herself, she did a pretty good job. It took a bit of fumbling, a little retracting of steps as your cousin and your sister had different definitions of orange, that was rusty brown, Liz had protested. But before too long, you heard her voice calling you, not from the phone in Liz's hand, but over the wind rolling off the ocean. Searching for the source of the sound, you found her on the prow of a ship, jumping into the air and waving frantically for your attention. You'd arrived. Lee dashed from the bow. I don't know what the fucking thing of the ship is called. Over to the gangway where you boarded one by one. Is it the bow of the ship? Bow? Or bow of the ship? Bow? I don't fucking know. Hi everyone. I'm so glad you got here. You got here, okay. What is with me today? I'm gonna cry. English is my first language, surprisingly enough. You could tell, even as she said nothing, her bright grin as she saw you all spoke loud and clear. Hi, Lee. You gave her a full-on hug. You wrapped both arms around her and pulled her tight against your chest, squealing. Squealing, Lee returned the hug just as tightly. After greeting you, Lee turned to look over the faces of the others who would be joining you on your ocean voyage. Her attention was immediately pulled to the only one in the group that she had not met before. Grinning, she approached him.
My pleasure.
I'm Lee. I'm so excited to meet the mysterious new man on the block. What a coincidence. I was looking forward to meeting our gracious host for the day.
To be honest.
I don't like it. I really don't like it. I don't get out of my ears. But I must confess, I'm not that mysterious. I'm rather open. I do hope that doesn't come as a disappointment. Not at all. I can appreciate forwardness. Welcome aboard. With that, she glanced over at the others.
Thank you.
Lee, thanks again for taking us on this lovely trip. Cove hovered awkwardly behind you and your sister. Even with Liz's broad sun hat, he was too tall and the group too small to hide effectively. He made fleeting eye contact with Lee, then looked away. Hi, thank you for letting me come. The boat is cool. He chuckled nervously. Lee smiled, entertained by his bumbling phrasing. Hi, Cove. She giggled as she spoke, unable to hide her amusement. Cove lowered his head. He is so cute! I just want to squeeze him! You patted his arm reassuringly. We're all gonna have a good day. Thanks for letting you what? What? What are you talking about? Cove smiled weakly at you, his face flushed. You could tell that he was appreciating your show of support, but was still embarrassed about needing the help. The floor seemed to give beneath you as Lee whooped with delight. You realized that the ship had pulled out into the water. It hadn't been so steady while it had been so steady while it moored that you temporarily forgotten that you weren't on solid ground. Now, as the boat rocked beneath your feet, there was no doubt you were truly setting sail. The little group dissipated into chatter or headed over to the railings to watch the ocean. You were ruffled by the breeze, which seemed stronger out on the water than it was back on the shore. The floor continued to rise and fall, reminding you of standing in a bouncy house while others jumped. Oh, like the memory. It was refreshing. I love being on a boat. I love boats. I love boats. Hold on. There we go. I'm gonna just bring myself in a little more. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I had like a million bajillion freaking Twitch notifications, I realized. Okay. Go back to the game. Okay. As you let your surroundings truly sink in, you thought today was shaping up to be memorable. You were glad that you'd been able to join Lee on this trip. We can really get to the party. What am I saying? We can really get the party started now. Why am I remixing the fucking sentences? Oh, wonderful. What did you have in mind? Well, the word hung in the air as your cousin stalled. It was clear that she didn't have something immediately in mind. Cove's eyes sparkled as he piped up. Oh, Cove, what do you have to say? Can we get out of the boat? Like go swimming around in the deep ocean? Sometimes you'd swear that boy was part merman. The way he was continuously drawn to the water, but Liz immediately quashed the suggestion.
No.
Her tone left no room for debate. Aw, poor Cove. Baxter chuckled, combing a hand through his hair. I'd prefer to stay on board, too.
Sorry.
It's not that kind of boat trip. It isn't supposed to stop anywhere. If someone did end up off in the water, the captain would call the Coast Guard on us. Cove's shoulders slumped at the resounding rejection. Oh, poor Cove.
All right.
Poor baby. We'll still find something fun to do, Cove. Truthfully, there isn't that much we can do on the boat that we couldn't technically do back on land. I often take trips with my father on our boat. He always spends the time deep sea fishing. I'm not much of a fisherman personally. Activities that could also be done while not on a boat sound excellent to me. Visibly bolstered by Baxter's support, Lee smiled warmly at him. Huh. My dad also takes me fishing sometimes, though we do it on the docks by my dad's shop. I'm not good at it either. Baxter snickered, his expression warm as he looked at Cove. He appreciated the delicate attempt to relate, especially with how standoffish Cove normally was with him. Yeah, he's trying. He's trying. That's the fate of sons with their dads, apparently. How lucky we won't be doing that now. Yeah. Liz nodded. There's nothing wrong with some non-nautical themed activities. We could play a party game for all I care. Yeah, we'll do a party game. You saw her brow furrow for just a moment as she mentally conjured possibilities, then smooth out as one came to mind. Oh, what about the one where something is written down and people give clues and one person has to guess what it is? Sure, I said I'd play a party game, and I stand by it. Who's guessing first? How about rock, paper, scissors to decide? The others blinked at you as you made your suggestion. Liz's expression was skeptical. And how would we decide who took turns for that? The game that is supposed to decide who's taking the first turn in the game we originally decided. Lee snickered, batting a hand in the air to brush away these minor details. Don't be like that. We'll make it work. It's a good idea. More games equal more fun. Together you agree on an order to go in for the set of games, and the mini competition was on, with Lee and Liz facing each other in the first round. Liz was triumphant in that first game. The next challenger was Baxter. He and Liz went up against each other, and Baxter emerged victorious. Now he was waiting to see who he could go up against in the next round. Meanwhile, you were gearing up for a round against Cove. The winner would be Baxter's opponent. Cove stared at you with narrowed eyes. The mini-game might only be a bit of meaningless fun, but Cove meant business. You took your positions facing each other as the others watched on. You raised a hand and curled into a fist just as Cove did the same. On 3. Cove frowned, focused intently on your hands as if he might predict what shape it would make. 1, 2, 3. You picked... Okay, I gotta think, what do I do? Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Let's do rock. Let's do rock. At the call of 3, Cove's hand stayed out as a fist. He went for rock. Damn it, we both went for rock. The hands between you two mirrored in the same gesture. Fuck. Again. Okay. Okay. Should we go rock twice? Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Rock again. Yes, I win! Okay, at the call of 3, Cove's pointer and middle finger sprung free of his fist. He chose scissors. Terra wins. Yes, I'm a freaking winner. Cove slumped his shoulders. Oh, sorry. Accepting defeat. You had gotten the better of him that day. His pouting session ended abruptly with a shake of his head as he refocused on what was ahead. Cove stole a glance over at the monochrome newcomer. Then he met your eyes with complete seriousness. You can beat him. It's rock, paper, scissors. You nodded resolutely. He was right. You were about to bring this home. You were about to bring this home for the win. Baxter watched your exchange with Cove and waited until an appropriate moment to approach you. His smile curled. I want to beat him. Good luck. I don't know how there's good luck. I don't need luck. Good luck to you. His smile grew wider as you both raised your hands for the final game. The countdown began and... Do we go rock again? Or do we go like scissors? I'm going rock. We're gonna just put it all down on rock. Yes! What? No, okay, he did too. After some surprise, the group settled down to try the round again. We're going for rock again. 3 down rock. What the fuck? Okay, there's another countdown and fucking do rock again. 3 times in a row. Do I have to do something different? Paper. Okay. I love that you can endlessly loop that. It was over, and the victory was yours. Woo! You jumped for joy. It was time to celebrate. Lee shot you an impressed thumbs up as Liz chuckled. I'm so proud of you. Baxter applauded politely.
Not bad.
Ew. He did good. Thanks, Cove. Hey, you know, you've always been so good at these kinds of games. You stood proudly, remembering your past victories over the years. With a devious grin, Lee picked up a pen and notepad from the bar counter. She twirled the glittery pen with her fingers. Lee clarified the rules after Cove raised a wavy eyebrow. What's the need to put emphasis on his wavy eyebrows? Random words would be written down and folded up to give to another player. When it was someone's turn to be a guesser, they would show everyone else the word but couldn't look at it themselves. The other players had to help the guesser figure out what the word was without saying it directly. So this is charades. Each person was allowed to say one clue. After all the hints were given, the guesser would have to decide. Lee gave each guest at the mini party a piece of paper with her notepad. It was surprisingly thick-lined paper with a little starfish printed on the bottom. Oh, cute. She scrounged around to find more writing implements. She managed to dig up a short pencil with an old jelly grip on it, a ballpoint pen with a logo you didn't recognize, and a purple crayon. Baxter had a nice pen with him already. Of course he did, so he respectfully passed on these offers. She turned to you. Okay. Fuck it, I'll take the purple crayon. Of course! You pulled the crayon from the fan assortment of options Lee had presented to you. The crayon was a lot thicker than you were used to. It smelled like kindergarten with a hint of those restaurants that used to give crayons with their kids' menus. Aww. After a random selection of words were determined and the papers were passed around, it was time to start.
Alright.
I guess we know who's going now. You unfolded the paper given to you, careful to not to peek while you showed everyone. Liz leaned in closely with a thoughtful hum. As soon as Lee had a chance to read the word, she jumped up. Dog. There's a popular type of dog sometimes called that. It's where scientists do experiments. Oh, it's a lab.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's a secret location. Liz gave Cove an edge look. She probably thought it would confuse you. It can be used for photos as well. It's a lab. It's a lab?
Good.
That's it. I'm so fucking good. You got it. Yeah, you nailed it. Everyone cheered. Liz gave you a round of applause. You looked at the paper in a neat, tiny high writing. What am I saying? You saw the word lab printed. Woo! You were thrilled that you got it. The round was a total victory. We should definitely keep this ball rolling. Baxter fished his paper out from his ripped pants pocket and presented it to the group. Loopy handwriting spelled out the word slide. Oh, kids like it. It's for kids. Kids? Lee bounced enthusiastically, holding out a hand to indicate the short height of children. Baxter nodded slowly. It's at playgrounds, but not really small ones usually. The playground around our neighborhood doesn't have it, if you've been there. He shook his hand, still perplexed. Unfortunately, I have not. Dang. You've been to playgrounds before, though, right? Baxter had to pause to think about it. He shrugged.
Maybe?
In my elementary school, I did have recess, but we had sports fields more than traditional playgrounds. For some reason, it's hard to picture you as a little kid. Well, I'd rather you not imagine that, so it all works out. Cove placed a finger on his cheek as he puzzled out the game's conundrum. He tapped his face absent-mindedly. It's slippery. You can't really walk on it. Slippery. Every clue lost Baxter even more. He had no idea what the word could be. It's tall and long, and you have to climb up to the top. You can go on it one way, but you can't really get up. Do you know how to do the cha-cha? Okay, wait, that one's kind of like a baller answer. It's fine if you do. I'll let it. Penguins do it on their bellies. I don't know what to do. I like these answers. It's fine if you don't get it. I'll let it. I gotta load. He's so stupid. How do you not get it? Baxter, do you know how to do the cha-cha? That's it, slide. Baxter's floundering confidence returned in full force with a broad grin.
Excellent.
I got it? He flipped the paper over and traced his fingers across the word. He smirked at it. Thank you very much for the tip, Terra. Liz patted you on the arm with approval. Nice one. You had the magic approach that time. Cole flipped open his paper and showed it to the crowd. He kept his hand at the back of the note so he couldn't see the word even if light shone through it. In blocky, wobbly text, you read the word potatoes. You pursed your lips together as you thought what you could say. Sack. Liz turned her head with an incredulous expression while Lee continued her thought. She jumped up, pointing right at the paper Cove had in his hands. You put them in a sack. Cove blinked at Lee, deeply confused. Lee smiled back, full of confidence that he would come to understand it eventually. It's the major vegetable you use in croquettes. I don't know what that is. Baxter was earnestly taken aback, as if Code just said he had never had toast before. Maybe we should change that. There has to be somewhere in town that serves them, right? Liz cleared her throat, saving Cove from having to respond beyond his frown. It's that Mr. Toy that has different faces and things. Cove tilted his head, utterly baffled at the different directions that everyone had taken. What's a Mr. Toy? Liz simply shook her head at his lack of understanding, and it was your turn to try. Go forget the croquettes. French fries. That's what I think I'm gonna do. Like, come on. French fries. You give him a look, sending the answer right to him while filling in the blank Baxter had left him. Potatoes! Thank you. Or a singular potato. Yeah. You're right, yeah. Cove repeated again with a bright beaming grin. He's so cute. Potatoes! Cove was so cute. Sometimes that's literally what I was thinking. You couldn't help but feel happy too over his victorious joy. He held his hand out to you for a celebratory high five. You're a potato? That's fucking mean. Actually, you know what? No. I'm taking that as a compliment because everyone loves potatoes, and potatoes are so universal. So, I'm taking that as a compliment. French fries, mashed potatoes, croquettes, straight up, freaking, hot potatoes, like, baked potatoes. I love potatoes. Actually, potatoes are so good. Why would I ever take offense to that? Tater tots, potatoes. Potatoes are great. You smacked his hand back. You slapped his hand with a satisfying smack. He nodded, still looking ecstatic. Thanks for the hint. I don't think I would have gotten it without that. You're welcome. Congrats. Now let's get going again. Suddenly the boat tipped forward before rocking back harshly. The ship must have gone over a bigger than usual wave. Shrimp potato. Liz held on to her hat desperately. Lee laughed at her immediate death grip. Never know what'll happen on the high seas. You chuckled too. You and Lee chuckled together while Liz stuck up her nose. However, your sister was now smiling and her hold had slackened. The game continued with Liz and Lee taking their turns. It was such a good time that you all decided to play a few more games. Liz turned out to be the best guesser, although that could have come because you knew her well enough to give her relevant hints. Lee had to stop herself from answering on the first clue she was given, but no one really minded. All in all, everyone was glad that Lee suggested the game. Oh! Lee shot you a grin. Why don't we have some drinks? There's a bar on the ship. Cove tilted his head in disbelief. Lee continued blithely.
Oh, yeah.
There's a bunch of stuff behind the counter. I bet one could make whatever they can think of. That sounds like an interesting challenge. There's a lot of different juices and stuff. I think I've even seen strawberry puree and pineapple, and carrot juice sounds intriguing.
So.
It's a juice bar? Yeah? Liz laughed and tapped Lee on the shoulder. You just said bar, Lee. I think you gave the wrong idea. Oops. Sorry for the disappointment, Cove. No alcohol is provided by the ship. That's probably required, considering the group they've got today. I'm not disappointed by that. I don't want to get drunk on a ship. I'm a little disappointed. Baxter's like, damn it. Lee breezed past that misunderstanding as though it hadn't even happened. I was thinking we could mix them up and get something special. Anyone interested? Cove thought about it, intrigued. Liz smirked, recognizing the potential for chaos. That sounds like a recipe for disaster. It'll be a dream, trust me. So, who wants to make drinks? What? It was your idea. Why don't you do it? I've mixed drinks before. If anyone else wants to try, this would be a great chance. I'm a gracious hostess. Cove and I can make the drinks. We'll bake them together. Cove and I can make the drinks.
What?
You too? Yeah, I want the help. Lee nodded in approval.
Totally.
With the both of you on the job, you'll definitely come up with something fun. With only mildly pinched brows, Cove accepted his enlistment. All right. I'm so excited. Let me just show you the bar. Imagine if it gave me a freaking mini game. That would be really funny. Lee gave you a brief tour of selection and various compartments. Cove wrinkled his forehead again at a few of the available juices, but didn't ask questions. After that, she went back to the tables while she shouted a final message over her shoulder. Good luck, make it delicious, and be sure there's enough for everyone. She gave you a thumbs up and skipped back to the others. There was a fridge packed with cartons and various glass bottles of juice. Lee had placed a pitcher on the counter for you to mix things into. You stared at the options, trying to see just what you had to work with. There was a lot of choices. Cove hovered behind you, overwhelmed by how many things you had to pick from. He cleared his throat. What now? Do you have any ideas? You reached in the fridge to take out some juice. You grabbed... We need a good base. Oh, fuck, I love pomegranates. Ooh, these choices are... I'm gonna save. I don't want to fuck something up. Coconut water is a good base, I feel. Pineapple juice is also a good base. I'll go pineapple juice. Okay, Cove leaned around you and grabbed a bottle of apple juice. He sat on the bar counter hopefully. Can we add some of this too? I like it. Pineapple, apple, pineapple, apple. Is that a juice? I wonder. Pineapple, apple pen is literally the one thing I think of. Pineapple, apple juice. It is a thing. Huh, interesting. Okay, go for it. He wanted Cove to help after all. He happily poured some of his juice into the large pitcher with yours. There was still room in the pitcher for quite more juice. I think that looks good already, but is there anything else you want to add? I don't want to add too many. Hold on. I just saw that Niavi launched Yakuza and I got confused. What is good? Pineapple, apple. I feel like you don't want to add too much to it. I gotta look. Is there any like pineapple, apple, palm? Let's see. Pineapple, apple, pomegranate juice. Is that a thing? Apparently it is. Pineapple pomegranate juice. Fuck it. I feel like that would taste good. Worst case scenario, it's ass, and then we just go back. We're gonna save over this one. Yeah. And then we'll do pomegranate juice. You poured it in the third juice, careful not to spill any.
So?
Interesting, are we done? That's all. With your juice done, you set out some glasses and poured some out some for everyone. Jesus. Hey, it's done. The group got up from the lounge chairs they had been sitting on and came to fetch the drinks. Everyone picked up a glass and took a sip. It's kind of odd, but weirdly in a good way. I agree. It's some nice work. Thanks to you. I didn't think we did too bad.
Whoa.
It's refreshing. Yes, yes! They like the juice! The little juice experience was a good time, as far as you were concerned. Contently, you all stood close together, some still holding their juice cups. Lee's eyes scanned the group, and she giggled.
Right?
This is so much nicer than having to rely on regular phone calls to catch up, right? Before you could respond, Lee's eyes widened. The corner of your mouth pulled into an amused smile. Not that I don't enjoy our chats from afar, it's just more fun to actually be here together.
That's fine.
We understand, and yes, this is a fantastic little party. Happy graduation, Lee, Terra, and Cove. That was followed by more cheers in celebration of your high school careers coming to an end. Lee even lifted her glass to toast to it. When it settled down, your sister had one more comment to add, and no one even had to fight over who gets to use the home phone. Lee threw her head back in thunderous laughter. The smile widened on your face. I remember that. All the times Elizabeth here was trying to push me into being less gabby. She needed me to just stop so she could call her other friends instead. Hey, many teens had a too cool for family phase.
You're welcome.
Yeah, luckily, it's all a-okay. I forgive Liz for being a teenager. That got a hearty laugh out of Liz. You caught a quiet snicker out of Cove too. When Lee drank the rest of her juice down, Lee drank the rest of her juice down to the very last drop. She made her way to the table over by Cove and set her cup down. Actually, Cove watched Lee as his mouth pulled into a lopsided smile. Making these juice concoctions reminds me a lot of that smoothie business down at the mall. I was wondering if we were going to bring that up. The one that lets you pick all the fruit that goes into it. That was a good place.
Yeah.
It was the best, and exactly what I was channeling when I came up with this idea. I'm glad you caught that finally. Sorry, I can take a while to get things sometimes. You all know that. Too true. It's okay, Cove. You're good exactly the way you are. Overwrite this save. You're sharp when you want to be. Cove studied you for a moment, like he wasn't sure if he should take that as a compliment or not, but ultimately he settled on a smile. So, Cove, she leaned towards him with a devilish grin. Uh-oh. Do you still have that wind chime Terra totally got for you?
Yeah.
Of course I do. I always keep it. Cove spoke so earnestly that the grin slipped from Lee's face. His seriousness surprised you, but you felt the affection he had for it, and you nonetheless. The moment broke with the sound of Liz's quiet laugh. That was all it took to get Lee laughing, and soon after you all were soaking up the mirth of the moment too.
Well,
Though, all that aside, we shouldn't leave Baxter out of the loop either. Everyone followed her lead and turned towards the guest for this summer. His expression softened as he shrugged one shoulder.
I get it.
Well, it's true I wasn't here for these stories. I do enjoy hearing about them. It's nice to only listen sometimes. Cool. Really mature. Thank you? His gaze traveled from Lee to Liz, then over to you. He sighed. My cousins aren't nearly as close in age as you are, and as an only child, I'm curious what that kind of relationship is like. Oh, I'm with you there. Only child solidarity. Lee nodded firmly to Baxter, and then shot Cove a serious look. He crossed his arms. Alright. Only child solidarity. He's like, I don't want to be a part of this. A genuine smile lit up Baxter's face. Lee clapped her hands together, pleased at the united front created. Sharing the same wavelength, you and Liz turned to your faces to give one another a look. Holy! Not breaking eye contact, she reached over and put a hand on top of your head.
thanks.
That's wonderful for you three. I'll keep Terra, thanks. Oh, how sweet. Your siblings' stare shattered into laughter. The others joined in as well. The hours were spent chatting away, sharing stories and favorite memories as the boat drifted out to sea. As time slipped by, the sun hanging low in the sky signaled that it was time to set sail back to the harbor. The more boisterous atmosphere from earlier had settled into a blanket of comfortable relaxation. Liz and Lee were absorbed in conversation, lounging around on the deck couch. Baxter sat across from them, nodding along, and every now and then you could hear laughter coming from the three of them. There were always smiles. Cove had his arms wrapped around you. Soaking in the scene, you sighed contentedly. Your hands moved up to hold onto Cove's arms. You heard him hum happily at the added touch. The ocean breeze picked up, and you closed your eyes. When you were ready, you looked back to the deck and the faces of everyone you spent the afternoon with. You never wanted to forget that view. Then, looking out at the wide open ocean, you committed every bit of the moment to memory. You quietly thought to yourself, today had certainly been an adventure. Oh, that was sweet. I think we're only going to get through one more today. So which one should we do? We've got reflection, late shift, serendipity, happiness, drive, charity, talks, errands, or hang. Which one should we do before? What is the last one we should do for today? Usually I'd go on and on and on and on, but I can only play for like a little bit today. I don't know. I kind of want to do something that's important. So I'm going to go with talks. We'll do talks. Okay. I got to prepare myself. Another placid summer day was drifting by. Your daydreams were chasing each other, none sticking around long enough to become a firm plan, but you really didn't mind that right now. A tapping worked its way through those dreams. Focusing more, you realized it was coming from your window. It's Cove. A grin popped on your face as though it had been waiting all day for this moment. Heading to the window, you could see Cove outside. His habit of climbing this way truly was a true Coveism. He'd rather scale your house than wait the couple extra minutes for you to come down. You held a hand out to him. You offered Cove a hand to help him. Once he was mostly inside, he took it to help steady the last bit of his entrance, though considering how many times he'd done this, he hardly needed the help.
Hey.
Hey to you. You think my mom should invest in some bigger windows? Cove laughed at that and took one last look at his exclusive entrance. He hummed with a teasing look on his face. Maybe. Cove's voice came out quietly with a strangely pleased smile on his face. Did something happen? Cove opened his mouth to answer, only to have your phone ringing cut him off. You both turned to where it was rested, a little further up on your bed. It was still face down, so you couldn't tell who was calling. It's okay. Your attention shot back to Cove. He smiled at you awkwardly.
Don't worry about it.
Go check it. It could be important. I'll wait. Thanks. You shuffled forward and scooped the little noisemaker into your hand. You flipped it over and checked the caller ID. It's Miranda. You should answer it. I want to say hi, too. With a nod, you accepted the call and said it's a speaker. Hi, Miranda. Hi. There was something off about her tone. Cove met your gaze and saw the same confusion in his expression.
Have you heard from Terry?
Or did you hear about her from Cove? Huh? No, she hasn't called me, but Cove is with me right now. Hey. Oh, hi, Cove. Is that what you were going to say? He shook his head no before realizing it wasn't a good enough answer when one person couldn't actually see it. No, Terry hasn't called me today either. Is something wrong? At that, Miranda couldn't hold herself together any longer. The muffled sobs from the other side of the line were unmistakable. What the hell is happening? Terry doesn't like me anymore if she ever did. What? That doesn't sound right. You're probably her best friend out of all of us. Yeah, why do you think that? She sniffled, and there was a pause as you could hear her shift the phone to her other hand. Terry was here the other night watching movies with me. We were up super late. She realized her parents probably went to bed, so they couldn't pick her up. My mom and dad were definitely asleep then. Dad works early. I tried telling her it was okay to just spend the night and she could text her parents what happened, but Terry really didn't want to. You glanced at Cove. He looked equally unsure as you about where this story was going. It didn't sound like a friendship-ending situation. I suggested things to make it easier if she was nervous, like she could sleep by herself in my room while I stayed somewhere else. Yeah. And I said we didn't have to sleep at all. We could keep watching movies until one of our parents woke up. I wouldn't have minded. I know not everyone can do sleepovers, but Terry wouldn't even tell me what was really wrong, or what I could do to help. I thought we could tell each other anything. I guess I was wrong. Did she stay in the end? No, we got too loud in the kitchen and my dad woke up. He offered to drive her home when he heard what was wrong. She texted me apologizing for my dad having to do what he needed when he needed rest, but that was it. She isn't talking to me anymore. You could hear every bit of the tears and heartbreak in Miranda's voice. This continued to be a shock for your neighbor, but Cove recovered and spoke gently. I'm really sorry.
I mean...
There's no way Terry wanted to make you feel this bad, or that she's just done with your friendship because of this. Miranda's sniffling continued. He'd hoped she'd had plenty of tissues handy. I hope it'll be okay. It had to be. You couldn't imagine any alternative. Miranda's voice sounded a little bit more collected after finishing her story, but you knew that the crying was far from being done. I thought she had reached out to one of you by now. Maybe she's not talking to anyone. Yeah. Sorry for bothering you and Cove about this. Hey, we're here for you.
Right.
You can tell us things. Thank you. Her shaking voice finally conveyed a little optimism or at least relief that she wasn't dealing with this entirely on her own.
Is that all right?
If you do hear from her or anything, could you let me know if she's alright? We can. Thanks. Let's talk later, okay? Bye. 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 That didn't really seem like an especially productive point to end the call, though you also weren't sure where to go from there. Looking to Cove, his face seemed as lost as yours. With no alternative, you hung up and put your phone back on your bed. Cove crossed his arms, a frown creasing his face. He began to pace the length of your room, clearly trying to put the pieces together in his head in a way that made sense. You were worried. Biting the inside of your cheek, you stared at the ground. Hearing Miranda so distraught like this was not easy. But what about Terry? The uncertainty was tearing you up. The empty state of your head before learning this was not helping you now. You couldn't put two thoughts together, and flopping back on your bed, you stared into space. We should probably try calling Terry. Cove's voice managed to drag you back to some grounding. He stopped pacing, and you still saw a perturbed look on his face. Yeah, I'm worried about her too. He bounced up and moved to his side, ready to act on whatever plan you two could come up with. Cove started with the easy thing. He pulled out his phone and called Terry. He let it ring and ring and ring and ring. Terry didn't answer. There wasn't even an option to leave a voice message. Your shoulders slumped, and Cove looked even more troubled, if it was possible. He turned to you as if for some lifeline. Could you try calling? I'm gonna send a text just like, hey, I was trying to reach you, call me, or something. Yeah. You took your phone once more. Unfortunately, after another set of interminable rings, the line went dead. No answer, no voicemail. Hanging up, you saw Cove visibly deflate. He rubbed his arm, eyes distant, openly struggling with the whole affair. I don't like this at all. They're fighting. We barely know anything, and we're supposed to just wait and see? Despite it only being a minute since he texted Terry, Cove checked his phone again. He was desperate for progress, for something, and you frowned as you watched him. You need to relax. You need to try and relax. Cove stared hard at the screen as though he was trying to will a new message to appear. As your words sank in, his gaze slid over towards you. Just a little bit? Come on, you're working yourself up. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath and released it slowly. It wasn't much, but you could see him ease up slightly. Yeah, you're probably right. Cove was still gripping his phone with both hands, as though it might fly away if he let it go. He looked to you with an almost painful earnestness. What do we even say if we do hear from one of them? His pacing resumed as he attempted to answer his own question. But it was written all over his face that he had no idea how to tackle any of this. He slowly came to another halt, like a gear winding down. We should find out Terry's side of the story. Nothing could be done until you knew what she thought of this. That much was certain. Cove nodded slightly in agreement. For several minutes, you both remained there in silence, drowning in your thoughts. Eventually, Cove turned around. I'm gonna text Terry that we already know what's going on. Maybe she'll have an easier time talking to us because she won't have to pretend or explain. This is a difficult thing. I think you're pushing too much. Cove's eyebrows grew together and his grip on his phone tightened. Cove, just because you're upset doesn't mean you can cross lines, especially when we still don't know the whole story. Cove bit his bottom lip. You could see in his posture that you made sense to him, but he's fighting his desire to agree with you and kept going with his own way. I know you're still thinking about it. Stop. You felt bad for him and your friends and yourself too. You bit your bottom lip trying to gather your thoughts. There was just so much to consider. Miranda's sadness, whatever is wrong with Terry, and now Cove, the last thing you needed was to fight with him. Finally, it seemed to dawn on him that his words had been doing to you. All the anger and frustration crumbled away, leaving a look of contrition in his place. He put his phone away. He made an effort to smile, but it was meager and did nothing to conceal the sadness in his eyes.
Sorry.
Really sorry, Tara. I never know what to do with this kind of thing. Maybe we should just forget about it. Can you leave? No. You simply nodded back. You smiled just a little bit. Even this slight lessening of tension between you and Cove was working wonders on your shaking heart. The last thing any of you needed was more division among your friends. Silence stretched on in what felt like hours, but it likely wasn't that long before you heard a knock on your bedroom door and Mom peeked in. Just wanted to check in on you. Oh, Cove, when did you get here? When she saw your morose expressions, she opened the door all the way and the question was dropped. Ma was standing there as well. She slipped past her wife to come inside your space.
Everything okay?
What's with the long spaces? Are you both okay? You tried to nod, but it was no use. Your voice cracked despite your best effort to try to not let it get to you more. You couldn't even lift your eyes off the floor, as though the weight of your worry was dragging your head down. Miranda and Terry had a big fight, and none of us can get a hold of Terry. Your parents exchanged a meaningful look, though it was a meaning that was lost to you.
I am so sorry.
I'm so sorry to hear there's trouble with your friend, sweetie. Is there anything we can do to help? Out of the corner of your eyes, you saw Cove rub his arm awkwardly, unable to add anything. No, we're just waiting to see if Terry calls or texts, or if Miranda does. Well, we can at least help you take your mind off things while you're waiting.
Yeah.
That's another great idea, Lonnie. We can get the whole gang together for some quality time. Yeah, it'll be wonderful. I'll go see what Liz is up to right now. Excited, she fluttered a few steps away and then stopped. She pivoted on her heels and raised a single finger, flashing a big smile at Cove.
It's no trouble.
And of course, Cliff will be welcome too. Knowing your family was always there for you, knowing that your family was always there for you, that couldn't be underestimated. In fact, it meant everything to you that your moms cared so much. I really appreciate this. Thank you. Hey, thanks. That's nice of you.
You're welcome.
You're both very welcome. Don't sweat it. Not so, kiddos. Leave things to us. Just relax and we'll call you when it's all together. You nodded, and your moms dispersed for now, springing into action for another impromptu get-together. You flopped down on your bed, feeling like you could sink into it and disappear. Cove, meanwhile, took a spot on a chair off to the side. He sighed at the same time, and Cove's mouth pulled into a bent smile at that. He gave his phone another quick check, and his eyebrows furrowed. Still nothing? Yep. This is crap, huh? Yep. Cove chewed the inside of his cheek as if to mimic the stress that was clearly eating away at him. Cove, what's wrong? What's really wrong? One disagreement doesn't make you act like this. That got a pointed pause in his movement. Cove was carefully trying to put his thoughts together. He spoke in a fragile voice. When people you care about, when they're unhappy with each other, there's nothing you can do. At least when you're in a fight yourself, you have some responsibility, some control over it all. I wish it didn't have to happen, but that isn't possible. So, oh well, I guess. His attempt to give a nonchalant shrug after that was pitiable. True, but you're right that it can't be helped. And that makes me feel horrible too. In your lap, your hands momentarily curled into fists. This kind of powerlessness, it wore you down. You looked at Cove and were reassured by his understanding nod. There was a question you had to ask. Is it because of what happened with your parents? Cove ran a hand through his hair, a strained smile spreading across his lips. For him, this pain struck close to his heart. Just as quickly as it came, his smile was gone, lost amidst his faraway gaze. Yeah, you got it. It's like my parents. Despite knowing him for so many years, Cove had never spoken of the years before he moved to Sunsetburn, before his parents separated, in any detail. He whispered his thoughts distantly, almost unconcerned with whether you could hear them or not. They used to fight all the time. I think they got along when I was a baby. I mean, they had to have wanted to be with each other at some point, but when I was old enough to remember anything, it was already bad. There was always something wrong, and I could never help. I just wanted them to be happy. This is hitting home for me too. You tried to imagine your mom's breaking up, and the very idea scared you, but Cove had endured that for real. I'm sorry, Terra.
Don't worry about it.
It's okay. Despite that revelation, Cove's gazed reassuringly at you. It's not like that anymore. Things are so different now, I don't even really think about it. Again, the sorrow reasserted itself. When he continued, you could barely hear him. Though, I guess it's pretty obvious I haven't forgotten it either. You hooked him. You crossed the room, picking up a little bit of speed, and Cove's eyes widened. He shot out of the chair and stood waiting for you with a nonplussed look. When you collided into him, wrapping your arms around his middle, knocking the air out of his lungs, all mystery was gone. Cove squeaked.
Oh.
He returned the gesture longingly. Exhaling, you pressed your cheek into the warmth of his chest. The tension stuck inside you, released like a river flowing into the ocean that was Cove. The firmness of your hug told you Cove didn't plan on letting go anytime soon. You both needed the comfort and the closeness for just a little bit longer. When he finally did, he kept hold of your hand. The two of you took a seat again, this time side by side on your bed. Today was a lot, huh? Yeah, it was. You leaned against him. Resting the side of your head on his shoulder, you glanced up at his face. Cove watched you affectionately. In that gentle gaze, you finally felt like everything was going to be okay. No matter what happens, we can make it work. His mouth pulled into a bent smile at that. You chuckled, resting your head comfortably back on his shoulder.
Me too.
I think so too. He couldn't sit still anymore. Cove leaned in and delicately pressing his lips to your forehead. He raised one free hand to lightly touch your jaw. The breath got caught in your throat. When you remembered to breathe, blood rushed to your face, turning your skin a deep red. You tried not to think about how hot you were feeling, because after everything that happened today, you were grateful for the moment. After a while, you stayed like that. A comfortable quiet fell between you, and the sun fell with it. The warming calm ended when Cove gasped sharply. You spun, half expecting to find him nursing an injury, but instead found him staring straight ahead. What?
Oh my god.
I think my phone just vibrated. Check it out. Right. He patted his pockets, fumbling in his panic, and yanked the phone out. The force of the action nearly catapulted the device out of his grip entirely, but he caught it just in time. His eyes honed in on the screen. It's Terry, thank God. She says she's sorry. He looked back at you, his eyes wide as his nerves started to fray once more. What should I say? Tell her to call us. Okay. He nodded and began typing. Cove was aware that his blunt words could sometimes make others bristle, even though he'd never meant them to hurt. Cove's phone buzzed nearly as soon as the message was sent. It's Terry again. She's talking to us. You leaned in, watching the conversation unfold on Cove's screen. Right. She's gonna actually call. Cove held his breath as he waited. His circle of friends had always been small, so he managed to avoid the stress of seeing friends fighting. You suspected he was feeling this even more keenly, both because this was so common and the friends so important to him. His phone rang out. Cove jammed the answer button. He switched the phone into speaker mode, allowing you to participate in the conversation. But despite his immediate reaction, his voice lacked the same resolve when he spoke. Hey. It was tentative, a white flag fluttering in the wind. Terra is here too. Hi, we've been worried about you.
Hey.
Hey, buddies. Terry's voice was barely recognizable, with her usual quick patter and energy.
Are you okay?
Are things okay? I don't know. Probably not. Cove tensed, his free hand quailing in an anxious fist. What happened? You heard Terry sigh over the phone as she unburdened herself. Pretty much, I was at Randy's house. We decided to watch some movies she super liked that I'd never seen before. Turns out there's a lot of those. We watched one, then another, and another. We were having so much fun. Each time one finished, she'd had another one to share with me. I didn't really think about the time. I only wanted to say yes to Randy and watch her movies. She spoke wistfully, but her words were full of affection. It was Randy, you know. I wasn't thinking about my schedule or what time it was. I get it. Then I finally saw the time, and oh no, it was too late. I already knew I couldn't stay. She took a deep breath, her voice becoming softer when she resumed talking. I was so stressed out. I just couldn't deal with it. Miranda wanted to help. She kept coming up with ways to make it better and trying to figure out why I was so upset and stuff. I was trying to answer her questions, but there were so many, but I couldn't really answer all of them. I didn't even know why some of her ideas didn't work with me. It made my head ache. I still had the first problem, and Randy there, trying to help, blasting all these questions and suggestions at me faster than I could even think. She gulped audibly, sniffing. I got frustrated and told her to just leave me alone, but then she wanted to talk about why I wanted that, and we started having a fight in the kitchen. It woke up Randy's dad. He told him how I wanted to go home, but my parents couldn't get me, so Mr. Eckert offered to do it. That's nice of him. Terry groaned. I know. I accepted because I definitely couldn't stay then, not after throwing a racket and turning it into a big deal. But I feel awful and embarrassed. Why did I yell at Randy and hurt her feelings? And I made her dad lose sleep by waking him up and having to drive me home. What do you say after that? I have no idea, and I don't know where to start, and I don't want to make things worse by saying the wrong thing and fighting again. So I'm not talking. Terry, Randy isn't mad that you didn't want to stay or that you fought. She just wants to feel like you can talk to her. I mean, you can say whatever you want. She'll listen. Not talking to her at all is pretty much the only wrong way to go about it. Terry lamented mournfully on the other end of the line. But he had a point. Unless she faced Miranda again, there would be no resolution. He looked at Cove, hunched over the phone, staring pensively into it and searching for a solution. This couldn't be solved with the other key part already missing. But what if you brought them in? Your phone was still free. You suggested calling Miranda now. What if we called Miranda? That way you can talk to her, but wouldn't have to do it alone. Cove brightened up. The concerned furrow in his brow, which had taken root when Miranda first called, eased.
Well,
That could work. Terry, are you up for it? She made a noise that wasn't a word, but nevertheless conveyed her hesitation and worry. But she brought it to a close with a decisive exhalation, as if pushing all negative thoughts from her body. All right, I'll do it. Cove nodded. Now that you received approval from everyone, you pulled out your phone and called Miranda. You set it to speaker and waited for her to pick up. Luckily, she did.
Hi.
Hi, Tara. Her voice was still distant, as if her thoughts were elsewhere, but it was loud enough for your needs. Hi, you're on speaker. Terry is on speaker too, on Cove's phone. Oh. She paused while she digested this information. You watched the phone screen, hoping that she wouldn't hang up as a result.
Really?
Oh, really? Yep, it's really me. Can you hear my voice all the way from your house to theirs and then mine? I can. You and Cove exchanged looks, waiting for the wall between them to break and wondering who would be the one to do it. As the quiet dragged on, you caught Cove chewing his cheek. He must have weighed up the same question as you, whether to encourage the conversation along or leave Miranda and Terry to resolve it themselves. The answer came in the form of one sniff, followed by another from Cove's phone. Sorry, Randy. I hope you still like me. What? You were acting as if you didn't like me. Her tone was defensive, no result at her wounds from last night still being wrong. No way. Everyone likes Randy. You're wonderful. Your eyes met Cove's. His phone was tilted towards you, capturing the call indirectly. You moved your phone closer to his, hoping that the signal was strong enough to convey every nuance of tone. Cove did likewise, bringing his cell right next to yours, even bumping against it as he shifted his grip. I didn't know what to say. That's the only reason I wouldn't talk to you. If I had known the answer, I'd have told you right away. Miranda murmured on the other end of the line. You didn't want to say anything I tried to do bothered you, and you couldn't talk to me. You could have told me you didn't know. Yeah, I think I was angry at myself. I did a dumb thing, and I didn't want help with it. I wanted to be mad and just deal with it myself. It made me keep doing dumb things. Oh. When she spoke again, her voice was quiet, as tender and vulnerable as the words.
I'm sorry.
Staying up late watching stuff was all my fault. I had to find a way to fix it. That's what I thought anyways. But I should have given you space. I'm sorry for being so pushy and sensitive. Hardly. Miranda Eckert having a fall? I've never heard of such a crazy thing. Miranda let out a ghost of a giggle. Cove cleared his throat. Maybe you should call each other now. Sorry.
Sure.
Can't do. Thanks for giving me a kick in the butt to do the right thing. Randy, Mandy, I'm gonna call you right now. Bye, Tara and Cove. She hung up after squeezing in another quick bye, though not giving you or Cove room to respond in kind. Miranda laughed, the noise tinkling gently like wind chimes in a summer breeze.
You're really
Thank you
nice.
for listening and helping. I'm gonna hang up now so I can answer Terry's call. Bye. 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 Talk to you soon. Miranda hung up, still chuckling softly as your call ended. The room felt emptier without the other voices in it. Cove expelled a sigh and then crashed through the newly fallen silence. He dropped his arms to his side, letting his head hang down like a puppet at rest. Thank God. You were content now. The Cove seemed at ease again. Cove scratched his face, his expression cloudy. I think I need to find better ways for dealing with conflict because that was awful. We could all probably do better at that. Cove meekly smiled as he rubbed his eyes, weariness creeping over him, and mumbled his next words. We can talk about it another day. Conflict resolution methods? Huh? Oh no, forget it. Your eyebrows rose and then a light bulb went off in your head. Before Miranda called, didn't you say there was something you wanted to say? Cove's original visit had been thrown off kilter, that it was a struggle to wind your memory back to when he'd first turned up. Now you did, though, that you remembered that he had been perky when he arrived this afternoon. Was it good news? Cove brushed his hands against his now folded arm shyly. Well, yeah, maybe. I'm not actually sure it counts as news or even good. Is that I'm happy about it, though. You were curious, but you didn't want to push Cove if you didn't want to speak about it. Please tell me. You don't have to say anything, but if it makes you feel good, I think it's good news. Cove chuckled awkwardly, a hand creeping up to ruffle the hair on the back of his head. It's fine. If you want to hear, I can tell you. He shifted on his feet as if a different posture might give him the support he needed for the conversation. I didn't want to make it... Oh, yay! Oh, I'm so happy for him! I didn't want to make it a big deal, but I I just kind of know what my sexuality is now. Oh! A real subject change, huh? You chuckled. True. It was unexpected, but you were excited that Cove had come to understand himself more, and glad he wanted to share that with you. That's great. Tell me more? Cove drew a breath. Imagine if he breaks up with me, I will cry. I'm demisexual, so, most of the time I don't really have those kinds of feelings, physical wants and stuff. It's only in some situations, when I'm already really emotionally and romantically connected to someone, that I start to ever think about anything sexual, and it's only with them. Congrats, Cove! Thank you for coming out to us. I hadn't heard the term until pretty recently, and it just made a lot of sense. Once I knew what it meant, it had a word that fit how I felt. Surprise, I'm gay! I imagine, yeah. That's what I was worried. I was like, he's gonna be like, I'm gay, and I'm gonna be like, fuck, my boyfriend. But I'm happy for him. And I'm pan-romantic, because I've never had a preference for any... Oh, he's so cute! I love you, Cove! I want to squish him! He's so cute! Oh, I'm so happy he felt comfortable coming out. That makes sense. Cove looked down at the floor, being so open and direct about a matter that personal, which you were sure he'd spent a long time trying to figure out, seemed to be kind of weird for him. Despite that, there was a small, proud smile on his face, and when he looked up again, his gaze was steadfast. Oh, whoa! I had to choose every one of these answers. That's really nice to know. Have I ever pushed you or made you feel uncomfortable? Cove shook his head easily. No, I overthink things and get embarrassed about stuff, but you know how I am, and when I actually don't want to do something, it's pretty hard to make me. Okay, that's that one. Let's see, you're proud of your boyfriend. Your feelings, yeah, I'm the same. Alright, let's see if what he says to, so does that mean you thinking sexual things about me? I want to see how embarrassed he gets. Cove flushed and frowned equally hard at the statement. He struggled to get out a response. Yeah. What kind of thoughts? Tara, you don't need to ask that. You weren't sure that was true, but you couldn't help chuckling at how bashful he was. And no matter what, you wouldn't be getting a more explicit response than that right now. The topic was dropped. He's so embarrassed. I love him. The same. Cove had known for years now. It was heartwarming that he had reached a point where he felt similarly capable of discussing his own. You felt even closer. You felt his tiredness deep in the marrow of your bones. It had been a tiring day, for everything was neatly wrapped up, for today at least, and you had earned a rest. You'd had some good talks and come out of it not only knowing each other better, but yourself too.
Hey.
We should probably head downstairs soon, if your moms are still waiting for everyone to get together. Yeah, that's right. With a renewed spring in your step, you led the way. I like how he's like, yes, I have sexual thoughts. No, don't ask me about them. With a renewed spring in your step, you led the way out of your room. You got downstairs to find the others already assembled and waiting.
Hi.
Hello. Hey. Good to see you both.
Hey.
Mr. Holden. I would. Hi, Mr. Holden. Hi, here we were, trying to corral everyone into a group, but the two of you were already upstairs this whole time. Of course we were together. You paid Terra to stick with me, or did you forget? The statement was meaningless to your family, but who looked at each other for answers in vain. Oh, we haven't told them. Mr. Holden, who got the message loud and clear, seemed embarrassed. That is hilarious. Our family doesn't know? He chuckled nervously, rubbing the back of his neck. No, do not quit the game. Ouch, son. You always know when to remind me of that one. Uh-huh, I can't let you live it down yet. Can we hear exactly what this secret is? The suspense is killing us. Alright, I'd better get everyone up to speed. He held up his hands, palm out, pacifying his audience, or perhaps holding them up as a shield in advance. That first day I met Terra, I'd been worrying about Cove being alone for the summer! Sorry, I just knocked a bunch of shit down. We're safe though, we're good. We're good. I just knocked the whole thing down. I'd been worrying about Cove being all alone for the summer. There weren't a lot of kids around, and he wasn't exactly on the best terms with me at the time. He glanced around at your family, gauging their responses. I felt like this was my one shot, so I kind of offered her $20 to be friends with Cove, and added that she couldn't tell him about it. Liz gasped. Ma was staring incredulously at Mr. Holden, while Mom's eyebrows had retreated to her hairline. You and Cove, already knowing the story, were the only ones unaffected. But after a while, I really did honestly forget it even happened. Forget it even happened. He raised his hands higher, now level with his shoulders. Not a bad idea, you thought. If Mom felt inclined to throw a cushion at him, he'd probably manage to block it in time. I know that's bad, but I've had so many grand ideas over the years. It's hard to keep track of them all. Cove smiled, placing his hands on his hips and shaking his head at his father's antics.
Seriously?
I can't believe you, though also I totally can. Your moms were less indulgent. The shock had ebbed away to displeasure. Your mom's foot was tapping rapidly as she frowned at the next-door neighbor, while Ma had her arms crossed over her chest and her lips pursed. I'm sorry, Terra, and I'm sorry to your parents, too. That was way out of bounds. Don't worry about it. Everything worked out. Your moms gave each other a look, where they seemed to communicate with their eyes alone. All right, well, that's that then, and it won't happen again.
Absolutely.
It definitely won't. Good. It was a little surprising that they were letting him off the hook, but on the other hand, it was a long time ago now, and you were sure your moms remembered those painful early days of Cove's arrival too. Mr. Holden wasn't a potential bad influence anymore, so the lecture would be pretty moot. Instead, your mom gave him a lenient smile. Now that it's settled, why don't we find something to do? Nods of agreement cascaded through the group in a couple of waves at the suggestion. Mr. Holden's shoulders slumped with a release of tension. He brought his hands down, tucking them away in his pockets. How about cards? There were a murmur of interest from the others. You were keen to play. It was very nearly, but not quite unanimous. Mr. Holden demurred. I think I'll sit this one out. Where's the fun in that? Join in. We're not too angry with you. Yes, and I know there's a lot of people, but we can make it work. Mr. Holden shrunk into himself, embarrassed by their attention. Dad, you love playing cards. We do it at our house all the time. Yeah, remember the time I played over there? Those were serious games. We made bets with real money and everything. Dad? Mr. Holden broke under the combined force of everyone's attention. Cove and Terra, you're adults now. You deserve to know the truth. What? I used to throw card games so you could win? I put up a good fight, but I always made sure to lose a lot more rounds than I won. He toyed with the end of his ponytail, clearly distressed at the second great secret he was revealing today. He was throwing? I know people want to be taken seriously, and fake wins didn't mean as much, but I couldn't help myself. It's so much better when everyone else got the chance to be victorious. Kyra knew and went along with it. Cove laughed in disbelief that this was the thing his dad stressed about hiding after the other stunts he pulled out over the years. So what? Lots of parents do that. I hadn't guessed it, sure, though looking back at it, it made sense. That's right. What's the big deal, Cliff? You can finally take the kids' glove off and give them a run for their money. Maybe even actual money in your case. Mr. Holden smiled coyly, his gaze lowering. I'm not sure that's a good idea.
Why?
And why not? He waved his hands expansively, the movements fluid and vague. It's just, actually, I'm something of a card shark. I used to make lots of fast cash-off games. Casual players don't have a shot unless it's a game of pure luck. Cove's jaw hung open, his eyes fixed on his father. Really? There was a touch of amazement, even admiration nestled among the shock. The other members of the Shrimpo family exchanged looks, ranging from Liz's disbelief to Mom's intrigue, with Ma somewhere in the middle between the two. You can't simply make a claim like that and expect us to go along with it. Let's see you back it up, Shark Man. Mr. Holden gave her a crooked smile, his demureness quickly being replaced with confidence of someone very skilled or very misguided. You sure about that? Definitely. You gotta see the so-called non-casual player in action. Well, I might be able, though who knows, maybe I've gotten rusty. His coyness continued to rile the gang up, and he was getting a kick out of it now.
Please?
Come on, please.
Alright.
I can dust off the old tricks. Great. Cove beamed at his father while Mom clapped Mr. Holden on the back. Liz darted off to get a deck of cards while the rest of you settled in for the game. Hands were dealt. Mr. Holden wasted no time proving his words true, wiping the floor with all of you. You played several rounds, even switching games, but none of you were a match for him. And that was how the alliance came to be forged. The rest of you joined forces against Mr. Holden only just to increase the odds of beating him. With your combined efforts, you pulled out a few victories, yet it was still a challenge. He was clearly a professional. If these were skills now rusty with disuse, you couldn't even imagine what a deadly opponent he had been in the past. Despite that, you still had fun. Working cooperatively actually fostered a sense of camaraderie with the others. Mr. Holden didn't appear fazed by the strategy. He actually wondered whether the increased challenge made it more interesting for him. You spent the rest of the afternoon together with your family and the Holdens having fun. It was an interesting evening for sure, with many discoveries for everyone. It was freeing, and yet simultaneously, you felt more tied together than you had been before. Oh, how nice. Okay, that was sweet. Let's get started. Which one should we do? Reflection. Let's do reflection. Oh, we're in Cove's room. After finishing breakfast at the Holden's house, you and Cove had retreated to his room to relax before starting the day in earnest. Or perhaps you would take it easy for the whole afternoon. Neither of you had plans exactly, so you were free to do whatever came to mind. Yeah, I'd probably be messing with his hair. I don't know. Leaning against Cove on his bed or toying with his hair. I'd probably be doing both of those, like, at the same time, you know what I mean? But we'll do leaning on Cove. You'd snuggle close to his side, comforted by his warmth. It was so nice there that you had to fend off the urge to doze off. Cove lounged in a similar eased manner. He had his phone open and was idly scrolling through something on it as you enjoyed one another's presence nearby. I love those kinds of hangouts. A burst of laughter broke the silence, hooking your attention and bringing you back to the present. You looked at Cove for an explanation. His eyes, now crinkled with mirth, were still locked on his screen. What's so funny? He finally looked up at you, smirking. Dad scanned some old photos, you know. He drew a rectangle in the air with the phone-free hand. Printed out ones, back from when I was little. You texted it all to me last night, I guess. I've been checking them out. You set up wide-eyed and hopeful. I want to see. Want to see? It's okay. I just wanted to look at it first to make sure there's nothing super embarrassing. You never know with my dad. He grimaced, envisaging what horrors his dad might unwittingly spring upon him.
I mean,
What if there's a photo of me getting potty trained or something? Kid pictures are supposed to be embarrassing. That's part of the fun. He was holding out on you, but your protest was of no use. Cove only cleared his throat nervously. Hold on, I gotta clear off my glasses. I realized I was hanging out with Nyavi yesterday. I'm gonna also be hanging out with Nyavi again today. I love Nyavi. If you don't follow Nyavi, go follow Nyavi. I was hanging out with Nyavi yesterday, and I realized that a lot of people don't know, like, little, bits of, like, accessories that I have, like, on my real life person, because you don't know what I look like, and that's gonna stay that way. I don't want people knowing what I look like, but I don't mind giving, like, details. I have glasses. I'll just do a quick rundown because I was talking about my glasses. I've got glasses. They're big, wide-framed ones. They're squares, and they've got, like, the turtle color. I've got 2 piercings on my face. I have a septum piercing. It's got a little pokey one. And actually, I have my bonnet on right now. It's a cheetah one. And I don't have dreads. I don't have dreads. I have, I'm natural right now. I can't afford to get my hair braided, so... but I have a septum, I've got a regular nose, I've got my ears pierced, but I don't have anything in on them right now. I have 4 tattoos. I've got a butterfly on my wrist, a semicolon butterfly on my wrist. If you know why, you know why. I've got on my right arm, I have the radish spirit from Spirited Away tattoo. That was my first tattoo. On my, like, chest collarbone area, I've got the 2 stars from Princess and the Frog on there, like Evangeline and Ray. I've got them tattooed. And then on my left arm, I have a squash tattoo because that was a nickname I had as a kid, that my mom and my childhood best friend's dad used to call me. And fun fact about that tattoo, not only is it connected to, like, my old childhood nickname, but my freshman year roommate from college designed it, so it's kind of, like, doubly special. Those are all the, like, modifications I have. Though I want to get more tattoos, and I think I want to get more piercings too, but yeah. Okay, Anyway, before we forget, I was laughing because I came across a Halloween when I was 8, the year I was a zombie, remember? He shook his head, grinning wryly while holding the phone out to you. Please tell me we get to see it. Oh, he's so cute. Oh, he's so cute. I never even liked zombies. All I wanted was to show off my new scar, and it needed to be something scary. I couldn't be a normal person who had a scar according to my 8-year-old mind. That is so funny. He is so cute. He's adorable. Oh. I was a little dork. He's still a little dork.
right?
Dad really wanted to be useful as usual. He came up with the idea of being an undead person. It was pretty good, huh? Man, I was so jealous of that look. It was good, but my costume that year was better. Liz was so grossed out and Shiloh was terrified. I remember you getting lots of extra candy when the adults realized the scar was real. It was hard seeing your arm like that. I don't really remember. Liz was so grossed out and Shiloh was terrified. You laughed, still clearly remembering their faces when they saw Cove's get up that night. Philip chuckled at your reply. I can't believe how much larger my scar used to be. He looked down at his arm, a soft smile on his face, and traced what remained of the jagged line with his fingers, just as you'd seen him do countless times before. His voice was playful when he spoke again. Oh my god, my nose is like, every time I freaking start streaming and I, like, talk, my nose gets clogged for something. And I don't know, it's so weird. Hold on, I'm gonna blow my nose. Sorry, that was a really weird tangent. Elle knows. Yeah, I don't know why. I just, like, all of a sudden I realized my nose is getting clogged, like, while I'm speaking. Look at how tiny it is now. How am I gonna pretend to be tough without a big scar? Cove, you never fooled anyone. It's the septum? No. No, I've never, no, it's not the problem. Cove, you never fooled anyone. I know. Cove smiled bashfully, pleased with his joke, and ducked his head to look away from you. His fingers were tracing the scarred patch of skin. I really do like having this, even if it's kind of little these days. Magnetic pull or some BS. His voice was shy, like he was letting you in on a big secret. Cove turned back to you fully, finally letting go of his scar. He was happy. That mark was a part of him and clearly held meaning for Cove. Could I touch your scar? He blinked, taken aback by the request, but nodded easily.
It's okay.
Yeah, that's okay. I don't want to, like, just do it without asking, because I feel like that can be rude. You cupped his arm with your fingers carefully as your thumb ran down the outline of the scar. Along with the rougher tissue of the scar, you could also feel goosebumps on his arm. Oh, he's blushing. Cove let out a choked breath, a dizzied smile playing out on his face. It was evident that he liked the feeling. I have so many saves. We're gonna have to start overwriting some of these. Kiss the scar. Your hold shifted as you could bring his forearm to your face. Cove quietly gasped when he realized what you were doing. You tenderly kissed the old wound that marked him. Oh, oops. Cove squeaked at the feeling of your lips on him, and in that spot in particular, but his expression was overwhelmingly one of adoration. Cove couldn't stay still and reached for you himself with his free hand, his fingers brushing against your cheek. He leaned forward, eyes gleaming. You automatically began to match his movement, pulling nearer to him. His cheeks burned red as he closed the gap between you, his mouth gently meeting yours. You held onto his arm like a lifeline as you kissed him back, briefly worried that you might drown in the depths of your feelings. When you opened your eyes, meeting Cove's, and knew that feeling was mutual. He laid his forehead to rest against yours. You felt his hot breath tickling your face. Heads touching, your hand on his arms, you were entwined with Cove. It felt so right. Time couldn't register in that moment. It could have been seconds or minutes, but eventually you straightened up, lifting your hand from the scar. That seemed to break the spell. Though he stayed close to you, Cove sat up and came to his senses. Your eyes drifted back to the scar on Cove's arm. The scar had been there as long as you'd known Cove. Though you'd first met him, it had been concealed by that neon pink cast.
So?
You want to hear how I managed to go jet skiing when I was 8? You were initially stunned that he'd guess what you were thinking, though given the topic of conversation and the direction of your gaze, it was a natural conclusion to reach. Not bothered by your reaction, Cove continued with a shrug. I don't mind telling you, it's nothing special. He rubbed the back of his neck, grinning sheepishly. Mostly it's just really dumb. You nodded. That was something you'd like to hear more about, especially knowing that no lasting harm had come from it. Cove stared in the distance, lips parted as he readied the story in his mind. So me, my dad, and my mom were at a party. I don't know if it was a casual get-together or a specific celebration. I hope it wasn't for something meaningful considering how it ended. So how I ended it. He winced and managed a bashful smile. Anyway, my mom and dad were off doing stuff, talking to people, I guess. I was left with the other non-adults. Most of them were older than I was. Maybe all of them were? His brow furrowed as he tried to recall dusty memories. Then he shrugged again and continued. The older kids were taking turns on the jet skis. There weren't enough for everyone to ride at once, so in between turns they were hanging out on the shore. I was meant to just sit there and with them and watch. Remembering when you first met Cole, you bet that he hadn't been satisfied with that arrangement. He confirmed that suspicion. I was pretty unhappy. It wasn't a party for me, not when all I could do was look at other people have fun when I couldn't. The teens must have realized that, though I never hid when I was pouting as a kid. Only when you were a kid? Cove bristled with embarrassment. It looked pretty sulky to you. Come on, let me finish the story. Alright. Cove sighed, letting go of the interruption and picking up where he had left off.
Well,
Basically, someone offered to let me ride. I was too small to drive it myself, but this older kid, they must have been at least 16, said I could sit in front of them while they controlled the jet ski. I knew I wasn't supposed to do anything like that. Still, I figured my parents were doing whatever they wanted, so why couldn't I? I nodded at the person, and I remember the other teens helping me onto the jet ski, along with the one driving. We sped off into the water. Cove smiled wildly and wistfully. It was amazing. At first, my hair was flying everywhere as we zoomed away from the shore. I loved being on the water like that. Too bad it turned out steering a jet ski with an 8-year-old sat on your lap was harder than a bunch of kids figured it would be. The teen tried their best, but they couldn't keep control for long. We got spun around and went right into the sand. You sucked in a deep breath. The other person wasn't hurt. Thankfully, they held onto the bars and stayed in their seat. I didn't. I was thrown at full speed into a rocky part of the shore near the dock. Ugh. I must have tried to brace for impact or catch myself because my arm is what I mostly landed on. Oh my god, this ow. He looked down at the limb in question. You could see him visualizing the long-healed injury. I was pretty torn up. After that, it's hazy for me. I got taken to the hospital. I didn't feel a lot of pain when it first happened. All I remember was thinking about how I was covered in sand and the grains were uncomfortable. The sand was uncomfortable? Cove chuckled. I know, right? I did start feeling my arm later. It definitely hurt eventually. The doctor said my arm was broken, along with being torn open. That's how I ended up getting my pink cast. He smiled nostalgically. That color, it seemed just nice and happy at the time. It brightened the mood, so I picked it. The smile faded. He finished the story with a sigh, his eyes downcast. I feel bad I did any of it. I hope whoever the teen was, they weren't traumatized by seeing a little kid go flying into the ground. They were just trying to do a nice thing. Cove threw arms out to the side dramatically. I wish I knew who they were so I could give them a call and say I'm still in one piece. But yeah, that's the full story. I'm so glad you were both okay in the long run. That's the important thing. Cove sighed again, the regret written plainly on his face. It was a failure. That's just the truth. He smiled flatly. But to my credit, I think I've grown up a lot since then. Wait. Cove's eyes went completely wide. Suddenly reinvigorated, he seized his phone and tapped away at the screen. What's up? I knew it. You weren't sure that he had heard you, but he set his phone down and turned to face directly to you. His face was resolute. Though the glow of the screen was no longer reflected in his eyes, they seemed to sparkle even brighter than before. Terra, we're adults. We can decide things for ourselves now. You only realize that now? He's so cute. The age requirement to rent a jet ski in California is 18. We could totally do it. You want to break another bone? Cove pouted, his lower lip jutting out, which didn't back up what he said next.
Come on.
I'm not a little kid. You don't have to worry. With the moment, Cove had recovered and returned to his serious expression from before. I'll be careful, and I really want you to be there when I try again. Please? His voice was soft and earnest. You could tell how much the request meant to him. He also knew enough to know that he wasn't going to give up on this idea. Letting him go on his own wasn't an option. I can't have you running off by yourself. I'll go without any hospital trips. I've never been on a jet ski. I've done a lot of things in my life, but I've never been on a jet ski. I have been tubing though, and I don't know if anyone's ever been tubing, like on a lake. Getting thrown off a tube when you're tubing, dude, the amount of whiplash I've had from doing that, oh my god, it's unbearable. It's so bad. Anyways, I'm just gonna say I love jet skiing. I'll lie a little bit. Cove perked up at once, a grin stretched wide across his face. He was practically bouncing in place. Let's go! You got up and worked as a team together, everything needed for the trip. Cove's other aquatic hobbies came in handy, and he was quickly kitted out with everything he'd need other than the jet skis themselves. You needed to run back home briefly, having dressed and prepared for a day that didn't involve jet skiing, but soon enough you were both ready and jumping into Cove's car. As you got in, you learned that Cove had used the brief time apart to locate a rental store on his phone. You caught his You caught his eyes as you clicked your seatbelt into place. Excited, you held out a hand. Cove slapped it in a high five before setting off. You and Cove soon arrived. Sorry, I just realized how nasally I sounded and I annoyed myself. Oh, sometimes I hate hearing myself speak. Oh my god. The ocean was perfectly inviting today. The deep blue of the water glittered under the clear sky while the tide rolled in and out at its leisure. I'm so excited for this. You're laughing at me, but I really do. Like, sometimes I'm, like, so sick. I'm sick. Like, hearing myself speak, I'm like, ugh. And then there's me just enjoying your voice. See, I don't get it. I don't get that at all. I don't get that at all. I'm gonna close Discord. Hold on. And task. And I'm gonna also end middle. There we go. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't enjoy my voice, and I'm not enjoying it right now. I'm, like, really, today is, like, irritating. Hearing myself right now, I'm, like, irritated. His excitement was adorable. Just think of a nasally otter. Like, no. I just hate hearing my voice right now. I'm being very, like, I'm just not feeling myself today. I'm, like, really not feeling it. Seeing how pleased. Oh my god, I just heard it again, and I'm so pissed. Who gave this girl a stream? Get rid of her. Anyways, seeing how pleased you were, Cove grinned at you.
Hey.
Oh hey, want to say hi to my dad while we're here? I already texted my mom about the plan. He's working right now. You remembered how close the shop was. It wouldn't take long, even by walking. Sure, we can do that. Mr. Holden was a great guy, so you were happy to check in on him.
Sorry.
Thanks. Sorry it might be kinda awkward when he hears why we're here, but it should be alright. I mean, my parents forgave me a long time ago for that amazing stunt. I don't want to be scared off jet skiing my whole life because of it. You wondered which of you Cove was attempting to reassure. It was only a short walk back down the dock to Mr. Holden's scuba shop. Cove breezed in, as familiar with the store as he was with his own house. The place was quiet, empty aside for a couple customers quietly browsing, and Cove's dad was behind the counter. Mr. Holden looked up, his friendly expression spreading into a grin when he saw who had just entered.
Hey.
Hi, it's Ira. Hey, sport. What brings you all the way out here? He cast an eye at the way the two of you were dressed. Judging by how you're decked out, I'm guessing scuba diving? There's plenty here for that. What can I help you with? Cove chuckled, amused by how quickly his dad seized on a favorite topic. Oh my god. Or maybe it was how his dad always fell over himself trying to be useful. Hi, Dad. We're not doing that this time. We sort of decided to go rent a couple of jet skis. The phrase jet skis had set Mr. Holden's mouth in a taut line immediately. Jet skis? He echoed the word as his eyes instinctively darted to the scar on Cove's arm. That's when Mr. Holden started to speak several times, each attempt quickly abandoned. Cove smiled encouragingly, trying not to add to his father's worries.
Don't worry about it.
I promise I'll be careful, and Terra will be there too. We always look out for each other. Mr. Holden pinched his face back in an unconvincing smile.
Right.
Alright, you're a whole lot bigger now than you were back then. Heck, you can drive a car and everything. Hi, Brian! I'm so glad to see you. How's your day going? I'm sure you and Terra will have plenty of fun. The worry still echoed out in his voice, barely concealed by the positive words, but Cove was buoyed by his father's support. Yeah, well, we're all set. We only stopped by to say hi and let you know since we're over here. Mr. Holden beamed, obviously moved by his son's simple consideration. Wow, you're so thoughtful. Thanks for taking the time. Dad, you don't need to thank me for that. Mr. Holden simply laughed at his son's response. It'd be great if you could keep me in the loop while you're out there too. Just text me to let me know if you're going well or anything. I left work a while ago. How was work? Was it good? His dad smiled more easily. What are you doing? I'm doing fine, if that's what you're asking. I'm doing alright. I'm a little bit irritated at myself today. I'm being a little harsh on myself. I just hate hearing myself speak, and I'm being I'm just very aware of my own voice right now. But we're gonna play some Our Life, and then we're gonna probably play some Sims or Stardew afterwards. We'll see. His dad smiled more easily.
Hey.
Great. Cove rubbed at his arm, causing Mr. Holden's eyes to momentarily twitch back to the childhood injury.
Bye.
We're gonna head out. See you later. Take care. See you, Mr. Holden. Mr. Holden waved you off as you left the store. The pair of you headed back to the docks, walking side by side. After your feet hit the boards, Cove's pace fell. Glancing over, you saw him looking down, out of the water. He's nervous. That wouldn't have been unusual if his expression hadn't been so somber. He wasn't geared up with anticipation or even nervousness, but with an uncharacteristic lethargy. Something was weighing heavy on his mind. Cove? Huh? He blinked, startled by you interrupting his rumination.
Sorry.
He sighed. Though you'd torn his attention from the ocean, it was gradually drifted back to the water. You cleared your throat, unwilling to lose him again. Sorry again. He put his hands to his face, rubbing his eyes wearily. Here I go, thinking everything's resolved with what's happened, and we can have fun, but I just can't enjoy anything. I had to find something else to get stuck in my head. You're having second thoughts about jet skiing?
No.
No, that's not it. The ends of his lips were drawn into a beginning of a frown, like gray clouds clustering to signal a coming storm. I figured my dad would be a little worried about me doing it, but what he was saying, it wasn't what I expected. He was so sad. It was more than nervous. I think he felt bad, and now I feel bad. But it isn't as if I'm the only one who ever does something stupid or gets hurt. It got me thinking about that whole time. That's when I realized it wasn't long after that accident that my parents separated. Oh, it's not his fault. You stay quiet. As a kid, I didn't think about the consequences of my actions, you know? Or how what I did impacted other people. Like, why should anyone care? I'm the one doing it, not them. It made no sense, and I still cared when other people did things I didn't like. But I was 8 and mostly just mad that nothing felt like it was in my control. You could tell he was building up to something, so you nodded for him to continue. I was pretty difficult to deal with because of that attitude, but looking back, I think that's what saved me from something a lot of kids go through, blaming themselves for their parents' divorce. It never crossed my mind that anything I did made a difference on my mom and dad's relationship. They would do what they did no matter what. Now, though, I guess it's kind of hard to ignore that thought, huh?
I mean...
Their situation was already so hard, and I wasn't a good kid, so... He left his words adrift as he looked down, the conclusion unfinished. It was silent between you. But only for a second. Cove pulled himself up to his full height, his chin held aloft. Whatever he decided, he was resolute. I'm going back. I gotta talk to my dad. I'm not gonna let things be like before, where I just feel crappy and refuse to even tell him what's going on. That doesn't work for either of us.
Bye.
You can go ahead if you want. I won't mind. I still really want to do this, and I'm sure I'll be okay. I want to stay with you. We always look out for each other, remember? Cove smiled gently, having wanted that deep down. Thanks. Let's go. You and Cove retook your steps back down the docks once more, heading back to Mr. Holden's scuba shop. The customers you had spotted in there were now leaving the store, new bags clutched in their hands. You'd hoped that this would mean Cove could have his conversation without a public audience. This time, Cove strode inside the shop with purpose. Mr. Holden, still at the counter, glanced up to greet whoever had come inside. He grinned as you approached.
How's it
Hello
going?
again. Forget something? Sort of. Cove had reached the counter now. You needed to rush just to keep up with him as he crossed the show floor. Mr. Holden raised an eyebrow, taking in Cove's shift in attitude, and chose his next words with care. Sorry, that guy is blowing up my phone right now. He's sending me freaking Instagram reels. Is everything alright? Cove swallowed, not answering initially. Talking openly with his dad was still something new for the son. You knew he was struggling for the right way to begin. I wanted to ask about what happened. Mr. Holden winced as if the words had struck him physically. The accident? No, the divorce. Ooh, the pained expression fell from Mr. Holden's face. Wide-eyed, his jaw slacked, he gaped at Cove.
Huh?
Why? Cove glanced over his shoulder at you. As your eyes met, you saw him draw confidence by having you by his side. He turned back to his father. I want to know the truth. His tone was grave. Did me getting into the accident hurt your marriage? If I hadn't done it, would you and Mom have gotten along better? No, hell no. Mr. Holden quashed the suggestions with a gravity you'd rarely heard in his voice. You were 8 years old. You're not responsible in any way. Kyra and I should have protected you. I can understand why you're feeling that. What happened was so horrible. How could it not have an impact? It did. It was a reflection of us as parents. The relationship between just your mom and me was separate and already unsalvageable. Cove turned away, his brow still furrowed as he looked at the floor.
Well...
Maybe I'm being anxious and it's taking over, but it wasn't just then. I always caused problems. He plowed on, unwilling to give up without explaining his worries. What if I'd been easier to raise? Or if you had me later on? Maybe even if you didn't have me at all, it might have been better for the two of you. If I didn't have you, then what good would my life be? Ooh! Mr. Holden didn't let the words hang unchallenged in the air for even a second. He hurried over to Cove, taking his son's arms in his hands. Cove, listen. There is only one person to blame for things not working out, and that's me. Cove opened his mouth. Oh man, he doesn't even blame Kyra, which is like... Okay. Cove opened his mouth to speak, but Mr. Holden forced on, determined to erase any question in Cove's mind. I'm not saying this to dishonestly push accountability off from someone else or throw a pity party for myself. You want to know the truth? So that's what I'm giving you. Your father is the reason our family couldn't stay together. You think you caused trouble? You just see me at your age. You're such a good kid. I can hardly believe how good you are. Mr. Holden's eyes were misty as he squeezed his son's arms. There's nothing, absolutely nothing, you need to blame yourself for. I'm sorry, Cove. To you and to Kyra. Mom? Yeah, your mom. His pained face eased slightly into a bittersweet smile. Kyra. She was just so smart. And driven and completely bursting with life. It was as if she could do anything. You know, there wasn't a single solitary person who didn't want even a piece of her attention. Just to catch her eye for a moment. But for some crazy reason, she had a soft spot for my 17-year-old screw-up self. That's when we first met, though it definitely took some time before I managed to ask her out on a date. Mr. Holden shook his head, the smile melting as his recollection became solemn once more. And then we'd only been officially together for about 6 months when we found out we were having a baby. I was so worried, so scared, but she was so brave. She was my rock, but we both knew the road ahead was going to be rockier. When we got married, I didn't see it as a dream come true. I wasn't about to start living my life in the only way I could imagine doing so. I thought what happened, and throwing my cards in with a girl like her was worth the risk. He grimaced, the sentence sour in his mouth, regretting his past perspective. I'd been taking care of myself on my own and getting by, then all of a sudden I was going to have a wife and a child. So I thought, alright, I better step things up and take care of all of us. And that's what I did, sort of. He rolled his eyes. I made money, kept a roof over our heads, and put food on the table. But I was always busy, focused on taking care of things. I didn't stop to consider what anyone else was thinking or what they actually needed. Oh, Cove is just like his dad. No. I made every decision about what I did, and as a result, what happened to the family by myself. Never asking what your mom felt or even wondering if she might have an opinion. I told Kyra about the great place I'd found and how we'd be moving there in the same breath. Or that I'd spent all our savings and taken out a loan to start this business we're standing in, and even more nonsense. Everything I felt I needed to do, I did. Hi, Nicholas. Kyra couldn't even ask where I'd been all day without me rolling my eyes like she was being a nag. I was making sure we didn't starve. Obviously, right? Couldn't she trust me? He sighed, his head hung low. She went to school part-time while raising you, real knuckling down. But that didn't matter to me back then. She could have spent her days lying in bed, not dying, and I would have felt the same. I didn't care. I was going to get it all done on my own either way. So stupid. I admired her more than anyone when there was nothing at stake. Yet as soon as responsibilities were involved, I couldn't let myself rely on her. He combed a hand through his hair, searching for an understanding of his his own younger self. I'm not even sure why. Maybe I had something to prove. Maybe I'm the one who didn't trust her in the end. Poor Kyra. She had spent every day mentally weighing the pros and cons of putting up with my horrible ideas for the sake of peace, or trying to explain to my blockheaded self what I was doing wrong. It must have been so stressful and frustrating, constantly having to let everything go because I was stubborn and absolutely would make a fight out of it. He snorted bitterly. I was definitely stuck in my head a lot of those days. Our relationship at that point was made of arguments and cool tolerance. But I still genuinely didn't see the divorce coming. We had made it through the first few years, and after that I never really considered it ending. It was just how life was. In retrospect, it's clear Kyra kept thinking on it more every year, especially because she'd managed to finish her journalism degree, and with us being more stable, financially that is. She thought of everything. She even timed it right when your school ended for the year, so the process would hopefully be all settled before you had to worry about class again. We were already talking about it before the accident ever happened. I know I took it really hard, being a sad sack all around the neighborhood, but even that is unfair of me. When it shook out, I'm the one who got everything. Kyra didn't want to leave you, Cove. She never would have. I'm certain she felt like she had no choice but to end the relationship. The business was doing really well by then, so I had an easier time making a living. She was between jobs, and when she did get a new job, it meant she'd be traveling all the time. That's why she willingly accepted me having full custody. She didn't get to be there with her child. She didn't get to be there with her child for so many moments, and you had to spend half of your life growing up without your mother, and it's my fault. Mr. Holden closed his eyes briefly as he took a breath. So that's it. The story of Cliff and Kyra's marriage. Not exactly a fairy tale, but I want to be clear. He saw his grip on Cove's arms tighten. No matter what happened with me and her, I'd never, ever want to miss out on being your dad. Cove's throat bobbed as he swallowed. His eyes glistened, glossy with tears that had yet to fall. He blinked quickly, trying to hold them back. Thank you for telling me. His voice was hoarse, little more than a whisper. Mr. Holden brought a hand up to his face and lightly nudged Cove's chin. You're welcome. You're a grown-up now, right? You deserve the truth. That's the least I can do for you. Cove managed a fragile smile. Thank you for taking care of me, for all of it. Mr. Holden brushed the compliment off with a wave of his hand.
No worries.
It was nothing. Look at where we ended up. I've got this whole entire store, a house, friends here, a very thoughtful son. It's all good for me.
I'm so glad.
His voice was still quiet, and ducked his head shyly after saying the words. Mr. Holden patted him on the back. You could see the tears in Cove's eyes still shining, threatening to spill over. Mr. Holden put an arm around his shoulders, gently steering him towards the door. You should go have fun. Make some nice memories. Cove's gaze flickered over to you. The watery smile on his face solidified. All right. Good. Now out you go. Mr. Holden nudged the two of you out of the shop. That was so, oh man, that hit me really, really hard. Oof. You both walked silently as you made your return to the docks. Cove's face was pensive, clearly still digesting everything his dad said. He finally sighed, catching your attention. He hesitantly reached for the bag he had brought and raised it up. Tara, I want to call my mom. I'm not going to leave her out of things, and I want to know what she thinks about what happened and all of that. He fiddled with the straps of his bag. It still remained closed shut. It's not like I don't trust Dad. It's just mom thoughts are important too. I get it, Cove. There's two sides to every story after all. He seemed relieved that you understood. You knew he didn't want to be a bother with another delay. Thanks. Then I guess there's no time like the present. Time to ask. With a mini pep talk, he finally opened his bag and found his phone. Cove unlocked it quickly and topped over his favorite context. He called up his mom and put the phone on speaker as it dialed. Kara must have had her phone close because she answered almost immediately.
Cove.
This is aw, she looks so pretty because we haven't seen her yet. This is a pleasant surprise. I thought you'd be getting back to me later. Hey, Mom. He paused for a second, then looked at you. You're on speakerphone with Terra, too. Hey, Kyra. Oh, hello. I'm popular today. Well, what's going on? Don't keep me in suspense. Are you a pro jet skier already? Cove chuckled and scratched the back of his head. We haven't started yet. Actually, there was something I kind of wanted to ask you about.
Really?
I'm intrigued. Her voice was bright and excited. Cove moved the phone closer to his face so he could speak softly, aware that the tone of his conversation was about to change. I was talking to Dad earlier. It was about your relationship and why you both divorced. Ah, that one symbol had lost all of her earlier energy. Cove tightened his grip on his phone. It does make sense that the past would come up today. Yeah, but he tried to brighten up the mood again. You weren't used to him being the perky one of the two. You could only imagine it felt like a strange role reversal for him. Dad said you were really amazing. He admired you a lot. What a flatterer. She sighed wistfully, and you could hear some interference. Maybe she had shaken her head. You couldn't tell for sure. Oh, Cliff. He bungled himself through regular, everyday adulting and social situations in astoundingly charming ways. Yet somehow, at the exact same time, he was an ambitious, slightly shady, under-the-table type of man when it came to making his living in the world. So essentially, your father was an absolute heartthrob for someone such as myself. They both talk about each other in such sweet ways. This is gonna make me cry. Oh my god. Oh my god. I hate when things don't work out between people that obviously love each other because that shit, like, hurts my heart. This is hurting my heart. I'm gonna cry. Cove and Kyra laughed delicately. The tension was broken into something lighter, more familiar between the two. This part is gonna be the thing that makes me cry. It's cool you both have nice things to say about each other. I agreed, baby. She took a moment before continuing carefully. Love isn't real, that's not true. And don't say that. Love is real. And the thing is, like, this is a really good way to show that about love, because these people love each other so much that divorce was not because they didn't love each other, but because they loved each other so much that they knew that it was best for them both. And that's hard. And that's why love is so tricky, because sometimes, like, you love people and you love them with your whole heart. That doesn't mean that it's, you know, the best to stay with them. Sometimes you love someone so much you have to let go. And that's why love is not always a good positive emotion. Sometimes it hurts, sometimes it sucks. That's just how it is. Sounds like an excuse to BH, but I feel it. It's not an excuse. So, she took a moment before continuing carefully. Do you have questions about what happened? I'm not sure. Ko squinted at the phone in his hand as he tried to think, his free hand brushing through his hair. I feel like people that think it's an excuse don't understand the complexities of it. I don't feel like you've ever been so much in love with a person and realizing how you can affect that person in a negative way, and knowing that your love for them pushes you towards a decision of, like, I can't hold this person back. I can be better, but I can't force this person to go through that with me. Because people always say, like, there's, like, a lot of times where people will be like, well, if you love someone, like, you're just gonna be better for them, like, you're gonna get better. But yes, you will want to be better for that person. But sometimes that's just not enough. It's just not. Even if you try your hardest, sometimes it's so much work. And it's not fair to put that on the other person. It's not fair for you to be like, I love you so much, I'm going to be better for you, but I'm going to make you wait until I'm better. And what if it takes for years? It's not fair to put the other person through waiting for you to be a better person for them. Love is not easy. And if the other person loves you, yeah, maybe they'll stay. But is that really fair? To deprive them of a good partner because you hope to be better for them? It's not. Sorry. Just like... Anyways. Cove squinted at the phone in his hand as he tried to think, his free hand rushing through his hair. I just kind of wanted to know how you describe what it was like. Could I tell you what Dad said about it?
All right.
I don't think Cliff would mind. Whatever he told you is probably what he'd say to me. Alright, go for it. After taking a breath, Cove recapped Cliff's experience, doing his best to follow his dad's story. He went into a surprising amount of detail, and not a single thing was missed. Kara listened on in absolute silence, letting her son speak without interruption. When Cove finished, he took another deep inhale of air. So, what do you think? Kara sighed softly. You could hear a clacking noise like she was drumming her nails on the back of her phone or on a countertop. That definitely sounds like Clifford. He's not exactly wrong, but he doesn't have a total picture. He puts the emphasis on the wrong places, I think.
Huh?
What do you mean? For starters, Cliff unsurprisingly downplayed himself more than he had to. He did? Cove's eyebrows raised and his face continued to inch even closer to the screen. Well, since your dad was so praising of me, it's only fair to return the favor. When Cliff said he was already taking care of himself when he met me, he means he was on his own. Cliff's own parents weren't, and still aren't, friendly people. They've always had a combative relationship, though him getting into drinking and gambling as a teenager certainly didn't help. He knew they'd kick him out at 18, so he saved them the trouble and left home at 17. He'd always found a way to make it work, even without support. I met him a few months after that. We hit it off right away. He was exactly what I wanted back then. We dated, and then about a half a year later, bam, you were on the way, Cove. She laughed fondly as Cove clung to every word. I was really optimistic about it all. I couldn't wait to be a mother, and I was more than happy that Cliff was the father who'd been along for the ride. We got married quick, before you were born. Cliff's recollection of our wedding dynamic was pretty spot on. He was extremely stubborn and just, well, immature. Highly, highly immature. Her voice raised slightly, and you got the feeling she was thinking back to her memories living with him. She left the specifics unspoken. But it's not like I was growing up either. Everyone, except maybe Cliff, could see our relationship was no good, or at least not good enough yet to commit to. I knew, but I didn't want to give up. I wanted to keep the family together. I thought if we divorced or we were never together, then we'd ruin your life, Cove. Obviously, that wasn't true. I just didn't have enough experience at the time to realize that wasn't only one option for us. Maybe things would have been easier on you if we'd split when you were still a baby, but it took me years to start figuring it all out. Cove nodded, even if his mom couldn't see it, thinking hard about something. He was likely remembering his own experiences back then. We were married, but never seriously loved each other. We hardly knew each other. I don't mind that Cliff never viewed marrying me as some kind of dream come true. I honestly just appreciate that he tried giving my hastily made life plan a shot. I was the one who proposed after all, got down on one knee and everything. She huffed slightly, something between a chuckle and a sigh. It's very funny, and a little sad, that Cliff still doesn't know why things change between us. It's obvious to me. I guess he does know deep down. He just never consciously made the connection.
It's alright.
I'm not even mad he didn't stay the same towards me. Love makes everything different. But you said... I know what I said. She interrupted before Cove could even finish his blurted out interjection. I don't mean Cliff and I. We were just two kids in a relationship that only ever worked when it was at its easiest. And then you were born, little Cole James Holden. I loved you immediately, and so did your father. Cove was stunned. His eyes started watering as his mouth clamped shut. I'm literally gonna cry. The inclination we had towards each other paled in the face of that. Our love to you was the real deal. Cliff was the proudest papa. Then in true Cove fashion, tears began to fall. I'm crying too. I'm just like Cove. I'm such a crybaby. He stayed silent, but you were pretty sure Kyra knew the effect her words had on her son. No matter how much time passed, Cliff never got over how amazing it was that such a precious little boy was his. I should have taken pictures of how he'd puff up whenever someone referred to you as his son. She sounded much cheerier now. A slight smile crept on his face despite the tears. Then again, he still does that now. It wasn't hard to imagine Mr. Holden lighting up around baby Cove the same way he did with an 18-year-old Cove. I'm gonna cry! I'm gonna cry! I'm gonna cry! I remember how, when a real argument started brewing, Cliff had a habit of walking away to cool off. He wasn't able to handle it. His son seems to have taken after him in that way. He heard her chuckle, and Cove looked down, a blush clear on his cheeks. You could just feel her smirk through the phone. She breezed over the next section airily. For her whole relationship, he always ended fights by skipping out on me. For who knew how long. I didn't think even Cliff knew when he'd come back. Then stopped when you were born. Cliff stopped running. He was still gone a lot for work, and we still had fights, but he wouldn't leave. Instead, he'd go to your room, Cove. Oh my god, please stop! I'm gonna cry! If you were asleep, he'd just sulk on the ground by your crib until you woke up. Sometimes he'd pace the room while holding you, or sit on the ground and rock you. He'd stay with you until one of us decided we were ready to talk again. This is so sweet and so sad. I'm like, I can't. We didn't have a lot of furniture back then. That was part of the reason why Cliff was always hanging out on the floor. He really came to embrace it. Oh my god. When our relationship got bad enough that we didn't want to share a bed anymore, he always made sure I got to have a mattress. He instead set up a spot in the corner of the nursery just in case he needed anything throughout the night. Stop it! This is so fucking sweet. He gave you a more private space when you got bigger, but he still always made sure he could be there for you. He's still denying whether Cliff understands or not. He made his choice without prioritizing me. I knew that Cliff loved Cove so much, but I didn't realize how much. But it wasn't that he suddenly hated me. To Cliff, I was only a wife on paper. In his mind, I was a cool girl he had dated and generally liked. Nothing close to being the light of his life. All his blood, sweat, and tears weren't for himself or me or even the family unit. They were completely and totally for his baby. Meanwhile, I was doing the same, though in the opposite way. I did take us being married seriously. I was trying to force us together as a couple so we could be a complete family for our child. We felt like a fly on the wall of a very personal conversation. Cove didn't seem to notice when you looked over at him, his face a complicated patchwork of emotions.
I guess.
Eventually I woke up and saw what I was doing. I realized it wasn't going to work. Not like that. When I was ready for it, I talked to Cliff about separating and starting the divorce process. He was shocked by it, and unfortunately, it wasn't too long after that you had your accident, Cove. Terra, I don't know how much Cove really told you about it, but when he broke his arm, it terrified all of us. Cove could have died. Even back then, we knew he'd likely have a permanent scar he'd have to live with forever. Our parenting hurt our child, and he was the one who would have to carry the repercussions. We were a bit taken back to be referred to directly. He still felt a little out of place, and she seemed completely focused on her son. Cove grimaced, and the hand holding his phone shook. Mom. Kyra continued as if she'd never paused. It was heartbreaking, and then on top of it all, we had to put you through your parents breaking up. Taking that back wasn't an option, despite the timing. It felt like everything we had worked so hard for, to make you happy, was for nothing. I chose to believe we'd fix our lives from there, but to Cliff it seemed hopeless. He failed his son. It was easier for me in some ways. I had my family to lean on. That made it feel less daunting, less impossible. Cliff had only ever really known being on his own by the happenstance of his birth, not by choice. When we broke up, he knew he was going to have to put back the pieces of what was left alone. Oh, fuck. This makes me... Oh my god. I wanted to be there for him, even after everything. But I was the one divorcing him. It was impossible. I never managed to be someone he truly relied on. And I had to remember that wasn't changing. As bleak as it felt at the time, Cliff still tried not to let any of that show to you, Cove. I can't. I'm getting so choked up right now. You did what you could to keep your spirits high about the move. Your new house, the scar, everything. So that's why. Cove trailed off. He had misunderstood the impact his injury had on his parents. You were reminded of something that made more sense now. Mr. Holden had been so helpful with Cove's old Halloween costume because he didn't want Cove to be saddened by the scar. It was clear Cove was coming to the same realizations. Now with that all said, if Cliff was a completely perfect and wonderful guy, I wouldn't have left him. If it was even pretty good, I would have stayed. It was hard not to have custody. Sometimes I felt I was like a fun aunt rather than a mom I always wanted to be. I might have overcompensated a little at times because of that. She forced a laugh, but it had an uncomfortable edge to it. You could tell she was trying to blow off a very real anxiety of hers. Cove looked ready to say something, but his mom kept moving forward. Still, it's not Cliff's fault alone that our relationship didn't work. We were always better as co-parents than spouses, but I knew then, when separating, that it wasn't going to be even. And Cove, the only reason I couldn't stand not being there for all the time is because I knew that if the situation was reversed and I could have provided a more stable environment, Cliff would have done the same. Your dad would have given up his house, his shop, even his right arm if it would guarantee that you were safe and happy. I can't. This is like breaking my fucking heart right now. So as painful as it was, I wasn't sure you'd be okay. I was sure you'd be okay because you were still with someone who loved you more than anything else in the world. Cove lowers his head, tears falling to the ground. He tried to speak. It took him a few tries. Thank you for telling me. His voice cracked and Kyra made an alarm sound on the other end of the line. I'm sorry, baby. I didn't mean to make you cry.
I get it.
It's okay. He was still crying. Everyone could tell, being physically present or not. I love you, Mom. You've always been my mom. Not some aunt. My mom. I love you too. Her tone was thick with emotion. It was at the edge of a voice break herself. I'm so lucky to be your mom. She started to sniffle openly. Don't feel bad for me with how it worked out. I promise that none of it was your fault. It's not as though I'm completely miserable over here. I have an incredible life with a beautiful baby boy of my own who calls whenever he can. At that, Cove's tears only came down heavier. Thank you. Kara sighed affectionately, and you could hear the warmth in her voice. I think that's good for now. Maybe you should end the call. Take a moment. Is that really alright? He tightened his grip on his phone. You could see how emotionally exhausted he looked.
Of course.
We'll be in touch soon. For now, you'll only be able to keep thanking me or apologizing.
Hey!
Cove cried out defensively over the accusation, making his mom snicker. Bye, and goodbye to you too, Tara. I'm glad you're there for my baby. See you. Bye, Mom. I love you. Love you too. Cove hung up. He let his hands drop to his side, his phone brushing the fabric of his wetsuit. His other hand went up to his face. He tried to wipe the tears from his eyes. His face was red, and he struggled to put his phone back in his bag one-handed. You can tell he was getting worked up. He finally just used both hands and sealed his phone back into its normal place. Cove sniffed, and then reached out for you. His hand trembled in your grasp, and you squeezed back. He needed to feel your support. Want to go see your dad again? He didn't have to tell you that what was on his mind. He nodded his head weakly. You rushed back the way you came, feet pounding across the boards of the dock to return to the scuba shop for the third time. It was a little difficult to keep up with him. His stride was already longer than yours, but with him almost running, you had to pick up the pace. You reached his dad's door, and Cove still wasn't slowing down. He pushed his way through the door at full speed. His hand released yours as he charged in. Mr. Holden had been walking around the middle of the store checking over things. Immediately he turned at the sound.
What's wrong?
What? Where's the fire? He froze when he got a look at Cove's face. He worriedly opened his mouth, probably to ask what was wrong. But then Cove launched himself at his father. Cove threw his arms around Mr. Holden's neck. He buried his fist in his dad's shoulder and he started to sob with deep hitching breaths. Cliff clearly had no idea what was going on, and his hands hovered awkwardly in the air. He looked at you for a brief second, hoping for understanding before turning all his attention to Cove. Oh. This is breaking my heart. It's like so touching, but also so sad. He wrapped both his arms around Cove's back. Cove looked secure in his father's embrace, protected and safe. It's okay. It'll be okay. Whatever it is, it's going to be okay. Cove kept crying. He inhaled deeply, his voice choking up when he tried to speak.
I'm so sorry.
You always tried to be there for me when I was growing up, and I was mean to you. I'm sorry. This is gonna make me, oh my god. Stop. This is so bad for me. Holy. This is the type of shit that will make me message my parents and be like, I'm sorry for being a difficult kid, and then remembering why I don't message my parents. Oh my god, I'm like crying so bad right now.
What?
Mr. Holden was completely taken aback. He hadn't expected this to be the issue. You don't have to apologize for that, bud. Kids are allowed to be mad at their parents. It's my job to take care of you. I really didn't do anything special. Cove shook his head as empathetically as he could while he still tucked in against his dad. You always supported me no matter what. You always loved me. I wish I realized how much you did sooner. Cove squeezed him tighter. Oh, this is so fucking... I don't even know how to feel right now. Thank you. I love you, Dad. At his... I can't. At his son's helpful confession, the father became choked up as well. He compressed Cove into a crushing hug. I do love you. I always will. You can count on that. I want to be there for you too. They clung on to one another, absorbed in the moment. Then after a little while, longer, they slowly began to loosen their I look horrible. I don't have any tissues left. Cove sniffled and moved so he could use his palms to wipe his tears. His dad's shirt was visibly damp where his face had been. Oh, Cliff patted the top of Cove's shoulders. He looked at his son with pride. You've grown up so much. Cove started to laugh through his tears, a wavering smile on his lips. I gotta clean my glasses again, sorry. I cried and there's tears all over them. Oh my god. Cove started to laugh through his tears, a wavering smile on his lips. You doubted that Cove would have ever thought that crying on his dad's shoulder was a sign of maturity. But it was true. Cove had changed over the years. You were glad to see Cove grow. Cove used to cry a lot over his parents, and he still did. Despite the similarity, the defining Coveness, there was a big difference between the two occasions. You were proud of him. Cove wiped at his eyes again. You're a good dad. You're a good son. Mr. Holden was plainly touched by the words and beamed at his beloved child. Cove looked away and shyly traced his scar. Cliff chuckled and released Cove to rub the back of his neck. The earlier panic had bled off and left the confusion. I'm glad we had this talk, but what was it that made you cry in the first place? You weren't too bad off when you left before. Oh. Cove ducked his head further down, getting a very good look at the scuff marks on the floor. I called Mom. I wanted to talk to her about all this. He kicked one of his feet shyly, swinging it back and forth against the ground. Things felt really hard when I was younger, but it wasn't just me going through stuff, Dad. You never give yourself credit. Cliff smiled gently and gripped Cove's shoulder with reassurance.
Oh.
Kyra is an amazing person to come to my defense. For me, the only hard part was seeing you and her unhappy. Everything else, that was nothing. He wrapped an arm around Cove's neck for another side hug. Cove leaned into the embrace and glanced up at his dad. Your old man is tougher than he looks. Check out how powerful these arms are. And this is 10 years on. I was in my prime those days. Cove laughed. It was a light sound, full of fondness. Okay, okay. He quieted down a little, finding a quick moment of seriousness. Thanks again, Dad. I know you don't want me to feel bad, but I'm happy. And I'm happy because of everything you and Mom did. I have a really nice life. Mr. Holden's countenance became much more serious. He didn't take what was said lightly. Cove, you are very welcome. That's so good to hear. Then he let Cove go again, but this time they both took a step back to their normal proximity. Mr. Holden cleared his throat. He looked at you right in the eyes.
That's a relief.
I also appreciate that you were here for support, Terra. What a loyal partner. Cove looked down, embarrassed. You're both so sweet. You grinned at the couple of big softies. Cliff smiled warmly. He nudged Cove gently as if to say, look how lucky you are. Hey, maybe I ought to give you another $20 for all of this. You put up with a lot over the years. Cove's cheeks puffed into a pout.
No.
I could use some money. You shook your head. You really didn't need money from Cove's dad. He did this changes things, didn't he?
Sure.
Okay. I'll leave making jokes about that to Cove. Cove smiled, satisfied at that. Alright. Cove exhaled slowly, his posture relaxing. We better get going. You still have work, Dad, and I think Terra has been patient enough. Cliff grinned and waved the two of you off. Sure thing. I'm happy you both stopped in, but you gotta go have some fun. Be careful out there. I don't need to go jet skiing anymore. Terra, if you still want to go, I don't mind watching. No way, you're a mature young man, and if you want to jet ski, then you should go out and jet ski. I'll still be here if you need anything, alright? Yeah, okay. Woo! Cove waved to his dad as he started walking out. You followed. When you turned back to Mr. Holden before you went out the door, he was waving. Bye, kids. You'll do great. Once again, oh my god, as had become today's habits, you and Cove walked down the dock side by side. But this time, Cove had a bounce back in his step. His smile was soft but radiant. Thanks for staying, and sorry for how long it took. You do the same for me. You had his back and he had yours. It was just how things went between the two of you. He sidestepped to leaning closer to you and wrapped his arms around you. You relaxed into his embrace as he held you tightly. You hugged him back. You could smell the scent of the ocean on the breeze and felt the warmth of his chest. He exhaled and took a step back, his face a dazzling smile. The water lapped at the dock beneath your feet. Cove looked down when a particularly strong wave crashed against it. It's weird to think about my parents' relationship. There's all this stuff that I don't know because I wasn't there, or because I was just a kid, or because I didn't even exist yet. Feels really complicated. Relationships are complicated. You agreed with him. Connections to other people were as varied as were waves in the ocean. Cove nodded without elaboration. He looked out into the ocean wistfully for a moment before he shook it off.
It's nice.
I'm happy they were married, even if they didn't stay together in the end. I'm glad you're feeling better. Ooh. Yeah, how do you feel about marriage? Speaking of marriage, Cove's eyes widened curiously as he turned to face you. Are you scared of it because of everything that happened with your parents? Cove shook his head shyly. He didn't hesitate for a second. No, surprisingly, I don't have issues of the idea of getting married someday. You looked at him, not bothering to hide your intrigue. He chuckled self-consciously at the reaction he got.
I mean...
Don't get me wrong, trying to actually propose would be terrifying. I'm sure planning a whole wedding would be so hard, especially for me, but just the thought of having someone I loved that I was married to, that I'd spend the rest of my life with, that doesn't scare me. It makes me happy to think about. The both of you stuck smiles at each other. What about you? Would you ever want to be officially married someday? If I found something really special. Yeah, it's something I really want someday. It was a bit of a dream for you. Oh. He quickly decided to change the subject after that admission. Alright, no more distractions. Let's go. It's time to jet ski. Yeah, let's do it. The two of you began to move to more quickly make your way across the boards. Despite your excitement, you were both careful. Neither of you wanted an accident, especially after what happened with Cove's first jet skiing trip. You finally got to the rental place. You were surprised at how easy the process was. It took no time at all for Cove to climb on his jet ski with shaky legs. You rented your own jet ski. You spent this entire time wanting to jet ski and were thrilled to finally climb onto one. It was a lime green with blue detailing. The jet ski rocked slightly as you got on, bobbing with the waves. You looked across the cove. He sat motionlessly astride his jet ski, preparing himself to start it up. Even from your distance, you could tell his hands were clamped on the handles too tightly. He was stiff and nervous. It's alright. It'll be alright, Cove. Trust yourself. He took a deep breath. You could see the rise and fall of his chest.
Thanks.
He inhaled slowly and started up the jet ski. It roared forward, and you were surprised you could hear him squeak over the sound of the engine. He stopped after a few seconds and breathed again. After he'd calmed, he started up once more. Cove sputtered and stalled with it for a while before going a little farther each time. He grew more comfortable with the feel. Cove eventually reached the point where he had only stopped the jet ski when he had something to say. He kept shouting things at you. This is amazing! Did you see that, Terra? This is so great! You had gotten your own jet ski going as well. You made sure to keep a safe distance. Cove watched what you did with enthusiasm. Nice turn! He zoomed forward and you could hear his bright laugh ring across the waves. You were relieved he'd taken it so well. You had no trouble controlling the machine yourself and enjoying the freedom it offered. You sped around the ocean with a wide smile on your face. Eventually the sun set and you had to pack up. Cove was thankfully still in one piece. No cast necessary. After everything had returned, Cove dug his phone out of his bag and texted his parents to let them know all about his triumph. An idea to take a photo to mark the occasion struck Cove, and he wanted you to join him in the selfie. You smiled. You both grinned as he took the photo. It was a nice shot with the ocean stretching behind you. His phone vibrated after only a moment after texting it out. Mr. Holden and Kyra had likely been waiting the entire day to find out how this outing would go. And with the news of his success, both Cove's parents went back how proud they were of Cove for how far he'd come. Watching him grinning in the setting sun after facing so many fears that day, you felt the same. That was so sweet! Like a lazy cat, you stretched your arms above your head and yawned, blinking your eyes sleepily. The day was warm and pleasant, and you were lounging on the couch in the living room, finding it difficult to do much in that moment. Your moms and Liz had gone out shopping, looking for some new items for your sister to take back and decorate her college dorm with. Hi, Benny. We're not going to be streaming too long today, probably only like 2 hours, a little less than 2 hours, because I have something I want to do in a little bit. But I'll probably be doing another late night stream like I did last night. Not that I think you'll be awake, but that probably will happen. But I'm going to get right into this and not dawdle. They had asked you if you wanted to go with them, but you declined. For you, today was all about relaxation. Cove had dropped by to spend some time with you, content to join in with doing nothing. The two of you had been chatting idly as you lazed around, talking about other things you had planned for the summer. He sat on the couch, on one couch while you sat on your own, cuddling on the couch. He had an arm loosely slung around your shoulders and his head dipped down against you, while you were nestled against his side, enjoying the comfort of his company. The day dragged on, and you found yourself yawning more and more often between conversations. You had almost dozed off completely when suddenly a buzz rang out, disturbing the silence. Your phone was on its charger in the kitchen, so it couldn't have been that. Cole pulled his own phone from his back pocket and checked the screen. His movement had jostled you, so you tried to readjust your position to get it right again.
Oh.
It's my mom. Cove waved his phone in the air, giving you a small smile. I'm gonna take this. I'll be right back. He carefully nudged you to move. Why do you have to leave for that? You snuggled against him closer, not wanting to part. You're gonna make me miss the call. He poked you again, and finally with a groan, you relented. He got to his feet and stretched out, answering the call, holding the phone to his ear as he headed off. Hey, Mom, what's up? Tell her I said hi. He turned to give you a nod, smiling as he walked backwards towards the door. The lock clicked behind him as he exited the house, and he sank back onto the cushions, idly trying to decide what to do next. After electing to grab your own phone from his charger, you resumed your position on the couch, tapping away at the screen. Your mind drifted away from thoughts of Cove and his phone call with all the many ways your device could distract you. With an effective enough way to kill the time, you had managed to do various little things when the door opened again and Cove returned. He gave you a smile as he approached, so you figured the conversation couldn't have gone too bad. You watched as Cove strolled over to where you were still sitting. He crossed his arms against the top corner of the couch, resting on them, while bending forward to lightly kiss the top of your head.
Hey.
I'm back. You tilted your head and gave him a small kiss. He met your lips with his, closing his eyes and letting you kiss him longer than one he had given just prior. Is everything okay? Everything's fine, just... He turned his head suddenly, running a hand through his hair and letting out an exasperated breath. He seemed nervous, but you couldn't imagine why.
Fine.
It's fine, nothing to worry about. You raised an eyebrow at his tone, moving your head to the side to try and meet his eye. That doesn't explain what's going on. He shrugged and gave you a tight smile, trying to play whatever it actually was off as unimportant. There's nothing going on, just stuff I can deal with later, some other time. He was transparently avoiding the truth, and you stared back at him seriously, an indication that you weren't going to ignore whatever he was doing. Eventually, he broke beneath your stare, hanging his head in his hands and groaning. I need to make another trip to my mom's place. There's some stuff there I'm gonna use, so I'll have to go pick it up. It wouldn't make sense to ship it, and I couldn't bring the stuff back with me last time since I flew. Oh. Suddenly, you understood what the phone conversation had been about. Cove was going to drive to his mom's house in Nevada. When will you go? Mom thinks it would be best to do it now, while I'm still kind of free, but... Cove pouted, giving you an unhappy look, and you could see the prospect was already taking a toll on him. I don't want to. I was just there, and for even longer than usual. Why do I have to leave? Right now? When it's our last summer like this? You thought it was cute he wanted to stay. It showed how much he appreciated being there and spending time with you. Looking up again, you met his bright aquamarine eyes, finding a sad smile tugging on his lips. Oh. Suddenly his eyebrows jumped and his eyes lit up like a lamp. You could come with me. What? You should come with me. I mean, I get that the two of us live next door to each other, and my mom lives in another state. My trips there are usually to spend time with her, just the two of us. But this time it won't be like that. All I'm gonna do is drive over, stay for a night, then pack up the car in the morning and turn around again. Most of the time will be spent in the car, so it'd be good to have another person there. Plus, you'd have the chance to see my mom again, and her place. Maybe we could even find something cool to break at on the way. You couldn't stop yourself from laughing at his enthusiasm. He blushed a little, reining himself in.
Please?
I just feel like it could be fun. Please, could you think about it? I want to go. A road trip sounds fun. I'll have to let my moms know, but as long as we've got nothing else important on the days we pick, then there's no reason I wouldn't be able to go. He grinned from ear to ear, thrilled by the news. He put both his hands on your cheeks, kissing your face all over, having to bend down far to do so, but he didn't mind it a bit. He then wrapped his arms around your neck, letting out a happy sigh.
I'm so glad.
This is so great. I'll call my mom back and let her know right now. You spent some time together going over your schedules and making plans for when you could take the trip. You needed to fit it in around both of your work schedules, which took a bit of doing, but came together in the end. Luckily, it was only a 2-day trip, so finding a couple free days in a row wasn't impossible. It wasn't long before the dates were finally set and all the plans were made. You were excited for the trip. A short trip sounded like the perfect way to spend some time. You could listen to music, eat snacks, and enjoy the open road. No matter what you thought about, the morning when you were due to leave arrived. It was cooler than usual, the sun barely peeking over the tops of the houses. You stood outside your house on the footpath near the road, waiting for Cove. You were feeling refreshed after a good night's sleep and an early wake-up. With your travel bag clutched in one hand, you watched as Cove finished packing up his car. He had organized all sorts of things, water bottles, snacks, and who knows what else. Cove insisted he had everything under control and didn't need help. At least you could rest easy knowing that it was all taken care of. As you waited, you glanced over Cove's car. You knew it well. It used to belong to Mr. Holden, and when Cove had learned to drive, it passed to him. His dad had taken the opportunity to get a newer one. It was pretty old at this point, but had served both of them well so far. You just hoped it had enough life left in it to survive a trip as long as the one you were embarking on. The slam of a door closing made you jump. You snapped back to focus and saw Cove was walking towards you. He dusted his hands off on his pants and tilted his head towards the car. That's it. Ready to go? Yeah, I'm ready. He smiled and stepped aside, giving you space to situate your bag where you wanted it. Once everything was safely inside, he glanced back at you.
All right.
We should get started. It's gonna be a ways to go. You hugged him. He seemed surprised, but he chuckled and returned the gesture. It couldn't last for long, though. Time was of the essence. The two of you climbed into the car and buckled up, Cove in the driver's seat and you sitting shotgun. His eyes moved to you.
Thank you.
Thanks again for coming on this trip with me. Of course, it's no problem. After checking the mirrors and starting the engine, you pulled out of the driveway and the trip began. With a small sigh, you got cozy in your seat and watched the familiar houses in your neighborhood pass by. Cove reached over to turn on the radio. A crackle of static, mixed with the old snippets of songs, filled the car as he flipped through the stations. Mr. Holden's car was in good condition, but it was, well, older. There was no way to plug in a phone to play music, so the radio had to do. Eventually, he settled on top 40 station before sitting back and resting both hands on the wheel. Is this okay? Yeah, it works. He smiled, happy with the answer. Time flew by, and with it, the scenery outside your window became more and more unfamiliar. Neither of you spoke for a good long while, but the quiet was comfortable. He had become all too used to each other's company over the years. Eventually, Cove broke the silence, clearing his throat softly before he spoke. It's been too long since you and I spent time with my mom. I know she still comes to the neighborhood sometimes, but it's not even once a year. I'm always going to hers. I'm happy the two of us are doing this. Yeah, me too. But speaking of Mom and trips, remember the time she took us on a crazy drive all across town? He shook his head at the memory, his laughter clear and bright. Oh, I remember. I kept worrying about papers and shoes while you were having a blast. It was an amazing night. He smiled quietly to himself, clutching the wheel a little more confidently. With the crinkling of his eyebrows, a look of nostalgia crossed over Cove's features. Mom always knew how to make things memorable. I can't deny that. Silence slowly crept back into the space, both of you thinking back on that night, and all the memories you had of it. Your elbows resting on the windowsill, you gazed out at a world that was slowly coming to life as the morning rolled on by. The sun climbed higher in the sky, forcing you to adjust the visor overhead to keep it out of your eyes. Hey, do you mind reaching back for me? Cove gave you a sidelong glance as you drove, indicating with a nod of his head and a tiny smile. I want some chips, the salt and vinegar ones. I love salt and vinegar chips. That's a great flavor.
Right?
Eat whatever you want to. I brought a bunch of everything. Stretching out the seat belt to give yourself space, he twisted in your spot and reached into the bag holding the snacks. It took a bit of effort to sort through the collection of goodies stuffed inside, but eventually the bag of chips crinkled beneath your fingers as you pulled them out and sat back in your seat. Here. Thanks. Do you mind opening it? His eyes lit up at the prospects of the snacks, and you shook your head in amusement, popping the top of the bag. Want me to feed them to you? His eyes widened, the hint of blush creeping over his cheeks, but he steadfastly continued to face the road. No, that's okay. Can you just pour a few into my hand? Yeah, sure. Thanks. Cove held out one outstretched hand. You did your best to have the chips fall into his palm, but some did end up on the floor. After that, you rolled up the top of the bag and stowed the chips safely in the back again. When you turned to the front, it was to find Cove crushing the fistful of chips into his mouth, crunching loudly. He wiped his hands on his pants absentmindedly, so he still wipes his hands on his pants before gripping the wheel and spilling crumbs all over the place. I'm impressed. Cove mumbled through his mouthful of chips, giving you a brief thumbs up. You smiled back, shaking your head in amusement at his antics. The hours drifted by much the same as that, with the two of you snacking and chatting as the day stretched on. It was fairly calm and quiet, traveling along the open road, and you found little in the way of interruptions. At one point, you passed a "Welcome to Nevada" sign, and Cove gave a tiny cheer. He was in disbelief that the two of you were seriously all the way in another state like this. Eventually, you had to stop for gas and made a detour at a small diner to grab a proper meal that didn't consist of chips and candy. After refueling both the car and your stomachs, the drive was back on, just as the sun began dipping beneath the horizon and bathing the sky in a wash of orange light. Cove informed you that there wasn't much longer left to go. You were almost there. You helped Cove stay alert while he drove. I don't like driving long trips. I like being in the car. I don't like driving them. He appreciated it, and you managed the journey together. When night eventually fell in a blanket of darkness, the drive finally came to an end. Cove pulled into a parking lot of Kyra's apartment building, the glow of the car lights disappearing as he turned off the engine and let out a heavy sigh. What's the best long-distance road trip snack? Oh, that's so hard. Whew, I had to think. I would say I'm gonna choose two, because I feel like for me, I'm a salty and sweet person, so I need a salty and I need a sweet. So for my sweet, I think I'll go with M&M's, because easy pack, it's not gonna melt in your hands. So M&M's, and then for my salty, I'm trying to think what I ate. I usually get like a trail mix. Also, thank you for the lurky, that guy. Little pretzel bites with peanut. Oh, I love those. Oh my god, yeah, that's actually perfect because you get both salty and sweet in the same bite. That's a really good answer. I would say I like a trail mix too, because usually the trail mixes have like something salty and sweet in them. So maybe like a trail mix with like M&M's in it, because I like that.
Huh.
We made it, we're here. The two of you exchanged tired smiles, having successfully and safely completed one half of the trip. You were relieved to have actually arrived and eager to get out of the car and stretch your legs. You took the stairs up to the building together. After a knock, you were abruptly met by a flash of green hair as Kyra opened the door and immediately took her son in her arms. Though I'm a bit weird and would take a bag of the little rye chips. The rye chips are like, okay, so I feel like with rye chips, people either love or hate them. I personally love them. Like I remember when I would eat like at like those mixes, it had like pretzels, rye chips, those like little mini breadstick looking things. The rye chips were always the one that I would take out of it. I'm not a huge pretzel fan unless the pretzels are like got good seasoning or something to like eat with them. So I would always eat the rye chips because those were like my favorite out of that little mix, you know what I mean? There he is, my gigantic baby boy. She squeezed him for a moment, and before she could let go, Cove embraced her tightly back. It was a hold that reaffirmed of all the love he had for her as his mom. She stroked the top of his head in response. When his grip finally loosened, she pulled back so she could examine his face. Are you even taller than the last time I saw you? Cove gave you a look and rolled his eyes amusedly as she patted the tops of his shoulders proudly. You say that every time I'm here. It doesn't even make sense right now. My last visit wasn't that long ago. Kyra simply laughed before letting him go fully and ushering the two of you into her apartment. Then she turned to you, a wide grin pulling at her lips. Terra, it's so nice you came along with. And as a bonus, you both arrived in one piece. One piece? Also, her apartment is nice. This is cute. Yeah, it's good to see you. It's been a long time. Kyra beamed at you both, and while you would have loved nothing more than to settle down and rest after the drive, you could see she wasn't going to let you go that easily.
So?
How was the trip? I admit I was a pinch worried. You let Cove answer that. It was fine. No problems for us. Kyra clapped her hands together, the bracelets around her wrists jingling. I'm so proud. I can hardly believe how mature you both are. Where did all those smarts come from? Cove ran a hand over his hair with an awkward chuckle.
I don't know.
Maybe I got some from my parents. His mom looked up at him deeply, her eyes glistening as she shook the sentimentality off with a wave of her hand. You had to be half asleep already, huh? I don't want to keep you up much longer. Early morning in any whoosies. How do you want to deal with the sleeping arrangements? I only got my own room in Cove's, though the living room couch isn't bad. Tara can use my bed. I'll just sleep on the floor in my room. It doesn't matter for one night. Kyra laughed out loud, startling you both. You raised an eyebrow at her outburst, giving her a quizzical look. Oh yeah, you'll just stay on the floor. You couldn't handle that much back when you were 13 with both your parents in the room. I am Unlurk. Well, welcome, Unlurk. How was your exam? Did it go well? Haha, no. I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm really sorry to hear that. Cove blushed a dark red and gaped, completely unprepared for her to pull out that embarrassing moment from the past.
Hey!
Mom! You were annoyed. She knows he's sensitive. It was uncalled for. You put a hand on Cove's arm in a show of support. He gave you a grateful smile, and Kyra cooed at the two of you.
Hey!
Mom! She finally let it drop, and you tried to move on. We're just gonna tell him to sleep with us, I feel. Not like that, just like in the bed. Thank you for letting me have the bed. Cove offered a small smile.
Don't worry about it.
No problem.
So...
Would you be okay with me sleeping on the floor in the room? I'd rather be there than out in the open living room, even if there is the couch. Yeah, you can sleep there. Kyra giggled softly, drawing your attention back to her. All funny stuff aside, you need to get some sleep for tomorrow. Seems like you're setting yourself up to not getting any. I know that sounds really captious, but I'm a mom and I have to say these things. Come on, we're not little kids having a sleepover. We're responsible adults, right, Tara? I don't think we are, but sure. Yes, very responsible. You simply smiled at him. I'll leave it at that then, for now. Just remember that the walls are thin in this apartment. If you can't settle down and sleep, I might have to separate you. It's crazy. Embarrassing. We'll be good. Perfect. Kyra clasped her hands together, her bracelets softly tinkling against each other. It's only getting later, so I better let you prepare for bed. She nodded towards the hallway and gave you a small smile. I'll play hostess for a sec and show you where the bathroom is first, Tara, and where you'll be staying the night. Thank you. You hoisted your travel bag back over your shoulder and followed behind Kyra and down the hall. Cove shuffled along behind you, disappearing into the bedroom while his mom had you go to the restroom. The apartment was small, but nicely decorated in soft, cool colors with plenty of artwork hanging on the walls to give it character. It was stylish and exactly what you had expected from someone like Kyra. Kyra is such an instigator, I swear, second only to Lee and Nolani. I love it though. I love it. I love the instigating. After being shown the bathroom and wishing Kyra a good night, you headed into the room and found Cove already there. This is a very Cove bedroom. Like, this is a very Cove room. I mean, his room is more Cove than this, but like, you know. He had changed into his sleepwear for the night as well. Looking around, you found the bedroom to look much the same as the rest of the apartment, both the small ocean elements you were sure Cove must have enjoyed when he stayed here. All in all, the room was pretty and clean, though it almost looked more like a hotel guest room than a bedroom. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Like, it looks like something you'd see in an Airbnb. Cove only spent a few weeks out of the year there, so it made sense that it wasn't especially lived in.
So?
What do you think? It's pretty nice, huh? Mom always keeps it clean and everything, even when I'm not here. It's a great room. Cool. I'm glad you like it. He seemed pleased enough with the response and gave you a small smile before opening the zip on his bag. When you went back to the room, you jumped in bed and under the covers just as Cove was shuffling in his sleeping bag on the floor. You waited until he was settled in before you flipped off the lights, and a soft glow from outside peeked through the blinds, casting a shadow over the floor. Also, okay, at this point, we're, 18? Why does he not just share the bed with me? I mean, I get it, we're in his mom's apartment and whatever, but it's one night. And, like, I don't know. You closed your eyes, blocking everything out.
Night.
Night, Tara. Night, Cove. Sleep well. The room grew quiet as the two of you wound down for the night, and you found yourself listening to the sounds of the city outside the window. Because it's Cove. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, you're right. Because it's Cove is actually, like, the perfect response to that. But it's, like, Cove is so weird with that kind of stuff because he's, like, such a shy boy, but at the same time, he's, like, not a shy boy. I don't know. The room grew quiet as the two of you wound down for the night, and you found yourself listening to the sounds of the city outside the window. The noise out there was so different to what you were used to back home. Cars zooming past and people out having fun, instead of crashing waves and the ocean winds cocooning your house in their embrace. This feels familiar, don't you think? We've been having sleepovers for years. Cove mumbled quietly and rustling in his bedding, turning to face towards your location.
Right?
It feels like I've had this view so many times, looking up over at you tucked into bed. He trailed off a little, and you assumed he was drifting off to sleep, too tired to continue the conversation. But then, as if a switch had been hit, he sprung up, startling you as he shot upright in his sleeping bag. Wait a minute. Why am I always on the floor? Now he's asking me important questions. What? You raised your eyebrows at him through the dark. The times I slept over at your house, you got to stay in your bed. It was your bed, after all. But when it was my family hosting things, Dad always made sure you got a bed there. The words spilled out of him faster and faster, the pitch of his voice rising as the revelation spiraled. He'd say that you were the guest, so it was only right. No matter what, I've always been the one who takes the floor, every time. This is a racket. Them's the breaks. He burst out laughing. How is that only hitting you now? Cove said get on the floor now. Bro, I'm not getting on the floor. Don't ask me questions. My life is crumbling. I can't believe it. That's been going on for 10 years. He stopped suddenly, and you could see through the limited light that his eyebrows were angled in disbelief, his frown wobbly in shock. That's how it is in my family. My moms have always thought it was more fun and comfortable for the guests to use their own sleeping things rather than a stranger's bed. And in my family, the guest gets the bed because it's good to make sure your guest has a proper place to sleep. We were opposites all along, but I never even thought about it. When it looked like the situation was going to stall there, he suddenly scoffed.
It's okay.
At least you were comfortable all those times we shared a room. Oh, he's so sweet. Even though he meant the words, he was being snarky about it. Despite looking on the bright side, he was still pouting. Quit being a baby. Thank you for making the sacrifice for me. He made a sound of acknowledgement, and you took that as a good sign. With a tired sigh, he flopped back down. I can make do with the floor, for old time's sake. Some real humor came back to his tone. It's basically a tradition by now. Why don't we share? It's big enough. Cove inhaled deeply, the fabric of his sleeping bag crinkling loudly as he fidgeted beneath. I told my mom I was gonna stay on the floor. Cove, you're 18 years old! Just because you told your mommy you were gonna stay on the floor doesn't mean you have to. You frowned, wondering when that had ever stopped him before. Did you really plan on going through with that? No. He hesitated a little, the silence stretching between you. You couldn't help but smile to yourself. You knew him well. The sleeping bag rustled again, and through the dim light, you saw him stand and head towards the bed. Are we gonna get a cute... Aw, I was hoping we were gonna get, like, a cute piece of art like we did in the RV where we get to see him laying on his side. I really liked that. He took in a deep breath as he ran his fingers across the top of the blanket, gathering his nerves as his eyes met yours. And then he paused, his head tilted to the side, as if silently asking permission. It's alright. You shuffled over to make room for him as he pulled the bedding up and crawled beneath the covers, leaving the two of you close together, but not quite touching. He exhaled a heavy breath as he lay down on his side. He is so nervous all the time. I love him. He's just so adorable. His head getting comfy on the pillow next to yours. You had a strange feeling in your stomach, like it was doing some little somersaults, but it felt good to have him close. He raised his fingers and delicately brushed the tips over your cheeks, drawing a shaky sigh from your lips. His touch was warm and feather-light, making you feel tingly all over. When his eyes met yours again, you found yourself lost in them, the world becoming still and silent around you. Then he froze, his muscles tensing as he closed up like a clam and his breath hitched in his throat. He attempted to whisper something, but it was completely lost on you. With that having to suffice as a warning, Cove jumped out of the bed and crouched down on the floor, his head held in his hands as he took in a few deep, stuttering breaths. What is going on? You bolted upright in the bed, staring down at him with a mix of alarm and bemusement. Are you okay?
I'm always like this.
I thought it'd feel like it did before when we were younger, but it's different now. I'm sorry, Tara. Really sorry. I'm just so... What is going on? He panted deeply in and out as though he had just finished running an entire marathon. Is he panicking? After finally steadying his breathing to a normal rhythm, he crawled back into his sleeping bag and huddled down on the floor, his back turned to you. Sorry. Where is confused on here? I don't even know how to react to this. You were disappointed? So close yet so far. These feel really mean. Hold on, I'm gonna load that. Those feel mean. I think he's embarrassed and panicking about being in a position as an adult. Yeah, I think that's it too. It's just like, it just happened so quickly. Like, okay, it happened before. The thing is, like, yeah, I guess it's different now because we're adults. But it just, I don't know. It's kind of flattering. I don't know what I would do, how I react. If a man reacted this way to me, I'd be like baffled. I'd be like, are you okay? I think I'd be like alarmed. I'd be like, are you alright? We can always try again another night. He made a small noise, acknowledging that he had heard you, but said no more. With the event over, you laid back down in bed alone for this night. The next day dawned, bringing with it. The thing is, I just find it so, I'm sorry, I gotta talk about this a little bit more. I just find it so, I guess maybe this is just me personally with relationships and stuff, because, you know, the way that I do relationships is different, and, you know, he's, whatever. It's just, I find it so bizarre, because I feel like I don't know what's going on inside. I'm not Cove, never mind. The next day dawned, bringing with it the sounds of birds chirping happily outside the window. You opened your eyes slowly, letting them adjust to the light as you tried to recall where you were, and remembering the unfamiliar sight of Cove's second bedroom. You had woken up on your own. The early morning sun filtered through the blinds, telling you it was about time to get out of bed and start getting ready for the day. The sound of Cove shuffling around the room drew your attention, though you weren't surprised. He had always been a morning person. Sitting up in bed, you let out a yawn and stretched your arms above your head. You still felt pretty groggy. Holy. You were used to sleeping in longer than this, and the late night hadn't helped. Morning. The two of you were on completely different wavelengths right now. You pulled yourself out of bed, grabbing the fresh change of clothes and your toiletries before heading to the bathroom. After all that, you met Cove back in his room. He was sitting on the floor when you had entered, sorting through a bunch of stuff in a box, determining what to bring and what to leave behind. Hey.
Hey.
Can you pull out the stuff in those drawers? You nodded, though he hadn't even looked up from his task, so you knew he wouldn't have seen. Heading over to his drawers, you started the task of taking out various items and setting them on the ground in front of Cove. After a while, it became clear to you that Cove was acting strange whenever you went near him. He was flinching over your presence. Oh no, I don't want him to feel like that. It happened a few more times before you couldn't take the awkwardness any longer. You dropped the stuff you were holding down in front of him and raised a questioning eyebrow. Is everything okay?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry about last night. Again. He quietly squeaked the second part of his thought. About not staying in the bed with you. I know you try not to mind or be mad at me, but I wish I didn't have to make you accept me backtracking all the time. He swallowed thickly, struggling to find the right words to explain himself. I do think it felt nice. Really, it's just also not bad, but good in a inconvenient way.
I mean...
Laying together like that, being so close, it gets too hot, you know? His cheeks flushed with color, and he immediately trailed off, his eyes firmly fixed on the floor. It was that intense for you, huh? Maybe I'm the one who should apologize. His eyes widened, a pink tinge creeping on his cheeks before he could duck his head enough to hide. Just don't worry about it. You don't need to do anything. Let's get back to packing. With it more or less resolved, he went to grab some more items as Cove focused on the box in front of him once more. Oh hey, look at this. When you turned towards the sound of Cove's voice, you found him digging through one of the drawers beneath the bed.
Neat.
Here's something I definitely need to bring. Neat. Craning your head, you got a better glimpse of what he was holding. An old yellowing book. When he opened it up, there was a few dried pressed flowers between the pages. Oh, how cute. Those had been gifts you'd given to him for his mom's place. Something for him to remember you by and to make his time here less lonely. Aw. He kept them the whole time. You started to feel emotional. I would get emotional. Cove looked up at you when you sniffled quietly, seeming concerned. You wiped away the tears that were building in your eyes, feeling a little silly. Sorry. He smiled at you, his face softening. Why would you apologize? It's alright. It's wonderful. Thank you.
It's nice.
These are special. It was important having a piece of you with me whenever we were apart. Oh, that's so sweet. I feel the same way. That's why I gave them to you. Cove smiled, pleased that the feeling was mutual, but then the expression became more amused. And did you keep the souvenirs I brought back? Of course. His grin grew to completion. Thanks. Another hour passed by in silence, and you were happy to see you were making great progress with Cove's room, with only the closet left to sort through. You took a minute to take a mouthful of water from your bottle and perched on the edge of the bed feeling productive. I should take a mouthful of water. Hydration. Cove glanced over at you and paused, putting down the tape gun he had been using to seal his boxes. You raised an eyebrow. You know, it's really strange to see you sitting in this room. Why? He frowned a little, his eyes distant and his voice quiet when he spoke next.
That's...
Still no channel points? I'll bring channel points back next stream. I feel like it's been enough time. During the visits to Mom's, when I was sitting alone in this room, I'd sometimes think about how you weren't here. It was a weird feeling at the time that you just weren't around, and now that you are here in this exact place, I don't know how to explain the feeling. He shrugged it off and smiled a little, as though he'd said enough already, but didn't want to risk sounding silly. Life is pretty confusing, is all. I missed you so much when you were gone. His brows crinkled as he looked at you solemnly, his eyes bright with emotion. I miss you too, all the time. It made you feel better to know that, somehow. To know that when you were stuck at home missing his company, that he was missing yours too. He looked away satisfied, heading over to the closet and the last of the items to be sorted. Before long, every box, closet, and drawer had been thoroughly combed through, with items either neatly packed up in boxes or organized and returned to their proper places. With a sigh of relief, you glanced around the bedroom and the work you had done together.
All right.
We're done. Good job to us. I'm gonna change out of my PJs for the drive. Yeah. When the two of you headed out into the living room, ready to get everything finalized and hit the road, you found Kyra in the kitchen pouring a cup of tea. Cove headed towards her, leaning casually against the counter that divided the two spaces. Hey, you didn't have to get up so early.
Come on.
Are you crazy? Of course I'd have to see you off before you go. You can't sneak away while I'm out cold. She beamed at him and, in all honesty, seemed more than happy to be up and getting ready for the day. Do you want some breakfast? I've got some muesli or eggs and toast. Oh, and some of that fruity cereal you used to love. That's okay. We should really eat on the road. Kyra smiled sadly, a little disappointed, but she seemed to understand that your time was running thin. I thought you might say that. In that case, I packed you some snacks for the road.
What do you think?
Even if you don't end up eating them, take it anyways, just in case. You can always feed them to Cliff when you get home. And tell him I said hi. Cove laughed and shook his head, knowing his dad would love nothing more than to polish off whatever food Kyra had packed for you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mom. You really didn't have to. His mom's a baddie? Everyone says that. Every time Kyra comes on screen, everyone's like, oh my god, Kyra is such a baddie. I'm not disagreeing. Let me be clear. I'm not disagreeing. She is a baddie. The neon green just turns me off. That's it. The neon green at the top of her hair, it's just too, I don't know. I just don't like it. I like the bottom of her hair. This like darker green she's got. That's more of my, I like that. If her hair was all like that, I'd love that. Okay, thanks, Mom. You really didn't have to. Time to dye my hair. You don't need to dye your hair. Thank you for the snacks. I'm sure they'll come in handy with this guy around. Cove scoffed and playfully rolled his eyes, earning a giggle from Kyra. I don't doubt it. Like father, like son. She returned your smile with one of her own before putting her cup of tea aside. Well, I'll help you get the car packed.
Sure.
Thanks. The three of you got to move on, taking the boxes from Cove's bedroom and heading down to fill the back seat of the car until there was barely an inch of space left in the back and the trunk. With all of you helping, it only took a couple of trips to move everything, and you were done before you knew it. Then it was truly time to say goodbye. You convened back inside the apartment, where Kyra looked over the two of you with a quiet smile. It was great to see you both. Thank you for coming. She gave each of you a hug, and you felt a little sad that you hadn't been able to spend more time with her. It was good to see you too, Mom. Cove embraced her in return, the two of them holding onto each other for a few seconds longer. I'll miss you, but I'll visit again soon.
Of course.
You better. Hey, we should make plans for you to visit us too. I'll let you know when it's settled. I'd love that. Kyra bundled all the stuff she prepared into a bag and handed them over to you. You took a quick peek at what she had packed. There was fruits, nuts, seeds, hard-boiled eggs, and some veggie sticks.
Cool.
That's really good snacks, actually. Oh, good to see we've got some fresh food options now. The snacks I brought weren't. Kyra shook her head at him and let out a soft laugh, as though she wouldn't have expected anything else. I seriously hope you're feeding yourself better than that at home. Yeah, of course, just not on trips. I can live with that then. She looked over him fondly, her eyes at last focusing on his face and filling with emotion. I'm gonna miss you, baby.
Me too.
I don't know. We'll all be together again before you know it. I hope so. Kyra put an arm around you both, pulling you in tight to her sides for one final squeeze.
Bye.
Have a safe trip. We will. With a last goodbye, you exited the apartment, though Cove hesitated for a moment in the door, his expression distant. You weren't sure what he was doing, though you tentatively took a step towards him. Everything okay? Your voice seemed to bring him back to earth, and he shook his head to clear his thoughts, his green hair swaying from side to side.
Come on.
Yeah, let's go. With that, the two of you headed back down to the car, ready to make the long trip home. Soon enough, you were on the wide open road with a car full of Cove's things and only one destination, Sunset Bird, California. The drive went as smoothly as could be expected, with the morning slowly creeping into midday as the miles flew by. The day flew by in a whir of open road and sunshine, and before you knew it, it was early afternoon. By that point, you had already crossed the state line. Cove announced that he had planned a little stop on the way home. He was quite pleased with himself as he arrived at the precipice, the Redwood National Park. Wait, didn't we go to the Redwoods together with our family? Shaded beneath a canopy of enormous redwood trees, you drove along. Yeah, we definitely did. Okay, we did. I couldn't remember if it was the Redwood Natural Park or not. When Cove parked the car, you pushed the door to get out, and the first thing you did was look up. Enormous redwood trees surrounded you on all sides, their massive trunks shooting straight up into a canopy of foliage overhead. There were too many of them to count, stretching on and on as far as you could see. You squinted against the sunlight that was peeking through the leaves and dancing on the paths around you. It's great, right? He smiled at you from over the roof of the car before glancing around the place fondly. Remember the trip our families took here that one summer? Yeah, I remember. That was actually what I was referencing on the time that we actually did sleep in the same bed together. And we got caught by his mom and he freaked out. It was cool going on a journey and seeing the forest in person, even if we didn't stay very long. And I guess we can stay for even less this time, but oh well. It just seemed like a good time to stop by. Who knows when we'll get another chance. His voice got a little softer at the end. It seemed to be bittersweet for him, being in a place he was so fond of, but not having the time to appreciate it fully. You pleased to have stopped there. It was a beautiful place to stretch your legs and take in some fresh air. Thanks for bringing me here. Cove smiled, shoving his hands in his pockets and tipping his head. No problem. The two of you walked around for a while, completely dwarfed by the sheer scale of the redwoods, and kind of put your view of yourself and everything in a strange perspective. You took in a lungful of clean forest air, listening to the sounds of the bird song and the cool breeze rustling through the underbrush, taking advantage of the space to move around freely. However you felt about being there, it was a totally different scene than sitting in the old car for hours and hours. You took Cove's hand. He intertwined his fingers through yours, smiling at you as he relaxed into your touch and rubbed the back of your hand softly with his thumb. Being here again, you couldn't help but reminisce on what else had happened during the trip you had taken here all that time ago. There were a lot of things that had reminded you of it recently. Yeah, you know what? There's a lot of things we've been talking about, and maybe it's just like the ones that we've chosen, but like the having trouble sleeping in the same bed. We first slept in the same bed together, really slept in the same bed together when we went on that trip. And then we also made a marriage comment when we were on that trip with our family, and we were just talking about marriage with like his parents divorced, like just last little one we chose. He looked over at Cove, who seemed to be lost in the peace of the place, and he wondered if any of it crossed his mind. Smiling at the sight, he thought back on what had been a highlight of the long-gone vacation. Yeah, see? The anklet chat. Yeah, that too! I forgot that was on that trip. He was like, there's something flirty about anklets, which, like, I agree, but also, like, it was just so funny coming from Cove of all people that he was like, that anklet is mighty flirty, if you ask me. I want to talk about Elizabeth teasing us, and then maybe we'll talk about the night on the loft. I feel like the night on the loft might be a little bit too, whatchamacallit, too close to home, seeing as, like, we just had this whole conversation about, like, I don't know. She teased us mercilessly on that trip, remember? Liz really pulled no punches when she was a teen. I can hardly believe some of the things she said to us. Cove groaned, and though his brows dipped grumpily, you could see the shadow of a smile tugging on his lips. I remember, unfortunately, but I don't know why you were pretending she's gotten better. Liz never gives me a break. You had to crack a smile. Cove was honestly a favorite target of hers for teasing, but so were you. You continued chatting. Well, I want to see what he says about us being in the same thing. Let's see. You managed it then? I was stupider then. Sorry. You had to crack a smile and left the little debacle from last night behind you again. I like that one. That was cute. There was barely enough room for the two of us, but it was fun. Cove chuckled and shook his head at the moment. It was memorable, especially when I got caught up there by my parents in the morning. He laughed, and soon enough you were joining him. It had been pretty embarrassing for him at the time, but you were glad he could look back at it and laugh now. You continued chatting about the trip a little while longer, about the things you had seen and done, and even eaten. A lot of the memories Cove had of the trip were similar to your own, but you were also surprised to hear of a few other things from his point of view. So much had happened, but there was no shortage of things to talk about. The place certainly had a nostalgic quality about it. Hey, Tara. You looked over at the sound of Cove saying your name to find him smiling at you, seeming relaxed amongst the nature of the park. You have gorgeous eyes. Where is this coming from? I mean, thank you, but, like, I'm blushing, but what are we talking about? The words left his lips, and you froze, completely taken aback by the compliment. He blushed, and his gaze remained on you. That's another thing that happened. Oh, yeah! I remember. We were like, flirting with each other, and my character had asked him, like, what he liked to see on another person, and he said an anklet, and then he said brown eyes. I remember. That's another thing that happened during the trip. You can't just say things like that with no warning. His eyes are really beautiful. Okay, I have brown eyes, and I've always liked colored eyes more, like blue eyes, brown eyes. Those, I mean, not brown eyes, blue eyes, like green eyes and those things. Better my brown eyes. Sorry. Your eyes are much more beautiful. You bit down on your lip as you gazed into his aquamarine eyes, admiring the different blues and the hint of green that swirled in them. Your spirits were light as you ambled past information boards and picnic areas. But before long, you decided it was time to bring this short stop to an end and head back to the car to get on the road again. Cove sighed when you finally reached the vehicle, jingling the keys in his hand before unlocking the doors.
Well,
I wish we didn't have to go, but we're going to be responsible and not stay longer than we should. How grown up of you. He smiled slightly, and with that, the two of you jumped into the car, buckled in, and he put it in drive. You were getting closer and closer to town as the sun started setting, though you were still far enough away that the radio stations were unfamiliar to you. Oh, this looks so nice! God, I love the art in this game. It's so good. He looks so cute. Cove twisted the dial this way and that before stumbling onto a channel with a song he seemed to like. That was a rare gift from the fates in a sea of static, strange radio jockeys and grating tunes. Oh, his face immediately brightened at the sound of it, and he drummed his fingers along the bottom of the steering wheel happily. He's so cute. Green eyes are the best. They really are. I think green eyes are beautiful. There's so many, like, beautiful, I mean, eyes are just so, I think eyes are probably the first thing I notice about a person when I'm talking to them. And I think I've realized that because also when I'm playing games, I'll be like, wow, this character has such pretty eyes. And I feel like eyes are just such a big thing for people, for me at least. To be fair, when you asked him what he likes to see on other people, he first said nothing, and then, yeah, he did say nothing. I forgot about that. He's like, nothing! And then I was like, nothing? And he's like, that's not funny. That's not funny. Don't talk about that. That's not funny. He was embarrassed as hell. Sitting back in his seat, he bopped his head along in time of the tune. Dang, he looks so handsome. Look at this freaking look. He looks so handsome. You smiled. He got the impression he was pleased to be heading back home after everything. He looks so handsome like this. I can't. The song ended, and Cove reached over to start cycling through the radio stations again. Upon finding nothing tolerable, he flipped the dial off in defeat and leaned back in his seat with a sigh. You rested your head on your hands and stared out the window as the sky darkened, watching the landscape slowly melt into more familiar views. The miles went on, and any energy you had earlier was beginning to drain away. You imagined home and your family, and you'd be there together soon. Have the exact same eyes? Do you? Really? Well, I mean, that makes sense. I don't remember what Nova's eyes look like. I'm trying to think back on the time that I saw him in person. And I can't remember. I don't know. The miles went on and okay, I already said that. You know, I've spent all these years living in Sunset Bird. Same bright blue. Okay, so they are, like... I couldn't remember exactly what his eyes were like. I don't know. I'd have to examine his eyes again. You know, I've spent all these years living in Sunset Bird and taking a few weeks each summer visiting my mom in that second room. That's not going to happen anymore. Not really.
I mean...
I can still see my parents, but the way it all works between us has changed forever. He paused, the silence stretching. A serious look settled on his face, his thoughts far away. He does look so serious, my goodness. I feel the same about my parents, too. I know they'll always be there for me, but we don't really have the same relationship we used to. Cove's mouth pulled into a tight line, and he gave a small nod. You got the feeling that he understood how you felt. Cove stared straight ahead, down the long, long road. The path looked like it never ended from where you were, but that wasn't true. Eventually, he found a few more words to say.
I'm so glad.
I think it's good we were able to do this trip without any parents or chaperones. It was just us. We did it all. I don't know, I feel A little more independent now. A little more ready for what's ahead. Right. It's like a real first step to be on our own all the time. It'll be here before we know it. The topic seemed to wear on Cove, and he made an attempt to find something else to speak on. He looks so handsome in this. So I'm kind of sad about getting back. I'm gonna miss having you right there tonight. Oh, that's so sweet. He cleared his throat quietly, though said nothing more. You smiled to yourself a little at hearing him say something like that out loud. I'm gonna miss it too. And with the feelings confirmed as mutual, the two of you fell into a comfortable silence. Oh, we took it away. The sky outside grew ever darker as the hours passed by, the stars blinking on like tiny fireflies painted on a canvas of blue. The scenery continued transitioning between open roads, industrial areas, and beach towns, becoming increasingly recognizable as time went on. You felt somewhat disconnected from the world around you as you watched it through your window, your tired mind growing hazy. It was a strange, reflective feeling, but peaceful nonetheless. Soon enough, the world would return to you, and you'd find your feet firmly planted on the ground. It couldn't be helped. The adventure would end, life could continue, but your memories would linger on. Oh, okay. Dang, these things are so long. We'll probably be able to do one more. We should probably do one of the DLC ones. Let's do happiness. The day and the week were nearing their end, and you were welcoming it in your own way by lying sprawled out on your bed. It was quiet in your house, getting to that time of night where you really should be sleeping, but you didn't feel tired at all. You rolled onto your side. Outside, the last lit window across the street blinked out, leaving the buildings on the block faceless silhouettes against the blue-black sky dotted by stars. Your phone came to life on the nightstand, a pale light cast on the ceiling of your room. Without looking, you threw your arm out behind yourself, groping around on the tabletop until your phone was under your palm. At that point, you lifted it to your face, starting once you saw a familiar name attached with a short message just reading, "Hey." Cove wasn't much for sleeping now either. As you made to reply, though, more and more texts came through in quick succession. You like doing things? You like doing things with me? What is this about? I mean, what I'm saying is that there are things you and I do, and we like, together at the same time. Very good, Cove. Yes, that's true. Now that was eyebrow raising. You prop yourself up on one elbow, sitting upright against the headboard so you could text more comfortably. You suck at texting. Wow, you've got it all figured out. Man, I'm excited to see where this is going. You've got it all figured out. The typing. Oh, this moment is so good. Oh, I'm so excited. Okay, wait, I'm so excited. The typing indicator dropped off and a notable pause followed. You snickered into the palm of your hand. It wasn't hard to imagine Cove red-faced and hunched over his phone in the dark, eyebrows furrowed as he tried to think of how to respond to your teasing. But ultimately, he didn't even attempt to address it. For what I was saying, you're free for a while, right? When's your next shift? Not for a few days? Cool, I thought so. I was just making sure. Alright. You could almost hear Cove's intake of breath as he prepared for the next part, despite the conversation being text alone. The window of your messaging app might as well have been in a screenshot. You were left to keep track of the passing seconds without the rising and falling cries of crickets outside. Well, step 3 is in general is really great, but I think this is one of the better moments. If I had to pick, oh, then this is a good one for us to do for the last one. Okay. When your screen darkened from inactivity, you wondered if you should do something yourself. I'm so excited now. Kai, you're making me so excited. Okay. I'm so excited. Okay. Let's give him a nudge. Cove? Almost immediately, he started typing, like you'd only dreamt up the lull in the conversation. Sorry. Still here. The next message came almost instantaneously. What if we did something new or sort of unexpected? What is he getting at right now? Would you be okay with that? Something we haven't ever done together? What is he talking about? You lowered your phone, leaning back against the headboard as you thought it over. The streets outside your window looked different at night, but you knew that if you were to wander out, there would be no chance of losing your way. There wasn't a single inch of your neighborhood that you didn't know by heart, and everywhere you looked, from the grassy hill behind your house, the shops by the beach, you could call a time you'd been there with Cove, mostly just chatting as you walked together. He didn't mind everyday things like that, but as for something new or unexpected, what's gotten into you, Cole Holden? You want to do something brand new? Hey, I'm not predictable. Am I? You are. Oh. Well, not right now. One by one, Cove began presenting his ideas, starting off with attending a play. We watch TV together and movies, but real people performing in front of us. We've never done that. I'm not sure what plays they are on right now, but that adds to the unexpected factor. What is happening? There was a slight pause before Cove moved to the next plan, visiting an aquarium. That makes sense, right? We go to the beach and stuff. We're pretty close to the water, but going to the aquarium would be water in a whole new way. I mean, yes, but I'm kind of baffled. The third and last one was the one that was most out of the blue. Ice skating. Ice skating? It was a total wild card, as Cove was putting it, and the polar opposite of what the two of you normally did. However, it was fitting right in with the other options as something you had never done together. I mean, he's right. Let's say if hypothetically someone wanted to surprise you with an unexpected outing, would that be okay? What if someone wanted to surprise me with an unexpected outing? Oh, you can help but smile fondly at that, wondering to yourself who that someone could be. I'll just play along with it. You said it would be perfect if that somehow happened. If only a hypothetical someone existed. Great. Now that it means anything, not that it means anything, but which would be your favorite? It'd be, oh shoot. Oh, subtle, yeah. Oh fuck, I want to see them all. I want to see them all. Which one should I choose? Seeing a play, aquarium, or ice skating? I'm horrible at ice skating. I'm really bad at ice skating. I do love theater, but I also love the aquarium. Play or aquarium? I don't know. Decisions. I can always go back, but that still doesn't help me make this choice right now. Fuck it, let's go to the aquarium. You heard that in recent years, the aquarium had been making efforts towards conservation programs. It seemed like a perfect, obvious fit for Cove. Alright, cool. Don't think too hard about this talk. It doesn't mean anything. You're freaking adorable. Don't say that. Good night, Sarah. It's really late now. Yeah, it is. Night, Cove. He's so adorable. I love him. And with that final send-off, you put your phone to sleep and lowered it with a sigh. You had no idea when Cove was going to invite you to the aquarium, but your mind was buzzing with all the possibilities the coming days might bring. Your phone went back to its place on the nightstand, and you resumed snuggling into the mattress, one hand thrown to the side and the other shoved under your pillow. Somewhere between this day and the next, you finally found yourself asleep. The next morning, after washing up from breakfast, you had just climbed the stairs to your room, ready to tackle the day, when you heard the ringing of the doorbell. You turned towards the sound, angling your head in confusion. Was someone expecting a visitor today? Then again, you weren't sure if anyone else was around, judging by the lack of footsteps you were hearing. You raced back downstairs to answer the door. As you pulled it open and saw who it was, you were only further confused. Cove? Are we confused? This is the next day. I'm not confused. He was standing there with an unsure look on his face at first, like he didn't know who would answer the door, but the moment he saw it was you, a shy grin spread across his face. He raised one hand and gave you a little wave. Surprise! This is a surprise. Don't you normally use the window? He found it funny how you had grown so used to hearing him tapping the glass pane that showing up at your front door was what it took to get a reaction. Cove turned his head to the side with a considering lift to his eyebrows. I guess I do, but not today. I got you something. He slid his hand out from behind his back, holding it up in front of your face as he offered the present to you. Your eyes widened once you saw what it was. A new book you had been waiting for. Aww! You hadn't expected a gift at all, let alone something as thoughtful as this. Taking one look at your face, no doubt a complicated mix of happiness and shock, Cole let out a laugh. Surprise again. It really is. Suddenly, Cove raised his head, his eyes finding yours and startling you into stillness. Cove's question came softly, his voice lingering on some words as his shyness got the better of him. Terra, would you go on a date with me today? I was thinking maybe we could go to the aquarium. He inclined his head at you with a crooked smile. He's so freaking adorable, man. I love him. I love him. I had a feeling that might be a nice place to invite you to. You're my boyfriend. Of course you can ask me on a date. Cove huffed a sigh of relief, his lips spreading into a wide, cheery smile. All right, we're gonna do it. With his big question asked and accepted, Cove raised the gift towards you again, gesturing with his other hand for you to receive it officially. You carefully took it from him. I'll put the summer safe, and then we can go. Cove had no problem with that. Still grinning, he stepped back, his body angling away as he waved a hand in the air. I'll get my car ready then. Meet me there. Okay. As soon as the door clicked shut, you dashed upstairs to your room, prepping a spot first for Cove's gift. Then, satisfied with your efforts, you grabbed your bag, tossing in whatever else you thought you needed for the outing before heading back outside. Cove's old car was parked right in front of the house. You went straight to it, hopping into the shotgun seat. As you buckled yourself in, Cove leaned forward to watch you with an eager expression, his fingers tapping the dashboard to a lively sort of rhythm. He was ready to start, but trying to tone it down so you wouldn't feel rushed. I'm glad we're doing this together. Me too. Once your seatbelt was secure, Cove checked his mirrors to make sure the street was clear before pulling away from the curb, and like that, the two of you began your trip. You settled in fully for the trip out to the aquarium in the city. It would be a bit of a drive, but you didn't mind. You made an attempt to start a conversation. Hold on, I gotta drink some water. Okay. It's kind of funny we've never done this before now. Why haven't we? Probably because I never thought about going to the aquarium with anyone before this. I love this freaking shot. It's so cute. Wait, seriously? You've never gone to the aquarium ever? Yep, that's right. Never. And not just this specific one either. I haven't been to an aquarium, period. Wow. I've been to the aquarium before. You had more experience with aquariums than Cove Holden. That simply sounded wrong. Can I ask why not? I figured you'd have begged to go. Cove tapped the tips of his fingers against the steering wheel, his face scrunching in contemplation. When I was growing up, my dad did try to take me. I'd never been before because I was so little. I said no. Whenever he tried to talk about it, I'd tell my dad I'd rather go to an actual beach on my own. Or he could at least take me to the first part of the pet store, but not the aquarium. To the fish part of the pet store. My god. Eventually he didn't ask about it anymore. He must have figured I had something against it. When he stopped mentioning the aquarium, I stopped thinking about it. It just never came back to my mind. So then what had him thinking about it now? His expression shifted to one of bemused confusion. He looks so handsome! The thing is, I don't know what I had against it if I did have a problem. Maybe I didn't like the idea of seeing water I wasn't allowed to go in, or to meet fish I could never bring home. That sounds like the kind of little me might have gotten upset over. Or maybe I just wasn't okay with doing a new kind of trip. It'd be somewhere new and with only my dad. Mom wouldn't be there anymore.
I guess
that might have made it seem not worth doing right off the bat. That's 8-year-old me for you. Cove shook his head with a pained smile. His tone dropped to a distant whisper. It was only when I was thinking about stuff I could do with you that I finally remembered I could go to an aquarium. Oh. He pulled his mouth into a bent smile and straightened his shoulders. He didn't want to bring the mood down. It all worked out in the end, because I got to really surprise you with the news, huh? Oh, you're adorable. He said nothing, only letting out a bashful sigh. The conversation continued on with idle chatter about what you'd do when you got there. Then the large, angular building decorated with ocean-themed cutouts came into view. You'd arrive at your destination. You hopped out of the car and headed over to the opposingly large guest entranceway. Cove's head swiveled around to let his curious eyes take in every view, and you weren't even inside yet. You could see the realization of what he'd been missing out on dawn on him in real time. Cove bounced on the balls of his feet as the two of you stood in line to get your tickets. His excitement continued to build. He is so cute! When you finally were face to face with the tanks, you could hear Cove quietly gasp from your side. He briskly took some large strides to get further into the room to get closer to the glass barrier. There, he stood still. One time, when I was with my friends, we went on a weekend trip, to go to an aquarium that was like a little bit a ways away from our college, and we got high and we went into the aquarium, and it was an amazing experience, just staring at fish. I remember there was this one part of the aquarium that I literally sat and watched for like maybe 20 minutes and just stared and watched the fish. I love fish. This is just making me think of it. After taking a moment for himself, he whipped around to look at you. Cove was outright vibrating with excitement. His mouth opened in a large smile, but all that came out was tiny squeaking giggles. Oh, he's so cute! It bubbled over into full-on giddy laughter before he was able to speak in earnest. Each word was full of joy. It's amazing! I love it here! I love it too. He cheered back without hesitation. Yeah, the aquarium is great. He's so cute. The two of you wasted no time before rushing around the place. You went every which way across the aquarium. Cove was enthralled by each new sight, his eyes alight like a kid in a candy store, and a perpetual smile made it home on his face. No metaphorical stone was left unturned. He viewed all the tanks from his tallest of heights on tippy toes, as well as crouching on low to the floor as he could manage. Your exuberance was just as bright as his, buoyed further by how happy you were that he had found such happiness. You beamed. After making an entire trip through the whole building, you and Co finally slowed the pace down. You'd arrived back at the original viewing room. It was a good spot for a break. Co stood quietly near the tank in almost the same spot as he had when he first took in the view. Somehow, the moment already felt like a long time ago. You weren't sure if he was feeling the same way. Cove simply watched the watery world inside with open fondness. He couldn't get tired of that view ever. You were certain of that. You walked up to stand by him, taking in the same otherworldly experience of having a sea right in front of you. Suddenly, Cove swallowed hard. Your head tilted. He wasn't looking at you. His eyes were glued to the vast ocean view in front of him. But his bright red face reflected clearly in the floor-to-ceiling glass pane separating aquarium goers from the water. You couldn't understand. Nothing had happened. Then realization came. This was Cove. He was flustered because he was thinking about doing something. I love him. He's so cute. Cove always got that way when he was mentally building himself up. You nodded to yourself and elected to keep your lips zipped. You wanted to give him a chance to do whatever it was he had cooking. So, there's a lot of fish in here, huh? Yep. His mouth clamped shut over those vague, stuttered words. You could feel a tension growing. He's so cute. After a breathless pause, he spoke again. You know, I don't know where this is going, but this line, you know, if you were a fish, you'd be a paradise fish. I love corny funny stuff like this. This is beautiful. Cove is so cute. I wanted to squeeze his face. He's so cute. A paradise fish, because being with you is like being in paradise. Cove pressed his forehead against the glass with his eyes wide and gazed down as he fervently refused to even peek at what reaction you might be giving. He was blushing wildly, feeling unparalleled embarrassment over the line he had dropped. He smiled adorably while watching it. I don't want to laugh at him because I don't want him to think I'm laughing at him. He's so cute. He was too cute. It was unreal. You had plenty of fish name knowledge up your sleeve to use for this too. I don't want to mess it up, so I'm gonna like, let's see what he says. What I say, I guess. Well, if you were a fish, you'd be a diamond tetra because he clownfish. Sunrise guppy because you're teardrop because you cry a lot. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm gonna say that one. Oh. He continued to speak after his initial exclamation, but it was so mumbled you weren't sure what it was. Cove had completely lost control of the conversation he had started, and he didn't know what to do about that. Ultimately, he settled for turning his burning face away from you even more, as well as covering a cheek with a hand for good measure, leaving him speechless had you feeling rather pleased. After that, Cove wanted to go around the aquarium again. He hoped to let that sink in, sorry, at a more leisurely pace while you were here. I'm sorry, this is so funny. He's so cute. He's so cute. You told him about the $20 deal already? No, I didn't do that one. Should I do that one? I chose a different one. Wait, now I'm curious. Uh-oh, hold on. Okay. No, I mean from the beginning of the story. Oh, yeah, I did tell him about that. Yeah, I did. I felt bad keeping a secret from him. I couldn't do it. Plus, he desperately wanted more time to settle down after his latest big attempt at flirting. The two of you began your second loop down the pass. It took no time at all to become absorbed in the incredible sea life once more. As you walked, Cove stole a quick look at you after only having eyes for the fish for quite some time.
Hey.
Would it be alright to ask you why you chose this place? What made it the favorite out of everything? It doesn't matter why, I'm just curious. Because I knew you'd love it. His brows dipped at those words, and you noticed his lips wobble. He spoke up meekly. What? Thank you. I do. I really love it. There's 6 different times you can tell him, ranging from sad times to cursed, and it's hilarious, really. That's really funny. No, I told him right away because I felt bad, like, keeping a secret from him. I was like, no, like, I need to tell him, like, I would feel horrible because, like, the longer you tell someone, like, you're building trust with someone the more that you're talking with them, and the longer you wait to tell someone about something that you're keeping from them, that's more trust that you're breaking. So I was like, I gotta tell him right away. I know, and I'm glad. Oh, you rested your hand delicately on his chest. Cove's eyes crinkled from the smile he made. Even if he was intending to do this all for you, you had to do something for him too. It couldn't be helped. There wasn't nearly enough time in a single day to satisfy Cove's desire to exist inside of the aquarium, but the day did have to end eventually. Despite obviously wanting to linger longer, Cove left the building with a skip in his step. It had been a good trip. The two of you shut the doors of Cove's car behind you as you took your usual seats. The clicking of seatbelts punctuated the end of the adventure. I would absolutely do that again. No kidding. Cove chuckled as he pulled the car out of the parking spot, spirits still as high as ever. A ways into the drive, Cove glanced towards your direction. You stretched your arms as you shifted in the seat, waiting patiently for him to say what was on his mind.
So...
I know this was unexpected, but thanks for coming along. Any date with you is a good one. Really? Any at all? Yeah, of course. There was a quiet pause where you contently watched Cove. It wasn't hard to imagine the blush that was likely trailing over his cheeks. I'm glad. The drive continued in comfortable silence. Cove wore a content expression on his face that warmed your heart. Doing things like this with Cove, he made you happy. Your heart skipped a beat thinking about how mutual the feeling seemed to be. Watching the passing scenery out the window, you relaxed into the seat and time sped by. It wasn't too long before Cove pulled into his driveway. Sighing happily, you got out of the car while Cove came around to where you were standing. He stood there a moment, rolling a pebble under his shoe. I'll see you tomorrow? Definitely.
Thanks.
After that, you and Cove parted ways for the rest of the day. Even when you fell back into your normal routine, your mind refused to stop buzzing with the memory of your little adventure. As you crawled into bed and closed your eyes, you were back in the best parts of today. You hoped Cove's surprise would continue just a bit longer and continue in your dreams. After breakfast the next morning, you were sitting with your moms and Liz. While you were mildly listening to the conversation, the side of your face squished into your palm of your hand, the doorbell rang.
Oh.
I'll get it. Mom passed by you to the front door. Your eyes lazily followed her, then you returned your attention to Ma and Liz. They were still lightheartedly chatting. You weren't sure about what. Your focus snapped back when your name was called from across the room. Hey, Tara, you have a guest. Is it Cove? At the door? Liz snorted and tried to hide her mouth with her hand, but you knew it was curling into a devilish grin. You silently pleaded with your eyes to keep it down, and she did. Be right there. On your way to the front door, Mom gave your shoulder a pat as she returned to the living room. When she moved by, you saw who was at the door. It was Cove again. A smile stretched out across his face the moment your eyes met.
Hi.
Hi, Cove, sweetie. Instantly, you looked over your shoulder to see Ma several feet away, but within eye-shot of the door. She waved. When you faced Cove again, he was looking at the ground shyly and reminded you of the last time you had seen him the night before. That was all the push you needed to step outside, closing the door behind you for some privacy. Hi. Hi. Then Cove chuckled awkwardly. He didn't quite meet your eye as he pulled out another gift from behind his back. What? I didn't get him. What? Wait, are we gonna get to do them all? I wasn't expecting this. I'm genuinely surprised. I thought we were just gonna do one of them. Surprise, want to go to the theater with me? What? You blinked and then switched to staring at him in bewilderment. Cove's eyes narrowed conspiratorially. The real surprise was that I'm gonna invite you to all three places. You never had to choose only one. I just needed to make sure that they didn't sound completely terrible. Oh my god, I am actually surprised. The longer Cove spoke, he's smart. The longer Cove spoke, the quieter his voice became. He shyly scratched at the side of his cheek. And to check if you'd be free. So, surprise again. You're so sweet. Thanks. His face grew red with a blush. Shyly, Cove looked away from you. Do you like what I got you? Cove nudged the present in his hands towards you, hoping that you'd take it. Until now, you hadn't completely registered it. It was a carefully chosen telescope lens. Oh, I love it. You're so thoughtful. Cove's mouth pulled into a beaming smile that reached his eyes. Chuckling, you took the gift. I'm really glad you like it. Are you gonna accept the other part too? Yeah, let's go to the theater. It'll be fun. Cove bounced a bit on the toes of his feet as he leaned over to kiss you. It was light, but you could feel his smile pressing into you and every bit of his happiness radiating off him. It's so cute! Thanks for coming. I'll be in the car. You can go get ready. Alright. You sped back inside and spotted your family still sitting around the table. They all turned and smiled at you. So, what's the plan for today? I'm going to the theater with Cove. that sounds so fun. Ma's smile beamed. Your gaze slid over to Liz, and she also looked happy for you.
Have fun.
I hope you have a great time. It didn't take long for you. It didn't take you long to get ready and dash out the front door. Cove was waiting for you as promised, and you both set out for day 2 of his surprise outings. And this time, it actually was a surprise. Yay! We get this view again. I love this view. It's so cute. Okay. So when I looked it up, there are 2 shows we could pick from around this time. One was a historical romance. Oh, I love historical romance. With nobility, fancy outfits, drama, and stuff. The other seemed like a modern day story, something set near a lake at a bed and breakfast with comedy. It's kind of wacky, I guess.
So?
What do you think? The romance. Absolutely the romance. I love historical romance. I want to see the romance. Cool. I'm curious about what'll go down. What do you think the costumes will look like? Already your thoughts were busy trying to guess the historical setting. Cove hadn't given you much to work with at all. I don't know. Luckily, we're gonna find out soon. I love historical romance. Yeah.
Alright.
I'm getting kind of excited. I wonder what it'll be like. I haven't seen a live play before. I love seeing live theater so much. I have. I liked it. Your eyes shone with delight. Remember the dazzling lights in the grand stage. Theater was a treat you certainly enjoyed. See, they should have let me be a theater kid, because then that would have been so accurate to me, because I was, and I'm not a kid anymore, but I'm a theater adult, I guess. Oh, that sounds so gross. Ugh. Yuck. Okay, the rest of the drive flew by, and soon enough you were at the theater with Cove by your side. Tickets in hand, you both went inside. Shuffling down the aisle, Cove found the right seats. You were getting settled when the lights began to dim. We made it just in time. Rose came out in a whisper. Glancing at Cove, you saw him staring straight ahead with eyes growing wider with intrigue. Then the actors started coming out onto the stage. The show set the scene, focusing on a group of wealthy families and the web of drama that they entangled themselves in, and yet, despite the tension and chaos, 2 lovers emerged. Their swift engagement drew nothing but disapproval from their friends and families. You expected that there would be several trials before the lovers could reach any kind of happy ending. The play continued on, and at one point, Cove reached over and covered your hand with his. By the light, you felt him stroke the back of your hand with his thumb. Leaning against him, you turned your hand to hold his. Inching closer, you rested the side of your head onto Cove's shoulder and interlaced your fingers with his. He sighed contentedly over how comfortable you got with him. You became absorbed in the story and performances, and you weren't the only one. During the touching scenes, you could hear quiet sniffling coming from the seat where your longtime neighbor was. Of course he was, sniffling and crying. When the play finally came to a close, the audience broke into applause. Cove clapped for the actors until the noise died down. Then he spoke for the first time since the event began. It's over. Hand in hand still, you followed Cove out of the theater. The sun was hanging low in the sky. I had so much fun. I can't believe what a good time that was. But really, I might have to come back soon to see the other one. Cove scratched at his cheek contemplatively. Oh my god, contemplatively. Oh my god, sorry, I can't speak. I sort of thought it was going to be harder to keep up with the, what's the phrase? Suspension of disbelief. The actors were right there, putting on a show. I thought it'd be too much to believe it was really happening. But I felt more into it than with a lot of movies. I could totally picture the world they lived in. Amused, you nodded along and listened to Cove's animated commentary. I'm still thinking about it, even though it's over. Imagine if it was us, attending high society parties and living in grand mansions. We'd have to deal with the rich and powerful and the politics or whatever went along with it. Our families would try to force us to follow certain paths, but we'd still find our own way to each other and to the things we want to do. Oh, he's so cute. He had stars in his eyes as he fantasized about the events of the story. Are you envisioning us being married like the couple in the story? I've totally got to say that. I have to say that. You raised an eyebrow accusingly, but your tone left little room for doubt that you were teasing. Well, oh, Cove's gaze avoided you and settled on the ground to the side. He spoke softly.
I mean,
like you said, it is part of the story, and so it'd be wrong to throw that out, right? His mouth pulled into a small smile, and after several heartbeats, his gaze met yours, making your skin feel hotter. Yeah, you're absolutely right. The words came out slowly while you watched him in a daze. Cove's smile widened, but he was too flustered to say anything. Oh, a few quiet moments passed, and you noticed a distant look on Cove's face. He shook his head like he was trying to send a thought away. What is it? Trying to really picture a completely new life in a new place actually feels kind of weird. Now that I'm doing it, I'm not sure how to explain. Oh my god. It's exciting, but also sad. I'm thinking too seriously about this dumb idea, I guess. But if I don't remember anything from this world, then it would be pointless that I had a life before. And if it did really happen, I probably would be surrounded by totally new people. I wouldn't have you with me anymore. Surprised, you sucked in a breath. Cove laughed shyly. The fun part of imagining it all was that you were there by default. Just getting to be somewhere else on my own wouldn't be nice no matter how cool the place was. It's settled then. I'll just have to look for you if I wind up having another chance at life. Oh, no, that's so fucking sweet. You're kidding me. Or magically end up in some other world. I'd hope you try to find me too. He literally just said in every lifetime. I'm crying. I'm literally gonna cry. That's so sweet. Nervous, Cove's eyes didn't quite meet yours. His cheeks and ears were solidly red at this point. Of course I'd search for you. I'll never forget about you, Cove. You felt somewhat worked up having to even say that. It was absurd to imagine any other scenario. Oh, thank you. The sincere tone in his voice struck a deep chord with you, and you had to return the earnestness. I mean it. There's nothing anyone could do to stop me from trying to find you again. Well, in that case, crying is a standard procedure with Cove, honestly. The thing is, like, I'm also a crybaby, so, like, when he's crying, there is probably a chance I'm also crying. Well, in that case, it'll work out after all. He took a deep breath and stretched his arms high over his head. He turned his head to your direction and pointed with his thumb to his car. We better get back to our real world now, huh? It's getting late, and I think we're the only ones still out here. You spin around, getting a good look at your surroundings. Cove was right. All the cars that were out here after the show ended were long gone. How'd I miss that? It surprised you how much you really lost track of time of everything for a while. You even failed to notice how dark it was until now.
Come on.
Let's go home. After that, you made your way into Cove's car. He'd set course for your neighborhood. Your legs felt stiff from standing still and talking for so long, but it was worth it. The car ride home went by far too fast. You and Cove were in good spirits and spent the ride chatting and laughing, bouncing around various topics. But you didn't ask the question that sat all day in the back of your mind. Why was Cove doing all this in the first place? I didn't even think about that. Again, you both parted ways for the night in the neighborhood street. You watched Cove head inside with a quick wave. Something emotional is going to happen. I'm guessing. With the music? Possibly? You were halfway to your own house when a familiar voice called out to you. Turning on your heels, you spotted Mr. Holden. He lightly jogged over to talk.
Hey!
How are you? Hi, Mr. Holden. Hi, I'm good. Great. I was just getting home from work. What are you up to? Or rather, what were you up to today? Me and Cove went to the theater. You did, huh? Sounds fun. It was fun, and it was also a surprise, which is weird, since usually me and Cove not hanging out would be what sounds surprising. Crossing your arms, you gave a quick laugh. Mr. Holden frowned. He rubbed the back of his neck and stared at you for several silent moments. What? Alright, so, Terra, what's going on there? Something is going on, isn't it? Huh? Wait, what makes you ask? There's not a problem, right?
So...
I'll answer your question if you answer mine, deal? What is happening? You rolled a pebble under your shoe. Mr. Holden was probably the only person who could give you any solid insight to what Cove was doing. Alright, deal. What's the story? The truth is, Cove's been doing a lot for me lately. Way more than usual. For 2 days in a row now, he's planned special dates and gifts too. I don't know why. Cove's father nodded contemplatively. He accepted the situation easily. That actually makes a lot of sense considering... Oh, I gotta save. I gotta save! What's happening? What's happening? Considering what? I want to know what's going on. There was a pause. He was unsure of what to say next, or how to phrase it at least. Honestly, I've been a little bit worried about Cove lately. He's gotten really up in his head about something. But it's not exactly a bad thing. It's tough to know how to even bring it up. I'm not sure if I should try to have a talk about it. The longer he spoke, the wider your eyes grew with concern. There was more happening than a few meaningless hangouts. It's okay. He raised his hands in a calming motion when he noticed your reaction. Let me explain. I noticed Cove's been getting lost in thought more often recently, and he sometimes has his laptop out in the living room. He leaves it laying around on the couch and puts it on the coffee table. I have a clear view of it from there, and I can obviously see him looking stuff up on it. I'm nervous. Cove keeps searching one phrase and different wordings of it too. Then he'll spend ages clicking through the linked results. The line is, I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry. The line is, how do you make someone happy? Just that, again and again. You had to consciously close your mouth after that. You didn't know what to even say after hearing that revelation. Mr. Holden gently beamed. Isn't he such a good kid? He continued, but his tone was rueful. Unfortunately, I can relate all too well to that conundrum. Who am I to judge, right? Mr. Holden shrugged in an exaggerated way to lighten the mood back up. Before, I was thinking Cove might have gotten into a fight with someone. Now it sounds like I was way off the mark. Cove clearly has other plans on the brain. I'm even more confused on whether this is something I should get into or not. You know, actually, I was wondering if you could have a little chat with him about what's going on. It sounds like you're at the core of Cove's sudden study sessions, so he might feel more at ease talking about it, or more embarrassed, but he'd still probably do it. I would really appreciate it. Your gaze trailed over to the Holden's residence. Mr. Holden made a very good point, you had to admit. I'll do it.
Good.
Thanks. You're a really good kid. You shook your head with a smile and started walking towards where Cove went. After a few steps, you realized that Mr. Holden wasn't following. You glanced back at him. I'm gonna hang out here for a bit. Make sure you have some space to talk without a parent in the way. The door's probably unlocked, so go right in. Okay. But you hesitated for a moment. Mr. Holden's smile faded. Thanks for talking with me. This has been on my mind too, and I think it'll be good to ask Cove if everything's okay.
Absolutely.
Alright, agreed. It'll all shake out right in the end, I'm sure. Mr. Holden grew much happier than he was a moment ago. Feeling ready, you turned right around and went into the house. Hey, Cove was sitting on the couch with his aforementioned laptop open. He peeked at you with a puzzled look, and then it melted into a smile. I thought you were my dad. Did you forget something? We're not too disappointed. It's just me instead of your dad. As your teasing words sank in, you watched a smirk grow across his face. You crossed your arms and grinned.
No way.
Why are you here? Lightheartedly. Can we talk? Nothing awful. It's just a thing. Okay. Cove closed his laptop and laid it on the couch cushion next to him. He got up, shuffled past the coffee table, and stood right in front of you. Is everything alright? Yeah, just... What's going on, Cove? I was talking to your dad, and he's been noticing some stuff. Apparently, you've been obsessively looking up how to make someone happy. Is there a reason for that? He noticed that? Are you mad? No. I guess I was really distracted. I really was distracted. I didn't think people around would actually be paying attention or taking notes of things. He chuckled awkwardly at himself. Cove, will you tell me why you felt like doing that so much? Terra, Cove looked at you with large, earnest eyes. I did it because I want you to be happy. You already make me happy. The words flew out of you without a second thought. Cove's face instantly started to turn red and his mouth twitched. Thank you. Another laugh squeaked out of him. Now he was completely frazzled on what to say. His gaze fell to the floor and he defaulted to rubbing at his arm.
Sorry.
I wasn't trying to make you or Dad concerned. I didn't want to upset anyone. Sorry. Don't worry, no one's upset. Cove took a deep breath. You could see his expression lighten, but he was still lost in thought. What made you start doing all of this now of all times?
I don't know.
With a deep frown, Cove looked back at you and repeated the phrase. Each time the inflection was different, like he intended to say something different, but was coming up with the same non-reply. I don't know anything. He ran a hand through his hair, trying to understand his own motivations. I guess maybe with everything that's been happening and everything that's coming soon, it just kind of hit me that we're neighbors. A quick snort of air came out of your nose from this conclusion. Yeah? I mean, you've lived right across the street from me for 10 years. The only other kid who grew up in this whole neighborhood is your older sister. His weak smile bent. And then there's our parents. They're sure we're putting in an effort for the two of us to get to know each other. My dad literally paid you to be my friend. Cove shook his head with a laugh. His gaze was far away as he nostalgically reflected on the history you had. Basically, everything in our lives is set up for us to be together. It was always effortless. But why not? It practically went without saying that we'd be around each other, but it won't be like that forever. Our parents can't always be there to arrange things. We can't live in the little world of the street forever. Do I even know how to make it work when I don't have every advantage possible? I've made you happy in the past, but could I keep doing it? What even is it that I do that makes you happy? Cove started to run a hand through his hair again, but he stopped partway through. He looked at you earnestly. It was like breathing. When you're just going through life, you do what you're doing without even thinking. And then something reminds you that you're breathing, and you become way more conscious of it. Being with you is the same. I do what I normally do without pondering deeply on it, but now all this stuff made me start thinking about it. Then I couldn't stop thinking about it. I felt like I needed to try harder, to make an effort. For you, for the relationship we had, I had to, and well, that's what I did. Cove scratched the back of his neck. He looked sheepish now. It seemed like such a good idea in my head. It made complete sense. But maybe it was dumb. It's not dumb. You kissed him. Closing the space between you both, you laid a hand on his chest and tilted your chin up and pulled him lower. Cove easily moved with you, placing his hands on your hips, and you both melted into the kiss. Stepping back, you took a deep breath. Cove shifted how he was standing and watched you bashfully. Cove, you will always make me happy. An adoring smile grew on your face as you could see your words sink in. He's getting teary-eyed. You hoped he understood the depths of your emotions. You make me happy every day. I care about you. I should be thanking you for everything you've done. Thank you. There was a pause where neither of you were certain who was going to speak next. Cove sniffled.
Wow.
Thank you, Terra. Thanks for looking out for me. Even when I didn't even notice I was doing something worth checking in on. You're amazing. It's no problem. And you meant it. Cove was always there for you when you needed him. You breathed a happy sigh of relief that you were able to work this through. Cove chuckled. Now that everything was out in the open, his words were lighter. I gotta thank my dad, too. I can always count on him to be around. I have such good people in my life. He smiled softly. Cove withdrew a bit, looking shy. Can I still show up tomorrow and invite you on the last surprise outing? That'd be fine. That'd be just fine. I'm looking forward to it. You knew that you were smiling like an idiot, but honestly you didn't mind too much. Spending time with Cove was the easiest thing to you, and the feeling was mutual. Cove watched you with earnest eyes. He simply wanted to spend time having fun with you. I can't wait. Cove leaned down so he could kiss you. As your lips parted, you saw that his were curled in a smile. He wrapped his arms around you and tucked you in close. You're really nice. Your lips gladly met his once more. Cove smelled good, like a heaty mixture of fresh citrus and sea breeze. You mutually ensnared each other with the kiss, unwilling to let it end, until Cove abruptly glanced around as if he was seeing the location for the first time. He took his head, bashfully peering at you out of the corner of his eye. We're kind of in the middle of the living room. He mumbled the words, his grip on you tightening. My dad might come in soon, but, you know, my room is right over there, so maybe we could go there if you wanted to. Why would... Yeah, let's lead the way. You didn't waste a second taking hold of your boyfriend. There was no time to lose as far as you were concerned. Cove staggered, the force of your sudden tug nearly keeling him over, but he managed to catch his balance. He hurried down the hall along with you, clinging desperately to your hand. You were the one who opened the door as you both pushed through as one. Cove smoothly closed the door after him, using the heel of his foot, not allowing his hand or attention to be diverted from you for even a moment. He took you in his arms fully, holding you close to his chest. You inhaled another waft of his invigorating fragrance as you stared into his open, eager eyes. What are we doing? What? Sorry. This is what I mean, okay? He can't be in the same room, like in the same bed as me, but then what are these? Push him to the bed, slip a hand under his shirt, nibble his neck. What are we doing? I'm freaking out. I'm not a shy person, but now if we're in the moment, like if we're all in the shy zone, I'm gonna be in the shy zone. So now he's throwing me off. Now I don't know what to do. What do I do? I'm baffled. I don't know what to do. Kissed him lightly over and over, slipped a hand under her. I want to see what all these. Griffith's hair is crazy. I know. That's what I'm saying. This is wild. Such a big jump. Wow. I don't even know. Some of these options are wild. I want to like do them all. I don't even know what to choose. I'm so fucking baffled right now. Holy time scum saving is allowed? I don't know what to do. I'm nervous laughing. I don't want to choose options because I'm scared. What if he freaks out and pushes me to the floor? Okay. Is nibbling his neck, is that gonna be like biting him? Like biting him? Or actually just like, you know, I'm just gonna... I can't do this. I'm freaking out. I'm just gonna kiss him. I really want to try this one, but I think we should just kiss him. Let's kiss him. You pressed your mouth against Cove's. I'm freaking the fuck out. Holding it there in a longing kiss. It was only when the need for air became too much that you finally broke apart. Cove inhaled rapidly, then leaned in again. This time, whoa! Oh my god! This time he gently slid the tip of his tongue against your lower lip. Startled, you let out a tiny exclamation of surprise. Yeah. Is that alright? This is not what I expected. Cove jolted beneath your touch, then quickly melted into the kiss. He responded in kind, kissing you deeper and deeper as you both sought for more of each other. Oh my god, we can choose more options! Oh my god! Bang him! I don't know what's happening! I'm freaking out. I don't know what to do. Slip a hand under his shirt. grip him? No, I'm not gonna do that. You release Cove from your embrace so that you could trail a hand down his shirt. Your fingertips glided down the soft fabric of his tank top, reaching the hem situated right above the pants. You toyed with the end to give Cove some warning about your next move. He made no attempt to stop you or get away, so you slipped a hand beneath his top, your palm grazing over his stomach. Oh my god, what is happening right now? Cove's breath came out faster in hard pants. He brought his forehead to rest against yours. Oh my god, you felt every hot puff of breath tickle your face. You moved your hand upwards, reaching his pecs. What is happening? Cove gripped your dress within his fist, twisting and pulling at it as you touched him. He mumbled something, even with your face so near to his, close enough that you could count every tiny eyelash. You couldn't make out anything resembling a word. You translated instead based on the tone he was enjoying it. Your hand roamed, your fingers rising and falling across the grooves of his chest, occasionally squeezing tight muscle to watch Cove's trembling reactions. As you finally retrieved your hand from under Cove's shirt, he let in another heavy breath. We get to choose more! Do I just do them all? Should I just do them all? Should I just do them all? I should do them all, right? We're doing them all. Touched his thigh. Reaching down, you ran a hand along his thigh. He tensed, then gave you a wobbly smile, as if feeling bad about how much he was impacted by the sensation. As you continued to strike your hand along his leg, he bit his lip, his eyes fluttering closed. Cove reached down and let his fingertips ghost down your spine. As you sighed, he's grabbing my ass! As you sighed, please, he allowed his palm to brush against you and cup your butt. Your grip on him tightened immediately. He left you just as speechless as you had done to him. You nibbled his neck. You peppered his neck with kisses and tiny bites in equal measure. Your teeth grazed against his skin, pressing hard enough to make him shiver, then compensating with a soft kiss. Cove sighed dreamily, letting himself get lost in the moment. We're gonna get to it! Instinctively pressed his body up against yours while full of yearning for you. We're gonna get there, Benny. We'll do that. He complimented him. You're stupid and beautiful. You're so hot. I can barely stand it. Cove sputtered while covering his face with a hand. From between his fingers, you caught his eyes closing as you spoke, your words of praise rendering him unable to look at you directly. But you could also see his smile spread wider with every syllable you uttered. He squeaked with delight, unable to construct a sentence or even form a single word. You grinned at his reaction. Okay, we can do all of them. We're gonna kiss him lightly over and over. You sprinkled Cove's mouth with short kisses, always coming back for more. Cove responded in kind each time, aching for your touch. The tease of getting only a brief connection seemed to make him crave you even more. His hands roamed up and down your back, memorizing the outline of your body. It spurred you on, the gap of time between each kiss shrinking until it was nearly as quick as the kisses themselves. Cove enveloped you in his arms completely, strapping across your torso and back in order to bring you in close for a kiss. He held you tight in the duration of the long kiss. When your mouth finally broke, Cove leant out to rest his cheek on top of your head. He let a happy sigh, bringing with it a warm breath that tickled your hair. Cove was still, and you got the impression that your boyfriend was content to stop there for the night. Oh, no, wait, we gotta go back. It's amazing. Okay, grip his hair. Moving hand up to his head, you coiled your fingers in his hair and solidly took a hold of it. Okay, so we can only choose one more. I'm sorry, we gotta push him down on the bed. I gotta see what happens when we do that. Taking his shirt in your fist, one hand on his waist and the other on his chest, you pressed him over towards his bunk. He stumbled over his feet. It wasn't easy moving backwards as someone else set the pace, but he soldiered on. Once you judged that it was close enough to the bed for a soft landing, you opened your hand against his chest and toppled him over. He didn't resist, falling back on the bed with a gasp. You climbed on top of him. The mattress gave gently under the pressure. Your knees sunk slightly as you planted them on either side of Cove's body. Cove's breath hitched, a much quieter sigh slipping from his mouth as the surprise gave way to realization of the position you both were in. He looked up in your face with nervous excitement. Cove enveloped you in his arms completely, strapping across. Okay, bring you close for a kiss. He kissed you. The pressure from his mouth and arms increased. You could feel his legs shifting along your sides. Then he used his newfound hold on you to roll over without warning. You were abruptly laid flat on your back, the mattress beneath you, while Cove pinned you down from above. It knocked the little breath you had left right out of you. The kiss ended, but he had yet to open his eyes. You were both frozen. It was only when he slowly let his half-lit ocean eyes look at your face that he understood what he'd done. You got to watch comprehension dawn on his face as he first frowned, puzzled by the change in view. It was then eased by understanding, followed by mortification as his face flooded with color.
Oh my god.
He extricated himself abruptly, but carefully, trying to avoid pushing down on you any further as he got up, primly taking a seat on the edge of the bed. He didn't say anything else. He didn't need to. From the way he was studiously looking anywhere but at you, you knew at once that he was too embarrassed to go any further. That was surprising as hell from him. You're telling me we can't share a bed, but he can do that? The blush that reached all the way to the tips of his ears was merely extra confirmation, and Cove had accidentally shown more proactiveness than it seemed he was ready to admit to. His embarrassment was sweet and made it easy to feel like the more confident one in the pair again. You couldn't suppress the grin emblazoned on your face. You joined him sitting upright. He cleared his throat, trying to regain some control over the situation. I wish you could say, but it's getting late. You need to head home and get some rest. He looked at you, attempting to feign an innocent expression.
I mean...
What if something just happened to happen tomorrow? You had to laugh. Cove cracked a smile, acknowledging his poor attempt at... I don't even know how to say that. How about I walk you back? I can manage crossing the road by myself. You stay here and get your own rest. Then let me walk you to the door at least. All right. You silently headed back into the living room together, comfortable with each other's presence. You stopped by the front door. Good night, Terra. His voice was soft, like a comforter you just wanted to wrap around yourself forever. But Cove is right. You had to go for today. Good night, Cove. With that, you opened the door and stepped outside. When you walked out into the street, you noticed that Mr. Holden was still standing out there. He looked up at the sound of the door closing behind you, his phone in hand, and smiled as he sized up the situation.
Oh?
You were in there a while. I hope that's good news. Everything's fantastic. Great. Glad to hear it. Everything truly resolved. You exchanged goodnight wishes with Mr. Holden before continuing the very brief trip home. Not wishing to disturb anyone, you quietly snuck inside and gently pushed the door closed behind you. As it clicked into place with a minimum fuss, you let out a sigh. Your mind buzzed as you climbed the steps up to your room. Cove had done so much just to make you happy, and you knew he'd be back tomorrow with another big surprise. Yeah. Ooh, should we surprise him? Yeah. Cove had brought you 2 gifts already, and odds are a third was coming. It was time to turn the tables and have something ready to give to him. At this hour, that was easier said than done. Most stores were long closed, and Cove would be here bright and early to surprise you tomorrow morning. They ruled out purchasing a gift the way you'd done for you. Luckily, you know Cove long enough to see a solution to this problem. Your neighbor was always a happy boy when he was given food. You were sure you could rustle something fitting that description out of the kitchen one way or another. Feeling invigorated, you spun around and sped back downstairs. It was time to get your plan in action. You were a great chef. I think I'm a very good cook, I think. At least that's what people tell me. You sized up your options. With an early start, you'd be able to pull together something simple in the morning. If you wanted to go for something more elaborate, the time-consuming, you need to do it right now. There was also the option of rallying the troops. Your moms know how to cook wonderfully, and you could easily persuade them into giving you a hand with this. Should we get Mama y Mama to help us? Let's get our moms to help. It was for the best. banana peanut butter and honey sandwiches. We're doing that. Oh, it's showing the flashback. You remember how back when you were growing up, Cove would attempt to prepare his own food. He kept to very basic things. That particular sandwich had been a firm favorite of his. He'd be thrilled if you presented him with a classic like that. Sandwiches would taste best fresh. There was nearly always the case, but with Cove's favorite fillings, that was a high chance of them going soggy if left for too long. You vowed to get up extra early, setting an alarm on your phone so that you'd have plenty of time to make them before he arrived. You dusted off your hands, satisfied with the job all done. With your mission accomplished, you headed back to your room. You took the steps lightly, feeling buoyed as you imagined how happy Cove would be with your unexpected gift. Cove's plan was extremely thoughtful, just like him, but you couldn't let him be the only one concocting schemes. With his attention diverted on his own surprise, there was perfect opportunity for one of your own. He'd never see it coming. Persona reference. Sorry. That didn't mean that thinking up something was going to be easy. You wouldn't want to do anything that might risk making him uncomfortable, or a random activity just for the sake of doing something new. It needed to be something he'd actually want to do. He thought about Cove. The obvious destination was the beach. He never got tired of the sea, no matter how many hours he'd spent with it. And while there was many beaches in California, you knew he'd be happy with any of them. A trip to a shore wouldn't quite cut it this time. After all, you both seemed still inevitably wind up doing the same things you'd always loved to do on the beach, and time would pass in much the same way it would if you were still in your hometown. He wanted this plan to be something special. Luckily, as much as Cove associated himself with the ocean, you were one of the few people who knew that there was another quite different type of location he treasured. Surprising him with a trip to somewhere else that with that element was absolutely the kind of moment he'd cherish forever. Pulling up a browser on your phone, you searched for the phrase sunset bird white poppy field. Smiling to yourself, you settled down and began the hunt for the perfect spot. Cove was working so hard to make you happy. You dearly wanted your partner to be happy too. You could only hope your efforts would work as well for him as his plans were working for you. You were up early the next day, ready and waiting for Cove's inevitable appearance. The alarm had gone off not too long before and roused you ahead of your usual schedule, allowing you plenty of time to make the sandwiches fresh. Making them truly brought you back to your younger days. You recalled the blazing heat of summer afternoons, the very first experience of teenagedom, and a familiar neighbor always showing up at your house. But there wasn't time to get lost in a daydream. You just finished packing up the finished product. The teasing from your moms when you roped them into helping you make basic sandwiches had been merciless, but you held firm. This gift needed to be just right, so you endured their good-natured jokes and been rewarded with beautiful sandwiches as a result. The morsels were boxed up neatly, ready to be presented to Cove. Your ears were perked listening to the doorbell, but instead what you heard was a familiar rapping on the window pane. There was no need to look to know who it was. Only one visitor used your window as his personal entranceway. Getting up, you headed over to let him in. Your gaze into your neighbor's face as you unfastened the window, opening it wide. He smiled at you, still crouched on the window ledge. Surprise! Cove's laugh was as airy as the cotton candy sold on the boardwalk. He was in good spirits. Yeah, surprise. I'm really keeping you on your toes. What will I do next? He waggled his eyebrows at the joke as you stepped back to let him enter the room. Today he clambered through with extra difficulty thanks to the object he was clutching securely. You guessed it was another gift. You waited for him to bring it up. Sure, he'd know that you'd seen it and had probably reached your own conclusions, but he'd worked hard on his surprises. You wanted to play along. Cove smiled sheepishly as she held out the present to you. With a bit of flair, Cove clinked together 2 mugs that was giving a toast. Both cups were stamped with the sunset burned town symbol. One for you and one for me. I thought it'd be pretty fitting with us sticking it out here for a while longer. That's really sweet. His eyes were trained on you, searching for your emotion on it. I hope you like it. You kissed him. In no time at all, you closed the distance between you and brought your lips to his. Though startled, Cove happily returned the kiss while still holding your present carefully. This means a lot to me. Then you accepted the thoughtful present into your own grasp. Only once he transferred ownership and cemented it with your approval did Cove straighten up and pull himself together. Well, would it be alright for me to take you out today? We could, I don't know, go ice skating? He smirked, already anticipating that you'd say yes. You smiled to yourself, wondering how to break your counter surprise to Cove. Surprise again! Huh? I beat past as if Cove was waiting for a punchline that didn't come. He tilted his head, nonplussed by your declaration. There's something else I'd like to go today. Would you come with me? His mouth hung open, and the rest of what he was trying to say disappeared into thin air. The shock hadn't even started to wear off, but he found one word. Okay. You were thrilled to have him on board. Now the two of you could focus on putting the plan on action. The first part is already here. You can have it now. What? Really? It was amazing how surprised he was. Cove had spent 3 days raining gifts and special trips on you, but he hadn't at all counted on you doing something in return. What is it? Stay here for a second. I'll show you. Okay. He watched you expectantly as you turned around to head downstairs. You reached where the banana, peanut butter, and honey sandwiches were waiting and collected the prize. As you flipped back around to your room, gift in hand, there was a smile playing across your face. Cove was patiently waiting where you'd left him, tapping his fingers against the side of his pants. Surprise! He'd looked curiously, barely believing that you'd gone to the effort to select a present for him at such short notice. You handed the gift over to him for his inspection. His eyes widened as he saw the treat. I whipped this up just for you. Also, my mom's did help too. Is this... Even from the curiosity glance, Cove instantly anticipated what kind of sandwiches were waiting for him. He picked one out and took almost a third of it in one bite. With his mouth full, he couldn't comment on the taste with words, but the satisfied noises he made indicated a positive review was coming. Do you like it? I could take a guess, but it'd be nice to know for sure. Cove kept chewing, gesturing apologetically to his occupied mouth. Finally, after what felt like an H, he swallowed. It's amazing. The balance of peanut butter, bananas, and honey, it's just the way I like it. I can't believe you remembered. That's incredible. He chuckled, recalling those moments long ago that you spent together. How could you not remember the days with a guy like him? Cove wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, now a little calmer after the initial burst of excitement. His feelings instead settled into an easy, warm affection.
It's nice.
Thank you for this. It's so nice of you. I would give anything for you, Cove. He chuckled shyly, tucking his head into his shoulder self-consciously. You don't have to give anything, though. I'm already yours. Your face got significantly hotter after that blunt statement. Even though you certainly hadn't forgotten he was your boyfriend, the way he said it left you speechless. His features softened, and you felt like you were being thoroughly appreciated. The food he gave was also getting its due attention. He had already gone in for a second serving. You couldn't blame him for it. You couldn't blame his indulgence. That said, the amount you'd given him was enough for several servings, far more than even Cove could usually finish at once. You made sure of it. But as he continued to devour it, you were starting to suspect that polishing it all off was the goal. In spite of the generous portion, he was willing to try and eat it all in order to show you how much he liked the present. It's okay to save some for later, I don't mind. You could tell that he wanted to show how taken he was with the gift, but you'd not presented it to him as a challenge to be overcome. Cove finished his current bite and let out a satisfied sigh.
Right.
I'll stop for now. There's other stuff to do, and I can have more later. He smiled at him, relieved that your gift could be enjoyed and not inhaled. But once Cove had consumed as much as he could manage for the time being, you packed the rest back for later. It was time to direct him to the next part of the surprise. I'll drive this time. He accepted easily, going along with your mystery plan without resistance. That was a relief. He was definitely curious, and you weren't going to let his hopes down. No time was wasted as you left your house immediately after establishing the new surprise plan. You hurried out into the street and practically jumped into the car, Cove tottering behind at your heels like a faithful hound. I don't like that description. Your excitement was obviously rubbing off on him. You drove with purpose, your mind solely on the destination. Not even Cove's puppy dog eyes could distract you from your goal or implore you to spill the secret of where you were headed. From when you finally came to a stop, it was a parking lot out in the middle of nowhere. You confidently unclipped your seatbelt while Cove looked around bemused. How, here we are? He looked at you for confirmation. You were happy to provide it. We're here. At that, the two of you got out of the car. Cove turned to you, evidently still baffled, but optimistic for what would be coming. So, what now? I'm gonna cover your eyes. I'm gonna cover your eyes. You need to let me lead the way. Cove snorted in a decidedly smug manner. Can you Oh, this motherfucker. I totally can, you huge jerk. You puff yourself up, daring him to contradict you. Whatever you say, Terra. He obliged by your orders as you got him into place. You appreciated how easily he was playing along. It wasn't easy to see over Cove's shoulder to direct him along, nor did it help that his stride was naturally longer than yours, and one step to him was equivalent to at least 1.5 of yours. Still, you soon managed to fall into a rhythm together. He only grazed your foot with his heel once and apologized far more than was necessary given the situation. Eventually, you'd reached the edge of the parking lot. The crunch of gravel underfoot came to an end, replaced by a dirt path. You saw a flicker of recognition on Cove's face as the terrain changed, but he didn't question where you were headed. You simply continued to make your way forward together as best as you could. Sitting so close to him, you could hear his breath coming faster. He was eagerly anticipating the reveal. The dirt made way to grass. You spotted a lonely white flower. It was the first, you were sure, of many to come. Like floral signposts, they popped up infrequently as you kept moving, determined to bring Cove to the destination you uncovered online. Your body was thrumming with emotion now that you were getting close to your goal. Nerves and excitement fought for control as you approached your destination. As it came into view, thrill easily won out. It was perfect. You positioned yourself behind Cove so that the full reveal would be the first thing he saw, completely unobstructed. Taking a deep breath, you prepared for the culmination of your surprise. I'm gonna let go now, and not wanting to give him a chance to react, you lifted your hands from his eyes. Oh. Standing in front of the two of you was a wide open field densely carpeted with white poppies in full bloom. Hundreds upon hundreds of soft petals lightly bobbed in comfortable breeze, as if waving to welcome you both. Cove had frozen in place. His jaw was slack, hanging open in amazement as though he couldn't quite believe what he was seeing. You couldn't blame him. The dissonance between the unassuming parking lot, mundane and man-made, to the bounty of nature which you brought him to, was startling in itself. And other than the hill behind your house, you'd not encountered this flower in the wild. From Cove's perspective, to suddenly be greeted by a natural paradise, tailored to him right down to his favorite flower, must have been something he'd normally only get in a dream. You leaned against his back. You wrapped your arms around his front. You laid your cheek against his back. Cove blinked slowly, aww, and repeatedly as he took in the expansive flora laid before him. He's crying. Tears began to form, clutching onto his eyelashes and clamping them together. He lifted his gaping mouth into a wobbly, open-mouthed smile that teetered between joy and disbelief. Oh my god. He was too choked up to string together the three simple, familiar words together. You'd left him speechless. Cove twisted in your arms to face you. Beaming, he leaned down to kiss you. You were glad to return the kiss, pressing into him and wrapping your arms around his neck to keep him close. He might not yet have been able to put his feelings into words, but you could feel his joy and gratitude all the same. When you parted, Cove still wore that brilliant smile. Oh, this is so cute. Your hand lifted up to his face to caress his cheek. Finally, Cove regained some of his composure. He opened his mouth to attempt speech once more. See, are you really so confused why I want to do so much for you? When you go in... To finish the thought, he waved a hand at the beautiful field you had found just for him. His voice, which had been bright, dimmed to a soft murmur when he followed up on the question. No one else in the entire world will do this for me. Nobody. And no one makes me feel the way you do. He's so freaking, this is so sweet. His words were as faint as the rustling of the poppy petals in the wind. Some of the tears had escaped from his lashes down to his cheeks, the damp skin glittering in the sunlight. You reached out to hold his face once more and stroked them away. I feel the same about you. You meant every word. So, can we look at the flowers together? His voice was still soft, as though speaking too loudly might shatter the magic. I'd be happy to. He giggled in a tiny giddy way at that. Thanks, Terra. Carefully, so as to disturb the natural peace as little as possible, you and Cove began to make your way through the field of flowers. Now that you'd reached the destination, there was nothing to hide. You could finally walk side by side once more, his hand in yours, eyes wide to what was ahead. You'd really cherished taking the journey as partners. With the conclusion of Cove's big plan, and yours, you might have expected to feel a little wistful. It had been an exciting few days, but there was no need to yearn for what had gone. After all, you knew that two of you would always find new ways to bring a smile to each other's face. It's what you both did, and you were looking forward to the new surprises already. That was amazing. This one, so learning to do late shift. Baxter. I mean, okay. After lunch, you ran into Baxter. He was more than happy for an impromptu hangout in your neighborhood. He idly spoke about the first time he bought a shirt online. Apparently, the website hadn't been in English, so he had made do with automatic online translations. Well, good luck on your stream tomorrow then. His unique fashion sense was eclectic in more than one way. Finding out how he filled out his wardrobe answered some of your questions about his look. He smiled in fond remembrance. I measured myself multiple times to make sure I could order the correct size. It wasn't as if I'd be able to ship it back if there were problems. But to make a long story short, it arrived in one piece, multiple months later. At that point, I wasn't going to complain. It was a physical object in my hands. He gestured with his arm for emphasis. As he did, Baxter glanced at his wrist, at a watch that wasn't there. Anyway, I hope I'm not taking too much of your time with this. You were currently taking it easy for a bit before you had to get ready for work. You had an unusual closing shift at your job today. Actually, I do have to get going soon. I have a closing shift at work. Normally I don't close today. I don't know if someone's out or what. It is what it is. Cove's already working. He's a server at the tropical place. Oh, really? That's so cute. I think he found a good option for himself, especially with how limited jobs are in this town. He can usually take later shifts, so he has his mornings free. So both of us are pretty much booked for this evening once I get to work. Baxter nodded understandingly. He was more interested than you had expected him to be.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do? Do I want to work at the same place that Cove does? Particularly not. I think working at the same place that your partner works at seems like in something for like a fire dumpster. A dumpster fire. Oh my goodness. You can tell I'm tired. Okay, I work at the public library. He grinned as if you had just said you had an exciting career as a movie star. He's already adult now. Yeah, so when you go to the next step after the teenage, it skips straight to adult. So we just finished high school. We're 18 now. Interesting.
Wow.
Now that I know where and when you work, does that mean I should avoid visiting the place at that time? Or should I conveniently happen to bump into you during your shift? He felt a little awkward at his question. At least he was asking before just appearing at your job. This feels weird, but I'm gonna say it just doesn't matter to me. Show up if you want. His decision was completely up to him. You honestly didn't care whether you saw him or not. He tilted his head with excitement in his eyes. Then I might have another stop to make on my outing this evening. Thank you. I gotta go get ready now. Good luck, Terra. I feel so weird about Baxter. He waved at you as you peeled off towards your house. You reached your front door and gave Baxter one final nod before you went inside. Early. I have to be early. It didn't take you long to change into your uniform. You made sure your hair was clean and gave your professional-looking self a thumbs up in the mirror. You casually went back outside, ready. You felt satisfied at the time. If things went to plan, you would be at work with time to spare, just as you liked. A drive to work. I don't want to get sweaty in my stuff. You unlocked the family car and climbed in. After you turned your key, you were off to another day of work. You arrived at the building and went in at a leisurely pace. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary that day. Before you fully settled into your shift, you sent a quick text to Cove that you made it to work all right. Your phone buzzed with his response before you had finished stowing it in your pocket. Cove sent back a positive, "You can do it" message that made you smile. He's so cute. The first thing you had to deal with was putting away some books that someone had left on the study table. Most of them were about bugs, so you took them to the science section. You wondered what the person had been researching as you looked at the titles. You slid each book back into its place. Maybe it was a science project on insects? You checked the last book and smiled. You suddenly had a pretty good idea. With the life cycle of lightning bugs safely put back into place, you went on to your next task. Most of working at the library was like that. You put things away, organized, unpacked new arrivals, tried to keep the place neat. Sometimes you answered people's questions. You did whatever you were told, really. I think I would love working in a library. You really happy with your job. You enjoyed what you did. It made you feel productive, and it paid a great job all around. After time passed, you got really into your work zone. You barely noticed the hours go by. During a slow moment, you heard a distinct and familiar voice. Is it Baxter? Excuse me. I just find it weird. I just find him weird. I don't know. There's something about him that's just off to me. You turned your head and saw Baxter sauntering towards you. He really did turn up just to visit. Hey, Baxter, welcome to my job. He grinned with a tilt of his head. Is this a good time? Yeah, I'm not too busy right now.
Excellent.
You saw his eyes search the place, clearly never having been here before. The kid is secretly a Persona user. He does give Persona user vibes. You were both standing in the sci-fi section, surrounded by colorful spines with authors' names in large white print. Baxter gave them a curious glance. I wonder if I can check something out, despite not being someone who actually lives in this town. Definitely the Persona 6 for tag. Yeah, for sure. Look at him. I've never been to a local library like this. I've only visited school libraries and privately owned ones. Saying something like that makes you sound really spoiled. You need to start going to local libraries more often. His eyes swept over the colorful shelves again, but then he turned all of his focus back on you with a smirk. I'm definitely going to consider that now. I don't. I feel so weird. Though you never answered my question, am I able to get something to read for the summer, or am I barred from borrowing? You can, as long as you get a library card and return the book before you move back. He looked genuinely excited as he flashed a smile at you. Then there's only one thing to do. Would you mind helping me get set up? With that, you slipped back into customer service mode. He raised an eyebrow at your cheery expression. That won't be a problem at all. I'm not saying that.
Not bad.
I'm not saying that. I'm so glad I didn't say that, because this feels weird. Ooh, brother, ooh. You and Baxter spent a little more time together chatting about what he should get. Eventually a decision was made. Then he was off to explore more of the town. You were glad he came by. It was a nice break from real customers, but you had to get back to your usual task. You checked a clock set high on the side wall. With how late it was time for your meal break. You breathed a sigh of relief and left your station. You found a quiet place to eat that was out of eyeshot of most people and pulled out your phone. You typed out a text to Cove to let him know you were having dinner. You took your first bite of your meal and Cove replied with an okay. Your phone came to life again as he let you know that he'd already taken his long break, but he still had a short one he could take. With him on break as well, he asked if he could call. Aw, he's calling me on his break? That's so sweet. I wonder if we work in the same place as him, if he would take his break with us. That's even cuter. Now I'm curious, like, should I go back? No, we should keep going. You were happy for the chance to talk. You'd been wanting to spend some time with him. He was made aware of that and sent back one more text, a thumbs up. Then you got a call. You accepted as soon as you saw it was Cove. I kind of want to go back. Should I go back? Fuck it, I'm going back. I'm going back. I don't care. I want to see what happens if we work together. I work at the Tropical Place restaurant. He grinned as you... Okay, interesting. It's so sweet the two of you work together. Absolutely adorable, really.
Wow.
I'm just gonna say it doesn't matter. Good luck. Pairing early. Drove to work. Okay. So now this is different. You spotted Cove taking a table, some drinks. He set them down and asked the customers if they were ready for their order yet with a customer service smile. They shook their heads. Then he walked away. He looked up and noticed you. Oh, he's so cute. He shot you a genuine smile. He had been looking forward to your arrival. You walked a little closer as to not yell across the restaurant. He wove through tables to meet you halfway. Hey, how's it going? Someone ordered the secret special. We don't have a secret special. Cove's face barely shifted. He had a fun time trying to explain that to the customer. He leaned in and whispered conspiratorially. Apparently, we're just not in on the secret. Wow. He went to check on another table as you settled into today's shift. You tightened your server apron and soon found yourself at your first table of the day. took the tourist drinks order with a smile. He brought them back their lemonade and started writing down what they wanted to eat. Even though things had been slow when you first got there, it didn't take long for the late crowd to start filtering in. You were constantly on your feet, taking orders and cleaning tables. Happy with your job. After time passed, you got really into your work zone. You barely noticed the hours go by. During a slow moment, you heard a distinct and familiar voice. Okay, now I'm really interested to see how this is gonna... Excuse me. You turned your head and saw Baxter sauntering towards you. He really did turn up just to visit. Hey, Baxter, welcome to my job. He grinned with a tilt of his head. Is this a good time? Yeah, I'm not too busy right now.
Excellent.
You saw his eyes search the place, clearly never having seen before. His gaze stopped on some of the decorative plants. Just so we're clear, I almost didn't find you. His voice was light and teasing as he looked back at you. This restaurant is not called the Tropical Place. Oh, it hit you instantly. Despite everyone you knew always just calling it that, there wasn't a way for Baxter to know it only shorthand. It had a real name, and that's what a tourist would need to find it. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make it a scavenger hunt. I swear it was an accident. Baxter chuckled. He seemed more amused about it all than anything. I figured it out in the end, clearly. Now, unfortunately, I can't stay for a full meal. However, my research did show the Tropical Place offered takeout. Would you mind taking my order? With that, you slipped... I'm not gonna say it again. I was skipping that. You and Baxter spent a little more time together chatting about what he should get. Eventually, a decision was made when he was off to explore more of town. You were glad he came by. It was a nice break from real customers, but you had to get back to your usual tasks. You checked the clock high on the side wall. With how late it was time for your meal break. You breathed a sigh of relief and left your station. You found a quiet table near the back that was out of eyeshot for most customers. You arranged your food and got ready to eat. Cove met your eyes from across the restaurant. He smiled and walked over to your table. Having dinner? Yep.
Cool.
I already had mine earlier, but I can take my last small break now. He took a seat next to you, not needing a response, and scooted the chair to be a little closer so the two of you could talk easily. He knew he was welcome at your spot. Today's been going by really quickly. Definitely. It felt like barely any time had passed since this morning. All in all, the week itself had been going by fast. Cove laughed quietly. Hey, am I crazy, or did I see Baxter here earlier? You laughed at Cove, trying to pull out the supposed black and white sighting. Probably. He came by to see me. Wow. Well, oh no, it's just too bad. I missed him. Super busy with my own work, I guess. It's a shame. His tone was joking, at least mostly. Shook your head and tried to hide your grin. It's so busy, I'm surprised I'm even sitting down right now. At that thought, Cove glanced over to the clock on the wall, the same way you had earlier. Cove sighed. The two of you had only started to talk, and yet it was somehow over. Bye. The word was flat. He was down about leaving. There was a second of silence before he pulled himself together. We'll have more time later. Right, bye. He got up and pushed his chair back into place. The spot looked lonely already. He leaned over and gently kissed your forehead. Oh, how sweet. You let him go and finished up your meal on your own. Just as you were clearing up, your phone vibrated. Cove had found time to sneak you a quick text. Just a few more hours until closing. You smiled as you finished your break. It was time to get back to work. Customers continued to trickle in, even though it was getting closer to closing time. Before you could jump back into work... Hi, Grim! Love ya! I hope that you're having a good day. So happy to see you. Before you could jump back into work, you heard your phone's quiet jingle in your pocket. It had to be a text message, but there was no way you could check it now. Shaking the distraction off, you quickly fell back into rhythm of things. There were still plenty of tasks that had to be done. Glancing at a couple as they passed you out their way to the door, your hands quickly became busy cleaning up their table. The tray you brought with you was stacked high with dirty dishes, used utensils, and crumpled napkins. Excuse me? A customer from the next spot. Happy to hear day's been cool so far. That's good. Hope your day's been good. It's been alright. I've literally not been awake for very long. I got up to watch the Stardew Valley video, and then I decided I'd play a little bit of Our Life before I'm gonna go take a fat nap after this because I am so low on sleep. But it's been good so far, I guess. Minus the announcement for one of the marriage candidates. I don't know if you play Stardew Grim, but they announced 2 new marriage candidates today, And one of them was Sandy, which is like, if you don't know, she's a character that like is in the desert area in Stardew. And then there's this guy named Clint, and I hate Clint, and he's one of the new marriage candidates, and I'm so disappointed. So disappointed. A customer from the next spot over was gesturing for you. They were holding a coffee mug in their hand. Could I get a refill? Of course. They nodded and you finished wiping down the table with a cloth before heading to the back. On your way, someone weaving through the seating arrangement bumped into you, knocking the tray out of your hands. Ah. The plates and silverware were clattered to the floor. A glass rolled past your feet. While you strained to keep it together, you barely noticed the stranger slowly sidestepping past you. Sorry. Wordlessly, you bent down and started collecting the dishes. Luckily, nothing seemed to be broken. On the other hand, reached out to pick up one of the stray cups, tanned and with a faint line of a scar trailing around the forearm. Cove crouched down to gather what was out of your reach. You breathed a sigh of relief, and Cove's mouth pulled into a quiet smile. Together, the mess was hastily cleaned up like it never happened. Then he dipped around the tables to reach his own area again. By the time you were able to drop the dishes in the back to be washed, you couldn't remember that you were supposed to be doing something next. There was something you were certain. You tried rewinding the last 10 minutes in your mind. You cleaned the table, and then there was a request for a refill. Looking back at the room, you picked out which customer put it in the fridge. Which you wanted was coffee. Moments later, you had a mug filled to the brim with hot steaming coffee. The bitter smell tickled your nose while you hurried back to the table with your finest customer service smile. I'm sorry about the wait. Here's your drink. Can I get you anything else? You picked up their empty mug. The customer glanced at the refill briefly, then turned their attention back to the meal they were having through. No, that's all, thanks. Not wanting to waste another second, you walked back towards the kitchen. You were so happy that you recovered from the earlier impact. Your body was starting to tire out from the busyness of today. Luckily, you had one more short break. You took a seat and finally checked those messages from earlier. There was one from Mom. Would you mind stopping by the grocery store on your way home to pick up some asparagus and peppers for dinner tomorrow? Can't make it myself. Deadlines are tight right now. Thank you and have a great day. You were happy to do it. It's fine. I liked going to the store for my family because it gave me time to be with myself. It wasn't what you were expecting to do today, but it was totally fine. Your mom was always working hard. You wondered how her day was going. Hopefully much better than yours, you thought. Texting back, you said, yeah, I can do that. You weren't expecting her to text back anytime soon, though you did already get a thanks for it. I played Stardew a few times, never got too far though. I see. Stardew's like one of my favorite games. I played crazy amount of hours in that game. Because not that crazy, like 700, almost 800. I guess I don't know. For some people that's crazy, some people it's not. For another minute, you stretched your arms high over your head and imagined how nice falling into bed later was going to be. You sighed. Hopefully your shift would go by in the blink of an eye. You jumped back into the rhythm of things. Across the room, oh, look at him. So cute. Across the room, you caught gazes with Cove. He stopped. One moment he seemed to be lost in thought, and the next he found you like he could feel your stare. There was enough distance that you couldn't quite read his expression, but when Cove rolled his eyes at the place in an exaggerated manner, as if to say, what a chore, there was no missing that. A genuine smile cracked through your earnest look. Cove crossed his arms and waited. You raised a hand and gave him a small wave. He nodded and gave a small wave in return. You even spotted a small smile before he turned and busied himself with work again. For a while, you and Cove were bustling, doing different tasks. You knew each other well enough to give and receive support where needed. Things wouldn't have gone as smoothly if you were working with anyone else. At one point, there was a stretch of time where you and Cove kept coming and going at about the same time. You thrived on those stolen moments in between running orders and cleaning tables. It wasn't long enough until you caught on how much you both were doing it on purpose, well, as much as either of you could. Then later on, while he was passing by you to deal with a different issue, you felt a little pat on your arm. The small action caught your attention, and all you saw for a split second was his fond smile. It put an instant pep in your step. Oh, so cute. It was fun, and you both deserved it to manage the more stressful moments at work. You were grateful to have Cove with you through it all. The last of the customers had finally exited the building. It was time to close. When all the doors were locked, you exhaled loudly. The whole place was officially closed. It was okay, you thought. Not the worst you'd seen. which in itself was a victory. Hiding a small yawn behind your hand, you were looking forward to leaving work far behind. A small smile tugged at the corner of your mouth. Glancing over at Cove, you saw he was in the middle of stretching his arms out and over his head. He was so clearly ready to lie down, you wondered if he would be able to open his eyes when he was done. But he did, and turned to you. He was exhausted from working so much overtime, though you could still see sparks of how excited he was to be done for the day. It was probably the only thing keeping him on his feet. I've successfully gotten that money. How are you doing?
Fine.
I'm good enough. He rubbed the back of his neck. You stood at him a moment, but he decided not to press the subject further. Casually, his eyes surveyed the room. You know, hanging out in a shop when it's closed always feels kind of weird to me. Even though I work here, being in a locked place when the public isn't allowed just seems wrong. I feel the exact same way. I've felt that way a lot. It's like we're moments away from being arrested for breaking in, or maybe from a horror movie starting as we get trapped here. Right? We should head home then. Actually, I have to run an errand for my mom. Where to? The grocery store. And Mom texted me earlier asking if I'd pick up a couple things.
Oh.
But do you want to come too? It was late, and you knew that Cove wanted to go home, but admittedly, you wanted company. He eased that concern by smiling softly. Sure, yeah, I can go shopping with you. It's nice of you to do this.
Not really.
I like spending time with you. Thanks, I like that too. Moments later, you had your things together and were ready to swing by the store. You were out the door within minutes. He pulled into one of the many free parking spots at the neighborhood 24-hour grocery store. You waved at Cove when he parked next to you. There was a salty smell in the air as the two of you strolled through the dim parking lot. The local burgo joint on the other side of the pavement guaranteed the place always smelled like fries. Your eyes squinted at the change of lighting when you made it inside the building. This is new! The automatic door shut behind you. With you truly having arrived, Cove raised his brow curiously.
So?
What are we here for again? He looks so cute in his little uniform. Asparagus and peppers. It's something my moms are making tomorrow. Sounds good. This will be a short trip. Uh-huh. You idly scanned the front room for a basket you could use. A full cart wasn't necessary. That was all there was to it. I don't know. This was a simple stop that you weren't thinking much about. You spotted the baskets and caught a glimpse of yourself while looking down to pick one up. You know, it feels funny to be in some other store while in a uniform from a different place. Cove snickered while sidling up beside you.
Right?
It feels like we're wearing a costume after Halloween is over, but I just hope no one thinks we work here. The uniform is totally different, but you never know. Yeah, people. Basket in hand, you ambled towards the vegetable section. It was set near the back, but visible right from the entrance. Cove matched your pace, keeping at your side. The asparagus was simple enough to select. You simply picked up a bundle that looked fresh. All that was left was the peppers. There was a wrinkle in that plan. What color did they want? She didn't say. Well, then what are we gonna do? The color definitely matters. Does it matter? I don't know. I don't think it matters. We'll just get one of every color. He nodded, satisfied with your solution. I was thinking the same thing. So you and Cove meticulously went down the row of pepper pallets. Green, yellow, red, orange, and a couple multicolored peppers got placed in your basket. You worked as a team to be certain nothing was missed. Produce acquired, all that was left was to go through the line, but as you approached the cash registers, Cove stopped in his tracks. Oh, while we're here, I want to get something too. I need fruit for breakfast tomorrow. But what should I have? He glanced back unsurely at the section you just left. I can go back to look with you. It's fine. We'll spend more time together. That coaxed a small smile from Cove. His tension eased.
Sorry.
Thanks, Terra, and sorry. It's fine. We can take a little more time to do this. Cove gratefully led you back to the fruit stands. He let his eyes wander across all the options, seriously considering his decision. Not bothering to rush, you walked up and down the produce aisle for the second time that trip. Finally, something caught his attention. Transparent cases containing fresh blueberries. Cove grinned. Of course he would like blueberries. He's a little blueberry. That's it. It'll be perfect for tomorrow. Great. Despite the suddenness of how it happened, you were genuinely glad Cove was able to get something nice for himself during the visit to the store. It made the trip even more worthwhile. Cove carried his food himself, and the two of you went back to get a spot in line. After that, you completed separate orders for what you were getting. The produce was packed away in paper bags. There was one for you and one for Cove. You both had what you needed in hand. The errand was finished. You walked across the length of the store to reach the doors closest to where you had parked. You and Cove stepped back into the night. Cove lightly swung his bag back and forth in his grip as you peered, squinting into the dark parking lot. He smiled slightly, a gentle expression on his lips. Thanks for inviting me to the grocery store. You don't have to thank me for that. I still want to. After a moment of walking further into the parking lot, he sighed mildly. As nice as Cove was about this, he had to be tired after working a full shift. It's been a long day. Yeah. That very brief exchange really summed it up. Cove shook his head to himself, bemusement placing his worn-down expression. When did a busy day go from having way too many ways we wanted to play or having some extra homework to having to spend all day at a job and then running errands after? When we became grown-ups. This is the true adult experience, working, buying food, and then squeezing in human interaction while you're doing other productive stuff. Yeah, that is exactly it. Well, I guess kid me did always think older people spent their lives at their jobs. I was right all along. He laughed and you had to agree. Cove's eyes narrowed as his mouth opened slightly. He was having a thought.
I think.
Your mom's need this stuff for tomorrow's dinner, not tonight, right? Uh-huh. And nothing's frozen, so you don't need to get it home urgently or anything. Would you want to go across the parking lot to that fast food place? We could get something. You know it's still open. It doesn't matter how late it is. It might be nice. Of course I would. You perked up at that suggestion. It sounded like fun. Alright, let's go for it. Let's drop the groceries off and then we can go. You agreed, and Cove strolled over to the car as buoyed at the thought of something to look forward to. He placed his bag in the back of his car and then walked over while you finished putting up your groceries. With the groceries taken care of, it was a short walk to the burger joint. There were 3 cars lined up in the drive-thru, which wasn't too bad. You had to go all the way around the building to get in the front entrance, but soon you were under another set of bright fluorescent lights. Luckily, there was no line inside the building, so you stepped right up to the counter. You glanced over the menu. Remember eating here before with Cove, back when Kyra had taken you both years ago? I almost forgot about that. The menu looked pretty much the same from what you could remember. It was missing the mozzarella sticks, but most of the items were familiar. Hello, what would you like to order? Yes, hello, I would like to have one of everything on your dessert menu, Cove. You burst out laughing. He brushed a hand back against the back of his head and his smile for the employee bent. Mom rubbed off on me. He was reminiscing on that visit too. After the cashier made sure Cove was being serious, it was your time to order. You got let's do onion rings. Milkshake. And we'll do a hamburger. Did they not have a cheeseburger on here? Where is the freaking cheeseburger? A hamburger is not a cheeseburger. I want a freaking cheeseburger. I'll go with the spicy chicken sandwich. And I got a milkshake, but like, can I get a water? No, I think it's good. That's all. Cove gave you a little thumbs up. He wasn't the only one indulging. You wrapped up the ordering process, paid, got the number 264, then claimed a table. You sat down across from Cove in a booth where you had a good view of the front counter. It was nice to have the pick of the place. I'm looking forward to this. Me too. I really want that apple pie. Then you took out your phone to text your moms about your delay home. You didn't want them to worry. Cove watched you before pulling out his phone as well, maybe for the same reason you did. When the updates were sent, it was back to being just you and your neighbor once more. It's so strange we still call him our neighbor, even though we're like been dating for like what? At this point, we've been dating for years, is what we said at the beginning. He offered you a small smile. I've missed you, you know. Even if you weren't ever really gone, it's been less time than I'm accustomed to. Oh, that's so sweet. Cove tapped his fist on the table definitively. He paired that with that action with a childish pout. I love this moment because I've actually lived it in real life, though with a friend that was most definitely not Cove. Hi, Kai, sorry. Welcome back. And I love this. Cove is so cute. I love this guy. Okay. If someone saw him like that, they might have assumed he was throwing a fit over not getting a toy that came with the Cove's meal. We demand more time with each other. You dropped your palms on the tabletop to add emphasis. Exactly. He beamed at you sincerely, a ray of sunshine in this late-night food trip. When the number was called, Cove hopped up from his seat before you could react.
Don't worry about it.
I've got it. Save our spot. Oh. Alright, see you. You stayed in the booth and got situated for the arrival of all of the stuff. You checked over the table and moved your phone to the side to make sure there was a clear space. Cove returned with two trays in hand, a great bounty of food. He placed them down carefully, being extra cautious with the tray that held his milkshake. The usual step 3 experience. I love this. This is so cute. Cove is so cute. I'm back. And that's going to be the last time I'm serving food to anyone today. He smirked and he snickered. It made a lot of sense he was the one to get it. He was a professional. Thank you for carrying all of that, Cove. It's no problem. Oh, wait. This is so freaking cute. Oh my god, this is cute. Look at his I love this. Okay. Cove didn't hesitate before digging in. He took a large bite of his cookie and immediately sipped his milkshake. Oh my god, look at his eyes. They're so pretty. And why do his eyes look so pretty in this all of a sudden? I mean, like, his eyes always look pretty, but, like, they're, like, particularly glistening. Then he took a spoon and sampled his sundae with an approving hum. He made an attempt to follow that up with a bite of his apple pie as well, but bailed with a distressed look on his face. You tilted your head in a silent question. Hot. He switched back to his milkshake, taking a dedicated slurp. Cove sighed at the cold relief it brought. He is so cute. You also started to taste yours. It really wasn't bad. In only a minute, Cove's cookie was gone. You wouldn't be surprised if the milkshake wasn't far behind. You flicked the straw wrapper at Cove. You found the paper discarded from the straw Cove used for his milkshake. You squished it into a little ball when he was distracted, and then very deliberately launched it at Cove. Your aim was true. It hit him square in the nose. He didn't even flinch. To use your violent straw paper weights. He casually reached down with his free hand and tossed the paper ball back at you. He sputtered when it hit you on the top of the head and bounced away. You scrabbled to grab it from where it fell on your booth and threw it back at him. He chuckled and lobbed the tiny ball in a return pass. He's so cute. This is so cute. You felt so glad Cove agreed to come along with you on the initial grocery trip, and equally happy you accepted his invitation here. A little time off your feet, a little something to eat. You felt more energized than before. Your long shift at work, that couldn't have been more than an hour or two in the past, seemed like it was a lifetime away now. You continued to chat, mess around, laugh, and enjoy yourselves. For the first time that night, you felt like you weren't totally grown up after all. Oh, that wasn't as long as I expected. I don't know, I expected that to be longer. We only have 4 more. I think I have 1 more in me for now. Hang, errands, charity, serendipity. I kind of want to do, should probably leave, oh, I don't know. Should I leave the DLC one? I should probably do some of the base games ones. I've been neglecting it. Hang. Let's do charity, because we just did errands. Aww, he looks cute. Cove pushed himself to his feet from where he had bent down in the sand, stretching out his back and groaning softly. A tired breath slipped past his lips as he wiped his brow looking out over the shore. It looks great. You stood beside him, joining in the surveying of the sand that almost seemed to sparkle beneath the midday sun. The two of you had been out on the beach since sunrise, cleaning up and down the beach, looking for various debris, and the work had paid off. Using a hand to shield your eyes from the blinding rays, you glanced across the way where the other volunteers from Orca were gathered. They were easily recognizable by the high-vis vests they wear. High-vis vests, sorry. I don't know why I said that. It looked as though everybody was about ready to wrap things up for the day. I'm happy to see it in a better state. It was pretty sad looking when we got here. The beaches of this town were practically your own personal backyard, and you visited them a lot. It felt good knowing that you were helping to take care of them. Too bad not everyone sees the joy in putting trash where it belongs. Oh well. Cove placed his hands on his hips, a pleased grin pulling at the corners of his mouth as he admired the work you'd both done. You had begun to realize during your first time volunteering for the organization how seriously Cove took his service. It was easy to see that it was something important to him. Yeah, equally listed. It was important that the ocean you grew up with was protected. It had always been a big part of your life, and you felt that the least you could do was give back to it in some ways. Hey, nice work, Terra. Thanks. It's been a good year so far. It's crazy to think that it's already time to push the big event. You let out a big breath thinking of the formal dinner that Orca organized every year. Being a completely fundraising focused event for large donors, it was crucial for the organization's projects in that year to come. You had to be over 18 to attend, so this is your first opportunity to actually see it in person. All you had heard about it so far was that it was a prim and proper occasion with speeches and everything. You didn't know what else to expect from it, as you weren't a part of the group who had planned the evening. Before the big night came around, the volunteers would have to sell the tickets for it, and that's where you'd be helping. I'm excited to go. You rocked back and forth on the balls of your feet as you thought of the glitz and glam of the evening. Cove nodded, but something about his smile seemed strained. I'm glad you are. I just don't feel excited about attending a super formal meal with proper etiquette and stuff, you know? He threw his arms out to the side, making a bit of a show at how ridiculous it seemed to him. I've got sand all over my room and only one nice shirt, and I go barefoot pretty much whenever I can. I'm gonna be so out of place. Doing something that fancy will make it fun. How often do we get the chance to dress up nice and eat an expensive meal? Cove chuckled and shook his head at you in amusement. A small beeping noise came from Cove's pant pocket, and he pulled it out and glanced at the screen. Huh? It's the organizers. They sent a text to the group. Time to call it a day here. Alright, ready to head to our next activity? Cove tucked his cell away, eagerly turning to you. Let's head over and drop the trash bags off at the trucks. Then we can drive back and join the ticket team. We've got to be there pretty soon to relieve them. With a stretch of shore this long, the plan was to switch places with the other team who had been pushing the tickets for the fundraising dinner halfway through. It would be a full day of work, but it was Orca's largest event of the year, and all hands were on deck to make sure it was a success. You raised your hand for a high five. Cove's palm slapped solidly against yours, oh my god, and smiled at you crookedly. You collected the trash bags spread along the way together, heading across the beach to hoist them into the trucks, before heading off to the next job. Cove slipped his warm hand in yours, and you intertwined your fingers, strolling back to the car side by side. The drive back to your neighborhood and making your way to the shopping street was fairly quick, though Cove stressed a little about being late. Luckily, he was able to find a parking spot nice and close to where you needed to be. You jumped out of the car and quickly went towards where you knew the group would be. Finally reaching the stall that was set up to sell tickets, you stopped for a moment to catch your breath. That was quite the flurry of activity. It would be your job for the rest of the afternoon to help sell tickets for the fundraising dinner, and looking around the street, you saw that there was plenty of potential buyers out today. That would hopefully help to move the tickets along. The stall itself was simple, a portable table with a few plush sea animals as decorations and a banner stuck across the front. There were 2 volunteers who were already packing up and getting ready to head off to the beach. They gave both of you a friendly smile as you arrived. Hey Cove, Terra, how'd things go at the beach?
Not bad.
It was good. The place is looking great. We're lucky to get 2 for 1 when it comes to you guys. Cove cleared his throat awkwardly from beside you, and you noticed his cheeks flushing pink. Come on, we're not that clingy with each other. That's right, that's us. We joined at the hits, some might say. The volunteers chuckled and packed up the last of their stuff, and Cove seemed to relax a little more. The volunteers made room for you and Cove behind the table while they circled around to the front of it. Thanks for coming in for a shift. We'd better make this quick so we can head off to the next place. Yeah, fine. We're ready for whatever is needed. One of the volunteers handed you a clipboard with all the details needed to sell tickets, while the other tossed a set of keys to Cove, which he caught with ease. Those are for the money box and the supply kit. Make sure to keep them on you at all times. Aside from handling the cash for the tickets, there's also a form on the clipboard for the guests to fill in their info. That way we know how many tickets we've sold and who will be attending the event. There's a small script beneath that if you get stuck on what to say, and that's about it. Pretty simple, huh? I have a feeling this reeks of Baxter.
Uh-huh.
I think we've got this. Satisfied that you knew what you were doing, the volunteers said their goodbyes and started walking away, leaving you and Cove to manage the stall alone. The keys jingled in his hand as Cove waved them off, but before he stuffed them into the pocket of his pants for safekeeping. Bye, have fun! Once the volunteers were out of sight, Cove dropped down into a chair behind the counter with a sigh. We made it here just in time. It's cool we traded places with nothing happening. They might have been late getting to cleanup duty. He leaned back in his seat, getting fully comfortable in the space, and gave you a small smile. You took the other seat. It was just a simple plastic chair that squeaked when you sat on it, but it gave you a good view of the street. We got things under control. Look at how well we did at the beach cleanup. I'm sure this will be a piece of cake. Cove grinned wider, his gaze pleased as he smiled at you. I like the way you think. Cove rummaged around the station a little, picking up a stuffed toy orca and holding it up in front of his face. You had to admit that it was pretty cute, with its big bulging eyes and oversized flippers. Setting it back down on the table, Cove moved on to check out the rest of the stall, finding a cooler stashed beneath the table. When he pulled it out and opened the lid, you could see it was filled with half-melted ice cubes and about half a dozen bottles of water. Grabbing one of the plastic bottles, he unscrewed the cap and took a long drink. You watched the condensation running along the side and onto his fingers.
So?
Do you want one? That felt like such a weird... Okay. Cove set his water on the side of the table before pulling out another, holding it out to you. I gotta drink water, actually. I brought my own things. Oh yeah, okay. You pulled the reusable bottle out of the bag you had brought with you and set it on the table for easy access. The two of you got settled in easily, and you took the chance to look over the paperwork on the clipboard. Cove joined you, leaning over your shoulder to get a better look. Seems like pretty standard stuff. He muttered and you nodded quietly. It had general info about the event and the work you needed to do at the stall, as well as the amount of tickets sold thus far and the number remaining. Cove tapped a finger on the counter as he read quietly over the notes, muttering a few things now and then you didn't fully hear. He seemed content to be there, and you were sure that the afternoon would pass by quickly. When he glanced out towards the crowd and made a small sound, you followed his line of sight to see a potential supporter was on their way over to the booth. You psyched yourself up. This could be your first ticket sale of the day. You had to give it all you had to make sure the event was a success. Hi, how are you doing today? Time passed as the two of you manned the stall, and as people approached, your sales pitch would either have them asking for a ticket or two, or heading off and mumbling maybe next time. All in all, you managed to sell a decent amount of tickets, and you could tell that Cove was happy with the outcome. As the afternoon drifted along, 6 p.m. arrived, time to pack up everything and head home for the evening. Your work with Orca was far from over, but right now there was only one thing to focus on, attending the actual event. The days continued on in normal flow, and before long, the night of Orca fundraising dinner was upon you. It was early evening, and you were in your room getting ready as the minutes ticked closer and closer towards the time you needed to leave. Liz was helping you get ready while Cove was on speakerphone. I'll just do Cove on speakerphone. Ooh, no, Liz was helping you and Cove. You're currently in the midst of picking out an outfit which Liz was helping you with while Cove gave his input from the phone. Of course, Cove couldn't see any of the items you and Liz were choosing between, but he was trying to help all the same. The event had strict guidelines, and you wouldn't be let in unless you were dressed to code. That meant having to find a truly professional outfit, but one that you were also happy with. You were happy to have the chance to dress fancy. The last time we did this, we went to a soiree, right, with our moms, and we liked it, so I'm gonna say we still like it. There were a couple of outfits that didn't get nearly as much use as you would have liked, and now is the time to show them off. You smiled as you picked your way through the items, your excitement shining brightly.
It's fine.
You don't need to get too in your head thinking about the look, but you do need to hurry and pick something. At this rate, you're going to have a better time picking out your outfit than at the party itself. But whatever you go with, it'll be great. Aww. You laughed a little. It really shouldn't be this difficult to pick something out. You just need to take the plunge and do it. Taking a deep breath to refocus yourself, you looked over the options one last time. It was time to decide on an outfit, and quick. Dress. Choose a dress. I love a dress. Liz nodded in approval, clapping her hands together, satisfied.
Good.
Finally, we're making some progress. That sounds like it'd be totally fine. I'm just wearing a shirt with buttons and slacks, personally. Standing in front of your mirror, you quietly assess your outfit. You thought about adding an accessory or two. You needed a little something extra to finish it all off. Rummaging through the rest of your wardrobe, you picked out what you needed to complete your outfit. So it's... Wear the anklet? I feel like that's not formal. But it's an option, right? So it's like... I should choose it, right? It is an option. I'm gonna do a pair of earrings, a ring, a necklace. I kind of want to put on the anklet. And I think that's it. And that's... Ooh, should we put on a bracelet? We've got necklace, earrings, ring, anklet. We should put on a bracelet. Might as... No, we don't need to overdo it. That's good. And with that, you asked Liz if she could put on makeup for you. Leaning up in front of the mirror again, you spoke over your shoulder. Do you think you could help with some makeup for tonight? Absolutely. I'll show you everything I know. You're welcome for that. Thank you. With that, Liz really got into gear. She worked deftly to apply all the details without holding you up too long, all while keeping you informed on what was happening to your face. Finally, you were dressed. It had all come together. Oh, okay. Just gotta change in my shirt, and then I'll be at the car. See you in a minute. When you looked at Liz again, she had a goofy smile pulling at her lips. You look very nice, Tara. You twisted around in your outfit excitedly. Knowing you had made the right decision with everything had you feeling more confident. Liz wiped a pretend tear away with her fingers, sniffling dramatically. Oh, precious Tara, you're really all grown up. It happened in the blink of an eye when I wasn't even looking. She chuckled to herself, nudging you towards the door.
All right.
Time to get downstairs. Your very official, though still kind of baby, boyfriend awaits. She's not wrong. You carefully headed down the stairs and into the living room where your moms were waiting for your appearance. As you entered, the two of them stood from the couch and came over to you, smiling broadly. You look so wonderful, Tara.
Nice.
And very mature, too. I know, right? They continued to coo and fuss over you until you managed to brush them off. Ma took Mom by the arm and held her close, the two of them admiring you proudly. Thank you. It felt a little strange to have everyone's attention on you, but you liked it nonetheless. Liz smiled at you from where she stood, her expression soft. Ma came in to give you one last hug, and before you knew it, another pair of arms had wrapped around you, and then a third. Both Mom and Liz giggled as they hugged you tight. We hope you have so much fun tonight.
Fun.
We won't wait up for you. Stay out as long as you need. You're old enough now. Oh my god. On the last wave goodbye, you left your family and approached the front door. It was time. Stepping out into the night, you closed the door behind you gently and looked across the street. Oh, he looks handsome. He looks so handsome. Cove was standing there in the street. His eyes met yours immediately, as if he'd been watching your house for the moment you would come out. He smiled bashfully. Hey, Tara. Hey, I hope you're ready to do this. You took the chance to check over his outfit as he walked across the way to meet you. It was formal for sure, though it didn't feel overly posh. It made sense for him, and was honestly a sight for sore eyes. He was always beautiful to you. He is beautiful, and I love black on black when it comes to like buttons. He looks so handsome. With a growing smile, he stepped closer, his cheeks running all the way down his neck.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming with me and for dressing really nicely for this. Your outfit is just perfect. His gaze traveled downwards to take in your full form. And, oh my god, he leaned in only inches away from your face to whisper in your ear, his warm breath tickling your skin. I like the ankle bracelet! Stop! Your cheeks went hot and you bit down on your lip to keep from smiling too much. I work for you. I thought you might appreciate it, and it is a special night. He smiled at you softly. I'm like blushing. He smiled at you softly, the corners of his eyes crinkling as he brought his face even closer to the point where the tips of your nose were touching.
Bye.
You're always too nice to me. He raised a hand and lightly trailed his fingers down your side. Oh my god! His touch tingling your skin through the fabric of your dress. You started to wonder if it was a good idea after all. Cove acting like that was killing you. You hadn't even started the trip to dinner yet. It took a great amount of effort to focus your thoughts and react to his overall assessment of your look. You're so hot right now. Cove hung his bright red face in embarrassment after that. He wrapped his arms around his torso bashfully, as if trying to protect himself in the outfit from further teasing. Come on, Terra. He laughed at that reaction. He then shook his hand, glanced back towards the garage, and throwing a thumb over his shoulder, spoke.
Come on.
We should probably get going. Wouldn't want to be late for such a grown-up event, right? Yeah, let's go. You headed over to Cove's car together, hopping in and strapping on your seatbelts. See, the thing is, like, he acts so bold with us, and then we do it, and he's like, whoa, whoa, slow down there. Let's not get crazy. You were on your way. The event was being held at a place you had never been to before. You brought up the location on your phone to help Cove navigate there. It took some time to find the right address, and once there, you were met with a task of finding a parking spot. Though you were on time, it seemed like everyone else had already showed up and claimed the spaces. Eventually, you found a suitable place before realizing that it required payment. Cove covered the amount, taking a ticket from the machine and leaving it on the dashboard of the car. Oh wow, this looks fancy. Despite the small holdup, you managed to ultimately make it to the event and confirm you were on the guest list before being shown into the dining area. This is nice. Cove whistled low as he looked around, taking in the extravagance of the room. Chandeliers hung from the ceilings, and the entire place was decked out with beautiful oceanic displays. You were stunned yourself. It was extremely high class, even more so than you had already expected. It's so nice. You had to be impressed by the work that had gone into making everything look this lovely, and how everyone had dressed up in their best outfits for the night. Seeing Cove smile as he took in the sights made you think he must be feeling the same way. The sound of your names being called out echoed over the din in the room. When you looked around, you recognized a couple of the organization leaders looking your way. They approached you both in greeting, giving you a welcome smile and a hello. Cove, Terra, we're glad to see you could make it, especially after all the hard work you've done to help make this night happen.
Of course.
Definitely, I wasn't gonna miss it. I wouldn't miss it either. This is our big night. Of course we had to see what we were working towards. Well, thank you for being a part of the team. You're our best power couple, that's for sure. You're always welcome to participate in more activities when they come up. Cove let out an awkward, breathy laugh and rubbed at the back of his neck. Good to know. Cove shrugged then, eyes darting around the place with an awkward look.
So...
I guess we should talk to more people. There isn't much else to do at an event like this. You found your way into groups of people who were standing around chatting while some light music played in the background. Servers with large silver trays were gliding between the guests, offering drinks and... I don't know how to say that. Cove was clearly hesitant to actually approach the people, but was able to respond when various people greeted him first. You were enjoying talking to so many different people, both guests and members of the organization alike, and found yourself enjoying the company. The sound of a microphone crackling came came from the podium at the other end of the room. Someone who you assume must be the host for the evening was asking everyone to sit down in preparation for a meal and speeches. You and Cove looked at your table, finding it easy enough by the little name cards that were placed delicately beside the napkins. A few others joined you at the table, though there weren't anyone that you recognized. The host was still speaking as people were settling, starting off with the speeches by giving a welcome to everyone attending. She went on to provide some more information about Orko, which you supposed was for the guests who weren't a part of the organization and the purpose of the fundraiser tonight. Orko's goals, as she explained it, were to aid in the conservation and restoration of oceans and beaches. There were many people who had helped to make the group as successful as it was. Then she read off a list of several volunteers who had worked up on making the event happen. Ko's name was the one of the first to come up. His cheeks flushed with a shy pride at that. Your name then came up a little further down the list. You were smiling from ear to ear at the mention. As she continued on to thank the large donors for the event, you checked over at Cove. He was still grinning happily to himself and tapping his fingers on the tops of his knees, pretty pleased to have been mentioned by name. You can relate to that feeling. It felt good to be acknowledged for all the work you had done leading up to the event. You likely had kept smiling without even realizing it. While the host continued speaking, multiple servers dressed in black were setting the first course of the menu in front of the guests. One of the servers set down a plate in front of you, and you thanked them quietly before looking over the dish with interest. You recognized the dish as a simple Caesar salad. The host quickly wrapped up the end of her speech, thanking everyone once more before inviting you all to begin your meal. Anyone who had included a special dietary note when signing up for the event received a vegan or vegetarian version, and there were also small baskets of bread set around the table. You ate both the salad and the bread. Cole wolfed down his salad before munching into a breadstick, quickly devouring that as well. I hope the next part comes out soon and is bigger. You could hear him mumbling to himself as he reached over for another piece of bread. He glanced around the table and he followed his line of sight with curiosity, noting that everyone was still eating the salad. He stopped his hand mid-air and quickly pulled back and rested on his lap without taking another breadstick after all. It was clear that he was starting to feel unsure of himself and looked a little out of place there. He folded his arms and turned away from them to you. Hey, did you like the salad? It was too small. I'm still pretty hungry. Yeah, me too. His gaze remained purposely tunneled on you, as if he was trying not to even think about what the rest of the table might be doing. You screamed. He picked up a breadstick and gave it to Cove. It's okay. Oh, thank you. Cove spoke gently as he took the bread from your hand and looked choked up by your reassurance. Aww. He munched away on it happily, seeming much more at ease. It wasn't much longer until the main course was arriving. The various chicken, steak, and veggie dishes were being served throughout the room. An array of scents wafted through the room, making your mouth water. You chose the steak. I'm obviously going to choose steak if I have the option. It was nice that you had been given the option of how you liked your steak cooked, and the meal on the plate in front of you seemed perfectly to your taste. Medium rare, obviously. Cove had gone for the steak, and once he started digging in, he was completely absorbed by his meal. I want to do this, but I gotta see it. He's gonna, like, jump or something. You put a hand on his thigh under the table. You couldn't resist a little teasing while he was distracted. Your arm reached forward out of the view of everyone else, hidden by the heavy tablecloth. You let your fingers lay to rest on the center of his nearest thigh. Cove stopped eating immediately, his elbows banging against the top of the table in shock as his face slowly turned red. The table next to him rattled from the impact. When it settled down, he spoke creakily without moving to face you directly. Yes? Nothing. Is something the matter? He flustered deep in. You should probably... Cove's voice trailed off quietly, and you got the impression that he was about to ask you to stop, but he didn't really want you to. You kept your hand where it was for a little while, giving his leg a gentle squeeze until he cleared his throat and leaned in closer to you. You probably shouldn't keep doing that right now. Fine. It was a shame it had to end, but you were content with how long he had let you keep your hand where it was. When you returned your hand to your own lap, Cove let out a small sigh of relief and continued eating again, though at a slower pace as he was so distracted from the event. It was too bad he wasn't as receptive to that now as he was back in his bedroom earlier that summer. Dinner eventually ended, and last of all was dessert, a lemon sorbet that had been partially dyed blue. A mix of white with bold streaks of blue made the little scoop look like a ball of roaring ocean waves. The effect was very pretty, but the serving size was small. Perhaps it was the price to pay for artistry. You turned to Cove to find him pouting a little at the size of it. Digging into the dessert, it took him only a few bites to polish it off. Again, the other people around the table had barely even begun eating. An unimpressed air settled over him as he sat back in his chair, sipping at his water unhappily. I don't like any of these. We can get more dessert later. You gave him an encouraging smile. He looked up at you sheepishly, embarrassed to have been caught sulking over such a thing. He filmed for a defense. It was just really good, that's all, and now it's gone, but I'm okay. With a slight grin, he shrugged to show that he was really fine. I would just give him some of mine. Would you like a bite of mine? Actually, no. Do you want my dessert? You pushed the dish towards him, and his eyes widened in surprise. He looked down at his dessert and then back at you, as if wordlessly asking if you were really sure. It's okay, you can have it. He hesitated a moment more before pulling the sorbet in front of him, a small smile tugging at his lips. See, the thing is, like, I'm the type of person that I'm like, here, just take it. Just take it.
Thanks.
Thanks, Terra. You're welcome. He scooped up a spoonful of the treat and put it into his mouth, humming happily. You felt satisfied knowing he'd enjoyed it much more than you would. You leaned back in your chair, looking around quietly. After a moment or two, you felt Cove giving you a sidelong glance. He then took another spoonful of the faux ocean and held it for you. Your stomach began to flutter, and not from the prospect of sorbet. You ate the sorbet. Leaning forward, you ate the dessert from off his spoon, enjoying the bright, citrusy taste on your tongue. It's good. Yeah. He thought back on the way he used to be so terrified of sharing foods with you, and now he hardly batted an eye. It was always amazing when you were struck with how much he'd grown and how much he'd stayed the same. Another person from Orca got up on stage to make a speech as everyone was nearing the end of their meal. They spoke mostly about the individual projects that the organization was working on and their plans for the near future, as well as encouraging anyone who was interested to consider volunteering. Cove bent forward over the table with his chin balanced on a hand, listening attentively to the words. As they came to a conclusion, everyone gave them a round of applause. Cove caught your eye and smiled. You wondered what would happen now. And then the lights dimmed. A couple of spotlights came on and projecting a water light effect around the room. Cool! The guests gushed over the ambiance, and you looked around with wide eyes at the ripple on the walls. The DJ that had previously been playing some soft mood music in the background announced that the floor was open for dancing. Oh, are we gonna dance? Slowly turning the volume up as it drifted through the space. You glanced over at Cove. His eyebrows had shot up, and he mumbled quietly. I didn't know. Oh, we get to see the effect on him. That's so cute. I didn't know there would be dancing. I guess it makes sense now that I think about it. He gave an awkward laugh as you both watched as people rose from their seats. It was clear now that many of the donors were couples. A small crowd had started to form on the dance floor, and the DJ played a romantic song to get everyone started off. Cove let its gaze float over the small sea of guests who were moving onto the floor, his hands twisting in his lap as his lips pulled into a tight line. He is so cute. And then with a breath and a lift of his hand, he turned to you.
Well,
Want to dance with me? Of course I do. His face lit up. You could tell it even beneath the dim light. Accepting Cove's outstretched hand, you rose from your seat together and stepped out onto the floor. When you found a spot for yourselves amongst the other guests, you turned and faced him standing close. Cove gave you a small smile as you looked up at him. He seemed a little nervous. I don't know how to dance, not for real. He admitted with a slight squeeze of your hand and a sheepish look. You gave him a reassuring grin and nudged a little closer to him still. It's okay, I know. But with a familiar face full of affection, he let go of you and raised his arms to slide both of his hands behind your neck. You wrapped your arms around him in response. Together, you gently swayed to the music, moving your feet in time to the delicate beat. It was nice just being here like this in each other's arms. You didn't have to worry about whether you knew the right steps or not. There was always a way to make it work between the two of you. Cove leaned his head in nearer to yours, his forehead so close to yours that they almost touched. His breath was warm as he let out a contented sigh, tickling your skin. You really do look so good tonight. You're such a beautiful woman. Thank you. You smiled widely, feeling your cheeks hotter at the compliment. Have you had a nice time? I hope you did. You leaned in and kissed him. His eyelids fluttered closed as your lips met him in a soft kiss, and when he pulled back, he smiled at you gently. His bright eyes stayed locked on yours, studying you with an unmistakable adoration. Thank you for staying. You're still here, just like you promised you would be. Your heart felt light as you continued to sway whilst holding your most beloved person. So glad to be able to share a moment like this with him. His smile suddenly tilted unexpectedly. You couldn't guess the thought that crossed over his face. Hey, Terra. Yes. His voice was a gentle whisper. He let you in on his small secret. You know, I like to complain about things and that other people can stress me out, but
It's nice.
coming here with you tonight didn't make me feel bad. Not even a little. Your lips parted at the words, old memories rushing back to the surface of your mind. Those of your very first formal party together, the summer soiree at the country club. In an instant, you were 13 years old again, sitting on a grassy hill in a dark golf course with your neighbor. It was an experience you could never forget, where it felt as though there was no one else in the world, and where he made you feel like there was no one else in the world he wanted to be with more. That was the night Cove tried so hard to enjoy with you, but had been plagued by his anxieties despite it all. And now, you being Cove. Feeling emotional, that was all you could choke out, and you found yourself holding onto him tighter. Cove's hand caressed the back of your neck, making you feel truly treasured. Even though I still get like that sometimes, and there's still other stuff in our lives that's too much for me to deal with. But being with you, that's not one of those things. You make it so easy to do. You make me happy, more than happy. When I'm with you, I feel safe. His voice wavered ever so slightly, his feelings getting the best of him. I want more than anything to be able to do that for you. He broke on the last words, tears glistening in the corners of his eyes. You already have. You whispered securely. He stopped moving to the music, taking a moment to look at you with nothing else taking focus. He tried to speak, though there was nothing he could manage the first time. He tried again, but still couldn't say much. Now keep doing it. He was overwhelmed. A lot has happened, huh? You nodded faintly. You weren't sure if he meant just today, this summer, or your entire time knowing each other. But it really didn't matter. It was true either way. Thinking back on the years that you and Cove had been neighbors, it was difficult to even try to reflect on it all at once.
I'm so glad.
I'm glad we ended up here. He gave you a soft look and you beamed, knowing that that could also mean many things. But from his tone, you were certain he didn't only mean here at this event. It was more than that. There's nowhere else I'd rather be. You loved him, fully and completely you did. His smile widened, and he pressed his body against yours, resting his head into the crook of your neck, stroking the back of your head with his fingers. You tightened your grip on him and let your head fall against his shoulder. As the night drifted on, you held each other tight, swaying to the music as if you were the only ones in the room. Cove was sweet the entire time, his warmth brushing against your skin as he whispered words of affection in your ear. He was extremely good at making you feel special. You couldn't have hidden your blissful smile even if you wanted to. The party eventually started to wind down, and at last it came to an end. That was so fucking sweet. Are you kidding? When the main lights turned on, you blinked against the brightness of them, making sure you still had Cove in your sights. One final speaker came to the podium on the stage, thanking all the guests for coming and wishing everyone a good night. It was bittersweet to see it come to a close. Your time with Cove here was precious. At least the memories could be brought with you. Giving the space one more look, you walked together with Cove out to the parking lot. The other guests were doing the same, so you got stuck in a bit of a crowd. The Cove was so tall you could always see him, and it was easy enough not to get separated. The parking lot itself was quite big, and even more noticeable now with fewer cars blocking the view. It took a little while to actually locate Cove's car across its expanse. Eventually, you found it, and the two of you bundled inside the vehicles and buckled up. The trip home was quiet as you both silently reflected back on the experience. The event had been the biggest night of the year for Orca, and now it was all over, just like that. Outside your window, the surroundings soon became familiar, and you found yourself back in your neighborhood. Cove pulled the car into his driveway and put it into park before letting out a relieved breath. Home sweet home. Yeah. After climbing out of the car, you walked slowly down to the road, Cove coming over to stand beside you. He stopped in the middle of the street, right between your houses, and turned to him, finding him in the process of opening his mouth to speak. Strangely, he clamped his lips together as though he had suddenly thought better of it. I don't know what to say. Stay silent. There was an unusual atmosphere hanging about. It was hard to know what to say. I want to go back. Thank you for taking me tonight. Thanks for coming with me. He stepped in for a hug. You went forward and wrapped your arms around him, and he returned the gesture, squeezing tight.
Right.
Oh wait, no, I want to kiss him tonight. Needing to be close again before the night ended, you pressed your lips against his in a gentle kiss. He smiled as you separated, running his fingers over the side of your face.
Night.
With a last wispy smile, he laughed towards his front door, figuring you shouldn't linger in the street for much longer. You crossed the remainder of the road and did the same. When you reached your house, you pulled out your keys and stuck them in the door, trying your best to be silent about it. Opening the door a crack, you turned back and looked at Cove from over your shoulder. Your eye was lifted in surprise as he was doing the same, holding his front door open, while waiting for you to go inside before he did. You shared an amused smile before you both stepped into your own houses, locking the door behind you. It was quite late, so everyone was already asleep. As quiet as a mouse, you tiptoed up to your bedroom and changed out of your formal clothes into your pajamas. Now that you were finally home, you were exhausted. You brushed your teeth and got ready for bed in the darkness before crawling under the covers and letting out a heavy breath. It was still strange to think about how that was it. The build-up to the event had felt like so much. Now it was completely behind you. Your mind was busy with rapid yet muddled thoughts as you faded closer and closer to sleep. As unconsciousness crept up on you, you felt more content. It was a big deal, but would be more in the future. You could accept what it had been, and you could dream about what you'd get to experience next. And then you were taken away from dreams right back into reality by a sound. Your eyebrows pinched together. I thought it was going to be the end. Fully unprepared to be a part of the waking world again. The day it was over, and it had been an eventful one. But you heard another noise. It was a tapping. Your eyes flew open. The window. There was a tapping that came from your window. Cove, hold in. You went over to let that guy in. You rushed over to him. You tumbled out of bed, taking your blanket with you. You left it on the floor when you scrambled over to the window. You saw through the glass that Cove's eyebrows were raised, and you still noticed that in your rush you hadn't taken care of being quiet. He probably heard you crash to the floor. That wasn't the matter at hand. You flung open your window and faced him completely, with nothing separating the two of you anymore. You had not been surprised to find Cove awkwardly crouched on your window ledge. However, you were taken back to see that he was a little overdressed. Cove hadn't changed out of his formal clothes. You also noticed that he was perched clumsily. You didn't know if it was because he was trying to keep his fancy clothes clean or if he felt weird about something. His body was too stiff and awkward. Cove smiled sheepishly. Hi, Terra. It's nice to see you, Romeo. You moved aside and let him climb inside. Oh. He cautiously stepped down by stretching his legs over. Strangely, he didn't use his hands for support. It was clear to you now he was holding something. When he was safely on his feet, he briefly checked out his clothes, twisting around to see the back of his pants. He caught you looking and shrugged. I did go home after the event, but I knew I wasn't going to be able to settle down, so I just walked back out. I needed fresh air and time away from everything. He paused for a moment and raised his clasped hands together where you could see them. But then something happened, and well, so I have something I want to show you. Cove grins like a child and gently unfurled his fingers, not being able to keep you in suspense for even a minute. Stop. This is beautiful. Carefully sitting inside was a tiny yellow light. It blinked off and then on, a firefly. Delicately, he moved his hand closer so you could see the creature better. They're back. Oh, this is beautiful. He closed his eyes, his smile now faintly illuminated by his insect companion. Remember the first time I caught one? I always will. I could barely manage anything because of that neon pink cast I was stuck with all summer. You were stunned by what was happening, but couldn't help snickering when Cove did. Oh my god, this is so cute! It was thanks to you that I finally held a firefly in my own hand. I was happy to. Honestly, I didn't think I'd see them this year. I don't know why, they were kind of late, and I guess I've been worrying about a lot of stuff lately. You could tell that the firefly genuinely lifted his spirits. He seemed at peace, and he wanted to share that with you. The fact that his thought after discovering the fireflies was to come over and celebrate the joy with you made you suddenly feel very cherished. Cove opened his eyes, and he looked away, not meeting yours. This is so fucking cute.
It's nice.
It's really nice, I think. Even if the fireflies disappear for a while, it doesn't mean they're really gone. They'll come back. I can see them again. You waited for him to continue. Cove looked at you, at your face, his smile now fragile. It makes me think about the two of us. We're together, then we say goodbye, then we together again, day after day, year after year, and even if our time apart gets longer, that doesn't make it forever. Oh, I'm gonna cry. Terra, I'll always be there whenever you want to see me. You were so in love with him, and there was nothing else you could think then, and he needed to know that. Your heart started to pound in your ears, and all you could hear was blood rushing. You looked at Cove and found yourself fixated. The only thing you were aware of was your rapid pulse and him. It was as if your entire relationship was playing over in your mind, every step that led you here. Everything from that first night you met, to how you started as little kids who were good friends and grew even closer, to the first time you saw fireflies together, the first time he snuck into your room, and to every moment you shared, all of it came back to you. Cove's expression had turned curious as you left him waiting, wordless. He tilted his head in a question, his lips parted to speak, but you went first. Oh, they're all good options. I wonder if they all have the same. I'm in love with you. I love you so, so much. I love you. With your confession, the world stopped for a second. You freaking out. Cove froze. Then, as if your words had turned a faucet, tears began to fall down Cove's cheeks. He silently mouthed something, but you couldn't make out a word. Cove? You stepped closer and closer, removing the distance between the two of you. He covered his mouth with a hand. He must have forgotten about the firefly because it flew off into the night with a twinkle. His other hand reached over and interlaced his fingers with yours. He gripped you tightly as he started sobbing harder. You wiped away his tears. Gently, you took your free hand and wiped his tears away. I love you, Cove. He removed the hand from his mouth and used it to hold the back of your head. You brought your face to him, bending his neck down to be closer to your level, and your foreheads brushed together. His voice trembled, it cracked, and it shook. This was raw, straight from Cove's heart. I love you. Oh, this is the cutest thing ever. He closed his eyes tightly and repeated it himself, but now he could say it firmly. I love you. His aqua eyes sparkled when he opened them again. Fresh tears poured out with an outburst of emotion.
Sorry.
Terra, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I can't get it together. It's just, I tried so much to love you quietly, secretly, that being it. But I really wanted you to feel the same. I wanted you to love me back. I wanted to hear you say it. I just kept thinking, what if you didn't? Maybe what I felt was too much, and I didn't know how to handle that. I didn't know what to do, but I didn't want to put any of that on you either. You weren't doing something bad. Everything you do is right and wonderful.
I'm always like this.
It wasn't your fault I had to be like that. I'm just like that. He leaned in closer, hiding his face from view, his lips trailing over to your ear. He whispered, but you love me. You love me. He moved his head back so his forehead was centered on yours, and then he closed his eyes. He shook. The hand you still held was trembling. I'm so sorry. I really always liked this. You kissed him. You pulled him into you, kissing his lips. He returned it desperately. Cove managed to bring a fragile smile onto his face. He was still shaking, but there was something decided about him now.
I love you.
He says it. We can actually hear it.
I love you.
One more time.
I love you.
It's so sweet.
I love you. I love you.
I love you, Cove. He repeated it more, as if to make up for all the times he didn't let himself say it before. As he spoke, his tears dried up and his breathing became more even. The reaffirmation helped him calm down. Thank you for telling me. Cove's smile was bolder, even as his voice wavered, and he ducked his head with a childish shyness. He clearly fought against getting emotional again. His watery eyes, his mussed hair, the tears still drying on his cheeks. You loved him so much. I'm so happy to have done it. Cove held the sides of your face, but moved his thumb down to softly brush your lips. It was exciting. Whoa, what is happening now? He wanted to keep touching you, and you wanted that too. Oh my god, okay. Well, we escalated. You grabbed his butt. I don't know why that's so funny. You moved your hands down to his chest. Why do you raise his eyebrows at me? You brought one hand to the nape of his neck while you ran the other along his chest. His shirt wrinkled, but neither of you cared. His body was firm to the touch. He kissed your ear long enough to heat it up and down to your jawline, letting the warmth spread while you touched him. You whispered his name, Cove. You said it hushed under your breath and then brought your lips to his ear and repeated to yourself longingly. Cove. A shiver went through him and his grip on you tightened. He had to with the way his knees almost buckled. You kissed his lips. You began to pull Cove into a kiss and he welcomed it. Both of his hands cradled your head gently. He was full of sweetness for you and eagerly you took it. You only separated when you needed air. You huffed, getting oxygen back into your lungs, all while grinning at your boyfriend. Cove beamed at you and then kissed you back once more, a brief but solid stamp of his affection. I feel like this is the option that's like the crazy option, right? You pressed him up against the wall. Then you stepped forward with purpose, pressed your hands against his shoulders. You kept walking. His eyes widened, but you let you lead him, stepping back at the prompting. Cove squeaked when he made contact with the wall. You stared up at his flushed face. Cove's body was tense being in such a position, but you knew with complete certainty that it wasn't in a bad way. You felt one of his knees. Ooh, okay. You could feel one of his knees rubbing against the inside of your leg encouragingly. Okay. You kissed his neck. You nuzzled up against him. You could hear his breathing pick up. You kissed across the exposed part of his neck, and he made a quick gasp and let it out in a sigh. While you busied yourself over his neck, he reached down to stroke your thighs slowly. Are we gonna get to do all these? You kissed all over his face. You moved your face over to his cheek and gave it a smooch. You smiled and then planted another on the tip of his nose. You kissed across his forehead, moved on to gently brush your lips against his eyelids and then the corners of his mouth. He made a small pleased noise and wrapped his arms around your lower back. He pressed himself even closer against you. You ran a hand through his hair. You leaned in close to him and used one hand to comb through his hair. He leaned into your hand when your fingers got deeper into his strands. Cove tilted his head and brought his mouth to yours. Your lips delicately touched, too brief slightly to be a true kiss, but enough to be exciting. The slight touches were because he was also using his mouth to mumble something, although you couldn't make out any clear words. Then Cove carefully rested his hands on your shoulders and looked away. He took a deep breath as if he kept you there. You could tell he was as worked up as he could manage for tonight. That was alright. You were feeling rather satisfied too. You smiled a little and tried to slow your own racing heart. You couldn't help thinking about, we have to tell him. I hope we get to spend our whole lives together. Cove's expression crumbled again. He wasn't able to tamp down the newest wave of emotion. His eyes watered once more, and he took a few heavy breaths. Oh, are you serious? I hope so too. We could be together always, have a place of our own. And kids? And also pets. Do you think so? His eyes widened at the picture you were painting. Cove seemed more than a little overwhelmed. Being a dad, the idea of it intimidated him. Are kids something you'd ever be alright with? Cove wasn't able to find the words. Instead, he squeezed his eyes shut and nodded resolutely. Your heart lifted. He was anxious, but he wanted a family with you. You felt warm being able to talk about this openly. You liked to imagine the life you could have together, and now you could do it with him. He rubbed at his scarred arm bashfully. You know, I thought having to grow up for real was going to be hard. I didn't know if I even could, but well, maybe it won't be that impossible.
So.
I mean, I better make sure it's not, huh? I'm looking forward to it. Finally, he was able to laugh softly. The tears were nothing but salty remnants on his cheeks. He brightened up as if finally able to process the absolute joy of tonight in full. Today was such a good fucking night. You felt good too, and took a little more time together to simply exist in the new dynamic you had stepped into. Cove looked into your eyes with a soft, slightly shy expression. There was hope in his eyes, in his smile. Do you want to go to the hill with me? I bet there's still fireflies. Yeah. Cove brightened. He was practically bouncing at the thought of a secret excursion before he suddenly became bashful.
So.
Should we leave? We could try the door. We don't have to do the window thing, but maybe that'd bother your family. You both chuckled at how awkward it would be if your moms, or worse, Liz, saw you going on a midnight firefly catching trip. You'd be sure to avoid that. You could leave from your window. Let's go through the window. Cove nodded in understanding. You grabbed some shoes and readied yourself for an adventure. You were glad that there was no way you'd run into another soul outside. Cove would be way overdressed, and you were still in your jammies. You let Cove go first. He stepped back onto the ledge as you carefully followed. He shuffled along, and soon you reached the garage. You planned to use the fence from there to reach the ground. Cove climbed down to the fence. He wobbled once, and then he made it without an issue. He leaned against the fence and projected hushed words on up to where you were waiting.
Are you okay?
Do you want help? You nodded yes. You got to the edge and let Cove spot your descent. He grabbed you about halfway down and brought you to rest firmly on the ground. Cove gave you an encouraging smile, but neither of you risked speaking yet. You briskly snuck behind the house and up to the old white poppy hill. And Cove was right. The entire hill was lit up, insects twinkling here and there with their pale yellow light. Cove let out a contented sigh, finally able to relax in full. He strode further up the hill to better enjoy the view. You walked along as well, letting yourself be surrounded by the twinkling display. Then without warning, Cove plopped onto his back. He paid no mind to smacking his formal attire in the grass. He put an arm under his head and stretched the rest of his limbs out. He was clearly getting comfortable in the dirt there. You lay down in the grass. You sat down first and then fell back. You could see the stars when you looked up at the night sky. You snuggled against Cove. He was warm in contrast to the chilly ground. Cove cuddled closer in turn, tucking his arms up near your shoulders. I wonder if Dad will be mad about the grass stains. He tugged at the collar of his shirt. He didn't sound concerned, just idly curious. Maybe you should figure out how to clean it before he finds out. His smile bent a little, and it went silent between you. The only sounds were the rustling of bugs and the breeze, and the faraway crashes of waves on the sea. He couldn't help but reflect on what happened only a brief time earlier. Between this and your room, this almost felt like a different world. Was it even real? What happened between you two? You could almost be convinced it wasn't, and that you'd never actually stop dreaming. You stole a glance at Cove. He caught you and blushed. The little reddening reassured you. Cove remembered same as you. What you had was real. You asked Cove if he wanted to catch fireflies. We should catch fireflies, don't you think? Cove turned his head towards you with a bent grin. I think that sounds like a plan. You smiled at each other, and Cove rolled his fancy sleeves up. Then he clambered up to his feet, full of bug-catching enthusiasm. You got up and brushed off your clothes. A pesky blade of grass tried to stay stuck to your back. With simultaneous nods of your heads, you both ran around the hill, trying to take hold of the flying creatures. Every so often, one of you would succeed, like the children you once were. You would race over to the other to show off your catch. What had actually changed? The fireflies were as bright as ever, and you laughed together the entire time. The hour grew late, and the fireflies mostly dispersed. Only a few stragglers remained. Then, even they blinked out of sight, leaving you alone with Cove and your thoughts. Cove stole a second to release the words that had been filling his head during the quiet. I love you, Terra. You felt a great deal of happiness. Cove's expression was completely open and honest and full of sincerity. He meant every word. He truly loved you. No matter how much it didn't seem real yet, it was. It felt as though this was a night that would never end, but you knew it would have to, all too soon. You were only granted to have been part of it. You were only grateful to have been part of it. These were moments to truly treasure. You'd never let yourself forget them. That, I think, was my favorite one so far. That was just amazing. Beautiful. Beautiful. Alright, we only have 3 left. We're gonna do one of the other ones. I don't want to do one of the DLC because, we've done, like, so much of the DLC. So let's do errands. Oh, this is cute. Like a little farmer's market. Okay. From the moment you woke up, you knew that today was going to be busier than usual. There was a list of errands that needed to be finished before the day was done. First up was visiting one of the biggest farmers markets in the area. It was only open 2 weeks a month during certain parts of the year. It was rare that you and your family were able to attend, so your moms liked to make the most out of every minute of it. And you realized it was not just them feeling that way when you heard a whistle from your left side. Mr. Holden! Wow, this is a swanky show. Vegetables have never seemed so highbrow. Seriously, they don't mess around with their products.
Isn't that great?
I love it. Liz crossed her arms. You could tell she was amused. We couldn't have picked a more perfect trip. It's been too long since we've had a true family outing. Her teasing tone said more than she actually did. Your next-door neighbors had joined you this day, and that made it a true family outing. The 3 parents laughed approvingly. Out of the corner of your eye, you caught Cove looking at you sympathetically. Some things never changed, and some jokes never died. You'd long accepted that. I love the farmers markets, so I would be excited to check things out. There were so many stalls, you couldn't even imagine what hidden gems you might find among them. Bubbling with anticipation, you smiled. Well, I'm ready to get started. I've got plenty of dishes in mind I could use the ingredients for. Before your moms responded to that, they glanced at each other and smiled. Yeah, that's a very good idea, Cliff. This place is much larger than it seems. It's difficult to visit each part in a single day.
I got it.
I'm sure we can make a decent dent together at least. Actually, since there are so many of us this time, we could take different sides to the market.
Sounds good.
Divide and conquer, eh? That sounds brilliant. Everyone watched your mom's surprise. No one had considered that an option, but your mom flashed the group a dazzling smile, continuing with the thought. Though it's a little unfair that there are 4 Shrimpo family members and only 2 Holdens here. So I'll go with you boys to even the odds out. What about me? I could go with them. That's fine with me. Cliff scratched the back of his neck awkwardly. He wasn't sure where to look or what to say. That was not a problem his son had.
No.
I don't like that idea. Don't worry, we'll be apart for only a few hours, and then we'll have something to talk about at the end of it. After the additional nudging, Cove nodded with a sigh. He realized this wasn't an argument he was going to win.
Alright.
Alright. I don't get the point, but I also don't mind spending the first part of the trip with Terra and Ma. Ma clapped her hands together at that. Wonderful. Are the teams ready to go? Hey, I didn't agree to anything. Can I be the ones to go with the Holdens instead? You looked from your mom to your ma, hopeful that you'd at least get to explore the market with Cove. He perked up at the suggestion, but then you saw Ma was pouting at your request to leave her group. Sorry, no can do this time, kiddo. What the fuck? Why? Seeing that neither parent was budging, you slumped your shoulders. We won't be split up too long, right? Ma hooked an arm around you in a little side hug. You grinned.
You.
Yes, thank you, Terra. Taking the lead, Mom walked over towards Cove and Cliff, who were still eyeing her confusedly.
Let's go.
Come on, boys, we're heading out. Sure. Okay. Cove looked at you softly and found himself pulled forward, stopping in front of you. His expression flickered for a moment, hesitant.
Bye.
Bye. Cove lightly took one of your hands in his and gave it a small squeeze. He dipped his face forward, wanting to kiss farewell. He stopped midway, his whole body stiff. He jerked his gaze back at your mom, and you realized that she had grabbed the hem of his shirt. She gave it a small tug before letting go. Time's a wasting, Cove. I've known you long enough to be aware that you're one to linger. If I don't stop you now, you'll only drag your feet on parting ways more. I love that. No. The two of you can snuggle and make out as much as you want later. We have important shopping to do now. That's embarrassing even for me, and I don't even get, like, I mean, I do get embarrassed, but, like, this whole, like, novel, he's been the embarrassed one, but that embarrassed me. Cove gasped at what he felt was a truly obscene thing to say. His face burnt red, and that was ignored by him. He spoke with an unimpressed roll of the eyes.
Seriously?
You don't need to literally pull me away from Terra. I'm not that clingy. Mom snickered with a shake of her head. Cove's eyebrows raised over the reaction, and he turned to Mom. She wouldn't meet his eyes as she whistled innocently. Liz smirked ear to ear, and Cove whipped his head towards his dad. Mr. Holden couldn't offer anything more than an apologetic shrug. It was only then that it dawned on Cove that everyone did think that he was that needy. Finally, he dared to face you with wide, pleading eyes. Who said you're allowed to say things like that to him? Cove is totally capable of being independent when he wants to be. You spoke very matter of fact and fixed a stern gaze on the group. Cove, meanwhile, beamed at having your support. Without thinking, Cove took another step forward, feeling drawn to you. Also, again, Mom grabbed the back of his shirt. She tried suppressing her laughter, but a few chuckles escaped. Actions speak louder than words. Cove's mouth twisted as he struggled to come up with something to say in his defense. He was nearly embarrassed all over again. Yeah, well, so what? That admission had Liz, your mom's, and his dad bursting into laughter. Cove grimaced and walked several steps from the group before stopping. He clearly wanted to move on, so much that he was physically moving away. You smiled softly and waved goodbye. When he noticed, Cove's mouth pulled into a bent smile of his own, and he seemed to feel better a bit.
See you later.
See you in a few hours. Take care of yourselves. So funny. At that, Mom picked a direction and sat out into the market with Mr. Holden and Cove following behind her. Grinning, Ma sent them off with a big wave. Liz gave a daintier goodbye wave herself. Despite the change in plans, you were still glad to be there. It wasn't what you'd imagined, but that didn't matter. There was a whole market to explore, and you couldn't wait to find some good stuff. When they were gone, Ma cheerily turned towards you and Liz. She put her hands on her hips. Do you think there'll be any nice ginger around here? We'll have to find out. He nodded in agreement, keen to truly get the trip going. Ma led you both into the busy market. Some time past browsing, there were only a few stalls you stopped at. You had fun chatting and laughing, pointing at various things to Ma and Liz and vice versa. At one point, Ma stopped suddenly. She put a hand on her belly and gave a half-hearted smile. I think I should have used the bathroom before I left home like the two of you responsibly did. Just need to pee?
Yes.
Yes, Liz. I'll have to visit the lady room now. Should Liz and I go on without you? Ma craned forward as she struggled to pinpoint the direction she needed to go. She gently considered your suggestion. Actually, I might need help finding my way. Can you please come, Lizzie? You and your sister had to share a look over that. Why do that of all things?
Hey.
Ma, if anyone should go anywhere on their own, shouldn't it be you? You're the one needing a detour, and you're the parent here. Ma giggled, unfazed by the resistance. Liz, meanwhile, tipped the brow of her hat up, watching Ma skeptically. Soon enough, Terra will have to handle doing these kinds of errands on her own. This makes good practice. What? Ma hooked an arm around Liz and pulled her along.
Have fun.
We'll find each other again later. Excuse me. Bye. It was all you could mutter as Ma and Liz waded into the crowd. They were out of sight within moments, and what started as a group outing rapidly became you, entirely on your own. Are they doing the same thing to Cove? Is this what happening? You thought screw them. I don't know, I'm fine on my own. Ma thoroughly surprised you with this, but it was freeing. This was as good a time as any to do things at your own pace. You texted Cove to meet up? No, let's do this on our own. You walked off on your own. Resigned to your fate, you picked up where you left off browsing the stalls. One hooked your attention. Ooh. While most stalls were selling various garden-grown foods, this one had an array of homemade fudge. There were even vegan versions of every option. Well, Cole really likes sweets. Maybe we get sweet for him. Let's go closer to the stall. You sidestepped past a few other people and got yourself right in front of the counter for a better look. There was a wide spread, dozens and dozens of delicately cut squares of decadence. The owner smiled and approached you to explain their shop. The fudge is sold in boxes of 4 pizzas. They either can be all the same, all different, or any mix of you like. Are you looking to buy any today? Well, there's only 4. There's like so many of us. There's what? 8. There's 7 of us, right? Because there's 6 of us. Because there's 4 of us and 2 of the Holdens. I want to get a box to share with everyone. A whole selection was too good not to share. And you wanted to get a box just for Cove. Looking at the treats made you think of Cove. You grinned, hoping he would like what you picked out. And that was all. Yeah, I could use some fudge. I'm glad you came to the right place then. For the group, you picked... Ooh. What do I pick? I would go with dark chocolate. And I would do caramel swirl. And milk chocolate, of course. And chocolate peanut butter. For Cove, what is Cove like? We'll do milk chocolate, and we'll do cookies and cream, and we'll do chocolate peanut butter, and then we'll do maple walnut. We'll do caramel swirl for him too. Did we do caramel swirl? No, we'll do caramel swirl. The shop owner carefully put your order together. You couldn't help but try to imagine how Cove might react when you presented this to him. Everyone else was definitely going to be happy when you regrouped later. You paid, and there was no stopping the large grin going all across your face. Pivoting on your heels, you wove your way back to the center of the path. You pondered for a moment what you should do now. None of the souls were catching your eye. What did grab your attention, however, was a head of familiar seafoam hair sticking out above the crowd. You knew instantly it was Cove. He hadn't noticed you yet, but he was walking in your direction. He held a couple bags tightly in his hand. Strangely, you couldn't spot your mom or his dad anywhere, so they did do it to him too. Ooh, should I let him go? I feel like this is a good opportunity for us to be independent, and I think that's really important. So you let him go. Cove appeared to be doing fine. You shuffled closer to the stall closest to you, hoping the bustling activity concealed you. Quietly, you watched him pass by. When Cove was out of sight, you breathed a sigh of relief. You could continue without dealing with anything else. And now, well, no, that sounds bad. I don't want to be hiding from him. You called out to him. Cove, over here. He instantly stopped dead in his tracks. Alert, Cove's head snapped up and his eyes searched the crowd until they landed on you. His whole demeanor brightened at the sight. Terra. He weaved through the passerbys awkwardly in an attempt to get through as fast as reasonably possible, nearly stumbling more than once. He's cute. It only took a moment for him to arrive. It was undeniable that he was shopping by himself. You stared at him confused. Where's the rest of your group? Cove crossed his arms defiantly, the bags twisting in front of him. Your mom took my dad, and I ended up alone. Why are you by yourself? Ma and Liz abandoned me, too.
What?
I can't believe this happened to both of us. They planned it. They had to. But I don't know why. Are they pranking us? I don't know either. And you meant it. You couldn't fathom what your moms were up to. Cove shook his head, trying to clear his mind.
So...
Well... His change in tone caught your attention. You watched his eyes start to twinkle with mischief as his lips pulled into a cheeky smile. You know, it is technically later, and your mom isn't around this time. He chuckled, knowing exactly what he was implying. That incident was already replaying in your head. You kissed him. You stepped closer, placing a hand on his upper arm. Cove beamed and leaned in. It was quick, too quick, but you could feel him smile through it. When you both did part, Cove chuckled affectionately. I'm glad it's later.
Me too.
Oh, so cute. So, His gaze wandered off as if one of your parents might simply appear if he kept checking, and you could tell he was still processing the situation. He scratched the back of his head, looking sheepish. Do you want to forget about whatever is happening and go shopping together? Definitely. There was a little care in your mind of what your moms had planned. You were ecstatic at the thought of spending the rest of the trip with him. Cove's grin twisted into a conspiratorial one. You both knew that you were going against whatever had really been planned for this outing, but luckily neither of you cared one bit at this point. So where to first? I don't mind going back the way I came, if it's new to you. It's not hard to miss stuff even if I've gone past it. What have you gotten? Cove shuffled his bags around and started pulling them open so you could peek inside each one. You recognized the array of things he picked up around the market. I mostly got typical things I can use pretty easily so far. Nothing super exciting. And well, I picked up a few things I figured you might want to have too. That's so sweet. There are a few tomatoes, some lemons, and potatoes, among other things that were wrapped up so you couldn't discern what they were. You chose perfectly, thank you. What Cove bought made sense, but it was far from a complete selection. You glanced around at the nearby stalls. Want to start over there? Cove followed your eyes as you pointed at one of the largest stalls. It was filled with several kinds of staple fruits and vegetables.
Come on.
Yeah, let's go. Once a few people finished painting and moved, you and Cove got yourselves directly in front of the shop. There were so many things to pick from. Ooh, okay. Gotta get strawberries. Ooh, let's get some spinach, cucumbers, apples. Oh, so many good things. Get some peaches. Carrots. I'm thinking of like stuff that's fresh that I would get at the freaking market. And we'll do some limes. And that was everything. The shop owner put your selection together and handed it to you in a couple bags. Happily, you paid and waited for Cove to make his purchase. Ready to go? Cove grinned, satisfied with his new choices. He had added another bag to his small but growing collection. You nodded. Oh wait, before we start moving on and everything, wanna hold hands? He's so cute. He's so cute. Oh. You took his arm instead. The blush on Cove's face deepened as you stepped closer and hooked your hand around his upper arm. You held him close and met his gaze with a pleased smile. Cove was momentarily surprised, but then chuckled, happy with your change in plan. With renewed eagerness, your boyfriend nodded his head in the direction you had been going towards. The thing is, we rarely call him our boyfriend, so this is so cute.
All right.
Okay, now let's go. Together, you and Cove wandered the market on the lookout for any stalls that caught your attention. Cove was walking around with a spring in his step, talking about various meal ideas he had in mind. After a while, you had to go greater distances to find something of interest. Several of the stalls were selling the same goods. It was only a matter of which you wanted to buy from. You continued ambling down the path until Cove suddenly stopped, literally pulling you away from your thoughts. Cove? You followed his eyeline past the crowd, and immediately you knew what grabbed him: homemade jams and local honey. The stall was glittering with quaint glass jars stacked high, each encasing gels of varying colors. Cove's eyes were practically sparkling at the sight. His feet automatically began to take him there, likely without being fully aware he had made an unexplained detour. When you got closer, you were surprised that there were even more varieties than you thought. There were even different honeys based on what type of pollen the bees used. Cove's focus seemed torn between a bottle of blackberry jam and one of clover honey. Want some honey, honey? I like that. You spoke without a hint of irony at the pet name. You thought it was sweet, and the smile it got from Cove made it even sweeter. He nodded. You thought things over for yourself, too. Well, ooh. Gotta get rhubarb jam, raspberry jam. Raspberry jam is probably one of my favorite jams. Blueberry jam. We'll get the blackberry jam. I love orange blossom honey, and that's what I'm gonna get. And that was everything. You paid, and the shop owner started putting together your order. They carefully packed it in a couple bags with paper. Thank you very much. Amused, you watched Cove give in and just buy both the clover honey and the blackberry jam. He also went all in, getting spring wildflower honey and plum jam too. The shop owner thoughtfully wrapped each in brown paper to protect them before putting them away in a bag. He handed the purchase to Cove.
Thank you.
You both stepped away from the stall. Cove didn't fail to notice the look you'd been giving him since he agonized over his toast toppers. Hey, this doesn't go bad for a long time, so why not stock up? I could have chosen one if I wanted to. Sure, and I get it. Why do you think I got so many too? Good then. As you began to stroll, Cove looked up at the sky. He smiled. It was sort of unexpected, considering all of this was technically an errand, and unexpected changes often upset him. But he was happy, and Cove liked doing this kind of normal thing. And you could tell that Cove especially enjoyed doing these kinds of things with you. You were feeling the same as him. You weren't going to let what happened put a damper on this outing. We're so domestic. Cove took a sharp intake of air and started coughing for a moment. Afterwards, he looked at you, and your teasing grin and chuckled.
You're right.
That is true. I like it. I like it too. Later, when you spotted a less crowded area, you took a break from browsing. Cove started rummaging through one of his bags just to check out on how his goods were doing. A smile grew on your face as he went on to the next. You chuckled, knowing that Cove wouldn't let anything go to waste. There wasn't a single doubt he was going to eat it. He was going to eat it all. You held a hand in front of your face as you squinted upwards. The sun had moved quite a bit. You'd been at the market for a good while now. Neither your feet nor your arms are sore right now, and Cove looked to be doing fine too, but that was something that could be coming. There was a price to pay for this much shopping, and it wasn't always just in money. Want me to carry your bags? Cove stared at you unsure, but you just held a hand out expectantly. You don't have to do that. I bought it, and besides, you're already carrying stuff. That's not going to change anything. I want to do it for you. Okay, you win. Or it's actually kind of a loss you're willing to take. No, it is a win.
Thanks.
He's always doing stuff for me. We gotta do stuff for him in return. That's just fair. Cove bundled up his bags into 2 groups and then held them out to you for you to take. You accepted, but had to temporarily put all the bags down on the ground. He chuckled watching you shuffle the bags around so each arm wasn't carrying too much.
Thank you.
Thanks for doing this. Really, it's nice of you. No problem at all. Standing up straight with the bags, you were all set to get going again. He grinned, happy to do this. And with that, you and Cove continued your trip through the market together. Ma and Mom had both texted you during the trip, though only to say that they hoped you found some good stuff and that they'd see you later. There was no answers on where they went or why. You and Cove continued to wind your way through the bustling market, the list of outstanding items steadily shrinking while bags grew heavier. Eventually, Cove realized that he hadn't checked his own phone in a while. The two of you came to a stop in the nearest alcove, where you'd be out of the steady stream of people perusing the stalls. He pulled out his phone. Cove pulled out his phone. You watched his eyes dart over the screen as you read the waiting messages. Not important. I can reply to that later. He mumbled his verdict under his breath. Then Cove's face scrunched up with confusion.
Huh?
Wait, I got a message from Dad. Listen to this. Cove, I wasn't part of the plan. I didn't know what was going on when I left with Tara's mom. Where are you? He sent that ages ago. I didn't hear it come in. He sent another one since then. Says he hopes I'm alright and that he's not bothering me. The newest one says everyone's going to the parking lot soon and we can meet up there. He lowered his phone, eyes narrowed. The same conclusion that was settling on you had landed on Cove as well. So it was on purpose. It is a little fucked up that our moms did that without telling Cove's dad. Because it's like, I don't know, it's like, yes, you know, they need to be independent, but also, like, that is his son, and the fact that you didn't put him into the loop is a little weird. He lifted the phone again, staring hard at the screen. Did my mom pull this stunt when we were little? You know, that time she took us to the mall? At least your mom said that she was leaving. Yeah, that's true. The crowd of people passed by stayed as noisy as ever, a sharp contrast to the silence that had fallen over you and Cove. He was rubbing the screen of his phone against his shirt, wiping away dust and debris. He continued scrubbing the phone long after anything could have remained. The action was a poor substitute of pushing away the awkwardness of the moment. This whole mess was... Yeah, I mean, it's kind of upsetting to me because, like, I wish that they would have, like... The deceit was unnecessary, worse than unnecessary. It had stripped you of your opportunity to object. That really okay then. Cove leaned down, making his eyes level with yours. He laid his hands on your shoulders, grounding you.
Are you okay?
Are you alright? His voice was gentle. Yeah, really. That's good. Abandoning us without a warning wasn't really a cool idea, even if they meant well, which they probably did. He looked you straight in the eyes. Not making a big deal out of this is nice. I'm not exactly thrilled, personally, so if you do want to complain to me, you can. You can be kind of annoying to me. What? Okay, I'm disappointed. Cove nodded as if he had been expecting it all along. I didn't want things to be like this, but they didn't even talk about it. I didn't even get a chance to say anything. Cove listened, nodding gently as you unburdened yourself. You then drew a deep breath, the wind, fresh air steadying you. You didn't stop until your lungs were full. Cove watched over you, still concerned.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, even though I guess it's not exactly my fault this time, but is there anything I can do to make you feel better, even a little bit? You already have. I did? Yeah, you really did. Cove nodded in understanding. He smiled, a simple, open, and honest smile, and you knew that he accepted your answer. After a moment, he stepped further away from you, face turned. What happens if we just say, kiss me? Oops. Aww. Okay, I'm just gonna say that he already has, because that's just true. Cove closed his eyes and took a deep breath. His brows creased, then furrowed deeper into a scowl, his arms tightly coiling together. So they did do something stupid. I knew it. His voice had taken on an exaggerated quality, but what truly distinguished it from Cove's typical speaking tone was abundance of rage. This is such a chore. Parents are so dumb. Why do people have to go to places with family members anyways? I hate them. And I also hate Jeremy. You got it instantly. It had been years since the boy with the bowl cut had been in town for summer, but Cove had never forgotten. To this day, he continued to unleash his impersonation whenever the moment felt right. Sometimes he wondered if the act had grown more exaggerated over the years, or if the kid really was always that ridiculous. You played along. Wow, what is wrong with you?
No.
I'm not wrong, actually. If you were as smart as me, you'd know that. Cove gave you a lopsided smile, letting the joke rest for now. Come on, we should probably go meet up with the group. Yeah. I didn't dally any longer, slipping back into the crowd and making your way through the entrance of the farmer's market. It didn't take long to reach the parking lot. Your parents, Mr. Holden and Liz, were already waiting there, and they waved at you both as you approached. Your own family seemed to be in pretty good moods, in contrast to Mr. Holden. He stared at Cove with open concern as you got closer. Hey, bud. Hey, Tara. How are you doing? We'd be doing better if we hadn't been abandoned in a farmer's market by our own families. You saw your mom's frowning at his response. Ma glanced from Cove to Mom with blinking eyes. Just because Tara is really laid back doesn't mean you can just leave her out of your plans and expect her to go with it every time. Ma hung her head ashamed, and Mom had a hand pressed to her cheek. You could tell that they were quickly regretting their scheme.
I'm so sorry.
Her words were full of emotion. Mom squeezed Ma's arm. We were trying to make the errand more of a trip, less of a chore. Ma nodded. We didn't think you, Cove, and Liz wanted to be stuck trudging around a market with your parents all day, especially not in the summer. But you're always very thoughtful and don't like to leave your moms behind, so we did ourselves. It was only going to be for the market, not the other stops, I promise. So, you're right, we could have just told you and let you make your own call. I really am sorry, neither of us meant to upset you.
Really sorry.
All gas, no brakes, and we should have known better. Sorry. Ma ditched me too. After pulling her urgent potty breaks done, that helps. I went off to do my own shopping, as it seems they planned.
Sorry.
I didn't check back in with you. I wasn't thinking and just tried to blow it off. You quietly took in their stories of what happened. Over to the side, Cove was talking to his dad. Thanks for telling me something was up, though I feel bad for missing the warning that you sent it. It's no trouble, sport. I learned my lesson about making surprise plans. Cove smiled at his dad. Mr. Holden laughed and clapped Cove on the back.
Not bad.
Wow, we're really being outplayed today. You realized you hadn't been the only onlookers to the Holden's moment. Your moms were exchanging rueful looks. Liz had her arms crossed over her chest, patiently watching it all unfold. Yes, looks like it. We better find some way to catch up.
In that case,
Maybe we can do Terra's chores for the next week? Mom jabbed Ma on the shoulder. You might be onto something. Terra, how do you like the sound of that? They looked at you hopefully. Sounds good to me. Good. We're serious. And at the very least, we can make sure everyone stays together for the rest of the stops we're making today. You all nodded at the suggestion.
yes.
We won't let you down. We'll be the best sheepdogs ever, guarding the flock and catching any strays.
Fun.
We could at least be shepherds. You chuckled, your mood lifting in spite of the bumpy morning. It was going to be alright. You turned to the entrance for the farmer's market for one final glance, pressing it into memory under this new light. You thought on what you'd picked up at the market. Hold on. You thought on what you picked up at the market and how you were going to enjoy it later. Some things you could only get from local suppliers like this. That was another perk of coming along to the market today. Actually, you realized this would be a good time to bring out the fudge you got to share while everyone was clustered together. Hey, wait, before we go, I got something for everyone. The announcement grabbed everyone's interest and they looked over at you, each curious about what you had in store. You dug your hand into the bag and pulled out this specially selected treat. I saw this amazing fudge stall, so I got a box for us to share. Ooh,
Aw.
that's so sweet of you. The Holdens were wearing matching grins at the prospect of free dessert. Their family resemblance were more notable as they mirrored each other's expressions. Sweet is the right word for this. Thanks very much, Terra.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're fantastic.
Great, can't wait to bust it open. We should save it for tonight. You can't properly enjoy a treat when there's still chores to be done. Besides, we don't want to make a mess with it melting in this heat. The others murmured their agreements, nodding, reaching a consensus. You stowed the box away safely for now. Cove then sidled up next to you, an eager smile on his face. You could tell from his expression that he was up to something. Thanks again for getting fudge. It was really cool of you. You knew that he hadn't come over just to thank you individually, not with that huge smirk. I got something to share too, but well, only really with you. I guess I'm not as nice. Oh well. You cooked up a scheme of your own? He laughed. Anyways, well, I sort of picked something out with you in mind. You held a hand to your chest, staring at Cove as he explained further. Since your moms decided we should stop separately, I figured I could use the time to get you something. Just a little surprise. He reached to one of his bags and retrieved one of the wrapped up objects. He accepted the unexpected present and he looked on excitedly as he tore the paper. It was a glass bottle of cool spring water. You didn't need to taste it to know what it would be like. It was a boutique product. It was heavy in your hands, the container and smart metal cap reaffirming the quality. Even though the label, constructed from coarse paper rather than flimsy sheet of plastic, was distinctive. You're practically bouncing in anticipation, and he smiled sweetly at your reaction. It's not a big deal, but I just thought you might like it. Aww. You didn't have to do that. You weren't the only one who had that idea. His eyes began to widen. I got something for you too, when you weren't around. There was a burst of laughter, first from your mom, followed by a chorus of chuckles from the other three. You'd forgotten that they were still hanging around. Unfortunately, they hadn't paid you and Cove the same courtesy and had been listening in on your conversation. You weren't even apart for a whole day, and you both still used that as a chance to get each other little gifts. Ma clasped her hands together, eyes bright.
Good job.
That's so lovely. A day? It was less than a whole morning.
Right?
True. I don't even want to think about what happens when you spend real time apart. That's my boy. You reached back into the bag where you'd first retrieved the box of fudge for everyone, shuffling it aside to take out the other one underneath. You chuckled coolly, aware the others were still watching you. The first one was for everybody, but that's not all. I bought a second bunch of fudge that's just for you. Cove's face lit up, his grin stretching from ear to ear. The laughter that came from the others who were fully tuned into your little show didn't appear to reach him. You got one just for me? Cove took the box of fudge in one hand and claimed one of your hands with his other. He used the hold he had to lead you closer when he lifted the hand to his mouth and peppered kisses all over your knuckles. He looked at you, eyes full of delight. Thank you so much, Terra. He's so cute. At this rate, it wouldn't just be your little group that knew that you'd been treating him. The whole parking lot was going to learn about it. Behind Cove, you could see Mom watching you both with a smile of hilarity. See, this is why he's so attached. You've spoiled him. You shouldn't make fun, Pam. It's clearly mutual. Besides, I don't hear you complaining when I'm spoiling you. Ma pinched Mom's cheek, making her laugh as she batted the hand away.
True.
Liz clapped her hands together with an air of a teacher calling for attention. Since the other adults aren't acting like grown-ups, the rest of us are going to have to pick up the slack. It's time to get back on schedule and continue with the rest of the errands. Playtime is officially over. Ma laughed while Mr. Holden grinned awkwardly. Mom hung her head in exaggerated display of mock defeat. Kids are tough, and I can't even call them kids anymore. Liz tutted with amusement at her mother. Cove shrugged, staying a neutral observer, but the small smile on his face revealed that he was enjoying the conclusion. You laughed, glad that everyone was getting along. That's right, we're all grown-ups now. With that, your trip to the farmer's market was closed. It was time to move on. There were too many of you for one car, so you and Cove had wound up in Mr. Holden's car on the way over. You figured it made sense to do the same for the next leg of the journey. You sat next to Cove in the back. Oh, immediately after the click of the seatbelt in its lock announced that Cove was safely strapped in, he began to unfold the box of fudge he had been given. You're gonna eat it now? Uh-huh. He nodded eagerly, not taking his eyes from the container. He lifted the top off and longingly admired the selection inside. Milk chocolate fudge is a staple, and you can never go wrong with that. That looks like cookies and cream. That's a really cool flavor for fudge. They had one with caramel? Wow, it's gonna be so nice. That's peanut butter in there, right? It's chocolate with peanut butter mixed. Ooh, that's so good. Once Cove had finished bestowing praise on what you'd pick, he promptly started sampling the selection. He was smiling, licking his lips, and having a grand old time. You could also tell from the way his nibbling had turned into munching that the box wasn't going to survive the trip to the next stop. You were right. Cove had tried to save the treats, claiming just one more until there was only one left, and the statement was finally forced to be true. He finished the last one, too. He sighed contentedly.
Thank you.
Thanks again, Terra. Those were really great. You're welcome. He set the picked clean box to the side, then rested his hands on his spoiled tummy. Cove wasn't going to be hungry for a while after that. From where he sat wordlessly, gaze drifting to the window. You know Cove well enough to spot the signs that he wasn't physically present, but mentally elsewhere. The way he would fall quiet, staring without seeing, the long blinks, all of which he was doing right now as he looked at nothing in particular. He licked his fingers absent-mindedly, getting the last of the melted fudge off his hand. Is it too late to ask for a taste? Cove straightened up at the sound of your voice, his pose stiff. He turned away, his hand smacking over his mouth instead. You were miles away for a second. What were you thinking about? Well, I was just thinking about how nice you are. How nice I am? Yeah. His face grew redder as his hands clenched on the top of his knees. You stared at him, hoping for an explanation, but Cove simply ducked his head. When he next spoke, his voice was barely more than a whisper. I'm lucky I get to be with you. I feel lucky too. He peeked at you from the corner of his eyes, still too shy to look at you directly. You smiled at him affectionately, eliciting an equally caring smile from Cove in return. You felt content, secure in your relationship with Cove. Ooh. You want to save the drink for later. It was clearly special. You intended to make sure you gave it the attention it deserved. You spent the rest of the day completing the remaining errands all together as a group. You had enjoyed your brief independence. It might not have come under ideal circumstances, but it had provided you with the opportunity to spend time making your own choices. You felt that you'd risen to the challenge. Oh, that's the end already? Okay. We only have 2 left. Okay. Let's see. Let's do hang. We'll leave the serendipity for the last one since DLC. Okay. You grabbed the large beach towel from off your bed and stuffed it into a bag. You had already packed your water bottle for an upcoming beach hangout section. The stars had aligned, and somehow everyone was free today. Miranda had set things up with several bubbly phone calls between you, Cove, and Terry to find a time to hit the beach. You were hoping that this would be a fun time together. Oh my god, I sure hope so. Hi, Cove. Cove sat on your windowsill and kicked one of his legs into the air idly. He already had his swimsuit on, and his towel was bundled under his arm in a misshapen ball. He had shown up earlier that morning with a surprising amount of enthusiasm. He was chatting as you caught up to his preparation. But seriously, I couldn't find my swimsuit this morning. I looked everywhere. It had disappeared. I had no idea what I was going to do. It's just like your own old sand pail. You totally didn't just lose your stuff again.
Seriously?
Very funny, Tara. That was different. I was 8. Anyways, I don't know why it was in the bathroom where I never put it there. He gave a small smile and readjusted the towel in his arms. He now could see that it had been folded at some point, but then rolled up and carried without much care.
I'm so glad.
But I'm glad I found it. It would have been crappy to lose my favorite trunks. It was nice to see Cove so happy and comfortable in what he was wearing. He walked over to your dresser and mused about what you had picked out for your own swimsuit. Your height was had complicated your swimsuit shopping. Not many swimsuits were well-fitting on someone who's petite. But then, for the shape of your body, I'm curvier, and your body was soft. There was a smooth feel to your build, without any hard muscles even if you flexed. You kept mostly the same shape you had throughout your teenage years. You were used to your body, and your body was used to your habits.
Are you okay?
You alright? Oh yeah, I was just thinking about some things. What things? Just myself and my body, really. His eyebrows rose at your admission of self-reflection. And what do you think? What did you think of who you were? You considered your identity further. You always felt sure about your gender. Being called her was right for you. And, you were well endowed. Your boobs were a large part of your frame. That's just the truth. That's just the truth about me. You liked the size you had. People had a lot of their identity wrapped up in their physical form. It shaped their self-image. You weren't really content with yours. I'm trying to think about, like, myself. I don't know. I like, there are parts of my body I like, but I wouldn't say I hate my body. I mean, there are times that I hate my body, but I would say, I'm gonna say I hated my body. You couldn't stand it. Every time you looked in the mirror, you could just hear a litany of wrong, wrong, wrong. You had pretty much always been unhappy with your body. Even when you were younger, it felt off, but still hadn't changed. You didn't feel like who you wanted to be. I guess I could just say you really aren't content. You didn't hate it per se, but it wasn't all that you wanted it to be either. You had pretty much always been unhappy with your... Even when you were younger, it felt off, and that still hadn't changed. You didn't feel like who you wanted to be. You focused on Cove again. He smiled at you and tilted his head, a question still in his eyes. He was waiting for you to come to an answer, but before you could, you had something to say to him. What do you think about me? About how I look, I mean. Cove frowned, his eyebrows furrowed in concern as if he were trying to find the best words to say. Then his eyes warmed like he was looking at something truly special. Tara, you're wonderful. No matter what anybody thinks, you, me, anyone, you are still wonderful. It just can't be helped. It's a fact of life. Cove stopped speaking and looked at you for a moment. He kicked his feet as he considered something and then nodded with a thoughtful expression on his face. He stared forward and directly met your eyes. I've known you for a long time, since we were kids, you know. I've seen you just about every day for the past decade, so I think it's fair to me to say this.
Nice.
Each day you're different from before, just by a little bit, but you're also still the same person. You're always you. It's nice to see you keep developing as a person. I do want you to keep being you, but the only one who gets to decide who that is you. You choose who you are today. You get to choose who you are tomorrow. That's okay with me. You smiled with tears. Moisture started gathering in your eyes, so you began to blink rapidly. You couldn't stop the tears from coming even as you smiled so wildly your cheeks hurt. What could you even say to that? Cove seemed a little concerned by your tears but smiled back.
Hey.
Terra. Cove gave you a bent smile, pointing to your arms. You look particularly shapely today. It's... what? He answered not with words, but with a solid okay sign with both hands and the same cheeky smile. Cove's... What is he saying? Like, what is he even on about? Like, really, what are you saying right now? That is, like, what is he saying? He's so...
It's nice. Hey.
He answered not with words, but with a solid okay sign with both hands and the same cheeky smile. Cove suddenly flushed when he realized how boldly he'd complimented you. He stood by it, even if he was a little red. You were a little taken aback. They came out of nowhere. You glanced at yourself. You like that? Yeah. You're so sweet and fantastic. Let's do this one. You fluttered your eyelashes and slowly stretched your arms out in front of you towards him. Your sleeve fell down, but instead of fixing it, you let it stay that way. You looked Cove straight in the eyes as you openly displayed your arms. He cracked a huge smile. Terra, this is too much for me to witness. Cove hopped up from his seat and fluttered his hands in front of you, gesturing to the display to stop, laughing the whole time. You thought on some level he might not have been fully kidding around with that. He was flustered. You gave the poor guy a break and put the goods back down. He exaggeratedly wiped his brow and let himself fall back into place on the windowsill. Finally, you felt that was enough of that topic for one day. You went back to your original goal before you got sidetracked. You needed to pick what you wanted to wear to the beach. A Speedo with a top. A two-piece bikini. While you dug around in your drawers, you tried to think of if there was anything else you were missing. Gotta go with the anklet. A shawl. Yeah. He was tapping his toes on the side of the wall as he waited. You vaguely wondered if he thought it was a comfortable place to sit. You hoped so, given how long he perched on it. Regardless, it was time for him to go. You weren't going to put on your swimsuit with him just chilling there. Well, I'm gonna change, so how about you wait outside? Cove nodded reassuringly. Alright. Cove lowered himself out the window and strolled past you to get to the door. He lightly brushed his fingers against your cheek when he passed by. I'll see you out front. Okay. When you were alone, you got undressed and put your swimwear on. You also checked your beach bag for a final time. It seemed like you hadn't forgotten anything. You left your room and hurried down the stairs, ready to meet Cove. You made sure to lock your front door and walk outside. When Cove stood in the road, looking down, scuffing his feet on the asphalt, when you shut your heavy door, he looked up at you and smiled. Hey, Miranda and Terry are going to be here in not too long. Terry even texted me earlier saying she was mostly on schedule.
Well,
why don't we just head to the beach and wait for them there? We're both ready. That sounded like a good idea to you. You said as much, and Cove shot a quick text telling the two of them where you'd be. Cove gave you a thumbs up after the message sent. It was a familiar path to walk, and it wasn't long until you reached the shore. Cove laid out his towel on the warm sand. You set up your stuff beside him and looked out in the ocean. The rolling swells hit the shore rhythmically. You all had lucked out. It was a beautiful day. The sky was clear and the waves were good. It was a balmy summer day, but with a pleasant breeze to keep things comfortable. Essentially, it was perfect.
so?
Do you feel like heading into the water? Maybe just down the shore, or would you want to do something here? Taking a stroll would be fun. I don't mind my feet being in the water. You wiggled your toes in response to the comment and looked off into the shoreline. Cove nodded, accepting the plan. He kicked some sand off his towel absent-mindedly. Yeah, sounds nice. You gave a deep breath and tasted the relaxing, salty air. Cove caught your eye and gave you a small smile. You chatted a little before a comfortable quiet settled over the two of you, content to watch the waves as you waited for the others. Luckily, it didn't take long until you heard shouts. You turned your head to see both Miranda and Terry running straight for you. Miranda was faster, making leaps and bounds across the sand. Terry followed in her wake, laughing with her towel clutched around her shoulders and flowing like a cape. Miranda started making her jumps more theatric and more precarious as she got closer. Cove waved them on with a bright smile. You shouted a greeting. How's it going? Oh, their swimsuits are so cute. Wait, Miranda's swimsuit is so cute. The two officially arrived at Cove's and your setup, looking completely ready for an ocean adventure. They were already in their swimsuits and were raring to go. Hey Terry, Miranda, welcome to our beach.
Hey!
Miranda's swimsuit is so cute. Wait, I really, really like that swimsuit. Hello, hello. She beamed and Miranda nodded with a smile.
Oh yeah.
Man, I am so pumped. Yeah, I'm ready. I'm really glad this worked out. What have you guys been up to over here in your town? Cove, Terra, have we missed things? Cove blinked and then shrugged when nothing he wanted to mention came to mind. What have you been up to? The usual. Terry laughed and mentioned a few things about her own parents. Miranda brought up her family and shared some wild things her older brother had done. Terry then started talking about her morning and how she almost overslept because she stayed up too late last night. She bounced on her feet as she spoke. But don't worry about me being tired today. You know I ran on less back during school. Miranda filled in the group about her morning. Apparently everything had gone smoothly. She met up with Terry on her way here and you knew the rest. Cove offered a suggestion to the girls. Hey, let's walk while we catch up.
Okay.
Oh yeah, definitely. He felt pleased that Cove remembered what you wanted to do. Sometimes he could be thoughtful like that. So sweet. Once everyone's stuff was settled on the beach, the group strolled over to the shoreline. The wet sand was cool under your feet. The wave rushed up and covered your ankles in water. You flinched from the suddenness of it, but by the next wave you were acclimated. You took another step forward and sank a little into the ground. Behind you, your footprints were soon smoothed by the waves. Your friends chatted as you all walked together. You took turns pointing out cool shells or pieces of sea glass. It was a relaxing jaunt. Hours passed and the group had moved between different activities, some low-key, some more exhaustive. For you, it was another break time. You sat on your towel and sipped at some water. Your friends were hard at work, burying Terry's full body under a pile. Miranda used her arms to force up sand around Terry's side. Cove worked on covering Terry's feet. You took another drink and closed your eyes. Eventually, a shadow passed over you, dampening the light that was still notable even behind your eyelids. Easy there, black chocolate. Wouldn't want you to melt. Type me. He checked to see Cove had joined you there. He knelt down to dig around in a pile of assorted beach stuff in the middle of everyone's towel setup and pulled out the sunscreen. He took a seat next to you on his towel and he opened the bottle with a soft pop and began to reapply the cream. Hey. He ran his hands across his chest to work the sunscreen in, and you might have checked him out a little from the corner of your eye while still sipping some water. He noticed you noticing him, and Cove tilted his head your way as a smile for him. Would you want to help me reach my back? Yeah, I can do that for sure. Thanks. You scooted up behind your boyfriend and reached a hand around his front so he could squeeze a small pile of sunscreen in your hand. You rubbed your palms together, spreading the cream out more evenly, then began applying it softly to his shoulder blades. From there you moved to the tops of his shoulders, the nape of his neck, and down his spine. Cove was mumbling the entire time, but you couldn't make out what he had said. He might not have even realized he was doing it himself. The tone of his voice and the look of his face got the message across just fine, however. He was happy. You were too. After he and you finished up, Cove let out a comfortable sigh and looked off into the distance. But then he sighed again, this time in an exaggeratedly disappointed way. He wondered if he was going to sigh again, even more dramatically, if you didn't say anything. What's wrong? You inspected his face to see if there was anything actually distressed about him, but he still looked like he was exaggerating. You asked anyway, since it was obvious that that was what he wanted. Cove shook his head, comically despondent. His frown didn't match the sparkle in his eyes.
Don't worry about it.
I'm just becoming another jaded adult, that's all. Now you were really confused. You waited for him to continue, and his next sigh did not disappoint. It was the most ridiculously sad sigh you had ever heard. He smiled a little. Mermaids aren't real. What? That had not been what you were expecting. He continued. You know how much I liked mermaids as a kid? Well, merfolk as a whole? I really hoped that they were out there.
I mean,
The ocean's a big place, right? They could be somewhere. But the older I got, the more I had to accept it. They were just a fairy tale. He jerked his head over to the waterline and the rolling waves. They crashed against the shore and then drew back. This is a perfect beach for them. It's pretty and vast and never too crowded. If merfolk did exist, we definitely would have met one by now. Or at least we could have heard of someone else seeing one, but nothing. He acted as though the result was a true bafflement. He let his head hang. I gotta let the dream go. That's hardly proof. It's not like this is the only beach in the world. They could still exist. As you said, the ocean is a big place. Cove chuckled a little to himself, eyes tilted off into the sea, his face still low. Maybe it's for the best. Let's say a merperson did happen to wash up on shore one day. He looked at you with a faux doleful expression. I could have lost my girlfriend to their magical underwater world. Even if I had the chance, I'd stay on shore with you. Cove's eyes widened with amazement.
Really?
You'd pick me, a plain human, over a beautiful mythic merperson? He smiled and continued, very clearly joking around at this point. Are you sure that's the right call? If a beautiful, kind merperson falls for someone, I'm pretty positive the sensible response isn't to turn around and say, no thanks, I'm gonna stay on land with a normal guy. Are you warning me that you'd leave if you got that kind of offer? You don't want me to be blindsided when you ditch me for a mer creature if they're real? No, this isn't what I'm trying to say. I'm not the one who'd have to deal with that, you know. It isn't the same kind of thing. If a mer person did magically appear, there's no chance it'd be me they'd call for. The more Cove spoke, the more it sounded like he could be a merfolk himself. He was choking on air, a fish out of water. I mean, you're the one who's charming and talented. He barely eked the last words out. Yeah. There isn't anyone who wouldn't choose you. Oh, you were completely flattered by how highly he thought of you. And then you heard Miranda screech. Your attention immediately switched over to your friends. You saw that Terry had gotten impatient and shifted her legs. The walls Miranda had been meticulously building collapsed into a wet heap of sand. She surveyed the damage critically. We're gonna have to start over on that part. Do you want to give up on this now? No way. The burial must continue. I'll try not to move anymore. Okay, if you're sure, I'll try to fix this. Miranda started to rebury her, and Terry shot her a thumbs up. She realized too late that moving her arm was a bad idea. More of the sand on her crumbled, and Miranda put her head in her hands. Cove caught your eye and started to drag himself up. Seems like we're needed. You agreed and followed him over to the girls. Miranda nodded at you both with appreciation, and the three of you did your best to finish the job. You all worked out a system of using just enough wet sand to help hold the rest together. With 3 people, it didn't take long for Terry to be entombed. Terry grinned massively, and Miranda offered high fives. The pile was officially done. Oh yeah! Terry was resembling the Kool-Aid Man. She kicked herself out of the ground with a gusto. Sand went flying in all directions, and a Terry-shaped imprint was left behind. Miranda yelled again, and Cove chuckled. There probably wasn't a better way to get out of it. The 4 of you continued to have a good time. You went on a shell hunt. Miranda managed to find the biggest, while you found the most colorful. Cove caught a tiny crab. You did a bit of everything. There was impromptu games to just soaking up each other's company. However, after a while, you all had run out of water. Drinkable water, anyway. It was to say that you'd head over to your or Cove's house. Things were gathered, and you started to cheerfully walk up the road. What next? I don't have anywhere to go, so it could be whatever. Same, I guess we can keep hanging out? Terry snorted and readjusted her grip on her things. Don't sound too sure there, Cove. By this time, you could see your house. It hadn't taken you long to make the trip. The conversation continued with everyone throwing out suggestions. Are people hungry? She looked from face to face in inspection. Cove and Miranda shrugged in concert. No one was overtly opposed to it. However, you weren't really starving. It wasn't quite a mealtime. We could get dessert. Miranda put a finger to her lip and thought. With a smile, her voice became more confident. Yeah, that would be fun. Terry considered it and then shot Miranda a thumbs up. Sounds great to me. I can definitely go for that. I think that's a good idea. But there's nothing sweet at my house. Your fans glanced at Cove and his place. He shook his head immediately. Dad doesn't have anything good either. I mean, unless you want dessert-flavored protein shakes. Ew, no. She cut in and held her hands up as if trying to ward off something evil. Cove smirked.
Not bad.
It's not that bad. Nope.
Well,
There has to be some kind of sweet shop around here. Let's look it up. Terry nodded and started to dig around in her bag. I like the way you think. Terry continued to rummage in her bag and grew increasingly frustrated. She puffed out her cheeks and knelt down, setting the bag on the ground. With both hands free, she was finally able to fish out her phone. She raised it in triumph for a brief moment of celebration. I'll search for something good. Terry got on her feet, hefting the bag over one arm, tapping away at her screen in the other. But she assessed Cove from top to bottom. No shirt, no shoes, no service. Cove glanced down at his bare chest and feet. Having not even registered it prior, he chuckled a little. I'll grab something. Cove moved to his house. You looked towards yours. You waited outside with the girls. You watched Cove disappear in his house. Terry was deep in the midst of scrolling through the food options. You shuffled over to where you could see, and Miranda did the same. There's ice cream. People love ice cream, especially around here. I don't really feel like ice cream. Cool, because I don't either. She flicked her finger up, and another ice cream place showed up. Melty Moo Moo's frozen treats with an unfortunate cartoon mascot. I like ice cream. It's just not for today. There has to be something else. You thought on it, and Terry kept scrolling. You heard a door open, and Cove reappeared. You were about to be surprised at how quick he was. Then you noticed he just thrown on a t-shirt over his swim trunks and slipped on sandals. Of course. Hey. Everyone else exchanged respective greetings and looked back at Terry's phone. Terry scrolled further and then made an interested exclamation. Oh, what about this place? They sell crepes. There's something you don't see every day. Look how fancy they are. She shoved her phone into your face. It seemed like a cute shop. It didn't show any pictures of the actual building, but the food seemed good. It was one of those places that put a lot of effort into presentation, with branded wrapping on the crepes and well-applied toppings. Weird, I've never heard of it. I haven't either. Mysterious. But crepes are so good. She nodded her approval as Terry admired more of the photos. I'd go. It's not too far. We could drive. Terry cheered as the success of the plan made. You all walked around to Cove's car. He had run inside once more to grab his keys. You wrote "wash me" in the dirt on his car. You noticed a thin coat of sand and dust on Cove's car. It was probably been a while since he washed it. With a smirk, you carefully wrote "wash me" with your finger. Great work. I wonder if he's if he's even gonna notice. The car beeped and unlocked. Cove ran up to you with his car keys in hand. His hand slipped into his face and his hair slipped into his face and he brushed it back. Shotgun. What the hell? She climbed into the passenger seat without hesitation. You didn't argue and climbed into the back with Miranda. Terry activated the directions on her phone map and acted as her navigator, directing Cove to the crepes. The GPS tried to get Cove to turn into a non-existent road once and wanted him to do a U-turn instead of just using a left turn, but with Terry looking at the actual path, it went smooth enough. You were led to a small stall in a parking lot rather than a full building. That explained why there hadn't been pictures of the crepery's interior and why it was new to you despite living in this town your entire life. It was a completely new structure that had popped up recently. There was a window you could walk up to and one for cars to drive up to. Cove parked with a laugh.
Come on.
I don't think I needed to put a shirt on for this, but I still want to try it. Let's go.
What?
Do you not trust us to eat in your car? She gestured to the drive-thru option. Cove shook his head with a snort. I trust some people here, maybe, but wouldn't it be more fun to actually check it out? Everyone acknowledged this point and piled out. Terry tried to tease Cove a little, but Miranda started talking about the last time she had crepes. Apparently they had been a dessert explosion topped with multiple sauces, powdered sugar, and what Miranda was pretty sure had to be cake icing. That's sweet.
So great.
It was so good, but I regretted it so much. I couldn't finish it, and I really tried. You can do it this time, Randy. Oh, this is cute. This looks fancy. Ooh, green tea. Wait, does that say, what does it say, lemon? What is that one? There was some laughs. When you got to the menu, you realized that there were more than just crepes. There was definitely crepes, many crepes. However, this also had a lot of different drinks, as well as teas, smoothies, milkshakes. Jackpot! She grinned and held out her fist in a fist bump. Miranda high-fived it. The two stared at the awkward, vaguely turkey-shaped hand configuration they had made, and then slowly put their hands down. Cole's mouth twitched into a smile. You stepped up to order first. You glanced back at the menu. You ordered a crepe and a drink. I'd like to get a crepe and a drink, please. There was a woman who looked a little older than you taking orders. She smiled back at you, ready to hear the specifics of your purchase. The crepe? Oh. Okay, so it is lemon. Let's do strawberry. For the filling and topping, you picked whipped cream, strawberries, powdered sugar. That was all. After you picked the size, you were asked what you wanted to drink. You ordered, I want something nice to go with it. An iced green tea. Sounds great. You could also add a mix-in and topping for your drink. No, I don't want any of these. You paid and stepped aside to let your friends order. Cove got a lemon crepe with powdered sugar on top, and then the mixed berries. He also got a plain strawberry smoothie. Terry went crazy with toppings. Although she ordered a plain crepe, she had it smothered with whipped cream, cream cheese, chocolate chips, chocolate syrup, and bananas. Miranda opted for a frappe with caramel syrup and condensed milk. The four of you stood off to the side as you waited for your treats. I heard that what you ordered, Terra. Glad I'm not the only one to go for a drink and a crepe. I couldn't pick just one, and why not? Exactly, it's gonna be good. See, we're so good together. Terra, man, your crepe is gonna rock. High five for topping appreciation. She held her hand out expectantly. I kind of want to fist bump it again, because that was funny. Terry stared at your hand. She blinked. She looked between Miranda and you. Is this just a thing now? I don't know what you mean. Miranda's voice was surprisingly serious, while her voice looked like she'd seconds away from laughing. Terry shook her hand dramatically. Order for Terra. That's me. I gotta get that. You grabbed your order. The others didn't take much time after that. With the goods collected, everyone admired their treats. Terry dug right into hers, and Miranda gave her a tentative sip. Terry nodded acceptingly with her mouth completely full. Miranda tilted the frappe over to her with a grin. Terry sipped it and clearly loved it. She raised her crepe over to Miranda. You could tell that there was an intent to make it look nice, but with all the assorted toppings piled on, only so much could be done. Miranda took a huge bite with gusto and sighed happily. Terry seemed satisfied and took another slurp of Miranda's drink. They had both only gotten one thing, probably because they knew they'd end up sharing. Cove went over to you, and there was definite interest in his eyes at your order. So, could I have some? You tasted his and shared yours. He handed you his crepe first, and you tore off a piece and put it in your mouth. It was tart from the lemon, but the syrupy berry mix brought in the sweetness. The balance between the thin, almost spongy crepe and the juicy toppings made it for a unique set of textures. You passed him yours, and he tilted his smoothie over. You took a sip and had to suck a large strawberry chunk before the actual smoothie came with the straw. It was mostly smooth, with the delightful tiny crystals of ice and the occasional bit of fresh berry. It matched well with the crepe, with even more berryness. Cove enjoyed his sampling too. He had a giant smile on his face and looked almost disappointed when you sparked back your treats. With that, Cove started to eat his treats in earnest. You saw him take a huge gulp of his smoothie, and then, without swallowing, he added a bite of his lemon crepe. His habit of mixing foods together wasn't anything new. He hummed in satisfaction as he guessed he must have liked the combined flavor. Cove? Terry tore a piece of her crepe and held it out to Cove.
So?
Care to make a trade? Sure. Instead of continuing to loiter in the parking lot, the four of you started to walk down the sidewalk. There was a lot of sharing going on, with crepe bits and toppings being passed around. You wouldn't have been surprised if Terry ended up drinking more frappe than Miranda did. You kept going down the way, eating, drinking, and chatting. You hadn't realized how far the group had wandered until you ended up at the now leaving sign. Apparently you're about to just walk right out into the middle of nowhere. Terry took her mouth off Miranda's straw and stopped sipping the frappe. Impossible! Preposterous! How are we already at the end? I always forget how tiny this town really is. Cove chuckled a little and swallowed a chunk of Terry's crepe. We have ended up here 3 times now.
I guess.
It is kinda, huh? It didn't feel that small when we were growing up. It definitely felt bigger then. There was a time when Sunset Bridge had felt huge. It seemed as endless as the ocean. There was always some street you hadn't wandered down, something new for the tourist. But now, you had realized it was just a pond in this big, big world. Seeing the definite end of only reinforced this. Here was the boundary that proved your hometown could be walked out of with ease. I guess this means we should probably head back. One doesn't just walk into nowhere land. We're not only one, Terry. There's 4 of us. Terry scrunched up her face, not wanting to acknowledge the bad joke. She decided to ignore it. It stings having to go all the way back. Yeah, but it's not like there's anything out that direction. And if we keep going forward, it'd be even longer trip home. He stared off into the stretch of road as Cove agreed that he didn't want to go out any further. Can we take a break here first before we turn around? I've been walking for a while and someone finished my drink. Right on cue, Terry loudly sucked air from the straw. It was so good. Miranda looked at her, but Terry remained unrepentant. In the end, though, it was agreed to hang out around the side before heading back to the car. It didn't take long to finish the rest of the food and drinks. Everyone gathered up the trash and stuffed it into bags and pockets for now. The group relaxed on the grass, keeping account of all the cars that drove past. It was not a high number. 14. The newest passing car drove into town from somewhere outside. But as the vehicle came by, it slowed down, and you watched as it ultimately rolled to a complete stop. The black car parked by the now leaving sign. Everyone exchanged a baffled look. Is it Baxter? Hey, neighbors. Okay, I was like, wait a minute. Cove openly sighed when he recognized him, afterwards sucking sulkily at the straw of his long, empty drink. You waved at him. You leaned forward and tried to get a better look. His hands were loose on his steering wheel, and he seemed rather relaxed to have just pulled over on the side of the road. You waved, and he nodded in acknowledgement. And you thought about the odd picture this made. A fancy black car pulled over to talk to a group of teens, mostly still in beachwear. Miranda was incredibly confused and shrank back to watch. Terry tilted her head in an unspoken question. Cove made a quick gesture pointing towards Baxter, and then a light went off for Terry.
All right.
Ah, that's the new person in the condo, the B-man, right? Yeah, Baxter. Oh, I wasn't sure if I'd ever actually see him. Her voice was quiet. Miranda usually got shy around new people. Terry was quite the opposite. Incredible, this is perfect. Terry hopped up from the grass and ran to Baxter's car, all full of excitement. Behind her, Miranda picked herself up and dusted imaginary dirt off her clothes. She sent a searching look to you and Cove, to which Cove shrugged. Miranda nodded and with clenched fists hesitantly followed Terry. Terry bent down to talk to Baxter through his window. She blasted through introductions, with Miranda putting in a shy wave. Cove looked at you. He still clearly had no intention of going over. You stayed with Cove. When Cove realized you were planning to stay with him, he smiled a little. He shuffled closer and dropped his voice. Honestly, I still find it kind of hard to talk to the guy. I get it. Yeah, I thought you would. Cove sighed and ran a hand through his hair. He looked at you with a wry expression on his face. I'm glad you do, 'cause I don't think I could explain it if you asked me to. He tries to be considerate, but it doesn't totally land for me. Sometimes people don't hit it off. The two of you waited for the others to finish up. You couldn't hear what they were saying from here, but you could see from body language that Terry was up to something and Miranda didn't like it. You and your neighbor exchanged a look. After Miranda seemed to calm down slightly, Terry turned around and waved at you. She put her hands to her face to make a megaphone. Come on, get over here. Baxter's giving us a ride. Cove's mouth popped open in surprise. Then his lips curled together in clear displeasure.
All right.
I should have known. She's always pulling something. He took a slow breath and then shrugged. Guess we have to get over there. It's gonna be really awkward now since he knows we tried not talking to him. Yeah, we can't hire it over here forever. You followed him over to the car, apparently about to get a lift. You were just happy to get a ride. Regardless of anything else, you didn't want to have to walk back. That was counted, and you were grateful for Terry for arranging it. You arrived at the driver's side car window, and Baxter smiled welcomingly. Hello. Hey. Cope greeted him mildly, his expression cautious. Howdy, Baxter. Alright, plan made. Let's hop in. You excitedly opened the passenger side door and buckled yourself in. The car was pristine, and you were right near the new car's scented air freshener. Baxter had an air conditioner on cold, but low, so it was pleasantly cool inside. A nice relief from the summer sun you had been baking in all day. Your friends clambered on in back. It definitely seemed the slightest bit squished back there.
Does that sound alright?
Oh my god. Welcome to my vehicle. I hope everyone is comfortable, and if someone could point me in the right direction, we can be on our way. Harry went back to navigator mode and outlined their journey. It was basically a straight line with one turn at the end into the parking lot. Baxter nodded from up in the driver's seat and pulled back onto the road. Luckily, the street was still dead empty. It took no time at all for Baxter to park right next to Cove's car. There wasn't even enough time for a proper conversation to start. The occupants didn't seem to mind. They were smiles all around when Baxter parked next to Cove's car. Woo! Miranda clapped quietly as Terry cheered. Cove chuckled nervously. You smiled. You were just glad to have reached your destination and pleased at the fanfare of your friends. You didn't say a word, but Terry and Miranda definitely caught your amusement. We've arrived. That was easy. Terry flung open her door and climbed out. Thanks. Everyone else exited the car as well. The group thanked Baxter with varying degrees of enthusiasm. Baxter himself got out too. Everyone congregated again in front of Baxter and Cove's cars. Cove looked at the back of his and frowned. He'd finally discovered the washing you put on it. Huh, I wonder who did that. You snickered along with Miranda, who realized he'd been caught. It's a mystery. Right. Terry bounced over to Baxter and offered her hand for a handshake. He accepted it easily with a charming grin. You're a pal. You're too kind. It's no trouble whatsoever. I'll be keeping this car all this summer. If it suits you, you're welcome to take my number and give me a ring whenever you're in need of another ride. And that goes for everyone here. I have a car. Terry busted into laughter and Miranda fidgeted. She did not know what to do with that. Baxter really went fast, didn't he? He noticed her discomfort and smiled with a soft tilt over the head. I'd be happy to help again, but that was the only reason I offered. If you don't need it, you can pass on it. I'm not gonna ask him his number. I kind of want to, just to see what Cove's reaction is.
Absolutely.
Okay, nobody says anything. I don't need it. I have my boyfriend. He stayed silent. When her giggles subsided, Terry put a hand to her chin with brows furrowed. I wonder would that option be available right now? You could value us somewhere cool.
What?
Cove was taken aback. He put a hand on the hood of his car. Weren't we going back to the neighborhood? Wasn't Baxter going back to the neighborhood too? Why would we go somewhere else? Because we can. Miranda squirmed nervously and then committed to piping up.
Maybe?
We could go to the park near my place. It's a really nice place to hang out. You and Cove shared a look. The big park was pretty nice. Let's do it. Baxter tapped the side of his face and thought.
It's doable.
That sounds doable. He glanced at Cove and then switched focus to you.
Well,
We have 2 cars. If people wanted to go to the park, I could still take the others home. But if everyone's going, it wouldn't make sense for me not to. I don't really want to go with Baxter. I'm gonna go back to the neighborhood with Cove. You'd rather go back for now. You'd let the group know. Both girls frowned. Neither wanted to leave you or Cove behind. Terry especially looked troubled and started bouncing in place. Today is all about us hanging out. We can't just bail. Miranda nodded and bit her lip. We don't have to go to the park. Going back to the neighborhood has plenty of appeal. It could prove to be the better idea. Cove winced and shook his head.
don't worry about it.
No, really, it's fine. We've done plenty of hanging out today. If you want to go to the park, you should. You don't have to worry about us. Go have fun with Baxter. Okay. She didn't sound too thrilled, and Miranda patted her on the shoulder.
Okay.
Guess we'll see you later then. Probably. Cove smiled and she rolled her eyes at his wishy-washy answer. He knew you'd be seeing them again. Everyone finished saying their goodbyes and the 3 climbed into Baxter's car. You waved. Terry waved back with both hands enthusiastically while Miranda waved like a princess from the back seat. Before Baxter drove off, he inclined his head to you and Cove. Then Baxter rolled down his own window.
See you.
Bye, Baxter. Baxter started to pull out of the parking lot and Cove waved them off, stepping forward as they pulled away. Then it was just you and Cove left in the parking lot. He rubbed his hands together for a moment and locked his car. You got into the shotgun seat this time, and Cove took his place at the wheel. He put his key in the ignition and turned to you. I'm surprised he didn't want to go. Actually, I only wanted to go so that you'd had a reason to leave. Cove's eyebrows raised in surprise. The expression held so much bewilderment that you needed to explain. I know you usually get worn out in big groups. You were starting to look like you were reaching your limit. Cove's brows creased, and finding words took him a minute. Oh, Tara. He put a hand on his heart and beamed. Thank you. You take good care of me. Yeah, of course. You deserve a little taking care of sometimes. Cove smiled, satisfied, and finally turned his key to start the car. The car ride back passed quickly. There were all familiar roads you'd seen before. Soon you'd return to the comfort of your own neighborhood. Cove pulled in and parked. He shut his car off, then you both got out to stand in the road.
I guess.
I guess that's it. Thanks for the ride, Cove. I'll see you later. It was fun. Pleasant farewells given, you walked to your front door. You completely changed out of your swimsuit and into more comfortable clothes. It was definitely a benefit of coming back. Time ticked by as the sun started to set. Orange gold light streamed in through the windows. You could tell the weather was still really nice out there. Your attention was taken by your phone. My phone was in the hand. At the top of your screen, a little alert told you that you had a new message. Hi, Tara. We're going to see fireworks. Do you want to come? Oh. And Terry texted Cove. He said he'll be there. Well, if he's going to be there, I'm going to go. Fireworks? I left you. Fireworks were kind of out of the blue, but sounded like a lot of fun. It reminds me of when we first saw fireworks together. Miranda sent back a cheery smiley face not even 5 seconds later, then got a yay and sent another message that told you that Cove would be out at his car soon. You quickly got yourself ready and headed out into the world once more. On the way, you sent a message to Cove that you were coming. He texted you that he was already outside. Just as promised, Cove was waiting by his car. He hadn't bothered to change at all. He was quite comfortable going around in his swim shorts. He slipped his phone into his pocket and waved you over. Without needing to say anything, you got into the shotgun seat. You noticed the exterior of his car was no longer coated with dust. He must have washed it in the past few hours. Direct action. Cove looked over to you from the driver's side and smirked as he started up the car. Here we go again. Yep. He pulled out into the road and raced towards the city as the sun continued to sink below the horizon. When city lights sparkled around you, Cove started looking for a parking spot. It had been a smooth drive, but unfortunately finding parking was a task. He tried to text Miranda to see where they had parked, but she admitted that there hadn't been any openings around there. They had gotten lucky with one single spot. Cove had to drive around a few blocks, but finally spotted something. He pulled in and parked, feeling just as triumphant as if he'd won an actual prize. Terry sent you a text saying to hurry up and get to the waterfront. Miranda attached a helpful picture of where they were. You pointed the way to Cove, and the two of you jogged around a bend and then down the brick-lined walkway. Eventually you saw 3 silhouettes in the distance. They started to wave and yell. One of them jumped in place while her arms going back and forth. It had to be your friends. You rushed over to them. Miranda and Terry ran up to meet you halfway, with faces full of smiles.
Hey!
We missed you. Buddies, I knew the day wasn't over for us. Hey. Guess you were right. I'm happy we made it. Baxter had stepped up at some point too. He ran a hand through his hair, trying not to interrupt the reunion. Hello. Hey. Cove gave him a nod. With the band back together, the group walked back to the area where Baxter, Miranda, and Terry had originally set up at. It was a quiet, open area out on the waterfront. Cove let out a relieved sigh after things calmed down. So, did we miss anything?
Nah.
You're good. Nothing's happened yet. I think it's gonna start really soon, though. What are these fireworks even for? Well, she smiled at a big grin at Miranda. Randy talked about watching fireworks at the park, and that reminded me how there's this big company having an event tonight. I heard they're gonna have fireworks. There's no way we're ever getting into that party, but... She put a finger up and her smile turned devious. I'm positive we'll still be able to see the fireworks from here. They can't hide explosions in the sky from the public. That's ridiculous. You suddenly wondered how Terry had convinced Cove to come without prior explanation. He was utterly stunned that this was the source of the fireworks. To be fair, you hadn't asked Miranda for the details either. Cove scratched his head in defeat. I guess we're already here. It's kind of too late now. You bet your wet blanket it's too late. She shook her head with exasperation, but let him off with minimal teasing. You felt pretty laid back with the whole thing. Sure, the fireworks were something that you'd like to see, but you weren't overly invested in the show. You were with your friends, and that was already something. Fireworks would happen, or they wouldn't. You could accept it either way. Terry led Miranda to sit down on the oval slabs along the path. Miranda took a seat and began tapping her knees together as she waited. Terry, meanwhile, crouched more than sat. Baxter flashed an unreadable smile at Cove and you and took a spot next to the girls. Cove seemed surprised and looked over his shoulder to watch him begin to chat with Terry. I guess he's trying not to upset us? Whether he left to make Cove and you more comfortable, wanted to escape potential awkwardness, or if he'd really had just hit it off with the girls earlier was anyone's guess. That's nice. Something seemed to strike Cove as he tried unsuccessfully to hide a smile. Most of us are in swimsuits. Wearing beachwear in the middle of the city in the dark while waiting for a fireworks show was clearly the joke of the day for him. Cove snorted once and then looked back up at the sky. But I'm not sure if this tops the one night you went around town with me and Mom dressed in my pajamas. You laughed too when you remembered that incident. It had been quite the escapade. Cove shook his head fondly and seemed happy. A flash lit up the sky with a brilliant green. Your eyes flew off the building in the distance and silently watched it with bated breath. You heard a second boom and a red firework lit up the night. Woo, this show's starting. It's so pretty. They came running over to get closer, positively beaming. Terry pressed herself into the waterfront fence, getting as close as physically possible without just going swimming again. Baxter followed a few steps behind. His mouth hung open at the sight for a moment until he caught himself and once again shifted to pleasantly composed. Most fireworks went off, shooting off hundreds of tiny sparkling lights. The colors stood out starkly against the dark of the night. The biggest one watched your surrounding with their hue. The biggest ones watched your surrounding with their hue, turning your worlds blue, then red, and then golden. Did I deliver or did I deliver? Miranda's eyes glittered, and she lightly bumped Terry with her hip. Good job. Terry stumbled at the friendly nudge, but was pleased with the compliment. She grinned back. Miranda lightly swung her hips the opposite way to give you a bump as well. It was friendly and soft. We did it! You smiled at her and nodded. You were pleased that you glad that everyone seemed to be having a good time. Cove stared up at the sky with wonder, while Terry squealed in joy after a series of especially grand explosions. Miranda pointed to one that was huge, that was shooting up, and then gasped when it bloomed and turned into a huge sphere of violet light. Baxter smiled in appreciation. It was good to see your friends in high spirits. The rest of the group huddled around the railing to take in the show as closely as possible. Miranda stood close by. Terry's hand gripped the top. Cove laid his arms across it while leaning forward, and Baxter rested his elbows on the rail, putting his back towards the fireworks. He seemed to have more fun watching the others than the actual show. Ooh! She pointed out a golden firework and beamed. Ah, that's so cool! Terry held up a hand for a high five, and Miranda obliged. Terry whooped and shot you a smile. What color do you think the next one will be? Without giving Baxter a glance, Cove answered immediately. Green. It was orange. Baxter chuckled, but wasn't interested in calling Cove out for being wrong. Is that your favorite color? Green? It's one of them. I think that's nice. It matches you. And is yours black? That's one of them. Cove smirked just a little and left the conversation there. You stood next to Cove. Cove looked away from the fireworks and grinned at you. He was glad to be spending time with you and tilted his head at the spectacular multicolored fireworks above. I think that's been my favorite so far. He shot you another look and nodded, wanting you to move closer. In front of him, you could see the night lights reflected on the water. You took a moment to watch him, and the fireworks reflected in his eyes. Cove grinned like a kid. You cuddled against his chest. You pressed yourself against his chest and snuggled into him. He readjusted his position and then wrapped his arms around you, holding you close. He rested his chin on the top of your head comfortably. You let yourself relax against him and continued to watch the fireworks above. Cove's gaze drifted from the show of dazzling lights straight at you, and he sighed dreamily. You didn't know when you'd last seen him so blissful. The spectacle continued to up the ante by bringing more fireworks out at a time. The colors danced across the sky and reflected across the water. You reached out a hand and watched as it tinted green while a big boom sounded. Fireworks were a normal summer tradition, but this was admittedly an unconventional approach. Showing up in the city last minute to watch a display from a technically private event, that made this feel special in a way that just planning to go to a public fireworks show never would. Terry's idea may not have left you with a lot of time to prepare, but it sure led you to a unique situation. It was clear that it was an unforgettable night. As the finale sounded, blazing the sky with an unbelievable beauty, you remembered thinking that there might never be a night exactly like this one again, not for the rest of your life. You planned to hold on the feelings you had in that moment for as long as you could. Oh my god, we're almost done with this part. I can't believe it. Serendipity. Light filtered down through the leaves of an oak tree overhead, casting speckled shadows on the sidewalk all around you. There was a drop of sweat slowly making its way down the side of your face. You flicked it away with your thumb, slowing to a stop in the cool shade. The day had you out and about in town, in no hurry to go anywhere in particular. Your morning shift had just ended, and there was nothing else planned for the rest of the afternoon. Your moms were still at work themselves, and Liz had left early in the morning to do something. You had no idea what. You took out your phone, idly noting the time when it started to jingle. The screen lit up in your hand. Speak of the devil, Liz messaged you. Come home ASAP. Before you could even begin to question why, your phone went off again. Nothing bad, but you have to see this, so come back already. And with that final message, you were left only slightly less confused than you were before. You hadn't seen much of your sister lately. She had been acting strange for days, always shutting herself up in her room. Hi, Wind. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Which wouldn't be so weird if at the dinner table she didn't suddenly start smirking to herself over nothing. The rare times you did see her, she would sneak you expectant looks like she was waiting to be asked what was up, but all your questions led nowhere. Doing well. I'm so glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that you're doing well. She'd answer you with a put-upon sigh, proclaim that she was busy, and tell you that she would have to talk about it later. How about you, Pookie? I'm doing alright. I did stream earlier, and then I was like sitting and I was playing other games, and I was like, should I play something else? And I could not get Our Life out of my head, so here we are. Just a couple hours later, I'm back. We're almost done with this step 3, so I was like, oh man, it's gonna be stuck in my head, I'm not gonna be able to wait. So here I am. No hints, no guessing. Whatever it was, she was determined to keep it a secret. Maybe now you'd finally find out what it was. As you did an about face on the sidewalk and started heading home, you received more text. To your surprise, the name that popped up on the screen this time was Cove's. Did you hear from Liz? About some urgent thing you have to see? She messaged Cove too? You weren't surprised. Liz teased him about it, but he was like family. However, you were struggling to understand how he fit into Liz's surprise. Yeah, Liz sent me the same thing. You just love this game? It's super good. I genuinely really, really like it. I think this is going in my top games. I'd probably put it in my top 5 games, so at least right now. His reply came only seconds later as he waited to cross the street. I figured she would. Are you going to see what's up? I'm walking there now. Me too. Glancing up, you saw that the light had changed to a walk sign while you were busy texting. You hurriedly wrapped things up, texting Cove a quick goodbye before crossing the street. It was fine. You'd be seeing him later anyways. Not expecting any more messages, you put your phone away so you could walk without having to worry about tripping over the curb. Thankfully, it was a short trek home, and soon enough you were walking up your street, the familiar face of your house already in view. Thinking of what might be waiting at home was making you worried. I hate getting the message me ASAP kind of text. I hate that. I was gonna make a dirty comment, but ultimately decided against it. I commend your restraint. The sight of your front door had you swallowing uneasily. Liz said it wasn't anything bad, but in the back of your head you couldn't shake that faint worry. Lost in your thoughts, you almost didn't see who was walking further up the street. Cove. Even from the back, the bright sea green color of his hair was unmistakable. You quickened your pace to catch up to him, the scuff of your shoes loud against the pavement. He heard it instantly, not missing a beat as he turned towards you and slowed his steps in sync.
Hey.
Hey, Terra. Hi, here we are, at my house. At that, Cove gave you a wry smile. Here we are. It sounded almost like a question, wondering why the two of you had been summoned here. Any ideas what Liz wants us for? You shook your head. The situation was out of character for your sister. Anything could happen. Well, I guess we should go in and find out. Taking his cue, you grabbed your keys and opened the front door. Cove trailed behind you as you entered. You nervously stuck your head through the doorway and peered about, not sure what you were looking for or looking out for. From the entryway, you could see Liz pacing across the living room, her smile gaze intent on her phone. You had caught her just as she had completed a turn. Behind you, the door clicked shut. The second she heard it, her head darted up to your direction, her features lighting up at the sight of you and Cove. Ah, you arrived, and together too. That's perfect, just perfect. She flashed you a radiant smile. You could almost see her limbs vibrating as if she was poised to pounce. Cove raised an eyebrow at your sister's bizarre behavior. What's going on? Oh, you'll see. Liz's eyes narrowed with a mischievous glint, and she let out a little cackle. So lately, I've been hard at work on a little plan of mine, and you two get the honor of seeing it all come together. Here it is. Surprise! She lifted a hand in the air to present a very comfortable and completely mundane living room. In the resulting silence, you and Cove glanced around again, and then you made eye contact with each other. His face mirrored your bafflement. Then suddenly, another voice rang out in the room.
Surprise!
Clove flinched at the shout. I don't recognize that voice. Wait, is it, what's his name? Oh, what's his name? What's the kid's name? Oh my god, I forget what the kid's name. Is it him? Wait, I don't remember what the kid's name is. Cove flinched at the shout, his shoulders shooting up to his ears. Laughter came from your sister as well as from the other side of the room. What's the kid's name? Derek? No. What? It's not Derek. Oh. It's, Shiloh. But I thought Shiloh didn't remember us. Your head whipped around just in time for you to see a familiar figure with freckled face and a purple cap springing up from behind the couch. Cove's mouth fell open, recognition immediately coming to him. Shiloh? Hi, Cove. Hi, Terra. Shiloh greeted the two of you so casually, like he'd been gone for 10 days rather than 10 years. But we saw him and he didn't remember us. But I thought you weren't the Shiloh we knew. The initial shock quickly wore off. You crossed your arms and leveled a look at the freckled face who had ditched you at the start of the summer. He treated you and Liz like complete strangers. Shiloh shifted nervously, angling the brim of his hat down as if to hide from your scrutiny. Liz tutted at your comment.
Rude.
Don't be rude, I'll explain. When we got home that day, I changed my mind about letting it go. Why did I have to? Social media exists, right? So I thought, why not try finding him and sending him a little reminder message? Luckily, there are only so many 17-year-old Shiloh Fields in the world. It wasn't that hard to do. Hearing Liz speak seemed to encourage Shiloh, who pulled himself together to face both you and your sister with a careful smile.
Sorry.
I'm really sorry about what happened. When you talked to me that first time, I was in the middle of a tour for a school trip. I couldn't get separated from the group and didn't expect anyone to want to be talking to me. I was so worried about getting back to everyone else, I didn't think too hard on what you were saying. But Lizzie's message showed up. Everything suddenly hit me. Lizzie, Terra, and Cove. You were the kids of Sunset Bird, back when I was a little kid. There was no way I could forget that, not for real. I do know all of you, and I'm so happy to get to see you again. Oh, I'm so glad. Okay, this is sweet. I have Lizzie to thank for that. My mom was already planning to take a short trip near here this summer.
Well,
If my mom could bring me along, Lizzie offered to pick me up and bring me the rest of the way here just so I could visit the neighborhood again. And that's why I decided to make it a big reveal instead of outright telling you two I got back in contact with Shiloh. Once again, she lifted a hand in the air, properly presenting the long-lost childhood friend you all shared. So, ta-da! You never could have planned seeing Shiloh that day. To think it would lead to this, you raised your hands and started clapping for Liz. Thank you, thank you. You've been a wonderful audience. Cove blinked slowly, still a little dazed by everything that was going on. Okay, I'm going to get some water. Don't disappear or anything. He padded off to the kitchen, no need for a chaperone. He knew where the cups were. Wow, you really surprised him, Lizzie. And Terra, too. Did you see her face when I appeared? Yes, I did. Oh, he still calls her Lizzie because the last time that they saw each other, she was going by Lizzie, which means that he missed the Elizabeth era. Oh, this is so, like, bittersweet. Liz patted the cushioned front of the couch. Make yourself comfortable. You don't have to keep hunkering down behind there anymore. With a laugh, Shiloh crossed around backside and took the seat, but maybe it was awkward being the only one sitting because he kept idly twiddling his fingers. You could hear him humming to himself, a nonsense tune with no real melody, something to keep his voice busy. Being here again could be more nerve-wracking for him than he let on. Cove's soft voice announced his return. He paused to drag the back of his hand across his mouth, wiping away the droplets of water lingering there. Hi, Shiloh. Welcome back. At Cove's confused greeting, Shiloh laughed cheerily. I think it's amazing you're all still here in the same neighborhood. It's just like how it was way back then. With a giggle that implied differently, Liz nodded in your general direction. There has been some changes since then. You narrowed your eyes at Liz. There was no way you could miss the teasing look she was fixing you and Cove with. Shiloh's eyes shifted across the group, still smiling politely, but there was a slight tilt to his eyebrows. He didn't know what to make of what she was saying, that is, until Cove cleared his throat and spoke. Terra and I are dating. It was fascinating how red he got as he said it, but his voice was steady, confident. By now, most people knew you were going out. Shiloh's eyes were as wide as saucers, mouth opening in a tiny O shape.
Congratulations!
The two of you seem to like each other even when we were kids. It's really sweet that you're together. Cove's got himself a keeper. Yeah, it was pretty inevitable we'd end up together. I wouldn't want to be with anyone else. You didn't falter as you said it. There was no one like Cove, no one who could replace who he was to you, what you had gone through together. He gave you an adoring smile, and the eyes that met yours were full of sincerity. He felt the same way. Shiloh sighed happily at the moment as Cove raised an eyebrow and gave the room a considering glance. Hey, this is where we met the first time, remember? Right after I moved in, me and Terra were brought down here. right here to have a play date with you. Shiloh laughed, his eyes downcast as he filled with the corner of his collared shirt. We met on the hill behind the house. What? The two of you ran away from the living room because Cove didn't want to meet me. You grimaced, remembering how Cove had gone straight to the window to escape the arranged meeting. You had gone with him when Shiloh had arrived. Cove cringed at the memory of his younger self being pushed back to the forefront of his mind. His mouth going tight, he awkwardly looked away from Shiloh. You have a good memory. Oh, I don't think so. Seeing this place again just brings lots of things back. He clapped his hands together, an idea suddenly coming to him. But hey, now that our group is together, would you want to go out and visit some of the old places? I've been hiding in the living room since I got here. Liz wasn't afraid to laugh at herself, bringing a hand to her chest to silently take the blame for that. I'd love to. Yeah. Without missing a beat, the others turned to you for your answer. Definitely. Sounds like fun. And with that, the four of you headed out into the neighborhood as one. Even with how short the time you spent indoors was, the sun was momentarily blinding once you left the house. Squinting, you brought your hand up to shield your eyes. The pleasant summer day had yet to go away. Only a few wispy clouds drifted along in the sky. As you strolled down the way, Liz took the lead, followed by you and Cove walking side by side. Shiloh freely took to walking in the middle of the road, his arms idly swinging back and forth at his side, as he turned his head every which way to take in as much as he could. It was very much a trip down memory lane for him. He wondered how much the neighborhood had changed in his eyes. Not a word passed between the group about where you were heading first, but soon enough you found yourself walking the usual path to the shopping street, whatever. Before you reached it, the sound of it did. A collective of sandals tracking sand, the shrill calls of seagulls, the overlapping conversations of beachgoers, and the random strains of music from various stalls. Wow! The odd gasp that came from Shiloh. His eyes were all lit up. Were there always so many different stores in one place?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Wow. I can see why so many people come here. Hey, do they still have those nice little ice cream stands? Yeah, that hasn't changed. Hey, we should get one. It'll be my treat. Thanks, Shiloh. Ice cream sounds perfect on such a hot day. How about you, Cove? You can see that, unlike Liz, Cove was struggling with the decision, brow wrinkled in thought. Finally, a hesitant smile appeared on his face as he settled on keeping the spirit of the special occasion. Yeah, sounds good to me. Awesome, and Terra? I'll buy one for me and one for you, Shiloh. It'll be just like old times.
Oh.
Alright, what? Shiloh's voice rose an octave, so taken off guard but that you would offer such a thing. You never let me do anything for you when we were kids. Now that you're here to visit, you gotta let me treat you for a change. Oh, that's really sweet. Red-faced Shiloh gave a helpless chuckle. Alright, I'd like it a lot if you paid for me. You were pleased to hear that. Shiloh was still his overly generous self, but not everything was the same. If it had been that time from when you were kids, the two of you might gone back and forth on this forever. Liz not so subtly sidled up to you, her shoulder bumping against yours with a smirk. What a goody two-shoes. You rolled your eyes at the childish insult, but you knew she didn't mean it. She was happy to see you getting along with Shiloh. I need to put a pillow on my back. My back hurts. Alright. Okay. The four of you continued to walk as ice cream plans were further discussed. Are you getting a popsicle, Lizzie? Yes. Hearing that, Shiloh smiled shyly. I thought you might still like that. I'm gonna get an ice cream cone. Shiloh began to turn towards Cove, but before he could ask, Cove offered up his choice. I'll get an ice cream sandwich. I'm gonna get a popsicle. Following in my footsteps, that's touching. You slowly shook your head at her, like you might at a petulant child. You were allowed to get whatever treat you wanted. You still like those? Cool. Yep. There was an ice cream stall further up the street across from a souvenir shop displaying postcards of the seaside and saltwater taffy in its windows. The stand itself was already hard to miss with its pastel pinks and blues and its eye-catching poster boards listing every individual flavor. It was impossible to ignore once the catchy little jingle playing from its speakers was added. Shiloh greeted the owner and began picking out the treats that everyone had chosen. He paid for the others, stepping aside to let you buy his as he handed the rest out to their respective owners. You picked out your choice too, and added that to your purchase. Sinking your teeth into your popsicle, you relished the sweet chill it left in your mouth. Liz was right. This was a perfect treat for a summer day. Around you, everyone was eating at their own pace. Liz held her popsicle away from herself, careful to not let it drip onto her dress. She was trying to go about eating it as delicately as she could, while Shiloh dug into his. He counted only 2 or 3 bites before Cove had devoured his sandwich. He just loves to do that. Shiloh laughed, also noticing the way Cove inhaled his food. It's already finished? Cove shrugged a little in reply, his attention more focused on crumbling up the sandwich wrapper in his hand. So what have you been doing around here since I've been gone? Well, I already told you about me attending college away from here, so I don't really live here anymore. But to be more specific on my life, I'm pursuing a degree in architecture. Shiloh pricked up at that, his mouth falling open in awe. Amazing.
Thanks.
Actually, I was thinking about it, and the first time I really decided I liked buildings and building them was when you and I would make sandcastles out on the beach.
Aw.
Lizzie. At such a sincere admission from your sister, all Shiloh could do was blush and lower his head, too flattered to know what else to say. Liz laughed, just as flustered though she had been the one to say it. Aw, the atmosphere was awkward, but not unpleasant. Shiloh shyly glanced over at you and Cove. Then, what about you two? What have you been up to?
Oh.
Me and Tara just graduated. High school, I mean. I've got a part-time job. I volunteer at this organization to clean up stuff, things like that. You nodded along with Cove. You felt there was 2 kinds of answers to these questions, a fun answer or an impressive answer. You didn't know which to give, so you were content to let Cove stand on its own. Charlotte just seemed happy to hear it. Being around him again was a little like picking up an old forgotten habit, clunky at first, but as the 4 of you talked, it started to come more naturally. And when one of you ran out of things to say, suddenly someone else remembered something new. Oh right, do you remember those mean, old, not actually grandparents that used to live in our neighborhood? Yeah, they were so mean. Well, they're not here anymore. Oh no. They're not spending summers here anymore. They're still alive. Oh, thank goodness. It helped that Shiloh was just as eager to hear what had gone on in his absence as people were to tell him. Soon enough, everyone threw out what trash they had in a nearby garbage can as your group made their way down to the beach. Going down to the shore inevitably led to a certain spot. It didn't take very long for Shiloh to recognize what was in the distance. His words trailed off in the middle of the sentence, his footsteps faltering at first. Then all at once, he broke away from the group and dashed right into the old park, giggling as he ran. Oh, everything's so small. His laughter petered out as he came to a stop by the swings and grabbed hold of one of the support poles. He walked in a little circle around it, marveling at how easily his hand wrapped around its entirety. Emboldened by Shiloh's enthusiasm, Liz plopped herself down on one of the swing sets, only to instantly show an expression of regret. There was no way she was comfortable in that tiny seat so low to the ground, not with how she had to scrunch up her legs to fit there. Shiloh creeped up behind her. He took hold of the chains of her swing, one in each hand.
Seriously?
What are you doing? And with a grin, Shiloh started walking back. Liz shifted in her seat to look at him. You cannot be trying to push me. These are made for kids. It's never gonna work. But Shiloh just hummed and kept pulling her back. Resigning herself to her fate, Liz tucked her legs up as much as possible as Shiloh moved his hands to her back. With a running start, he got her forward and up as far as he could go before jumping out of the way. Liz had her eyes shut, a screech escaping her as the swing started falling backwards, and when it swung back, there was Shiloh again to push her. She couldn't kick the ground like you were kids. Her legs were too long for that now, but Shiloh was pushing her enough to keep the momentum going. The air was filled with their wild laughter and the almost rhythmic jingle of the swing chains. Cove sat against the bars of the jungle gym, wearing a bent smile as he watched them. He was fiddling with something, turning it over and over in his hands. When you craned your neck to get a better view, he obligingly, lifted it for you to see. It was a piece of shell, one side rough and molted gray, the other side completely smooth, revealing a faint blue sheen when it caught the light. I saw it on the beach. It's nice, isn't it? It's a good one. No, I meant Shiloh. He seems more confident than I remember. I think so too. He and Liz look closer than they did as kids. Cove nodded, leaning back to enjoy the breeze blowing in from the sea. Soon your sister began to speak out. All right, I'm ready to get off now. How do you stop this? Don't worry. Shiloh braced himself, one foot planted forward as the swing started coming back down. In one quick motion, he reached up and caught the chain again. The impact had his feet skidding back in the sand, but he kept his stance steady. If Liz wasn't surprised at suddenly being brought to a halt, she didn't show it, only tilting her head up to smile at him. Shiloh had yet to catch his breath, though he returned the smile just as brightly. This is cute. He let go of the chains, walking around the swing set and briefly rubbing his hands together before offering one to Liz, which she graciously accepted, needing the help to get out of the tiny seat. The two of them made their way back over to Ewing Cove. Liz was looking more ruffled than usual, and her sun hat was off kilter, having held on for dear life for the entire ride. She took a moment to straighten her outfit back into place. That looked like fun. It's so cute. They're so cute. It was. Even though you were just pushing me on the swings. Yep, that was the fun part. Huh. Hey, Shiloh. You got an idea of what our lives have been like since you've been gone, but I've been wondering what's happened to you after you moved away. Shiloh's eyes went wide, as if it was surprising to hear. You couldn't recall him talking about himself when you were all telling stories, but maybe he hadn't been able to find the right timing. He brought his hand to his chin, tapping it thoughtfully as he looked up and to the side. Well, what happened was my mom decided to move back to the south, closer to where I was born. We stayed there for a few years until she got another job offer in California again, thanks to a connection she had here. It was a really good job at a private boarding school, so she decided to take it. With a wide grin, he said the next part. And as a bonus, her kid, me, gets to attend the school and live in the dorms for free. I've been there since my second year of middle school. Pretty soon I'm going to start my last year of high school. Liz leaned towards him with an attentive smile on her face. Have you been doing well there? Getting good grades? Got any friends? At the list of questions, Shiloh held his hands in front of himself as if they were physical things he could stave off. Yes, to everything. It can be a little hard sometimes because of how people are in that school, but I'm happy. How people are? Cove couldn't guess what that meant, but Liz folded her arms, scowling. Don't tell me there's more people like that Nate guy hanging around. Shiloh rubbed at his cheek, laughing nervously. He glanced from the bars of the jungle gym to the laces of his shoes to the trees swaying in the distance, unsure of where to rest his gaze. Not exactly. Nate doesn't mean to be mean. He just kind of is. He's the school's #1 performer for athletics and academics. He always takes on so much responsibility that the only possible way he can finish it all is if absolutely nothing goes wrong. But that's impossible, so he's always stressed and ready to snap. He can't handle it when someone seems to be causing a problem. That's why during the field trip he was upset when I went off on my own like that. Still, he's really smart and reliable and sensitive, but he cares a lot. Most of the time, he doesn't even realize that his way with dealing with stuff upsets other people. Cove had a patient smile on his face, listening earnestly as Shiloh rattled off his list of Nate's good traits. You know him pretty well. Are you actually friends? Well, not exactly. Me and Nate are in the same after-school group. About once a month, me, 6 other students, and a supervisor get together to talk. We did it all of last year, and I think next year we're going to be in the same group again. I hope so. You didn't comment on it. Personally, I still appreciate having a word with Nate about his communication skills. Her tone of voice was low and pointed. You'd be worried for Nate if not for the playful smile that accompanied her words. Shiloh let out a little laugh at that. I do have Nate's number, but he wouldn't pick it. The people in my group only answer when they feel like hearing from me, so I would have to wait. So I'd have to wait for them to call. Either that, or they'd never even consider answering my calls, or calling me, or talking to me at all unless the supervisor forces them to. That is sad. It was such a bleak description of his dynamic with his group, but he didn't seem to realize it until he glanced up and saw the concerned looks on everyone's faces. His smile fell. He hastened to add one more thing. Well, except for one who'll always answer for sure. Oh? She immediately perked up.
Really?
So that's a friend of yours? He hesitated to answer, but Cove picked up on that. Not exactly. Yeah, I'd like to be friends, though. All right. Liz crossed her arms together once more, grim-faced like she was a commander of a ship about to lead her little crew into battle. You should call them, right now. What? If you want to be friends with them, I can help. If you're going to be in the same group again, then you should at least try to get along. No, I couldn't. He quickly grew flustered, his tongue stumbling over his sentences. I don't want to be a bother. Liz, what are we going to do? Watch him while he talks to someone on the phone? No, Cove. Shiloh. The last syllable of Shiloh's name trailing off into nothing. It soon became clear that Liz was not fully thought out the plan yet, but she wouldn't be Liz if she stopped there. Shiloh could put them on a video call, and we could all talk together, of course. She clapped her hands together, a wide smile on her face that didn't leave room for dissenting opinions.
All right.
It's a good idea. It'll work. You had no words for that. Cove gave a long-suffering sigh at Liz's suggestion. Come on, Shiloh. We'll just talk to them, say that we're your friends from out of town. The worst that could happen is nothing changes. But once they have more chances to talk to you, I know they'll be convinced to be better friends. It's going to turn out okay. Shiloh stalled to answer, but his hand was already hovering over one of the pockets of his pants. All right, we can talk. Yes! Liz clenched a hand into a fist, cheering as Shiloh officially reached into a pocket and pulled out his phone. You noticed it was the same type of model of your own, but his had a red case around it. The screen lit up, and Shiloh requested a video call with some number in his contacts. None of them on the list had names. He must remember what number belongs to what person. He inched closer to the three of you so everyone could hear better. Vaguely, you wondered how this looked from the outside. 4 teenagers on the verge of adulthood hanging out in an old playground, all huddled around a single phone. Strange? Suspicious? The ringing on the phone broke you out of your musings. You kept your eyes on it, your heart speeding at the end of each dial, thinking, could this be it? Only to have another startup. It had been ringing for a while when you started to think of what Cove said, about all of you watching as Shiloh talked on the phone. Maybe even that wouldn't happen. Shiloh could sense the awkwardness in the air, smiling to try to dispel it. This is normal, don't worry. Just as he said it, the call ended, not even going to voicemail. Shiloh clicked to redial. Oh, this feels bad. This feels real bad. He never answers on the first call. He always does on the second. That's how he is, at least with most people. There are exceptions. You, Liz, and Cove furtively shared ambiguous looks, none of you wanting to accidentally discourage Shiloh. Then you focused on the phone again as it started to ring once more. The jingling suddenly cut off in the middle, followed by the faint sound of white noise. With a big smile and flushed cheeks, Shiloh brought the phone up to his face. A voice, low and groggy, came rasping out of the speakers. Hello? Shiloh, on the other hand, was much more chipper.
Hi.
I'm visiting a town I used to live in when I was little, and I wanted to introduce my group mates to the people I knew back then. Some of them already met Nate. Can you say hey to them too? And with that rushed introduction, Shiloh stuck the phone out towards Cove, gesturing for him to greet the person on the other end. Although Cove hadn't been on board in the beginning, the only indication of that now was the lopsided tilt to his smile. He turned his gaze down to the screen, opening his mouth to speak, only to stutter to a complete stop. Huh? All Cove could do was sputter and gape at the screen. His reaction had Shiloh's brow crinkling in worry. What? Shiloh's groupmate didn't sound particularly impressed with how this conversation was going so far. Shiloh frowned, retracting his arm away from Cove. As he did, the screen tilted towards you and caught a glimpse of what was on the screen. No! No way! It's Jeremy! No way! His hair looks good! He doesn't have a bowl cut anymore! Oh my god, wait! No fucking way! Light green hair, sharp orange eyes shadowed with bags, and icy pale skin, all tied together to make up the scowling face of a person who clearly had no desire to be here. You knew him. A flood of memories arose, flashes on that one summer years ago at this very same park. You holding an arrangement of fruit, Derek and Cove at your side, and that kid, mean as a tiny chihuahua, snapping at everyone who dare came close. The bowl cut kid! Huh? Cove still couldn't take his eyes off the phone. He spoke now in a very small voice, almost a squeak. Jeremy? Yeah? His reply was mildly annoyed at this point. How did you know his name was Jeremy? You didn't tell them? No, I only called you someone from my group at school. What happened to Jeremy? Jeremy looks great. And the voice is great. Ooh, Jeremy! Jeremy regarded Cove cautiously for the first time, giving the situation a little of his focus. Cove bristled, sucking in a long, deep, dramatic breath.
Oh my god.
And all at once he started shouting, and not just with his voice. He waved his arms around, gesturing wildly with his hands as he repeatedly yelled, "Oh my god," with all sorts of inflections. Oh my god, oh my god! At these antics, Jeremy gave a short huff of a sigh through his teeth, the sound tinny over the phone speakers. What is this, Shiloh? Are you trying to make me suffer? Are you still mad about what happened at the amusement park? I was on your side, you know. Liz, who had entirely lost this whole time, finally spoke up.
Huh?
What happened at the amusement park? But no one paid that question anymore, and I also want to know. I don't know what's going on. Have you met each other before? Nope. It was an immediate reply from Jeremy, but then those stinging eyes squinted. Wait. There was a flash of recognition there as he leaned his head forward and scrutinized the both of you. His already wide frown somehow found a way to grow deeper at his realization.
Oh, it's you people.
Again. Ah! He looked from Shiloh to Cove and then to you. You could tell he was carefully putting his thoughts together.
Sorry.
I had no idea how you people got in contact with me or what Shiloh has to do with this, but sorry. What? Jeremy sighed again. His gaze rolled over to Cove. I don't remember exactly what I did or what I said, but I do know that I was like what I was like as a kid, and really that's all I need to know. Oh, saying sorry? Well, okay, but who's that apology for? It better be for me and Terra. He spoke sternly, though there was no hiding the shakiness present. That didn't matter. Cove coming to your defense by confronting Jeremy brought a warm smile to your face. Jeremy, on the other hand, continued to be unimpressed. The corner of his lip twitched. I didn't need to know what the teenage guy equivalent of a smooshy squeak is, but now I do. Thanks for that. A small offended noise escaped Cove. Unfortunately, it was also squeaky sounding. His face immediately burned red with embarrassment. That's my squeaky toy you're talking about. Hey! Taking a small step forward, your hands instinctively curled into fist. You couldn't believe at the first chance he got, Jeremy insulted Cove again. Glancing at Cove to silently ask, "Can you believe this?" You noticed a tiny smile on his face at your offensive on his behalf. Jeremy didn't react at all. He continued watching the four people on the other end of this unwanted call lackadaisically.
Whatever.
The apology is for whoever. Anyone who had to deal with me back then. They weren't having a good time. He shrugged. Jeremy's focus cycled from you to Cove and back again. I kind of remember what happened, I think. You were sensitive and you didn't have much patience for me. That makes sense. Jeremy tilted his head Cove's way and then yours respectfully. Amazed, Cove took a few processing moments before he could respond and blinked and rubbed the back of his neck. Oh, thanks? I mean, it's no problem. Okay then. This was too weird for you. Silently, you wondered what the statistical odds were for you. Cove, Shiloh, and Jeremy meeting again like this. Whatever. Following Cove's eyes, you watched it dart from Shiloh to Jeremy, openly wondering what had happened to Jeremy over these past few years. So, you're nice now?
Nope.
Nope. I don't throw tantrums or pick fights anymore, but I'm not nice. Jeremy shook his head in disbelief. That squeaky toy comment wasn't a compliment, you know. I don't have the energy to get angrily worked up like I used to as a kid. It's all pointless anyway. Now I'm just miserable. Okay, so he's so emo. His tone was even grumblier than usual and dragged the syllables out on the last word for extra emphasis. Oh. An awkward laugh escaped Shiloh, then his mouth pulled into a demure smile. Don't let what Jeremy says about himself get you down. He's got people who care about him and make sure he's okay. Like me. Don't listen to Shiloh. I'm still not over the fact that the two of you know each other. That got a snort out of Jeremy. Me either. Okay, seriously, how long am I meant to be out of the loop here? Her expression twisted in frustration, and Liz rubbed her right temple. Why am I the only one who doesn't know this kid? Shiloh goes to school with him, that's fine, but how the two of you meet him and I didn't? You tried to explain. You were there, I think. He was around town one summer, maybe 5 years ago. Is that all? Well, Liz seemed a bit underwhelmed. Shiloh appeared to be utterly amazed. You had to hold back a small laugh.
Really?
You knew Jeremy as a little kid? What was he like? I've only known him for a year and a half. Well, his voice immediately hushed into nothing. You could see Cove wince just thinking of on those past encounters. Actually, Cove does a good Jeremy impression. Why didn't you do that instead? Oh, you got an impression of me, huh? Cove's body stiffened in fear. Jamie leaned for him just a bit. Sure, go ahead, do it. Jamie spoke dispassionately, but it somewhat felt like a dare.
Yeah.
That'd be great. Cove shifted nervously on his feet and took a deep breath in and out to calm himself. Okay, I can do it. This is funny. Yay! Amused, you watched as Cove closed his eyes and recalled the memory. His brow was furrowed and his mouth pulled into a harsh frown. Ugh, everyone is so dumb. There's not a single good thing in the world, and everything bad that happens is targeting me personally. I hate people, and phone calls are stupid. Why does anyone have to talk to me? Going on vacation is torture. You couldn't help yourself joining in. The shrill tone of your voice broke Cove into a fit of laughter. Jamie's expression didn't give away a single sign of what he might have been thinking. He stared blankly for the duration of it all. Yeah, that sounds about right.
That would be awkward.
I could probably try to do an impression of what I remember you being like back then, but it doesn't seem like you've changed much. I don't want to make you cry. That would be awkward. You felt Cove bristling next to you as Jeremy spoke so matter-of-factly. It was hard to tell if he meant it to be rude or was just making an honest assessment of Cove. Either way, you could tell that your neighbor was taken aback by how Jeremy quickly turned the tables on him. At that confirmation, Shiloh burst into uncontrolled laughter. Even when he calmed moments later, gasping for breath, there was still a wide grin plastered on his face. I can't even imagine Jeremy being like that. I can't imagine him not being like that. They both chuckled again. Cove's mouth pulled into a bent smile. I mean, Jeremy hasn't made fun of my eyebrows once this whole conversation. Unbelievable. Huh. Jeremy blinked and focused all of his attention onto Cove. His eyes unmistakably narrowed in on the eyebrows. He didn't say anything at first, and then his words came out in a mumble. That makes sense. I guess insulting eyebrows was just what I did as a kid. What does that mean? What do you think it means? You weren't the only kid in the world with bad eyebrows, and you're not the only one I picked on for it.
Seriously?
I wasn't? You couldn't help yourself, could you? Nope. Wow, so what made their eyebrows bad? Are you curious if yours are better by terrible eyebrow standards at least? No.
Sigh.
Sigh. Incredulously, Cove looked from Jeremy to you, then back to him again. You had to question if you heard that right. He spoke the word sigh instead of actually sighing. Noticing the reaction, Jeremy sighed for real, but he continued on to answer Cove's question. The guy had particularly odd coloring, white hair but only on the top of his head. Every other strand on his body was dark brown, including his immensely bushy eyebrows. He was born that way. It's not dyed. So you were scarred. So you were the scarred boy with the dumb wavy eyebrows, and he was the white-haired boy with the stupid caterpillar eyebrows. Who's boy and stupid caterpillar eyebrows? Who's he talking about? Unexpectedly, a loud gasp came from Shiloh at that description. No, you picked on Prawn for his eyebrows? I did. I'm sure you would find that hilarious. No, that's not very funny. So he said, but Shiloh was smothering laughter. The unconvinced note in Jeremy's voice didn't surprise you. Okay, wait, give me a second. Let me just... Jeremy rolled his eyes in the slowest, most exaggerated way possible. He made a complete circle. He spoke thoughtfully while Shiloh broke into a fit of giggles. There. Who's Pran? Shiloh knows him too?
Well,
Jeremy and Pran have known each other for a long time. They managed to go to the same boarding school later on. I met them both there in the spring of last year. We're all group mates. Jeremy's gaze slid away from Shiloh. He looked somewhere between you and Cove. Pran and I met about 4.5 years ago, back when I was still an intolerable brat and Pran was meek. You can only imagine how amazing that combination was. Yeah, it must make those groups meetings awkward. Nope, somehow, someway, for some reason, Pran chose to stubbornly stick with me for as long as we've known each other. He's my best friend. What? It's surprising, I know. I have a best friend, and it's the caterpillar brow guy of all people. But I guess things balanced out in the end. Pran's timid nature is good and dead. He grew up to be colder than even me. I'm mopey and he's broody. A perfect match. 2 peas and a ruining everyone's life pod.
Gross.
Don't quote Everett. Cove whined after Jeremy snapped his last remark. Now who's Everett? You don't want to know. Yeah, you don't want to know. Shiloh hummed and he watched his 3 old friends with an amused smile. He was having fun. Before you could say anything, Jeremy continued. Everett is also a part of the group, unfortunately. But he chose not to elaborate further than that. Liz sighed this time. You could feel her frustration. You couldn't blame her for that. She hadn't been able to participate much at all. She didn't know Jeremy then, so there was no basis for reminiscing now, and there was a 10-year gap in her history with Shiloh. The whole situation struck an odd chord with you. Two boys that you knew separately came to know each other, and now they knew each other much better than they know any of you. Shiloh was almost a stranger. You felt down. Well, on the surface it was fun. At the end of the day, you didn't know either of them. It was uncomfortable letting reality sink in. Shiloh was almost a stranger to you. Turning to the three of you, Shiloh smiled apologetically. You wondered if he was picking up on how in the dark you, Liz, and Cove were feeling. He was perceptive when he wanted to be. At least that's how you remembered Shiloh. Who knew what he was like now? Hey, is there anything you want to hear about Jeremy? I can tell you all about him. We should get to know each other better. Don't do that. It'll be okay. Jeremy whined, but Shiloh brushed his complaints off. He remained happily focused on the rest of you, and Liz seemed to perk up at the conversation shift. That sounds great. We should get to know Jeremy. I don't want to get to know Jeremy. So, who wants to go first? Despite being eager, it was obvious that Liz didn't have any ideas herself. Jeremy let out a long sigh. Can I get his number? I've got to see what that's going to do. Can I get his number? Why? Sure. Oh, okay. Why do I? That's so funny. Is he single? Oh, he's dating someone. That's cute. What happened to his bowl cut and glasses? He had a bowl cut? That sent Shiloh into a fit of laughter, while Jeremy shook his head disapprovingly. Through chuckles, Shiloh continued with his best guess. His mom and dad probably decided that back then, and now he picked, or they developed new tastes over the years. As for his glasses, Jeremy wears contacts at school and when he's out and about, but he still wears glasses when he's home or working part-time at his parents' hobby shop. So we could just ask all the things. Okay. What did happen at the amusement park? I don't actually know. I can only think of one time when we were both there. I'm not sure what part he's talking about. As far as I could tell, I didn't do anything to upset him, and I know he didn't do anything to me. That's what you're going with, Shiloh? Jeremy, what happened? I'm not going to tell you. It's humiliating, and Shiloh knows. I'm not going to say anything. It's why he won't explain either. For several quiet moments, everyone stared at Shiloh and Jeremy in confusion. Shiloh had a similar look on his face before averting his eyes. Sorry, I can't help you with this one, Terra. What are his parents like? They're nice and optimistic. They work really hard, but they could be smothering, sort of, and usually embarrass Jeremy. Jeremy seemed unenthused by Shiloh's answer. Does he have any siblings? Only child, and he doesn't have pets either. Although Pran spends almost no time with his own family and a lot with Jeremy's, it's almost like a sibling relationship, I think. Don't bring Pran into this awful thing. Okay. So when do we get hugs? What do you mean when you get hugs? Does he have any hobbies? Reading and crafty handiwork type of stuff. Oh, and archery. Jeremy is really talented. Seriously, that's really cool. Jeremy scoffed at the compliments. He clearly wanted to move on from the conversation. It's his full name. Jeremy Marion King. Isn't that neat? Why do you even want to know that? Are you planning on stealing my identity? That got a laugh out of you. Jeremy sighed. You can have it. Okay. Let's ask all these questions. When's his birthday? May 4th. He's a Taurus. Harry refused to comment on that. Instead, he rolled his eyes. Why do we get all of this information? Is he doing well in school? Yeah, Nate is still doing the best, but Jeremy's get respectable scores. Or unless by doing well you mean by ask if he's having a good time or making friends, well, in that case, no, he's not. You weren't sure how to respond to that at all. Glancing back at Jeremy, he rolled his eyes. How tall is he? 5'5". He's kind of short. Can I get his number? And then is he single? Jeremy isn't in anything official, but he does have someone he goes on dates with from time to time. You call that dating? I call it punishment for all my wrongdoings in this life. Cove scrunched his face and glanced at you like he wasn't sure he heard Jeremy correctly. Shiloh smiled understandingly. It's complicated. She makes him happy against his will. How unfortunate? Shiloh started chuckling again. Jeremy, on the other hand, let out a sigh, clearly done with the current topic. That's everything I can think of. Cove, do you have any questions for Jeremy? Stunned, it took Cove a moment to recover from being put on the spot. But ultimately, his eyes shifted from Shiloh's and locked with Jeremy's. They remained like that long enough that it was as if they could speak telepathically. Yeah, I have a question, but Shiloh can't answer. Fine, ask me, and let's get it over with. What do you think of me? Even if you don't think I'm tough or something, do you still feel like I'm stupid and wrong about everything? A crack formed in Jeremy's lackadaisical expression. His barely open eyes lifted a little more, but he still spoke flatly. My opinion on stuff is basically the least important thing you could ever worry about. It's pointless. Well, I'm still asking, so? Cove, right? That's your name? Cove nodded, with a tint of pink in his cheeks as he bashfully rubbed his arm. Okay, Cove. You seem like a guy who cares a lot about things that don't matter. It sounds pretty dumb to me. I grew that years ago. And being as soft as you act, it isn't something that I would ever do, basically. But you know what the absolute dumbest thing really is? Cove shook his head with creased eyebrows. He then leaned forward just a bit, like he couldn't risk not hearing what revelation Jeremy was going to bestow on him. Making yourself miserable if you don't have to be. Oh. If you and the rest of the people here have a way to enjoy existence, then you should go ahead and do that. Stay gentle and happy, dumb eyebrow guy.
You have my approval.
If that's
what you wanted.
I hope you all have wonderful lives and suffer as little as possible. Oh, that's actually really nice. Wow. The words tumbled out softly. Cove was earnestly amazed by Jeremy's words.
Thank you.
And you know what's not gonna make you stay happy? What? Talking to a downer like me. So really, you should end this conversation right now, and none of you should ever call me again for the rest of your lives. That sounds great. Can I hang up already? Oh, wait, Jeremy, I can never call you again? Shut up, Shiloh. Unfazed, Shiloh laughed with a tilt of his head. Building something good up only to try undercutting it. That's the Jeremy I know.
Sorry.
He smiled! It's a smirk, whatever. Close enough. The words dripped with sarcasm and was accompanied by a smirk. It was the first time you saw him smile this entire time. Cove piped up meekly, an awkward smile on his own on his face. Maybe my opinion is totally skewed because I'm carrying things now to how Jeremy used to be, but I mean, you don't seem that bad. What? Cove needed to look away from Jeremy, painfully sharp eyes to finish his thought.
I mean,
I'd probably be okay with talking to you again. Sigh, come on, you can have standards. Yeah, Cove, he's pretty cute. I gotta try that out. Yeah, Cove, he's pretty cute. Please tell me you're making fun of me. Nope, I mean it. Oh, he's blushing. He groaned loudly at the affection, but there was a little blush involuntarily appearing on his face. Liz clapped her hands. Wonderful.
Good.
Now that we're so much closer to this Jeremy kid, I think we can all get along together and be friends. Friends? Jeremy repeated the word back like it was a foreign phrase. He genuinely didn't seem to understand. That's right. If we keep working on it, I don't see why the five of us can't be friends. He stared at Liz incredulously for several moments. Her expression twisted into fresh confusion of her own. Okay, 3 things. First, I already have one whole friend, and that's more than enough. Second, I still don't know who you are. Did you even say your name at any point? And most importantly, third, one of the people in this friendship is Shiloh Fields, and he and I aren't going to be friends. Why not? And I'm Liz, by the way, because he's Shiloh. Our relationship is already as good as it's ever going to be. He mercifully leaves me be most of the time, and on the weird occasion where he needs something, I just get it over with. He mercifully leaves me be most of the time, and on the weird occasion where he needs something, I just get it over with. And then he goes away again, and I have a modicum of peace. You know how it works, right? You're in it with me. We have the best arrangement possible the way it is. Jeremy looked to Shiloh seriously to back up the validity of their relationship, but Shiloh shook his head with a laugh. I'm not trying to hang out around too much, but that's because you're shy. You're the only one who thinks that setup is actually a good idea. Sorry. Jeremy turned his face to the side and let out an exaggerated sigh. Cove and Liz both joined on Shiloh's mirth. Jeremy got no support. Sigh. Of course you'd say that. Why did I even bother? That's Shiloh's famous memory for you. Liz, chuckling, stopped. Wait, what does that mean, Shiloh's famous memory? What? Oh, whatever. Basically, Shiloh annoyingly remembers everything that happens for all eternity. At least until some piece of info he has isn't helpful anymore, or he's got explaining to do, then magically, all of a sudden, he doesn't know anything about it. His boldly inconsistent recollection of situations is pretty much a running joke. It's Shiloh's shtick. One of them, anyway. A scowl dug in Liz's face as Jeremy spoke. Cove lost his smile, seeing her reaction. Shiloh remained silent, but his childlike eyes locked on your sister. Jeremy began to shrink away from the screen at the changing atmosphere. He broke eye contact with everyone. I'm guessing he didn't mention that.
No.
He didn't. Instead, he forgot something to you? I do recall him saying a little thing like that. Sorry. But, well, apparently you had the pleasure of meeting Nate. You know me, and I talked about Pran and, Everett too. We're all in the unbearable group, and we're all unbearable people. What an amazing coincidence, huh? What we're about is kind of hard to hide. I'm gonna go now. I don't want to fifth wheel to your own little group. You three people have a good day, I guess. And Shiloh, I'll see you back at school. Bye. Jeremy promptly ended the call. Just as people had begun to warm up to him, he accidentally found a new way to ice the mood again. Shiloh, now averting his own gaze, put his phone away and chuckled.
So...
I know that Jeremy didn't think highly of me, but it's even worse than I thought. That's really sad. Shiloh. Her firm tone immediately brought Shiloh's focus back to her. When she got his attention, however, Liz's voice became small. When we first met you in the city, did you know who we were? Did you pretend not to recognize us? The two old friends watched each other for a beat, but ultimately Shiloh closed his eyes with a lopsided smile. Aw, Lizzie, you gotta know I could never really forget you. Liz was speechless, but it wasn't quiet. Cove couldn't stop himself from shouting out. Oh my god, you were lying to them? Lying is a strong word. I was, improvising. That was cruel, Shiloh. Frowning, you crossed your arms and waited. He'd hurt your feelings, and he continued to hurt you by not even acknowledging that you spoke. Go home, Shiloh, or go to my house and wait there until we can send you home.
All right.
With that, his shoulders dipped and head low, Shiloh obediently left the park alone. After disappearing up the road, Liz sat her butt down right on the sand, with no concern of how dirty her dress might get this time. I don't even know what to do. I want to talk to Shiloh, but I also, I want to talk to Shiloh. Watch Liz, I'll be back.
What?
You didn't give an explanation, just shot out of the park after Shiloh. You caught up with him in your neighborhood street. He must have noticed your footsteps because he was standing still in the middle of the road waiting. You couldn't read his expression, and he didn't say anything. I want to talk. He smiled while fiddling with the rim of his hat. Be a little later. Thanks for trying. What? And that was that. He turned his back on you, continuing his walk of shame. He wanted to wait, like Liz asked. Even after all this time, he listened to her. There was nothing you could do. You left him there to rejoin the others at the park. Cove seemed concerned for you when you arrived, but you quickly reassured him when he sat down. He nodded to give you space by your sister. She hadn't moved from where you first left her. However, your presence caused her to stir. You can go. We're done. Cove shared an unsure look with you. She wanted to be alone, but this wasn't the time for that. We're not going anywhere. Accepting that you were going to be here for this, she let out a groan. At the same time, Liz pulled the sides of her hat down, gripping it tightly in frustration. I can't believe he pretended he didn't know us. Since when was Shiloh too good to catch up with acquaintances? It's infuriating. Am I an idiot for thinking we could talk? You wrapped your arms around her. You wiggled closer and pulled your big sister into a hug from the side. You continued to hold on even when she didn't let go of her hat. Shiloh lied to us, and that's not your fault. Seriously, he's a tool.
Fine.
I know. I shouldn't care. It doesn't matter if one person doesn't want to be my bestie. He's not the greatest man on earth. I'll be fine. But I brought him here all the way from the other side of the state, and I don't even know why he did any of this. Liz finally removed her hands from the brim of her hat in order to rub her temples instead. It blows. Cove snorted some nervous laughter at her unexpected phrasing. She didn't mind it. I bet he's intimidated by successful
Thank
women.
you.
Thanks, baby sister. She squished you tight and rocked you back and forth in a dramatic hug. You let out a Cove-like squeak. I love you. I love you too. And what is family for? Well, I thought it'd be for hogging the phone while growing up, but this works. She released you with a shaky, self-impressed laugh. Oh, and thank you too, Cove, for being around. We're going to officially be family one day, right? She shot him a wry smile and he tensed up, face going red. He was willing to take her teasing if it made her feel better. Don't mention it. Good, good. Liz rested her eyes after those last couple words. It eased your heart to see her feel better. Cove let out a soft sigh of relief. Hey. Cove then brought his face close to yours so he could speak in a whisper.
Are you okay?
I know Liz was his best friend, but you knew him too. And you were there when you did his whole pretend improvisation act. I don't know how to feel. That makes sense. I feel like he doesn't deserve to be gone for 10 years and suddenly mess with everyone's emotions. Cove ended his checkup by reaching over to pat you on the shoulder reassuringly. Your longtime neighborhood group sat together quietly in the sand, just enjoying the feeling of familiarity and support. You weren't entirely sure how much time passed, but you were eventually caught off guard by a soft call in the distance. In unison, the three of you turned your heads to the sound, and there, standing at the edge of the playground, was Shiloh himself. He waved. You moved in front of Liz protectively. You didn't want him to hurt your sister again. Why would he think it was okay to come back here after everything? It's a good thing your name is Fields, because I'm going to put you in the ground. I will punch you in the face. I feel like that's an exaggeration. Do you have something to say? What's that? I couldn't hear you all the way from over here, but don't get up on my account. I'll come to you. No. You knew he heard what you said. Shiloh approached with easy steps as if he had been welcome. You were floored with how much confidence or shamelessness the boy was apparently capable of now. Liz turned her face and refused to acknowledge what was happening. She might have been trying to think happy thoughts and wish Shiloh's presence away. Unfortunately, it didn't work. When Shiloh arrived, he plopped down in the sand with the rest of you, his legs crisscrossed. This? I almost said a word I cannot even say on here. Leave. Seriously, get lost. I will in just a minute. What do you want now? Well, I figured you want to talk to me after you had some space. I had to let you do that, even if you're going to yell at me. Liz finally faced him to be free to snap at Shiloh with full force. And why in the world would you think that? Unfazed, Shiloh looked back at her softly. You haven't changed that much, Lizzie. You're the one who found me on land when I brushed you off earlier this summer. When have you ever preferred leaving something unresolved in the end? You didn't even get a chance to make me explain why I did it. I bet you're dying to do that. Liz ground her teeth, quietly fuming. Shiloh had called it right, and that sucked for her. Fine, I'll bite. Give me your excuses.
Well,
Mostly, it was really bad timing. I could have handled it a lot better if I had known I was going to see you that day, and if there wasn't a self-appointed hall monitor dutifully watching every move people made. And a hi, good to see you, gotta go, was simply too much for your little heart to manage. Of course, the goal was to keep as much distance as possible. Admitting I was the guy you knew wouldn't have been helpful. So you can't stand us, and me trying to reconnect was just a huge pain for you after all. Amazing, wonderful, thank you so much for saying so. No, that's not it. Don't feel bad though, you're almost never wrong. Your older sister's brow twitched as she stared at Shiloh in tired disbelief. He smiled back at her brightly. I did it so this wouldn't happen. What? I dealt with that situation the way I always do, by saying stuff I didn't exactly mean because it was just easier that way. You heard, Jamie. It's what I'm known for. Sure, right now you're mad that I pretended not to remember you, but if I hadn't done that, it would have been something else later on, and we'd have to end up here still. Liz's anger became more and more difficult for her to maintain. It was soon replaced with sad confusion. Then don't do it again. Don't be like that. Why not be someone you're actually okay showing me? Shiloh chuckled uncomfortably and searched for a way to explain himself to his former idol. I wouldn't have made you sad if I could have avoided it. I mean that. I thought I could at least finish this visit without issues. Jeremy wasn't someone I expected to call me out. That's pointless to him usually. But I'm not going to be someone whose personality revolves around making you happy. No matter how much I follow others, it wasn't for them. Every decision was mine. I couldn't be in charge, so being a sidekick to the best option was something I did for my sake. I chose to let people be the boss when it was what I needed, and I chose where to stop it. And the best I can do for you now is spare you from dealing with it. I'm not as earnest as you are. I'm not as nice as you are. I was always like that, even as a kid. Back then, I wanted to fit in, even if it meant excluding someone else. If they were the odd one out, that meant I wasn't. Finding my place here got harder when Cove moved in. It was a good thing for everybody that ended up moving myself soon after that. I knew it. I was sure you weren't being honest back then. At least I'm admitting it now. I knew that essentially how you were back then. I knew that's how essentially how you were back then. You were a scaredy cat who wanted someone to defend you. I simply imagined that in the past 10 years you grew out of that and learned how to speak to others like, I don't know, an actual grown-up human being. Well, in my defense, I'm not an adult yet. I won't be 18 until later this year in October 30th. You remembered. So did you, punk. Shiloh chuckled self-consciously as Liz smirked at him. There was an affable moment before she became serious again. I liked you when we were kids. I wanted to know you now. That's what upset me the most. The idea that maybe you only wanted to be rid of your old friends.
Aww.
You're too good to need someone like me in your life. That's the truth. I'm not worth the effort. Except for with unusual people who have odd taste. Then she straightened up in the sand, brushing her dress back out. That's an incredible, annoying thing to say. It's insane. You've only changed in stupid ways and stayed the same for the rest. That's fair. Is it? It means maybe I have unusual taste. You could have stuffed Shiloh's entire hat into his mouth with how wide he had opened it. Really? Well, as much as mother hen being compelled to look out for their chicks, no matter how useless they are, is unusual, I can't help it. You haven't changed that much after all, either. You're still Shiloh. You're painfully still Shiloh.
You're welcome.
I brought you here, and I'm not going to abandon you. It has to be someone's job to look out for and keep an eye on you. With her surety returning, she pulled herself up off the ground and glowered down at Shiloh with her arms folded. Now I do want an apology for everything done behind our backs when you could have opened with all of what you just said. You should have given us a real chance or stayed home. This stunt was rude to me and Terra and Cove too. As if bringing the baby chick comparison to life, Shiloh dutifully did as he was told. Sorry, Lizzie, Terra, Cove, everyone. I didn't want to cause problems or ruin the day. And you don't have to accept just because I'm saying it. Not everyone needs to like everyone. Alright then. You were kind of mean sometimes when we were kids, but I wasn't very nice to you either. All this recent stuff isn't really something to make about me, so I'm not going to hold on to it. I mean, as long as you're not going to keep upsetting people from now on. Thanks, Cove. I'll avoid doing that in the future. He then changed his focus to you. His expression was curious. He wanted to know your feelings landed on him. Were you pretending to have a good time with us today? No. It really was great to come back to the old neighborhood and see you three. I only guessed it would end badly, so I tried not to get into the situation in the first place. Terra, do you want to stay for what's left of the inning? You don't have to. As you got to your feet, you thought about it. I'm so confused on exactly what's happening right now. So he lied about knowing us, and that's why they're so angry. But the thing is, he's always, I tried to be his friend so much. I don't know. You did, and there's a reason for it. If Liz is looking out for Shiloh, someone has to look out for her. A sly grin went across your face. Shiloh jumped to his feet, straightening his cap on the landing. Lynn would be so proud. You didn't all leave. Cove rose as well, but with a groan. Another group mate? No, he's our group advisor. He's also friends with my mom. And if you're still wondering, that group is for people who have difficult to deal with attitudes. Jeremy and Nate being in it makes a lot of sense, huh? Shiloh spoke simply and finished his thought with a breezy grin. Liz sighed loudly, and then she smiled ruefully at him. Geez, Shiloh, you certainly made yourself other people's problems since leaving. Well, now you all know me better, too. Thanks for sharing. A small smirk appeared on her face as she watched Shiloh. You didn't fail to notice the hint of sarcasm in her voice. And thank you, Terra. Accompanied by a warm smile, Liz's tone was sincere. I can keep hanging out with everyone, too. Sheepish, Cove rubbed his arm. Liz's smile stretched into a grin at the news. Aw, thanks for sticking around. Well then, what now? The four of you stared at each other in silence until Shiloh tentatively made a suggestion. Would anyone want to build a sandcastle? That sounds ideal. Your oldest sister began to truly relax again, and you were glad to see it. Glancing at Cove, he nodded in agreement with Liz. Yeah, I like that idea too. It had been a long time since you last built a sandcastle together. You're already looking forward to burying your feet in the sand. Then we are all agreed. Come on, gang, let's go play at the beach. The sun was far across the sky when the four of you trailed down from the park to the shore in comfortable silence. It was hard not to think back on how familiar it all felt. You never thought of the four of you would ever be here together again. It wasn't long before you were sitting on the wet ground, busily pushing as much sand as possible into a lump. You all worked together quietly, but every so often a chuckle would drift through because of this castle's lopsided development. At one point, Cove stretched his legs out completely, and the incoming waves started reaching his toes. He initially was caught off guard and almost jumped into the castle, but ultimately didn't resist the water. After that, the group worked with purpose to finish before the ocean could tear it down. Though even still, Liz ended up taking time to be particular about the castle's rudimentary design. Shiloh, of course, backed up all her plans. Cove was a dissenting voice, wanting to keep things more laid back. Things got pretty boisterous. Being there and doing things with Cove, Liz, and Shiloh, it felt weirdly different, yet also weirdly the same.
So...
What happened with the amusement park? You were pretending not to know, weren't you? Both you and your sister glanced at Shiloh, still re-asking the question. Under the weight of all three of you taking a turn to ask it, Shiloh finally gave in. I might have an idea of what he meant.
So,
The thing is, there's someone we're both familiar with, and she asked Jeremy to the amusement park one time. He accepted, but just complained about it, so I suggested that me and her should go together. Jeremy also agreed that it'd be more fun to go around the park with me. That's what he meant when he said he was on my side. She still went with him, and now Jeremy is embarrassed to admit not that he was turned down, but that he was the preferred option then. It's hard to believe. Anyway, Jeremy could think what I'm mad I got passed over, but it doesn't matter if she said yes or no. All that counts is if she knows I'm totally there when she needs it, and she does. Sure, Shiloh, you're so reliable. I know, right? Okay, thanks for telling us.
You're welcome.
Absent-mindedly, you twisted your fingers in the sand and thought about everything Shiloh said today. It was still bothering you, but to some degree, it all felt better, kind of like closure. Not just with Shiloh, but also with Jeremy of all people, the old villain of that one summer from long ago. Just like old times, the four of you stayed on the beach until night fell, and the moon was high in the sky. Then the time came to say goodbye. Shiloh needed to get back to his mom, and back to where his life truly was now. The four of you walked up the neighborhood street as one, tired smiles covering the familiar faces around you. You could never have seen where the days were heading when it started. However, you appreciated the opportunities it brought you in the end. After that, Shiloh disappeared from Sunset Bird once again, though this time it wasn't heartbreaking or hard to understand. This time it was just another part of life, and it helped that Liz had her own phone and laptop and could easily check in on him from time to time. That was nice too. And we finished the last thing. Okay, now we just actually have to end the summer. Oh my god. This was a long one. It felt like really long. Okay. And then summer ended. Yes. Okay. Oh, I'm like so excited. Okay. Moths bounced around your window, attracted by the light of your room. A siren call in the slowly darkening sky. Just as the day was coming to an end, so too would summer. Liz would be moving back into the dorms before long. Luckily, Lee had been able to come stay for a short trip before her own new journey began. She had officially been accepted to her first choice college a few weeks ago. This was her last chance to see you in person for... You flicked through the plans for the next few months, realizing that you didn't even know when you'd have the opportunity for everyone to be in the same place again. It was hard to think that you'd likely be seeing even less of your cousin going forward, but you were delighted that she was pursuing her dreams. While you were still with each other, your family was going to have dinner together. As ever, the Holdens were tagging along too. We work at the tropical place. I don't feel like we should go there. I don't like eating dinner where you work is like really weird. Going to the Chinese restaurant. It was somewhere your family had always enjoyed going ever since you and Liz were tiny. That long-standing connection made it a fitting location for a final meal out before Liz and Lee set off again. Technically, you were getting ready to go out, though your mind was only half on the task. It was a pleasantly warm evening, the kind that epitomized the vacation feeling, and yet you were in no mood to spoil it by rushing around. It was strange to think that summer was coming to an end, yet you wouldn't be returning to school. The pattern had been in place for as long as you could remember, and had come to feel like a natural rhythm, as inescapable as the coming of the tide. This was the first time that you were going to be able to set your own tune. Whatever came next was entirely up to you. You were nervous, but ready. Breaking from the structure of the old routine was scary, but you could admit that yet you didn't want to be a child forever. You were going to hold your head up high and face the future. Your mom called up from downstairs, tearing you from your thoughts as she told you it was time to head off. You raced downstairs, looking forward to the evening. Everyone piled into the car. While it was marketed as being suitable to hold 5 people, in practice it made for a very tight fit. Your mom sitting in the front were fine. You, Liz, and Lee were squished into the back. Lee in the middle, wedged between you and your sister. But Mom was an excellent timekeeper. Thanks to her efforts, you pulled up near the restaurant on time. The process of getting out of the car was slightly easier than squeezing into it, with much less coordination required to release seatbelts than to secure them. You gave Lee a hand as she clambered out from the middle of the seat, then headed into the building as a group. A waiter greeted you as you entered. Ma let him know how many of you there would be in total, and he went to arrange a table that met your needs. He returned promptly to guide you to your seats. You perched comfortably in your chair, your head held aloft as if buoyed by today's good fortune. Your family settled down around you, all cheerful and looking forward to the evening ahead. Your drinks order had just been taken when the Holdens came through with the door. They were pointed in your direction, though with Mom waving an arm in the air, it was hardly necessary. Cove and Mr. Holden came to join you at the table. As greetings were being exchanged, Cove took a seat opposite of you. It had been left empty by unspoken acknowledgement that you and Cove would be wanting to sit together. Mr. Holden sat beside him. It's great to see you. Glad you could make it. Hello, everyone. You wouldn't believe how hungry I am. You came to the right place, then. There was some laughter, though Liz groaned playfully, shaking her head at Mom's sense of humor. Growing up, she had complained, and Mom would have responded by making another comment. Liz had mellowed over the years, but she still made a show of despairing at Mom's jokes. Her reaction to them had become a joke in its own right. Menus were soon passed around, and a temporary hush fell over the table as everyone read. It didn't last long, punctured by comments about how people had eaten here before and light chatter about what people were considering tonight. Once the waiter had disappeared with your orders, Cliff piped up.
Okay.
So I've got some good news. Kara's making a trip out here tomorrow. Cove nodded, turning from his father to the rest of the table. Yeah, we talked about it and figured this was a good time for everyone.
Very nice.
That's great! Everyone reacted positively to the news, though Ma looked wistful. If only we'd known. Here we are having a big meal without her. If we'd waited one day, she could have joined us. Mom patted Ma on the back, gently nudging her from the realm of possibilities and what-ifs, back to the evening that was going so well. Chin up. Lee and Liz will still be here tomorrow. We'll just have to throw another get-together and keep the fun train chugging along. Ma smiled warmly, taking Mom's hand in hers. That's true. There's plenty to celebrate right now, but there will be more good news and good times on the horizon. And speaking of, that's not all we've got either. Mr. Holden's eyes were alit as he sat up straight in a chair, face angled towards his son. He rarely let a beat go by before nudging Cove with his elbow, pushing him to follow up on the announcement. He was the very picture of a proud papa. Cove shielded from the limelight, ducking his head down and staring at his lap as he spoke. Oh! Well, it's just, I switched over to working full-time instead of only part-time. Plus, I've been looking at apartments. There's a few I can choose from. He flickered his gaze up at everyone around the table, a smile creeping on his face. I'll be pretty busy going forward. Apartments. He was moving. Cove was going to move out of his dad's house. After 10 years, he wasn't going to be your neighbor anymore. Mr. Holden gripped onto Cove's shoulder and gave it a loving shake. His excitement couldn't be contained. Incredible. Cove's actually going to make it to adulthood. That's a miracle. Mr. Holden leaned back in his chair, staring up at the ceiling in mock wonder. It's kind of making me sad. I mean, of course he's gonna move out of his dad's house, right? He's like 18. He's like, I want to be an adult. But it's like, he's our neighbor. He's not gonna be our neighbor anymore. He's not gonna be across the street.
I'm so glad.
I wasn't convinced I'd be able to rear a kid all the way to this point, but thankfully I lucked out and got the best boy a dad could ask for. Dad. Cove blinked his vision from his hands on the side of his face, temporarily blocking his father from his sight. Despite his genuine bashfulness, which left him unable to meet everyone's eyes after all the attention thrust his way, he was happy. Thanks. I was really lucky too. You're a good dad. Aw, come here. Mr. Holden threw an arm around Cove's neck, pulling him into as close of a hug as the seating would allow. He rubbed his cheek on top of his son's head, while Cove chuckled, accepting the affection with good humor. He looked around at the faces of the company here. He had been on this journey with everyone here for years, seeing them falter and grow, and they had watched you go through the same. Cove was leaving his family home. Liz was headed back to college, while Lee was starting hers. You were staying close, but it was clear you were all heading in different directions, to different destinations. Some near, some far, but it wouldn't be long until you were all going your own way. It was bittersweet. You turned your head to the side, wistful, not wanting to spoil the evening with your troubles. You were glad that everyone was succeeding, but the idea of splitting up gave you a twinge of regret. These people had been key pillars in your life. Days ahead without them, no matter how bright and shiny, felt a little empty, like a theme park after closing time. But you focused your mind on the sweet side. New adventures were still ahead, and you could encourage that optimism. Cove brought some attention to himself with a clearing of his throat and a small interjection. I'm gonna stretch my legs while we're waiting for the food and everything. Sure thing, bud. With a tiny smile, he nodded at his dad, but the lightness and expression faded when he moved his face to you. Wanna come? He was attempting to be subtle, but there was very obviously something on his mind. Uh-oh, this makes my tummy hurt. Something he wanted to talk to you about alone. You watched him with concern as you rose from your seat. Yeah, I'll go. Take care. With those parting... I don't like this. Makes my tummy hurt. With those parting words, the two of you walked about the place. He was trying to get as far away from everyone else as possible without actually exiting the building. What did you need to say? He hadn't admitted what this was about, but he didn't need to. Cove started pulling at the hem of his shirt. He turned his head back to face you, but it was an awkward movement. I wanted to talk to you one-on-one about all this, you know, my work, moving. I mean, it was coming before, but now it's pretty much here. Yeah, it's exciting. Cove stopped picking at his shirt, and he seemed to respond well to that response. He was relieved you weren't upset about it. I'm glad you think so. But then he looked down, and his brows furrowed. He saw his hand shift away from his clothes to instead rub at his arm. Are you looking forward to it? I am.
I mean...
Well, I'm trying to be. He ducked his head further, and you saw his face starting to redden. But it's scary. What if I mess everything up for me? For us? You could never ruin what we have. He said nothing, but let his eyes meet yours again. Cove then turned his head away and wrapped his arms around himself. He felt a sudden chill that definitely wasn't caused by the air conditioner. It's happening, you know? What I talked about earlier this summer. The world isn't going to keep us together anymore. It'll all be up to us now. But everything's going to be okay, right? We're still going to be okay. You remember that night of the Orca fundraiser where you admitted you loved Cove and that you wanted to be with him always. He seemed so confident about it then, but now that you were on the brink, you kept calm. You understood his concerns. I'm like gonna cry. I don't know why this is gonna make me cry. You understood his concerns. It was definitely hard to imagine what would happen. However, you didn't let yourself get upset. I'm yours as long as you want me to be. I don't like that because what if he doesn't say he wants to be with us forever? I'm yours as long as you want me to be. You looked at Cove, who seemed utterly touched. You had a feeling that he couldn't imagine not wanting you. Cove laughed with a delicate smile on his face. Okay, I can't. I'm gonna say I want it to be forever. Okay, you win. I wanted to prepare myself for the horrifying unknown, but you were kind of giving me no choice but to be optimistic here. His eyes sparkled with mischief. Strong armor. Oh no, I can't believe you're being forced to have hope about life. His lips twitched up at your sarcasm.
Right?
I know. How am I going to get past this? He gave a small smile and then stopped joking around. Thanks for listening to me, Terra. It helped. You felt pleased that his anxiety had eased after talking it out. Want to go back to the table? I bet everyone's wondering what we've been up to. Oh yeah, I forgot we were doing what we were doing here. That's probably be good. With matching smiles, you both reclaimed your seats at the table. Both of you felt lighter and it showed. You seem happy. What was that? Yeah, it looked like you were having quite the conversation over there. It's neighbor stuff, sorry. I used to be your neighbor. He waved off their questions, and you didn't offer any explanations. They still seemed curious, but caught that Cove wanted it to stay between the two of you and let it drop. Things relaxed, and you took a sip of your drink. Lee idly tapped the table and got your attention. I'm so excited to try this place. I haven't been here in a long time. I hope it's as good as I remember. All the restaurants in the area are pretty top-notch in my humble opinion. We'll see. It was a challenge issued. Liz carried herself as some sort of professional food critic, and Mom snorted. Tough crowd. Jeez, Liz. Ma giggled and chimed in as well, much to Liz's embarrassment. That's right, Lizzie. Jeez. Oh, jeez Louise. He shook their head at their silliness. Why was your family like this? Jeez. Ariane burst out laughing, besides Liz, of course. She smirked. No one would ever accuse your family of being no fun. Night fell soon after everyone finished their meals, and before you knew it, you were standing in the parking lot saying your goodbyes and packing up the cars to go home. After the last of the chores were done, your family spent more time together. Then you had some extra time and you decided to try calling Jeremy. Why the fuck would we call Jeremy? I'm curious. Like, I'm curious, but why would we try calling Jeremy? I don't know why we're doing this. This is so strange, but okay. It had been a while since you got his number from Shiloh, but you'd never actually attempted to reach out again so far. You thought this might be a good moment to go for it. You absolutely had no idea how this conversation would go. The furious boy you'd known was very different to the resigned teenager you spoke to this summer. You bit your lip, wondering what side of him you'd see this time. Your first call ended, unanswered, but you at least expected that much. Jeremy certainly ignored the unknown number. You redialed, waiting for him to pick up. Hello? What's up, Bullcut?
You're actually doing this?
Haven't you suffered enough? There was none of the fury which he ran down in the past, only bewilderment. I just wanted to see how you're doing. Sigh. Why is this happening? You knew that he knew that what led to this call, but you didn't have to explain it. He proved that shortly with a real sigh. Whatever. Did Shiloh even explain his lying self? Yeah. I kept my distance. I would too if I could. The conversation came to a halt. You asked him a question. Were you up to anything interesting before I called? Not really. I might have been asleep. You're not sure?
Yep.
Cool, Jeremy. To your surprise, Jeremy piped up with a question for you. Are you that bored, or do you honestly have some kind of interest in me as a person? I'm interested in you. You're an interesting person.
Huh.
Wow. When you heard another yawn come down the line, you better stop asking me why I talk to you now. Thanks for talking to me. You expected the call to end there, even had your thumb hovering over the button to finish the call, but Jeremy's voice stopped you. I think it's weird we actually talk to each other yet again. It makes no sense, but it's not worth having a problem with. Bye. That was so weird. Why did we do that? With that, he hung up. It had gone better than you expected, but there was a truth in what he said. Who would have thought you'd reconnect like this? Life was full of surprise. We didn't really reconnect, though. It's like not reconnecting. We didn't have a problem with it either. The rest of the night felt like it was going by in a blink of an eye, and somehow the time came to retire to your room to sleep. You pulled your covers up under your chin and settled down for the night, getting warm and cozy. Please tell me Cove shows up. As your head sank into your pillow and you closed your eyes, your mind drifted back to everything that happened that day. You'll see it all now, behind your eyelids, as though you were experiencing it all over again, and then the image of Cove popped in your head and you smiled softly to yourself. Let's flip the narrative. He always sticks to mine, so let's stick to his. If Cove could do it, then you didn't see why you shouldn't be allowed to. You made up your mind. As quietly as you could manage, you put on your shoes and slipped out of your room, closing the door behind you softly. Headed slowly down, you took care not to make the floor creak, especially the boards near right by the bathroom. Those definitely squeaked. The stillness of the night made even the slightest sound seem so much louder to your ears, and you were very aware of your mom sleeping nearby. Once you reached the bottom, you tiptoed towards the front door. Slipping out into the crisp night air, you shut the door, taking a relieving breath. Excitement rising, you dashed across the street towards Cove's house. The road, too, was surreal at this hour, familiar and yet strange. It might have been eerie at another time, but with how eager you were, you hardly cared. You attempted to find your way from the normal footpath to the side of the condo, but with the limited light, it was making it difficult. You knew for sure which window was Cove's, and luckily for you, is on the first floor. Unlike Cove, you wouldn't have to do any building scaling. All you needed to do now was to make it safely over the fence and past the bushes without being caught or injured. Sneaking closer, you glanced over the hedges towards Cove's bedroom window, finding it cracked open. Perfect. You wouldn't have to knock or worry about him not answering. Hoisting yourself up with ease, you cleared the fence and avoided the shrub, then darted over to the window. You buzzed with nervous excitement as you approached it in the dark, having successfully made it all the way here unseen. Lifting the window up so it was fully open, you pushed yourself halfway through, your legs dangling into the underbrush below. It was a little awkward, as a small shelf was right in the way. You had to take care not to knock over a couple of plants, but you made it through with minimal noise. Once safely inside, you dusted yourself off and turned back to close the window gently, with only the soft glow of moonlight and the Cove's fish tank there to see the way. You gave a small wave to the special fish you got to name Celeste. I forgot about that. Straining your eyes to the dark, you crept towards Cove bed, barely making out the sleeping figure beneath the covers. By the sounds of his soft breathing, you could tell that he hadn't heard you come in, and a small smile tugged at your lips. You sat down on top of him. Save. You whispered his name. Cove? You figured he must have been in a deep sleep as he continued snoozing away. You positioned your lips beside his ear. You tried again. Cove? Wake up. This time he sleepily blinked his eyes and mumbled something incoherent beneath his breath. Hey, I wanted to come over. Is that alright? He let out a yawn and rolled towards you, waking up just enough to understand the question, but not the full context. A faint smile appeared on his face. Yeah, I want you here. He reached for you, his arms wrapping around your neck as he pulled you towards him. When your foreheads touched, he gave you a satisfied smile. Then, as if totally unaware of what he had done, he started dozing off again. You snickered quietly to yourself as he sat there. He could figure it out on his own, and after a few seconds he did. Wait, Terra? Yes, I'm here. He shuffled under the covers and sat up to stare at you in alarm.
What?
Why are you in my room? What happened? A smile slipped onto your face as he finally registered your presence in real. You pulled him in for a kiss. Clutching the front of his shirt, you gently pulled him towards you and met his lips with your own. He kissed you back softly before pulling back too quickly, looking a little flustered. Was that the whole reason? He hesitated before whispering the next part embarrassedly. To kiss me? It's not the only reason. He gave a small sigh, but it held a great deal of affection. I should have known you'd do this one of these days. It's only fair. He let out a breath, feeling relieved that he didn't seem bothered by it. In fact, it felt kind of good. He thought maybe this enthusiasm was why Cove did it so often. He pushed himself up fully, swinging his legs over the side of his bed and leaving a spot for you beside him. His hands shook when he held them in his lap. He was nervous. You can stay as long as you want. Really? Yeah, really. How long do you want me to stay? Well, to be honest, there aren't a lot of situations where leaving you is ever what I want. Stop, that's sweet. I guess only when I annoy you and you need space. You chuckled softly, doubting that would happen anytime soon. Okay, I won't go anywhere. His face lit up as he settled in even more. I've secretly slept over in your room before. It's only fair you get to do it too. You snickered, feeling pleased with your decision to do this. Okay, but there's no way I'm letting you take the floor this time. Here we go again. You rolled your eyes and let out a soft laugh, which Cove returned as he rubbed at the back of his neck. Let's save. I'm like, I want to share. Can you try to stay? His eyebrows dipped. He was growing visibly nervous. It was to be expected. But after what happened last time, you'd been waiting for another chance. You hoped he felt the same, and it seemed he did.
Yeah.
This time we can share. You really stay? You won't leave to be on the floor? He nodded, holding back your delight. You tried not to grin at his sudden resolve. We're going to share the bed. Yay! You could hear the tremble in Cove's voice as he held his hands together to keep them from shaking. He let out a breath and shook his hands in front of him, mentally preparing himself. It's gonna be alright. His mouth set into a grim line, and he balled his hands into fists at his side, determined. You were glad he was making the effort. It was an important step in your relationship, and he seemed to understand that. It only took a couple moments longer before he turned to you, attempting a weak smile. Ready? Yes, let's get in there. He took another a deep breath, and you slipped under the covers, making room for him to get in after you. Laying as straight as a steel rod, Cove tensed up beside you, so still he was barely breathing at all. You rested on your side and faced him, your eyebrows pinched in the middle as you watched him. He looked back at you deeply. Do you need more time? I can leave until you're more set up here. No, please don't go. I just want you to stay with me. Ever so slowly, he began to relax, his fingers tentatively brushing up and down your arm. His eyes shut, lashes fanning out over the top of his cheeks, and you still half expected him to run away like last time. But he didn't. He stayed right where he was.
Don't worry about it.
You don't have to worry about me. Doing stuff like this isn't a problem. It's a process. You nodded in understanding, even though he couldn't see it, giving him time to let his nerves settle. After fluffing up your pillow and getting yourself comfy, you stayed quiet. Eventually, his shoulders became less rigid. When his eyes opened, he smiled and turned his head towards you. Thank you for waiting again, as always. He laughed shyly, his soft eyes meeting yours through the dim light.
Are you okay?
Are you okay? I'll always wait for you, Cove. He squeezed your arm a little tighter, his lips curving into a smile as he looked at you in awe. He shuffled closer, an inch at a time, and nuzzled his chin against the top of your head, wrapping his arms around your sides. You let him hold you. The safety and warmth of his arms enveloped you, and you exhaled a sigh of your own. The room grew quiet around you. The only sounds to be heard were the faraway crash of the ocean waves and your breath mingling in the small space between you. Oh my god, your breathing. Cove's heart was pounding, the thump of it rumbling through you as he spoke again softly. You know, I'm not scared of you, right? It's just so many other things that scare me. I'm afraid of what-if hypotheticals that aren't actually real, but I think about it anyway, and of nebulous concepts of what things mean that I can barely explain even to myself. I'm scared of my own feelings and how much I feel them. And I'm afraid, because tomorrow things will be different between us, but I'll be alone again. He held onto you tighter, his breath stuttering ever so slightly. It's normal right now to see you during the day and part ways at night, except for special occasions. A little laugh escaped him before his tone became serious once more. It's easier to stay where I am than it is to make myself move, to not take a risk, and to not know what I might be missing, but... He hesitated, and you reached up to brush a few strands of hair from his face gently, his eyes slowly fixing on yours. When did doing the easy thing get so hard? When it comes to you, I don't know how to stay still. I want to keep taking steps forward. Honestly, when I see your face, or even imagine it, I want to start sprinting. But when I try, I hit a wall. It's just like I physically can't do it on one side of my mind. There's something blocking me. And then on the other side, I absolutely can't stop myself from doing it. It never ends well.
I'm always like this.
He always says that. I hate it. It's the most frustrating thing. Why do I do it every time? I'm annoyed the way I am, so I have no idea how you stand it. I'm sorry I act so split when it comes to, romantic things. I do not want you to think you're rushing me when I'm giving mixed signals. I don't want to miss out on being happy by being like this, but sometimes I still can't help it. So basically what I'm trying to say is that I'm glad you never given up on me. It means a lot. It means everything to me. You don't give up on me either. His eyes glossed over a little, as he squeezed you closer to him and smiled, his heart rate finally relaxing into a normal rhythm.
Good night.
Good night, Terra. Good night. He leaned forward and kissed you tenderly, his hand gently moving to cradle the back of your head.
I love you.
I love you too. You were still smiling as you snuggled into him, getting as close as you could. Cocooned in his warmth, you easily drew comfortable next to him, feeling him ease into you as well. Before long, your eyes were growing heavy and you drifted off in a restful sleep side by side. The next morning, you woke slowly from a comfortable dream. With a small stretch, you opened your eyes fully to the sun shining in through the window. Shuffling on your side, you noticed Cove still beside you in bed, sleeping soundly. His arms continued to be draped around you loosely as he snoozed. You must have fallen asleep that way. You smiled, remembering the prior night. It had been nice to spend the night together, getting to be with him in a whole different way. You could definitely get used to it. You kissed his forehead softly. Being careful not to wake him, you bent over and pressed your lips against his skin. He stirred a little in response, a small sleepy smile appearing on his face. The loud noise suddenly started and you snapped towards the source of the sound. It was the door opening abruptly, and in the frame stood Mr. Holden, smiling brightly. He hadn't seemed to notice you straight away. Get your butt off out of bed to get the sport. Mom's here. Oh. All of a sudden, the two of you made eye contact, and he froze where he stood, the smile slowly slipping from his face. Well, that's not what I usually walk into. I clearly should have knocked this morning. Of course, Cove would get away with sneaking into my room, and I'm the one who gets caught. You screamed. Your mouth wordlessly fell open. You wanted to make a sound or react, but in at least some way, but all the coherent thought you had simply slipped from your mind. Cove blinked his eyes tiredly and mumbled something incoherent before turning towards the door. Both you and Mr. Holden stared at him for a few moments, neither of you knowing what to say or do. Cove, who continued looking at his dad dozily, was obviously having a hard time trying to process this situation. Then his eyes widened. Dad? Cove scrambled off on the bed in an attempt to get to his feet, pushing the covers back off of the both of you. Forgetting where there was an overhanging ceiling above him, he shot upwards and his head hit on the wood. He loves to do that. Ow! He flopped back down on his pillow, pressing a hand to his head and groaning loudly. Cove! You reached out towards him instinctively. Cove, bud, are you right over there? Mr. Holden stepped further into the room, his eyebrows furrowed in concern, and he bent down towards the sun.
Yes.
Please just go. Okay, I'll leave. Cliff held his hands in front of him in a calming gesture, even though Cove couldn't see it. You should never go bursting into your 18-year-old kid's bedroom. That just feels like a bad thing to do. He turned to make his exit, but stopped abruptly in the doorway, obviously deciding he had something more to say. I know we talked about this before, but I feel like now is one of those times to mention that I was barely older than you and I found I was going to be a daddy, so just if there's anything you need to say or ask about, we're not getting kids yet. He let out a heavy sigh. This is so embarrassing. He let out a heavy sigh, running a hand over his face before stopping himself and saying calmly, you know what? It's fine. We can chat about this later. Kyra's awaiting. That's so embarrassing. With that, he stepped back out of the room, giving the two of you one last look before pulling the door shut behind him. Cove rubbed his face before dropping his head into his hands and mumbling between his fingers.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. You covered your face with your hands. That was immensely embarrassing. With a heavy sigh, Cove forced himself to sit up again. He frowned hard, staring at the closed door. Sorry. Guess we can't just hide in here now. He gave you a sidelong glance, and despite his displeasure of the situation, a small smile quirked on his lips.
It's nice.
It's too bad. It had been really nice. Too bad is right. I hope we'll get the chance to do this again soon. You found yourself smiling along with him. Though when you thought about having to go out there and face both Cove's dad and his mom, you weren't thrilled. The two of you took a few minutes to get up properly and get yourself as ready as possible before heading out to see Kyra. Kyra was waiting patiently in the living room. She was in high spirits with her eyes set on the hallway. Her amused smile only widened when you and Cove froze. It didn't take long for the realization to sink in that the scene must have been loud enough for her to hear even from here. Cove tried to look unimpressed, his eyes narrowing over Kyra's smug delight, though his face was already turning red and his mom hadn't even said anything yet. He squared his shoulders, lifted his hat, and strode forward.
Hey.
Hi, Mom. Hi, baby. And hello to you too, Terra. Her tone cracked in her greeting, and then she just gave in and laughed, unable to keep any of it in. Cove frowned at that and his eyebrows furrowed. Sorry for the interruption. I didn't know you had guests. His frown wobbled as he became even more embarrassed by this moment. He couldn't muster up any words to defend himself. I'm sorry. The words left your lips quietly. You were upset and embarrassed by this whole situation. Oh no, don't be. Cove was still unable to say anything, other than his teeth biting into the inside of his cheek. He stood there frozen. Kyra studied you both for a moment. It's okay. My not so little mysterious spreading his wings. I can't complain about that. She light Shea lightly tapped the tip of his nose. That got a tiny smile out of Cove. Despite being much taller than Kyra at this point, he still seemed like a little kid in front of her. Release the air you were holding in your lungs, and then Kyra's gaze locked onto you. You know, we were just about to go over to see Pam and Noelle. Are you two coming? I'll go. He stretched his arms for a moment and yawned, trying to physically shake off what happened.
Sounds good.
Yeah, that sounds good.
You're great.
Let's do it. It was then that you noticed Mr. Holden standing on the other side of the room. You figured he must have been trying to create some space for everyone during the last conversation. You could tell he felt a bit awkward, but he tried smiling reassuringly as he scratched the back of his neck. His attention went to Cove. Bud, do you want to get changed first? Cove looked down at his pajamas for a moment. He shook his head. No, we don't have to wait for that. Are you sure? It's only a trip across the street.
Don't worry about
I'm right. Besides, Tara's going in pajamas too. Fair point. Cove then leaned in closer to you. He grumbled quietly. And your moms are going to figure out what happened anyways, so... yeah.
Come on.
Away we go! With that decided, the four of you headed across the street to your house. It felt strange waiting while Mr. Holden knocked on the door. Hi there! Mom answered the door and her expression brightened even more seeing Kyra there. Then she moved to pull Kyra into a hug when her gaze fell upon you. Tara? Hi, Mom. When did you get out there? Why are you still in your pajamas? Mom's eyebrow raised as she gave you a deep examining stare. Meanwhile, you and Cove shared a slow side glance with each other. Before you could answer, more heads popped into view from the doorway. Miles, Liz, and Lee were all chuckling. To be honest, I've always assumed Cove had been the one sneaking around. Her eyes sparkled with amusement, and you had to look away. You noticed Cove's face was burning red again. It was a solid theory, Lonnie. Most likely, they've both been breaking and entering. I wouldn't put it past my baby. He takes after his parents. You're right. I can't believe my Tara's been getting up to all that mischief, too. Mortified, Cove looked like he wanted to disappear, while the adults chuckled and discussed what you and him may or may not have done. Fortunately, they left the conversation there. Enough of standing around out there. Come on in. Mom moved aside to usher the group in and guided them to the living room. Before anyone could get settled in, Mom spoke up. You're all welcome to stay for breakfast. I still have some great spices and stuff from the farmer's market. Yes, we'd be thrilled to host you. There were eager nods from Mr. Holden and Kyra, but Cove looked around the room filled with familiar faces before speaking up. Maybe instead of saying, why don't we go to the beach? A scenic picnic, eh? Mr. Holden crossed his arms and contemplated that idea happily. Excited, Kyra clapped her hands together. Yeah, we could really make a day out of it. Might as well enjoy the ocean while we can. That sounds lovely, Cove. Aw, he finally gets to, he never gets to do this stuff, and so I'm glad he got the choice. Everyone else put in their own agreement with Cove's suggestion. Before long, both families dispersed, getting everything ready. The sandwiches had been made, water, sunscreen, towels, and more needed to be gathered and packed. Plus, you and Cove both took some time to get dressed for the day. Oh yeah! I forgot about that water. We'll do that. Today it felt sufficiently special to bust it out. Especially with this celebration. We got to, sleep in the same bed together for the first time. I mean, as adults, I should say. An hour later, both your family and Cove's... Oh! Hi, Grim! Love ya. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate that. An hour later, both your family and Cove's were walking down the old path to the beach. The morning was already turning into a bright and beautiful day. You honestly couldn't ask for better weather for a beach trip. The moment you laid your eyes on the full view of the ocean, you stopped and stood there mesmerized. It didn't matter that you grew up here. The sight always filled you with wonder. Hey, Tara?
So?
I was thinking of calling Terry and Miranda, see if they can come too. Everyone is pretty much already here, so would your family mind? That'd be cool. I'll ask them. You were already so excited at the prospect of seeing your friends today that you immediately darted away in the direction of your mom's went. Behind you, you could hear the familiar sound of Cove laughing. I have a question. Would it be right if Terry and Miranda came by? I don't see why not. Mom looked to Mom to see what she thought, and she nodded in agreement. Mom then shot a glance over at Mr. Holden and Kyra, knowing that they had likely heard everything. Cliff, Kyra, what do you think? The more the merrier.
Okay.
Of course, you're welcome with me. Thanks. Delighted, you nodded and turned on your heels. Cove was still several feet away talking to Lee and Liz, likely about the same topic. With a beaming smile, you gave him a thumbs up, and the two of them must have also approved, as Cove quickly got his phone out and started making the calls. After that, you turned your attention to helping with the picnic setup. Unexpectedly, your phone started ringing. You dug it out, curious to see the caller ID. Feeling your heart jump with excitement, you answered the video call request. It was Derek! We haven't spoken with Derek like forever. Hey, it's been a while. Holy, what did Derek? He looks so different. Seriously, but what's up? The voice that came through was much deeper than it had been when you first met, but it was still the exact same amount of enthusiasm of a kid. Have you been enjoying these crazy summer days? Yeah, I have. Awesome, you'll have to catch me up on that. But what about you? How's your summer been? You were beyond curious to know what Derek had been up to since the last time you spoke. He chuckled, noticing your invested tone. Honestly, I've just been slammed with stuff lately. College applications and scholarship inquiries. What else is new? That's a weird joke. I wish you nothing but good luck. I'm gonna need it. I kind of doubt that. I kind of want to see it. Yeah, okay, I want to do that one. Laughing, you knew that you didn't need to see him to know the answer to that. Derek would be Derek if his free time didn't revolve around sports. Totally. I'm gonna be so buff you won't even recognize me. What about your family? Are your brothers being good? My brothers are little punks, but I guess they're doing alright. You both laughed at that. Mom and Dad are fine. That's great. My moms are too. Turning your attention back to your surroundings, you smiled warmly at your family buzzing around. Towels were laid out and chairs and umbrellas were being set up. Actually, I'm out with my moms right now. Liz and Lee are here visiting too. Oh, that's fun, but if that's the deal, I'll let you get back to it. Are you sure? I don't mind. I'm sure. I'm not about to lose your number. Okay, bye. Bye, Tara. Have a heck of a day. Oh, we didn't get to see, like, any of him. I'm kind of sad. I wish we got to see more Derek. Oh, I completely missed that chat, Mr. Champa. I'm so sorry. This game is called Our Life. It's like a visual novel where you start off as a child and you go throughout life. I don't know. You start as like an 8-year-old and now we're in adulthood and you are like dating. You start dating your across the street neighbor. It's like a dating sim in a visual novel. It's got a bunch of options and stuff. It's really cute. Hanging up the conversation, you left you energized and in good spirits. It was exactly what you needed to make this day even better. I am so sorry for not seeing that message. I feel horrible. You hurried over to your mom's and helped put the rest of the food out. In moments you noticed Cove at your side. So what did they say? They're gonna come. Cool, thanks for calling them.
No problem.
I'm glad I thought of it. They'll meet us here later today. Shouldn't be too long. I can't wait. Once the setup was done, everyone got comfortable and dug into food. You couldn't remember the last time breakfast tasted this good, but you attribute it to the gorgeous ocean view and soothing sea breeze. The conversation shifted to what all of you would do next.
In that case,
We could do a few rounds of volleyball. There's plenty of us now.
is that all right?
Could I play? Of course. Miranda brightened, delighted with this plan. Ma looked around to see if there were any other takers. I don't feel like playing. I'd have to change, but it'd be fun to watch. I could be the ref. My eyes won't miss a thing. Volleyball's a good idea, but there should probably be something happening for those who aren't a fan. Ooh, I have some crafting supplies we could use to make jewelry. We could even use stuff we find on the beach to accentuate them.
Really?
What? Really? I want to make a necklace. I'd be interested in trying my hand at that too. I know that Cove likes volleyball. I know that he mentioned it before, so we'll do volleyball. You looked at Ma, ready to jump into a competitive mode. She looked thrilled to have you on board. I'm getting to play some volleyball. I knew he would be. He liked the volleyball. Now that plans were settled, the group temporarily split into two.
Anyway.
Alright, sports stars, you're gonna have to pick partners, and then it's a game on. Mr. Holden left the rest of you to deliberate and turned his attention to drawing a makeshift court in the sand. Well, she walked over to you and hooked her arm around yours. You laughed. I want to be on Tara's team. Oh, sup nerd. Hey, Benny. Hey, Benny. I feel bad saying that I want to pair up with Cove. You paired up with Mom. Alright, it'll be Ma and me then. You wanted to have your fun with your ma. Cove put on his game face, not intending to go easy on you now that you were on opposite sides. When Mr. Holden finished drawing the court, he went and fetched the volleyball from the various other supplies you all brought here. Sounds like we all have our teams. We have our teams all set, right? Yes. Good, good. Now get on your sides. Oh, Benny, this is the final, like, I did the final, like, little chapter thing. So now this is just, like, the ending of summer. So we're going to be moving into the next step now. The four of you situated yourselves on one side, or the other of the court with your partner. Mr. Holden tossed the ball to Ma. What do you mean, oh no? What are you saying oh no for?
Do you mind?
Since this was Nolani's idea, it's only fair she gets to serve first. Thank you, Cliff.
Yeah.
Ooh, Ma, show him who's boss. They're getting older. I know, they're gonna be even older the next part. I feel so like, I'm so nervous. I'm so excited though. Go, Terra, make him eat sand. You kicked a small heap of sand out of your way on the simple cart, making her laugh. You turned back towards Ma. Our babies are growing up right before our eyes. No, seriously though, they are. They're growing up right before our eyes. Don't hold back. I wouldn't think of it. With that, Ma got into position and delivered a practice first serve. The game began. In the battle over the volleyball, both teams scored points. There wasn't a set amount to reach to end things, so it went back and forth for as long as everyone wanted to play. And the game went on for quite a while as everyone got into it, especially with the cheers and added commentary. Liz and Mr. Holden made the whole game better with their humor and wit. From a distance, the jewelry making group would also jeer when they heard shouts coming out out of the court. I don't like how old Ma is looking. It makes me so sad. She's getting older. I don't know how much older she's gonna be in the next part. On top of that, they would hold each newly made piece in the air, and the players would take a breather to applaud the creation. It wasn't until all of you were exhausted from the running, spiking, and diving that a truce was called. You enjoyed every moment of it. The afternoon continued to drift by. Also, you missed it, Benny. Like, literally just like 15 minutes ago, we got to share a bed with Cove overnight for like the first time, and he didn't freak out. You missed it. The afternoon continued to drift by, but the fun was still going strong. Cove was thrilled when you pulled out the drink you had been saving. It meant a lot to him that you wanted to savor it. This was worth the teasing smiles your family gave. Occasionally, someone would head back to the house to use the bathroom, rest away from the sun a while, or to retrieve something they had needed, but they always came back. The beach was never empty, and there was always a new conversation to take part in or another game to join. At one point, Mr. Holden even broke out his pack of cards. He roped the whole group into a few rounds of good old Go Fish. There was only one thing that could bring this beach day to an end, and that was for the day itself to end. Before anyone realized it, the sun began to set over the sea. As that happened, you were taking a break, sitting on a towel with your legs stretched out past it, your feet buried in the warm sand. You were reading a book. Shortly, you looked up to see your moms approaching. They stopped in front of you and smiled. Hey there, kiddo.
How are you?
How are you doing? I'm doing really good. How about you? We're wonderful. Uh-oh. What was happening? They both sat down, squishing you between them. Ma leaned her head against yours, and Mom started rubbing your back soothingly. Nothing more was said at first, but Ma sighed contentedly. Mom looked at you wistfully. We're both really proud of you, Terra.
True.
You grew up to be more than we could have ever hoped. It's only thanks to you two. Ma wrapped an arm around your middle and squeezed you tightly in a side hug. Ma continued lightly scratching your back.
Thank you.
That means a lot, but I still think you're selling yourself short. You've always been a lovely person, and I'm so thrilled to know you. Your voice faltered, and you honestly couldn't imagine your life any other way. Ma lightly brushed some of your hair back and left a small kiss there. I'm so happy I got to have both of you as my mom. I'm gonna cry! Why am I gonna cry? This is making me emotional. After all three of you were sitting there getting all sentimental. I don't know how we got so lucky with you and Liz. Ma reached out in front of you for Mom's hand. She gave it to her, and Ma squeezed it.
Of course.
Terra has a point. We must have done something right. You stayed there quiet and contently, watching the sun set with your parents for a while, until Mr. Holden called out to you. He was still walking in your direction. We were talking and thinking we're gonna take a walk down the shore. Any of you want to come? Automatically, you looked to your moms for what they were thinking. Mom glanced to you, to Ma, and smiled. That sounds good to me.
That's fantastic.
Yes, that'd be very nice. My legs need some stretching. Let's go. Thrilled, Mr. Holden threw out a thumbs up and began heading back the way he came in a light jog. Hey, don't leave us in the dust! Cliff kept going forward, but flipped around, walking backwards across the stand so he could face you again.
No worries.
Don't worry, we wouldn't leave without you. Alright, we'll catch up. Ready to go? Uh-huh. Both of your moms held a hand out to you. Chuckling, you gave them each one, and you all strolled back to the rest of the group. When Liz was in reach, Ma used her free hand to pull her into it too. Liz shook her head, but her mouth quirked into a smirk, and she didn't resist. This is really sweet. This is really, really sweet. This is making me super emotional. Together as a family, you followed behind the others hand in hand. Your feet squished in the wet sand as the waves rolled over them, and you didn't have a single care in the world as more and more stars began to dot the sky. Once the sun had long been out of sight, it was finally time to pack up. The closing of the day and ever-approaching end of summer seemed to intertwine. It caused a quiet, reflective mood to blanket over the group. On the beach, Terry and Miranda took turns compressing Cove in a hug before moving on to do the same to you. You chuckled, still overjoyed that you got to see them today. I'm sorry we have to go already. My parents are here. That's okay. But still, I wish we could help clear this all up. Don't worry about it. Just thanks for coming out today. It was cool having everyone here.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I'm super glad we came. Hopefully you can do it again sometime. Nodding, you turn your attention to Terry. She wore a large grin on her face and held a hand out for a low five. You pressed your fist into it, which made her laugh.
See you later.
Take care of yourself, buddies. After that, they walked away, waving to you and Cove as they went down the shore. Cove waved quietly back with a small smile on his face. You waved too. It was a big wave. You hoped Miranda was right and there would be another day like this soon. Taking you by surprise, Terry jumped and twisted around. She kept up with Miranda by walking backwards. She kept the mood of your farewell light by shooting finger guns at you and Cove. Miranda bumped her with a hip. It left everyone with a laugh just before they disappeared down the bend. Terra?
Come on.
Hey, Cove, could you come here? Both of your parents were motioning for you. The two of you went to them. Tons of things ended up at the beach over the course of the day, so there was still so much to pack up, and the parents needed help. With a nod, you got to it, stuffing various things into bags and bundling them up in towels. Once things were ready to go, everyone filled their arms with as much as they could carry. Absolutely no one wanted this to be a back-and-forth kind of task. The walk back home ended up being mostly quiet. Each person seemed to be feeling the effects of the day. A cool breeze carried you across the sand and onto the road. There was a sigh of relief from what felt like the group as a whole when they arrived back to the neighborhood. While, hello everyone, you glanced to the side and spotted a very recognizable face walking down the road. Is it Baxter? Oh, hi Baxter.
How are you?
I don't really care for Baxter all that much. Do you need help with that? It's alright, this is our mess to clean up.
Well,
If you're sure then, I was simply heading home after getting some fresh air. The season's almost over after all. Yeah. Baxter was only a tourist. He wouldn't be in town much longer. You knew that, and so did he. If you have a minute, I'd like to say it was a pleasure getting to know you both this summer. Oh great, the Persona user. Persona 6 Pro Tag, yeah. His head tilted towards you, and he smiled warmly. Baxter offered you his hand. You used your free hand to shake his. It was tough with what you were carrying, but you were able to extend one of your hands a bit. Baxter chuckled and shook it. I really enjoyed meeting you.
glad to hear it.
I'm delighted to hear that. I enjoyed this vacation immensely thanks to you. Baxter took his turn to shake Cove's hand this time. He was a little incredulous for a moment, but then Cove eventually shifted what he was carrying and took Baxter's hand. It wasn't long, but it was a solid handshake. Baxter was clearly pleased. I wish we had more time together, but it was still a nice ride while it lasted. Would happily do it all over again. Bye, Baxter. Yeah, bye. Baxter nodded and walked a few steps towards his condo. He then stopped and waved.
Goodbye.
I feel so weird. Maybe if I got his DLC, I would feel differently about him, but he's weird. Baxter sauntered away completely and disappeared inside the condo to return his own things. His time with you and your friends ending. You paused for a moment, staring at where he went. You paused for a moment, staring at where he went. But afterwards, you looked back over to the rest of the group. Lee and Liz were just going inside your house. You couldn't spot Kyra or Mr. Holden anywhere, but the door to their house was wide open. Mom approached you with an amused look on her face. Seems like you're holding up some Holden things. Surprised, you glanced down to take a quick inventory of what you were holding. Mom was right. Some of it belonged to the neighbors. Would you mind dropping it off now? Can do. It's not a problem. Thank you very much. Cove took a few steps towards his house and stopped, waiting for you. Good night, Cove. I'll see you inside, Terra. Night. You caught up to Cove, and together you went over to his house. Walking in the front door, you saw Kyra and Mr. Holden busily unpacking already. Things were scattered on counters, and they were moving around each other, putting the items away. They both lifted their heads when Cove closed the front door. Hey. It's nice to see you again already, Terra. Her teasing tone brought a light smile to your face. You hefted the stuff in your arms a little closer. Ended up with things of yours from the beach.
Oh.
Thanks for getting that to us. You can put it, here on the coffee table. Mr. Holden pointed at the surface he was referring to, and you immediately left what didn't belong to your family there. Cove put his own things down on the floor, just at his feet, wading through everything strewn about to reach his parents. Putting your family's stuff on the ground for a moment, you dusted off your hands off and straightened up. You needed a second to rest and a minute to resituate it all. You went over to where the others were too. Kyra opened her arms wide, wanting to hug you. You accepted it. Happily, you went to her. She held on tightly. Over the years, you were able to form a good rapport with her, and you were grateful for that. You could feel in her hug how much Kyra had grown to care about you. It brought affectionate smile to your face. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. It was a blast. It's no problem. I had fun too. Kyra eventually released you, but patted the tops of your shoulders as a final gesture.
Thank you.
Every time I've gotten to come by, it's been an absolute joy. Things really couldn't have worked out better. Mr. Holden took a step closer to you. Kyra moved aside to let him say goodbye too. He grinned. Thanks for always being such a friendly neighbor, and not just right now, but for as long as I've known you. I didn't always make it easy, but you and your family are good people. I really, truly appreciate it.
Thanks very much.
Thanks again, Terra. So much. After that, Mr. Holden reached over and gave you a soft pat on the top of your head. You hugged him. Taking him by surprise, you latched your arms around Mr. Holden. He let a small squeak and went rigid. After a moment, he relaxed and began to lightly pat your back before shifting into a full hug. He held on firmly. Thank you for being a good neighbor. You let go, he sniffled, but when he met your gaze once more, his mouth pulled into a wide, happy grin. Mr. Holden was staring at you, but his gaze seemed far away. Maybe he was looking back at who you used to be, the 8-year-old he asked to be his son's new friend.
See you.
Bye, Terra. He smiled softly. Then Cove took a step forward. He gestured to his pile of things he had carried into the house.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about all that. I'll put stuff away in a few minutes. Right, I need to do the same with my family. I figured. Cove walked you to the door and held it open. Taking one last check around to make sure you had all your things to bring home, you went into the road. He leaned his body against the door frame, not following you out. So this is it, huh? Actually, that's not what I mean. His expression twisted and he shook his head a bit, like he was trying to banish the pensive thoughts.
Bye.
I'll just say bye. Bye. I'll see you soon. Your mouth pulled into a soft smile, and you weren't sure who you were trying to reassure more. Cove reached forward and gently cupped your face with one hand. His thumb trailed across your cheek for several heartbeats. Mesmerized by his blue eyes, you stepped forward, delighted to oblige the request he was silently asking. He met you halfway as you smiled into the kiss. It was soft with longing, and your chest ached knowing that there couldn't be anything more than this, at least for now. One of his hands grabbed onto the door handle and firmly held it. He was stopping himself from coming along with you. As you walked over to your own door, you stopped. Turning around, you spotted Cove right where you left him. You laughed quietly to yourself. For a small pause, you both stared at each other across the street. You blew him a kiss. Cove reached out like he was catching it off to the side, and then he curled his fist to his chest, holding the kiss close. Your lips curled into a beaming smile. Things couldn't be dragged out any longer. After one more shared smile, you opened the door and went inside, shutting it behind you. A few steps in, you saw your family gathered in the living room. They were still busy unpacking and cleaning. You added the things you brought to the pile on the kitchen counter. Mom stood up, rubbing her eyes a bit. She yawned loudly. I'm bushed. How about we finish the rest of the chores tomorrow? Yes, honestly, it's too late for this.
Thanks.
Please and thank you. I gotta drink water. Ma put her hands on her hips and turned to assess the room. Ma was not one who liked to leave a mess about, but
All right.
she sighed. I suppose we can make an exception to the usual rule. It has been a really long day. Liz grinned contentedly. Lee wasted no time in skipping over to you and hooked you in a side hug. Good night. I hope you have the loveliest of dreams of you-know-who. Lee ended the sentence with a wink and a hearty laugh. She let you go. I hope you have good dreams too. Lee's smile widened till it went from ear to ear. That would be a fantastic way to cap off today and start tomorrow. Here's to us, Terra. Tonight, tomorrow, and forever. Family forever. Lee leaned in closer to whisper in your ear. He didn't fail to catch the teasing look on her face.
Aww.
Exactly. There's no escape. He got a laugh out of you. He lightly pushed her shoulder. Lee stretched her arms high over her head and yawned loudly and looked at you with tired eyes. I think that's my cue to head to bed. Bye. I think so too. Have fun sharing the room with Liz. She laughed at that, and Lee shuffled off towards the guest bedroom. Before you had a chance to do anything, you could see feel the top of your head being tapped. You spun around to see Liz smirking. Nighty-night. I'm heading to bed too. It's been a long day, and I have a lot to prepare for tomorrow. Exhaling, you automatically started fixing the back of your hair. When Liz didn't immediately walk away, you smiled softly at her. Everything okay? Her gaze moved away, and you knew she had more to say. You waited patiently for Liz to compose her thoughts. It's been a good summer. It was nice to come back home. You nodded, and Liz gave you a teasing nudge as she went by. Amused, you turned and watched her go. Love you, baby sister. I love you too. Liz stopped walking and stared at you for a moment. She smiled softly at you. Get some sleep soon. Morning will be here faster than you know it. I will. When Liz was out of sight, Mom started up the next conversation over her shoulder. Aren't you heading up to bed too? I want to relax first. Desperately, you needed something to decompress and clear your mind. You worried if you went off to bed now that you would end up staring at the ceiling all night. Okay. Ma came over too and smiling understandingly. She pulled you into a side hug.
Love you.
Alright, you do what you need to do. I love you. When you were done hugging Mom pulled you into another hug. Their actions basically handing you off to the other had you laughing jovially.
I love you.
I love you so much. I love you too. Aw, this is gonna make me cry. They both couldn't resist taking turns hugging you again. Your smile widened. It felt good to be so loved. Good night, kiddo. Sleep tight. Good night, sweetie. Night. This makes me feel really sad. After that, your moms headed off towards their bedroom down the hall. You're about to turn the other direction when you heard Mom's voice. And don't let the bed bugs bite. You heard Ma chuckling as you watched them go with a smile. I'm actually gonna cry. Like, this is actually making me super emotional. Maybe I'm relating it a little bit too much to my own life and strained relationships I have, but this is making me sad. Time had passed, but you weren't entirely sure how much. Sighing, you sat up on the couch. It was a good rest, and all your tired muscles felt quite relaxed. You got up planning on going to bed when something out the window caught your eye. Your feet brought you right into the front of the large window spanning the length of the back wall. You stared out into the hills behind your house. As if on cue, your phone came on, alerting you of a notification. It was Cove. Want to hang out on the hill tonight? Something inside you told you that this is the right kind of night to take a trip out there. You sent him back a very quick message. Yeah. That's so cute. I don't like this emotion. You went over to the front door and stepping out over the threshold, you gave the living room one last glance over your shoulder. Then you shut the door behind you. Silently, you made your way to the poppy hill. This is making me so... I'm gonna cry. With light steps in the dark, you walked across the hills behind your house. Up ahead, at the very top, silhouetted beneath the night sky, was a familiar figure already waiting there. Smiling, you wondered just how he always got there first. You even had the advantage of living closer. Then again, and maybe it was only in your mind, but somehow, Cove was intrinsically linked with this place. After all these years, It would be weird to scan this horizon and not find him here. As surreal as the shore without the sea. The distance between you was growing shorter by the second. Hearing the grass and earth crunch under your feet, Cove turned. A grin spread over his face as he saw you. You took your place standing behind him on the crest of the poppy hill, looking over the ocean, same as you'd done on countless times since he'd first arrived, when you found him on this very same spot. Terra. He had officially broken the silence and the spell that had held you both in this place. You looked at him expectantly. It was something I've always kind of wondered about. He cocked his head, giving you a sidelong glance. What did you think about when we met? I was just a kid you'd never seen before, bawling his eyes out on the hill next to your house. He chuckled, his eyes drifting towards the sea beyond before flicking back to you. The way his gaze pulled back to you made it clear that he was genuinely invested in the topic. Luckily for him, he remembered what initially struck you in the moment. It was as if it had only happened yesterday. Where I remember noticing the sad look on your face. Cove replicated that frown for you right now, looking grave at your reply. I guess I would have been kind of hard to miss. Sighing a bit, you continued to reminisce about that first meeting. I also remember feeling bad about what was happening. I remember that too. He ran a hand through his hair, and you knew his line of questioning wasn't an end, even before he spoke up again.
I mean...
Do you remember what you thought about me? You know, as a person? Was I annoying or mean or... I thought you were special somehow. Cove brought a hand to his mouth, half hiding his self-conscious smile. His wavy eyebrows were raised in open amazement. Thank you for feeling that way. He scrunched his eyes closed, regretting his phrasing. That sounded weird. I'm sorry. But yeah, I'm glad. Cove's hand drifted to the scar on his arm, his fingers unconsciously gliding over the mark. It was much less noticeable than it had been when the neon pink cast had first come off, shrunking gradually over the years as his body healed and dwarfed in comparison to his growing body. Still, his fingers came back to it without knowing. He gave a half smile, not meeting your eyes. I feel bad now. The thoughts I had were, well, considering what you were thinking, I came across as a lot worse of a kid. You didn't like me?
No.
No, it definitely wasn't that. Cove lifted his head up, not finally committing to meeting your eyes fully once more. I remember you that day. I remember it really well. I don't think I'd ever be able to forget. I can picture the way you looked back then when I first saw you standing right here. I still know the expression on your face when you chose to sit with me in the grass. You chuckled derisively, interrupting his own monologue. You scared me at first. I figured I'd be alone out there until I had to face my dad again. And then suddenly another kid appeared out of nowhere. It was startling, but I got over that fast. You were a strange person in a strange place, but in that moment, you were exactly what I needed. Somebody I could talk to freely about what was happening and how it made me feel. And you listened to me. You stayed with me. He sighed, then bit his lip as he finally gave a small smile. I was a little bit spoiled growing up. You let him continue. He looked off again, seeking clarity for his thoughts in the expanse of the night sky. What I'm trying to say is, when I was younger, I genuinely wish love was real. It is real. So, stop that. When I was younger, I viewed myself basically as the center of the universe. I didn't even imagine it wasn't like that.
I mean...
Things didn't simply happen. That would be weird, according to my little kid brain. It made far more sense when everything in my life had a specific connection to me somehow, right? He saw affirmation in you, wavy brows raised as he tried to explain his childlike logic. So at the time, you felt almost unreal. Like you weren't just anyone, some other kid who happened to live in the neighborhood with your own whole life that wasn't connected to Cove Wedding. No, to me, you were there so that you could find me when I was lost. Though, it turns out you were there for that. You were trying to find me because something had sent you specifically to do that. I just didn't expect it to be my dad. I guess he knew more about what I needed than I thought. He chuckled, shaking his head, but he shook off the thought. Kind of expected it all to vanish like a dream when that night was over. I would wake up and everything would be the same again.
That's...
I'd be back in my bed at home, my real home, with both my parents. The future was something I couldn't picture anymore. I didn't know what school would be like when I went back, or the table where I'd eat breakfast the next morning, or anything. And if I couldn't imagine it, how could I think it was something actually happening? I couldn't grasp my new reality. It was too big for me to hold all at once. So, I never thought I'd see you again. Then Cove beamed at you, his eyes shining bright. And I never, ever would have been able to guess that 10 years later, when I was a grown-up, the two of us would still be together. I guess that makes me your dream come true. I'm so glad I met you. I feel the same about you. But the smile faded from his face as his eyebrows drew together. That was the worst day of my life at the time. The day my family broke apart. It was too heavy for me to even think about. I felt that way for I don't know how long. He held a hand over his heart, connecting with the pain he felt as a child, and looked at you earnestly.
It's okay.
But that was never really true. Things have only gotten better with me and my dad and my mom. It was a change we all needed. His eyes were growing misty. So when I remember that time right now, it's not the point that my life was over. It was only the moment that I met the woman I love. Stop. Stop, I'm gonna cry. That is cute. When I was crying to a stranger over what I thought I'd lost, I didn't have any idea that she would be the one thing in the world that I actually wouldn't be able to live without. I never want to lose you. You won't. I'm gonna tear up. Cove stroked your cheek, wiping away your tears with the pat of his thumb. Terra, it's okay. This is your place to cry too. Thank you, I'm just happy.
Me too.
So am I. Cove sighed contentedly. His voice was as delicate as the petals on the poppies which crowned this hill. Hey, Terra. I'm so grateful you were there, even when I wanted to run away. He didn't even know what to say back at that. His heartfelt appreciation left you speechless. He tilted his head up, thoughts lost in sparse clouds above. I wonder how late it is. I guess it doesn't really matter. My dad is fine with me being out whenever. He quietly nodded. Mr. Holden was content giving Cove all the freedom he could. Are you going to lay in the grass now? Wow, how'd you know? Lucky guess, Cove. With a chuckle, Cove plopped down onto the ground and laid on his back, his usual way of spending time here. You laid down and snuggled against him. Yeah. You lowered yourself against Cove's side in the grass and wrapped an arm over his chest. Cove smiled at you and used his free hand to cradle your face. Oh my god, we stayed there all night? The both of you fully settled in to relax on the hill. It felt like just the beginning of one of your nightly outings, but then you realized the sun was peeking out over the horizon. Cove spoke up with a disbelieving tone.
Huh.
It really was late. Your neighbor wasn't a stranger to being awake at dawn, however, not like this. He was normally an early sleeper, early riser. This unexpected sunrise particularly awed him. The two of you watched on silently as the sun began to light up the world. Cove then propped himself up on the backs of his arms and looked at you with a soft expression on his face. Do you want to go back home? I could carry you if you're too tired. I'd rather stay a little longer. He couldn't resist a yawn, but you were serious. It couldn't be time to go already. Cove chuckled affectionately and gripped you a little more.
I get it.
Okay, but it's been a long day. We've done a lot of things. Like, really a lot. It has to end sometime. Does it really have to end? Yeah. I don't think there's anything either of us can do about that one, but we can stay if you want to. Cove smiled brightly at you, as warm as the new rays of sun that were tickling your skin. In that moment, you couldn't have appreciated him being there more. No way! No way! Ask him to marry us? Are you serious? Should I do it? Should I ask him to marry us? Might as well. Okay. Marriage. It was such a big step to take, and yet it seems so natural. You wanted to be with Cove. You needed him to be yours forever. This feels nerve-wracking. You'd grown up together, first as friends, now as partners. Cove would stick by you always. The two of you had moments where you'd spoke about your possible futures. You knew his feelings on marriage. Cove wasn't afraid of that commitment. Marriage would make a dream of yours come true. He felt the promise of being wedded was important, and there's no one. Well, okay. I don't know. Yeah, this one. You felt the promise of being wedded was important, and there was no one other than Cove you wanted to share it with. You would be kidding yourself to pretend having Cove as your husband wasn't what you wanted. You loved Cove. You loved him so much. It was time to stop kidding. Cove? Your voice tense with building emotion. You couldn't keep this casual. Cove smiled a little, his eyes bright and full of interest. What if he says no? He leaned in closer as he waited to hear what you had to say. Will you marry me?
Yes.
Oh, I can't believe I was worried.
Yes.
He did not. That was so immediate. I will. Oh, what a simp. He's so cute. He buried his face in his hands immediately after that outburst. His bangs flopped down and hid the tips of his fingers as he hung his head low. Okay, that was easy. Wait, I haven't even explained it all yet. Really? You were thrilled at his instant yes. Cove was still unable to face you directly. He curled in on himself, his back shaking, and you realized he was trembling. Are you crying? Oh, he's crying. Cove's breath hitched and he nodded shakily. You leaned closer to him and smiled softly at your Cove. You got on one knee and offered him a poppy. You wanted to get into your position for your proposal. You knelt down, nestled within the poppies. You glanced around for a second and plucked a delicate white poppy. You didn't have a ring yet, so this would have to do. You held the flower out to Cove. Cove? Cove's fingers twitched at the sound of his name. He spread them open out, only slightly peeking back at you adorably. Oh God. His voice broke on only those two words. Cove's eyes glanced down at the poppy in your grasp. The flower swayed back and forth. Whether it moved from the gentle breeze or the slight shake of your hand was anyone's guess. The dawn around you cast golden light on your black hair and tan skin. I was wondering when this would happen. I knew it would happen. Your brown eyes sparkled, and you hoped he could see the depth of your love for him as you looked up at him down on one knee. This is actually happening. Oh, Cove let his hands fall to his sides. All attempts to hide were gone. He was ready to face you and the life you were offering him. We've always been good friends. It made sense to have you there for us to keep getting closer. You've always been my best friend, Cove. After all these years, it's only gotten better. I found you here crying because your life was about to be different, and now we're here again and you're crying for the same reason. It just feels right. You make me happier than anyone. I may not have a ring, but I'm serious. Cove, I want to marry you. Do you want this too? Yes, Terra, I do. His voice cracked, but his answer was unmistakable. A drop of dew glistened on the poppy between you. Slowly he reached for it and placed the flower. You placed the flower in his outstretched hand with a smile. He held the stem tightly. Of course I want to marry you. I want to be married to you already. I wish you just were my wife right now and we'd be together forever. Oh, he's so sweet. Terry, you're the best thing in my life, and I love my life. It's wonderful and amazing, and I don't need anything else. I don't want anything else. If I can promise to stay together and never let you go, there's nothing else that could stay. Thank you so much for everything. He blinked away tears and tried to wipe them away.
I love you.
I want to marry you. You pushed him down into the grass and kissed him. You couldn't hold back any longer. You launched yourself at him and knocked Clove down on impact. He laid flat on his back, the white poppies swaying around him. His eyes were wide, but he smiled with an expression that was so utterly Cove. As beautiful as he was, you didn't have the patience to only sit there, admiring him. You leaned forward and kissed your fiancé. Cove grinned back from underneath you and kissed back enthusiastically. Cove nuzzled against your neck and kissed right where your throat met your shoulder. He kissed you again, a little higher this time, and kissed a trail that trailed all the way up to your cheek. He shook his head slightly, doing nothing to dislodge a smile on his face. He pulled you closer to him. Cove, I'm just happy. You felt the same, warm and satisfied. You could stay with him until the end of time itself. The two of you wound up snuggled up, tucked into the poppies. With Cove's chest as a pillow, you didn't even notice that you started to drift off. The last thing you could make out was the soft rumble of Cove's voice.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Your eyelids dipped, but you felt good. You were safe and relaxed. Everything that had come before this had reassured you of that. You were confident that when you opened them again, things would be okay. Stop. Oh my god, I can't get over how fucking good this game is. I'm crying. You opened your eyes. Instead of the walls of your room, you were surrounded by open sky. You blinked in the sunlight. You could hear the faint sound of seagulls on the wind. The day welcomed you. You cupped your face with your hands as you sat up, feeling the imprints of blades of grass leaving lines into your cheeks. Terra? Hearing your name, you lowered your hands and looked around. There he was, most influential neighbor, your only love, and your future husband, Cove Holden. Stop! Stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it. This is so beautiful. This is so beautiful. Stop. 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 He made himself very comfortable and laying on his stomach with jewelry and shoes taken off and a flower in his hand. It was the same poppy you had given him. He was keeping hold of it. You wiggled yourself into a sitting position and looked at Cove. He blushed as his eyes lingered on you. Are we still engaged? He's so cute. I want to squish him. I literally, he's so cute. I can't. I'm like, stop. He's so cute. We better be, Cove Holden. Cove lit up and he smiled giddily. He looked beautiful in his happiness, even with a random piece of hair stuck in his hair. A piece of grass stuck in his hair. He's so cute. I hoped so. Cove looked up at the bright blue sky. He leaned back and watched one of the few fluffy clouds overhead. You could barely make out his whisper. I can't believe it's real. He didn't know if he was talking to you or himself. He scooted closer and listened regardless. This moment, when we look back on it, it'll always be the time we got engaged. I can't see what the future is going to look like, but we're alright. We're going to be together for it, right? He's so cute. This is so cute. His powers grew in volume and confidence before he tilted his head at you for his question. You were equally certain. Of course. He eyed the hill sprawling up before you and down below where the wild hill and nature grew away to civilization. Your home in Coves lay down at the bottom, neatly filled among the houses in the neighborhood. We better go. We gotta let our families make jokes about us getting engaged basically as soon as we legally could. It's gonna be rough. He nodded as he thought about how everyone would react. There was no way they weren't going to bring this up for years and years, teasing you both at every possible opportunity. But hey, we'll have each other through the hard times. With your support, I can get through even my dad being my dad. I love you. I love you too. Cove, he's so cute. I can't do this, dude. Cove beamed at you. His expression was so unlike the one he'd worn when you first found him here. It was brimming with love and joy. Love and hope. Come on. He offered you a hand. You accepted it, your palm fitting around his. Cove lifted himself up, pulling you along. He slipped the poppy you used to propose safely in his pocket. I'm so glad. What we have now, not only in the past or something for this moment. This is something we'll have always. With that promise, the two of you made your way down the hill. You couldn't say whether you were the one that broke into a run, if Code had been the one to start it, or if your feet had simultaneously made that choice for you both. And the end result was the same, with the two of you dashing down the hill like children, with the nostalgic reverie that could only come as an adult. As the wind whipped past you, you knew that family and friends were waiting at the end of your sprint. There was something you had to tell them after all. Your life officially linked with Cove towards its first step forward. You reached the end of the game is what the achievement I just got. I finished the game. I got DLC though, I think. I gotta check. I got DLC though. Yay, yes, yay. So yay. So yay. This game is peak. Wait. This is crazy. I love this. This is nice. This is great. Oh my god. Also, hello, chubby teen. Welcome in. I have the wedding story stuff. So now I'm like thinking, do I wait for the wedding story stuff for tomorrow? Possibly? This is so good. I didn't think it would end so fast. I was too invested. More movie. I love this. This is a banger. I'm gonna add that. Can I add this to my Spotify? Is this on Spotify? Oh my god. I can't believe this game was free. I mean, minus the DLCs, but like, you're telling me 90% of this is free? Absolutely baffling.